Chapter 1 Lin Fengxing. As themmerning light began toy limine tethe street soft Donglu town, a bustling scene unfolded, filled with the sound soft live lakata and a harmonious atmosphere. Yet, in nan inconspicuiner, amidst the throng of people, Elias Swerdron singular point, there estu de Outhclid white, approximately 16 years so fage, Heracidis crimson palman struck down a rather slender boy with a forceful blow. Adolf Thudicotis the frail figure crumpleto the ground. Lin Fengxing, do you think I am still the same as before? Thu white cloudy outh, Su Jiaming, sneered down a thistful and opponent, his face a mask of Dane. Lin Fengxing, astonished, scrambled to heat, disbelief etched across his face a chestard at Su Jiaming. How coldy havelos in just 3 exchanges? Thean Lucas around, themer up Tiden astonished murmurs. When did Su Jiaming become so formidable, defeating Lin Fengxing in merely 3 moves? Weren't they supposed to be evenly matched? Why was the outcome decided so swiftly day? Didn't you hear? Su Jiaming just employed a martial technique, significantly enhancing his prowess. The Su family has mastered martial techniques? Indeed, would never mistake Shuchiding. From the conversations, Itway evident that Sichvin Shad transpired before. Brother Fengxing, are you all right? A figure a shadaver, concerned Chidon Thier faces te gaz dat Lin Fengxing. Shaorong, am fine, Lin Fengxing replied, forcing as my leaned feigning noncalence. Su Jiaming dono tovers hour bounds the zis the territory of Lin family, Lin Fengxing said coldly, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Behind him, a little girl watched Su Jian Minjinter, having inadvertent lie ped into Hyman subsequent lie suffered a brutal beating. Had it not been for Lin Fengxing's stumly intervention, her injurious would have been fair worse. Yet, Lin Fengxing understood that Su Jianming was not targeting the girl she was merely an excuse for their provocation. Theta Ritorioff Lin family? Ha, Lin Fengxing, mark me words, this place will eventually belong to the Su family, Su Jianming mocked. Your Lin family lacks 7 azingle martial technique, how can you hope to compete with us? Just wait and see. Lin Fengxing clenched his fists, and after a moment's contemplation, he gradually relaxed them. He realized that Su Jianming was no longer to as before he was not much for him. Su Jianming, I fear Su family true lipo seseshuk power, why have you no tact idiot? Your hesitation indicates how to use the larber fearsoft Lin family. If I were indeed apprehensive, Weibo asked so boldly. Lin Fengxing, with an air, the Su family will ensure that Lin family vanishes from Donglu town. Su Jianming spat through clenched teeth. Ashinata said several figures approaching swiftly, hehesta like a man did to Satan dance, we must leave. No sooner had Su Jianming departed than several figures rushed forward, encircling Lin Fengxing protectively. They were a Thegardsoft Lin family, responsible for maintaining order in Theria. Young master, are you unharmed? We hard Su family Kamito Percucia. Where Arathi? A burr limit Ali Gedman stepped forward, respectfully inquiring. Uncle Tao, im fine Su Jianming a salary left, Lin Fengxing not a dathaman, a Fraumaringus features. The Su family is going too far. You lot, follow meta pursue them. We cannot let them think Lin familia sitobali. The middle Li Gedman's expression darkened upon seeing the blood in Lin Fengxing slip, ashius waiters the guards. Uncle Tao, let it be. Even if Wekachup, we may not be able to contend with Su Jianming. Everyone disperse, Lin Fengxing interjected. But Uncle Tao hesitated, glancing at the blood in Lin Fengxing's face, his reluctance evident. These unmaster was not on lie exception light alented, having reached these event level off but arfinman tat, engage, beat heel so treateth the servants with utmost respect, earning their admiration. Yet, witnessing Su family's bullying off Lin Fengxing during E's watch left them feeling uneasy. Uncle Tao. Very well, everyone disperse. Uncle Tao, in need to speak with father. I'll head home first, Lin Fengxing said to your brother. Lin Rong. Shaorong, let's return. Master. At that moment, a faint voice sounded from behind Lin Fengxing. Lin Fengxing turned, puzzled, to see the little girl had rescued looking at him timidly. Where are you calling for? Lin Fengxing inquired uncertainly. Who? The girl nodded, stepping closer. She peered to around 8 or 9 years old, clad in a blutfit, hairy outhful facestil stened with tears. What's the matter? Are you all right? I'm fine, thank you for saving, young master. The little girl bowed deeply. It's nothing, just be more careful in the future and head home early, Lin Fengxing said with his Mylisha Turned Taliv. To him, it was merely a trivial matter, especially on he sonter heated not take Kyoto heart. The little girl watched Lin Fengxing's retreating figure until have vanished from sight, then wiped her cheeks and walked in the opposite direction. Brother Fengxing eri yuri aliake? Lin Rong whispered asked hey walked along. Fine. Although Sujian Mingisadam martial technique, heist not proficient Tinato and Jorm, Lin Fengxing shukashished, then pondered aloud, but thou could theirfamalipos martial techniques? Must inform father so take and prepare accordingly. Otherwise, when my truly baintrable, you shouldn't venture out alone anymore. Okay. As Lin Fengxing strolled, the earlier scener played in his mind. These ways a world where a martial prowess was revered, with the martial path delineate into 10 levels, ranging from Badar Finmin Tan Ka cultivation to martial artists, and further into the ranks of third-rate, second-rate, and first-rate masters, culminating in grandmasters, great-grandmasters, martial kings, and martial gods. Each of Thebodai refinement, cultivation, and martial artists stages comprise and sublevels, with their drip masters further divide into early, mid, and late stages. The foundation of martial arts beginneth but refinemently a their robust physique couldn't advance further on the martial pathy. Cultivation involved the training of Truikai, whose significance to a self-evident. Huish trouble Dastui Sujianming had so easily defeat him in just 3 moves. Is martial technique a truly thought formidable? Lin Fengxing mused. In the spacious Shalof Lin family, a mid-legionman, around 37 or 38 years old, paced anxiously. Surrounding him were 3 men of similar age. Lin Fengxing stood quiet like toonside, remaining silent. Are you certain headman stripped to martial technique? The middle-league Edmund suddenly turned to Lin Fengxing. Father, Sujiaming indeed employed a martial technique otherwise, Hekudna they've defeated main such a brief span, Lin Fengxing replied. The middle-league Edmund was no other than his father, Lin Yuntian. The 3 men beside him were his second uncle, third uncle, and fifth uncle. Elder brother, although Fengxing and Sujian Mingari both that the event level off Badar Finment, it would be nearly impossible for Sujianming to triumph in 3 moves without relying on a martial technique. Lin Fengxing stirred uncle interjected. Elder brother, area suggesting that had Su Famala's sudden concentration not for sources 12 months agawas fourth's purpose? Lin Fengxing's fifth uncle chimed in. Precisely, 2 months ago, I received news that Su Famal urgent liga theored al their sources from the marketplace. At the time, it seemed puzzling, but no it appears they used that capital to purchase martial techniques, Lin Fengxing sturdunky affirmed. That must be the case, Butevan allo level martial technica cost several 100,000 gold coins. Even if Su Famal pulled their resources, they couldn't manage it to topher 1,000. They must have spent near liverthing to acquire this martial technique. Do the true lie intend to confront her Lin family? Lin Yunshin squinted. Yet they should first consider whether thyroid teeth are strong enough a misstep, could result in broken teeth. Chapter 2 The Scarcity of Martial Techniques. Elder brother, we must devise a plan. If we allow them to meet a master martial techniques, there may no longer be place for a year Lin family in Donglu town, Lin Fengxing's fifth unclerged anxiously. Indeed, elder brother, Shu Dalsa seek to purchase a martial technique, Lin Fengxing sturduncle suggested. Doyao think martial technique case serious ga monas gabbage in the market? Lin Yunshin frowned. Currently, all we can do is set up to e situation. Second brother, you must strengthen the protection of T marketplace same T coming days. Third brother, keep a close watch on Su Famali's movements and firm immediately of unusual activities. Fifth brother, assessed he Famaliza sets and see how much can be gathered. Tomorrow, I will venture to see if I can find in martial techniques, thuff the hope Islam. Understood. Thethria responded in unison. All right, you may all return to your duties. Lin Yunshin waved ashand, signaling for them to leave. Of course. Thethri hurried departed. Fengxing, watchable sia? Are you injured? Noticing Lin Fengxing frowning insolence, Lin Yuntian approached with concern. Father, fine I am simply curious about the power of martial techniques, Lin Fengxing Luke Dupand replied. Martial techniques Lin Yuntian took a deep breath and explained slowly. Martial technique case are categorized into 4 grades: primary, intermediate, advanced, and special. Ida said that they were created before Suhoria ket the pinnacle of martial arts in ancient times. If cultivated to perfection, their power is immense, capable of even annihilating worlds. However, advanced martial technique case are exceeding lyra, and special technique case are virtually unheard of. Most that circulatary either primary or intermediate, yet event the seer predominant held by major sect sore powerful factions. Very few make it to the marketplace, and when Thedo, conflicts inevitably eris, with prices ranging from hundreds soft house ands to million soft gold coins. Hepast momentarily before continuing, the power of martial technique cases thusavident. A person who has mastered low level martial tech, gikania solidifeet, sumione secondolvalov but finment, even if thy cultivation is in lieth the firstolval, and might even contend with those at the thirdolval, today, had Su Jianming been proficient in his martial techniques, you might know they've been able to withstand an Azingal move. Then, Ifan possesses a special grade martial technique, Wolden Table? Lin Fengxing inquired with curiosity. Not necessarily idle sada Pinsinones personal strength. Ifon's ability is surelocking, even possessing extraordinary martial arts skills will no talo one it town leash their full potential. For instance, a third-rate expert in their listed Jess Mapo Cecilita martial arts, viewed if confronted by a mid-tier third-rate expert trained in basic techniques, they might be able to maintain higher undefeated status. Yet achieving victory would be nearly impossible. If the opponent the Pinstobiale tested jet third-rate expert, the only option left would be to flay, as the disparity in strength this implied great. Beyond the third-rate experts, they gap in power multiplies exponentially at a level. To illustrate with our own example, even if I present Lipocecilita martial arts, with Itani such skills, cold dieselite fedia. I sit truly so difficult to acquire martial arts? Lin Fengxing pressed further. Indeed, martial arts are exceeding the challenging to otherwise, would not find dur selves without, Tassingleston till now. Lin Yuntian responded with a sinzonically. Father, is it impossible for us to purchase them? Purchase? Lin Yuntian replied with Orismiley and as hey kave ished. Firstly, our financial constraints pose a significant issue. Furthermore, martial arts are a sora that they are virtually unavailable for sale. In as malplus liquors, it may take a century to come across 7 Azingal instants. It truly cannot fathom the stroke cuffluck thath suffamily has encountered. Functioning, although we current lilac martial art skills, you must remain diligent in your training gone no become complacent. I will endeavor to find martial art for a year from as soon as possible. However, even with martial arts, if your strength is insufficient, you will be unable to cultivate them, Lin Yunshin said sternlito Lin Fengxing. Yes, father, Fengxing understands, Lin Fengxing replied, his expression serious. Good, you have always been sensible, and have no worries. You must also keep a close watch on your younger siblings, they should not venture out alone, especially no tauntant sufamilis territory, to avoid untoward incidents, particularly Shaorong, Huasfarda mischievous. Understood. Alright, you may know. Stand in Jinthi courtyard officium, Lin Fengxing's gaze swept over the familiar surroundings the Theta Company disgrowth those flower sandgrasses. Time has passed, and the cobblestone path in the courtyard now. Peers somewhat faded, yet this stonis bear witness to his childhood of practice and play. Hegas adaddle in 8 days, feeling gastir of confusion within. I'd shard to imagine what this place will become if my father does not find martial arts, Lin Fengxing mused himself. I cannot loathe sufumalito tarnish me amathetis absolutely unacceptable. Boutwat canito? Reflecting in Lin Yuntian's mention of heredity of martial arts, Lin Fengxing felt Hasten's availplessness. Such things may no teven be tainable with money. Brother Fengxing, a sudden, melodious skilled's voice interrupted Lin Fengxing's reverie. He looked up to see a little girl of around 5 or 6 running towards him, followed by several older boys, among whom was Lin Rong. Upon seeing the girl, Lin Fengxing smiled Shuash's 5th uncle's daughter, Hiskison Linexian, holovid to stick to him for play, and home hedo to don dearly. Brother Fengxing, I hard that po plea, from sufam libely dio again? Are you alright? Lin Zenas get innocent lie as hiraketham. He, little Zenas the best brother is fine, Lin Fengxing replied, casting Lin Rong astern glance before speaking again Lido Linexian. It was needless and it was Lin Rong had spread the news. Lin Rong's tuck out his stungui angent lightage detain earby boy, posta pet forward said, Brother Fengxing, that Su Jianming is simply tumic. Peter estastir up trouble in her marketplace. If wo fuzz brother sorry shall we get to theater retry and cause me trouble? Xiaoming, don't be reckless. You see, I can teven withstand 3 moves from Su Jianming, and do have in mastered the 4th level off body training. What can you do? Moreover, my father hassle so advise a dust or frame from going gout for the time being, especially avoiding Thimless domain, Lin Fengxing countered. But brother, we just going to swallow our pride? Die do not say that voters do not provoke could. We shall no tact, beautif thedo, wemish retaliate? Lin Rong garged. Do I not see the current situation clearly? In the past, I was sevenly matched with Su Jiaming, so I was only nature roll tortiliate. But now, that disparity in strength is fist. By proactively seeking confrontation, we not inviting humiliation upon ourselves? Lin Fengxing rebutted. Brother Fengxing, how cold Su Jiaming have Juden Libby come this strong? Could it be they the hassle really broken through to thief level off body training? A previous licelent boy suddenly inquired. He was Lin Hai, Lin Fengxing Skousen, a eerie than him, known for a steady demeanor ran serious approach to martial arts training. Up in hearing this, Lin Fengxing's mood lightened some way to she explained the situation to them, hoping to raise their awareness and inspire them to train diligently. Up in hearing this, the group sold Navelp you be astonished. Is martial arts drill this formidable? Lin Rong questioned in disbelief. Otherwise, how do I think Su Jiaming managed Torrenderm powerless with just 3 moves? Unless she has indeed broken through to thief level off body training, Lin Fengxing replied. If he do not find martial arts within a year, would win it Baindanger? Lin Ming gasped, furrowing his brow. Indeed, based on the discussions between my father and uncles, it seems so, Lin Fengxing confirmed with an O. Up in hearing this, every one fell in tossilence. Donatori my father and theater serial ready devising plans. Just be cautious and strive to practice diligent, Lin not be a burden to the family, Lin Fengxing reassured them. Yes, cousin is Rydel Tuzel returned torturing, Lin He responded, leading Thuay towards the training hall. As the group dispersed, only Lin Rong Sima to have Marie to see. Xiaorong, do not dawdlery and practice, Lin Fengxing said helplessly, feeling a bit exasperated with his younger brother's boundless energy. Brother, I'm going no. By the way, mother is looking for ya, Lin Rong said before sprinting towards the training hall. Xiaorong, you're always spreading rumors, Lin Fengxing remarked, watching his brother's retreating figure with afurrowed brow. Hey thin Syed in resignation and made his way to the backyard. The fronty Ardoff Lin Famaliservi das a place for discussion, the guests, while at the backyard was the residence for the family members. Walking along the cobblestone path and observing the grinner vangantly in Thebres, Lin Fengxing felt the spirits lift. Turning a corner, a moderately sized courtyard came in to view. He approached off to rooms. Mother, you were looking for him? Lin Fengxing gasped the middle-legged woman sitting inside Shuish's mother, Murong Yao. Fengxing, a warm smile spread across Murong Jia's face upon seeing her son, and sheathed with concern. I heard you had a conflict with the family in the street? Where you hurt? Mother, Donat Listinto Xiaorong's sexaggeration sit Wasmerlia's malaltercation, and I am fine, Lin Fengxing replied. Fengxing, you must be careful, the Sufima Limamber Sarathless, Murangia said anxiously. You understand I will be cautious, Lin Fengxing nodded. That's good to hear. You may go and plano. Mother, if there is nothing else, is Xiaoga practice. Go ahead, Murong Jiao consented with a smile. Chapter 3 The reaction of the Su family within the grand hall of the Su residence. A sharp crack echoed through the air. You ungrateful wretch. What possessed you to stir up trouble with the Lin family? Your reckless actions have completely disrupted my meticulously laid plans. A middle-aged man clad in black was furiously admonishing a slender boy kneeling before him. The boy, dressed in soiled white, tears streaming down his face, was none other than Su Jiaming, who had instigated the incident in the Lin family's territory that very morning. Father, I recognize my mistake and promise it will not happen again, Su Jiaming sobbed. His voice choked with despair. However, seeing that the middle-aged man's fury had not abated, 2 more slaps struck him. Su Jiaming dared not evade, enduring the punishment with a woeful expression. The man raised his leg to kick him again. Another intervened just in time to restrain him. Enough, second brothered, at this juncture, blaming Jiaming will yield no benefit. We should rather contemplate our next course of action, spoke Su Jingxian, the 3rd son of the Su family. A martial artist of the 9th level. The man in black was Su Jiaming's father, Su Yuxuan, a martial artist of the 10th level, while their elder brother, Su Shanhe, was a practitioner of early 3rd-rate skills. This boy has carelessly divulged our plans with a single utterance. I even suspect he might be a spy sent by the Lin family, Su Yuxuan fumed, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Jiaming. Now the whole of Donglu town is aware that we possess a martial technique and that we intend to strike against the Lin family in a year's time. They will undoubtedly be on guard. Fueled by rage, Su Yuxuan prepared to strike again, but was halted by Su Jingxian, thus sparing Su Jiaming from further punishment. Fortunately, our strength is on par with the Lin family's. Otherwise, they might have already come to seize our martial techniques. Su Yuxuan exclaimed, his chest heaving with indignation. Our only hope lies in our elder brother ending his seclusion soon. It is regrettable that the final move of that martial technique is incomplete. Otherwise, we would not need to wait a year. We could annihilate the Lin family right now, Su Yuxuan lamented. Second brother, if not for the incompleteness of the martial technique, we could not have acquired it for merely 300,000 gold coins. Although it is rudimentary and of limited power, its market value is at least 400,000 to 500,000. We exhausted our family fortune to obtain it, Su Jingxian consoled. I hope our elder brother can soon complete that martial technique. Su Yuxuan sighed in resignation. Second brother, in my view, the initial moves alone would suffice to deal with the Lin family. Why must we wait an entire year? Su Jingxian remarked grimly. What do you know? You think we can swallow the Lin family with just the first 2 moves? Do you believe they are mere clay figures? Even if we win, the losses would be catastrophic. Our elder brother intends to eradicate the Lin family entirely. Not merely defeat them, Su Yuxuan retorted sharply. Moreover, we must act with utmost caution now. Send word that we must not provoke the Lin family. We will discuss everything once our elder brother emerges from seclusion. Additionally, the matter of our elder brother's seclusion must remain strictly confidential to prevent the Lin family from causing trouble within our marketplace, Su Yuxuan instructed Su Jingxian. Understood, second brother, I will arrange it immediately. Su Jingxian replied, bowing respectfully before departing. After watching Su Jingxian leave, Su Yuxuan's expression darkened once more. After a moment of contemplation, he confirmed that all arrangements were in order before turning back to see Su Jiaming still kneeling there. His anger flaring anew. Get out of my sight. You are forbidden from stepping outside the house for a year. Upon hearing this, Su Jiaming felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. Hastily scrambling out of the hall. Once outside, confirming that his father had not followed, he slowly stood up, casting a fearful glance back at the hall before quickly averting his gaze and walking along a gravel path. After turning several corners, Su Jiaming halted in front of an imposing structure. From within the training room came the sounds of vigorous shouting, marked by 3 large characters on the door. Training room. Gently touching the red marks on his face, Su Jiaming lowered his head and entered. The room was spacious, furnished with several training apparatuses, with a few children diligently practicing. Hey, ha! The sounds of training reverberated as Su Jiaming made a beeline for a girl dressed in red. Fei Fei Jia, he called softly, covering his face. The girl turned, her brows knitting slightly upon seeing Su Jiaming in such a disheveled state. What happened to you? How did you end up like this? Su Fei Fei. The daughter of Su Shanhe, the eldest of the Su family, was 17 years old and a practitioner of the 8th level. Her beauty shone like a brilliant spectacle within the room. Su Jiaming glanced at her. His expression one of unspoken misery. Your face? Despite his attempts to conceal it, Su Feifei quickly noticed the red marks on his face and asked in surprise, Did your second uncle hit you? What trouble did you stir up to provoke such anger? Seeing that he could no longer hide the truth, Su Jiaming poured out his grievances to Su Feifei. Feifei Jia, you must avenge me. It was that Lin family brat's doing. Lin Fengxing? Who else could it be? Now my father has punished me, forbidding me from leaving the house for a year. Feifei Jia, you must help me regain my dignity. Su Jiaming said indignantly. What transpired? Tell me everything, Su Feifei said, her brow furrowing to it. Happened like this. Su Jiaming recounted the confrontation with Lin Fengxing and the subsequent punishment he faced from Su Yuxuan in detail. As he narrated, the surrounding boys gathered closer. You deserve it. How could you be so ruthless to a child? Upon hearing his tale, rather than sympathizing, Su Feifei reproached him sternly. It was on Lin family grounds. I merely wanted to show them a lesson, Su Jiaming defended, his face flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, Feifei Jia, that Lin Fengxing truly deserves a lesson. Because of him, we have faced endless scolding. Every time we wished to take a break, Our fathers reprimand us, saying, "Look at that Lin brat, practicing at the 7th level by 11 years old. And here we are, at this age, barely at the 7th level, and we dare to rest? If this continues, we'll be fit only to wash their feet." Su Zitao, son of Su Jingxian and a practitioner of the 6th level, chimed in, mimicking his father's tone. "Yes, Fei Fei Jia, Lin Fengxing indeed needs to be taught a lesson. He has made us endure considerable hardship," the other boys echoed in agreement. Upon hearing this, Su Feifei raised an eyebrow and commanded, "Everyone quiet down." The group fell silent, their gazes fixed on her with anticipation, hoping she would intervene and teach Lin Fengxing a lesson. After all, among the younger generation of the Su family, only she had reached the 8th level, capable of easily defeating Lin Fengxing. Although Su Jiaming was also present, the reality was that while the others had learned martial techniques, they only grasped the basics and had yet to master them fully. With their current strength, even with martial techniques, they could only achieve a stalemate with Lin Fengxing. Far from being able to teach him a lesson, Su Feifei's expression darkened as she surveyed the room before fixing her gaze on Su Jiaming, her tone heavy as she said, "If you possess the ability, feel free to confront Lin Fengxing on your own. I will not hinder you, but do not expect me to lead you. Your disputes do not concern me, nor will I involve myself in the old grievances between the Lin and Su families. But remember, if you involve the innocent, I will not spare you, not just your second uncle or third uncle, but myself as well." Lin Fengxing achieved the 7th level at 11. Do you think that is merely due to talent? Have you seen the effort he puts in? Do you understand the hardships he endures? And you, who complain at the slightest discomfort, what right do you have to criticize others? Being reprimanded is merely your own doing. If you possessed half of his diligence, your skills would be far beyond what they are now. Su Feifei's words left Su Jiaming and the others feeling deeply ashamed. After a moment of silence, Su Jiaming hesitantly spoke up, "Feifei Jia, why do you elevate others while belittling us? Are we truly that lacking? I do not intend to belittle you. I am merely speaking the truth. You know in your hearts whether you are worthy. You spend your days plotting conflict but possess little real ability. Why can the Su and Lin families not coexist peacefully? Why must you scheme to exclude others? Now you even covet a so-called secret technique, hoping to annihilate their entire clan. I wish to see if you possess the capability to do so," Su Feifei reproached, her anger palpable. "That is merely the will of our uncle. It is your father's decision, not one we can dictate," Su Jiaming replied, full of grievances. "Do you dare claim you have no such thoughts?" Su Feifei shot him a cold-glanced eye. Just as Su Jiaming was about to defend himself, he suddenly heard shouts from behind, prompting him to turn around and see Su Jingxian approaching. "What are you all doing gathered here? Trying to slack off again?" Su Jingxian questioned with a furrowed brow upon seeing the group loitering. Noticing Su Feifei's presence, his tone softened. "Feifei niece, are you not one to frequent the training room? I merely passed by to take a look. I shall be on my way now," Su Feifei replied coolly, turning on her heel and leaving without a backward glance. Watching her indifferent figure depart, Su Jingxian shook his head in exasperation. This girl had never approved of the family's ways. She dared to challenge even her own father, let alone him, her third uncle. After Su Feifei vanished from sight, Su Jingxian turned back to Su Jiaming and the others, barking, "What are you all still standing there for? Get to training at this rate. You won't even be worthy to carry someone's shoes. Off you go." The group dispersed like startled birds, hastily scattering. Observing this, Su Jingxian nodded slightly before walking away. As soon as Su Jingxian departed, the others quickly returned to Su Jiaming's side. "Jiaming Gu, let us go teach Lin Fengxing a lesson ourselves. The news of the martial technique has spread now, and we need not hide any longer." Su Zitao proposed. "It sounds easy, but I am currently grounded by my father for a year. How can I go?" Su Jiaming rolled his eyes. "You may be unable to go out, but we can. How about this? We can go teach Lin Fengxing a lesson. Even if we can't defeat him, at least we can show the others a thing or two." Su Jiaming's eyes brightened up. "That's right. You have learned martial arts. Although you are not yet proficient, facing Lin Fengxing, even if you cannot win, you will at least not lose. Let me think." Chapter 4. The Mysterious Man at the Peak. A gentle breeze blew, and the surroundings were eerily quiet, occasionally interrupted by the chirping of birds. Other than that, There was a profound stillness, resembling a paradise beyond the world. 399 for 100. A soft chant emanated from the branches of a towering tree. And upon closer inspection, it was Lin Fengxing. He hung upside down from a branch as thick as an adult's arm, slowly sitting up with the strength of his legs, then gradually reclining back. Repeating the cycle, Lin Fengxing resided on a mountain known as Misty Peak, belonging to Donglu Town. This mountain was perpetually shrouded in mist, as if clouds descended from the heavens, hence the name. The endless expanse of Misty Peak seemed to stretch infinitely, with mountains upon mountains and boundaries indistinguishable. This was Lin Fengxing's training ground, where he practiced day after day. He rarely exercised in the training room. Instead, he preferred to merge with nature here, finding tranquility, which naturally amplified his results. Perhaps it was for this reason that he reached the 7th level of body training at the tender age of 11 in Donglu Town. He was the first to achieve this level at such a young age. According to Lin Yuntian, he and Su Shanhe, the eldest of the Su family, only reached the 7th level at the age of 15. The disparity was evident, undoubtedly owing to Lin Fengxing's diligence and innate talent. For 99, 500 he gritted his teeth, gradually sitting up, his breath quickening, and his chest heaving violently. This was his daily task, unwavering and unbroken, rain or shine. After his breathing steadied, Lin Fengxing nimbly leaped down from the branch and set off down the mountain. However, he was not returning home. Instead, he sought prey. Lin Fengxing's hunting was not driven by hunger. Though his family was not exceedingly wealthy, they ranked among the affluent in Donglu Town, lacking for nothing. Nor was it for monetary gain. As he received over 10 gold coins as pocket money each month, more than sufficient for his needs. His purpose in hunting was to hone his skills. Yes, honing, this was his daily essential lesson. As he reached halfway up the mountain, Lin Fengxing scanned his surroundings like a seasoned hunter. The area was dense with trees, overgrown with weeds, and dotted with various nameless flowers and plants, leaving no clear path. Yet, for Lin Fengxing, these obstacles posed no challenge. Suddenly, a large white rabbit, startled, darted past him with a whoosh. Seeing this, Lin Fengxing's lips curled into a smile, and without hesitation, he pursued it. The rabbit leaped ahead, and Lin Fengxing followed closely, racing along its escape route. This was his unique training method, which involved chasing for at least half an hour. He found solitary running rather tedious, and his siblings were unwilling to train with him, as his regimen was excessively intense, often relentless, with only brief pauses. Therefore, Lin Fengxing innovatively discovered that this method was both enjoyable and practical. Hey! He leaped suddenly, successfully capturing the rabbit in his grasp. Looking at the struggling creature, Lin Fengxing smiled with satisfaction. You may go now, he chuckled as he released the rabbit, chasing it merely as a means to find a training partner, with no ulterior motive. The rabbit, regaining its freedom, swiftly vanished from sight. It's time to return. After freeing the rabbit, Lin Fengxing gazed at the sky. The sun had already set. It would take him over half an hour to reach home. Cough, cough. Just as Lin Fengxing prepared to leave, a violent coughing fit abruptly echoed through the silent forest, jarring and piercing. He was startled and instinctively scanned his surroundings but found nothing. Although hunters occasionally ventured here, this was the mountain's edge, where prey was primarily small game like wild chickens and rabbits, and few people came. Cough, cough. Just as Lin Fengxing thought he had misheard, the coughing returned. From the sound, it seemed the source was in his right front. Lin Fengxing's eyes darted, and he cautiously moved toward the direction of the noise. Tall grass obscured his view. He stealthily shifted his feet, silently traversing through the grass, and discovered a figure in gray hunched beneath a large tree, head bowed and motionless. You? Lin Fengxing glanced around but saw no one else. Just as he was about to speak, the figure in gray suddenly swung a hand forward. A powerful force surged toward him. Lin Fengxing cried out in shock, instinctively screaming. He had never encountered such an attack, but knew well that this force was beyond his capacity to withstand. If struck, his life would be in jeopardy. He immediately retreated, dashing toward the tree behind him, hoping to mitigate the impact. Although he had only reached the 7th level of body training, Lin Fengxing exercised daily, rendering his body agile. The moment he moved, he was already by the tree. Crack. Just as he ducked behind the tree, a light sound indicated that the force had struck the tree. However, Lin Fengxing furrowed his brow slightly. The sensation he had just felt told him that this force should not end there. Just as he speculated whether the figure in gray would strike again, a frail, elderly voice echoed near his ear. "Little child, come out, cough cough." Lin Fengxing remained hidden behind the tree, his eyes darting as he hesitated to trust the words of the gray-clad figure. "Do not worry, young one. I merely misunderstood earlier if I truly intended to harm you. Do you think hiding behind that tree would allow you to evade my previous strike?" While Lin Fengxing hesitated, the old voice rang out once more. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Fengxing slowly stepped out. Indeed, if the figure in gray wished to do harm, he feared he could not escape. Yet, even as he emerged, Lin Fengxing did not approach. He merely revealed his body from behind the tree and began to scrutinize the enigmatic gray figure closely. At that moment, the gray-clad man had lifted his head, appearing to be beyond the age of 60. His complexion was pale, his gaze unfocused, his lips cracked, and fresh blood lingered at the corners of his mouth, clearly indicating he had sustained injuries from the earlier attack. His face, already lined with deep creases, was twisted in pain, giving him a rather ghastly appearance. "Who are you?" Lin Fengxing summoned his courage to inquire after taking stock of the situation. "Well, young one, where is this place?" The gray-haired elder did not answer directly but countered with a question. "This is Misty Peak, belonging to Donglu Town." Although Lin Fengxing's expression revealed annoyance at the elder's evasiveness, he still responded, "Donglu Town." The gray-haired elder murmured, repeating the name, which seemed unfamiliar to him, and then fell silent. Cough cough. Just as Lin Fengxing contemplated whether to leave, the gray figure suddenly coughed violently. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out. "Old sir, are you all right?" Lin Fengxing observed this and furrowed his brow, anxiously asking, "Young one, could you do me a favor?" The gray-haired elder wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, painfully requesting, "Help? What kind of help?" Lin Fengxing was taken aback, then asked with confusion, "I am gravely injured and unable to move. Could you please fetch a type of medicinal herb for me? I need it as a catalyst to stabilize my condition." The gray-haired elder clutched his chest, gritting his teeth as he spoke. "Medicinal herb?" Lin Fengxing echoed. "What kind of herb?" "Three-leaf grass. Three-leaf grass." "What is that?" Lin Fengxing was bewildered, having never heard of such a herb. Three-leaf grass, as the name suggests, is entirely crimson with only 3 leaves, each the size of a palm. It grows in sunny locations. After explaining, the gray-haired elder's breathing grew rapid. This conversation had already drained him significantly. Lin Fengxing fell silent, pondering whether he should extend a helping hand. This gray-haired elder was both dangerous and mysterious, seemingly being pursued. If he assisted in his recovery, would he be silenced to prevent his whereabouts from being revealed? However, it was not in his nature to abandon someone in peril. After much deliberation, he finally resolved, addressing the figure in gray. "All right, I will help you find it." The gray-haired elder slowly opened his eyes, gazing deeply at Lin Fengxing, and said, "Thank you." Lin Fengxing nodded, offering no further words, and turned to ascend the mountain. Having walked a short distance, he suddenly halted, looking back to ask, "Old sir, are you not afraid that I may never return? What is meant to be will come to pass. What is not meant to be, one cannot force." The gray-haired elder closed his eyes, uttering. Lin Fengxing's lips curled into a slight smile, as if gaining insight. And he nodded before continuing onward. Entirely crimson, with 3 leaves, standing at the mountain's peak, Lin Fengxing spoke to himself. Knowing that 3-leaf grass thrived in sunlight, he hurried to the summit, but after searching diligently, he found nothing as the sky darkened. Anxiety began to grip him. "It seems I must check the mountain ahead. I hope to find it before nightfall. Otherwise, it would be troublesome." With that thought, he dashed toward another mountain. Suddenly, Lin Fengxing's eyes lit up. He spotted a plant entirely crimson ahead. He hurried forward, carefully examining it, and could not help but break into a simple smile. "Entirely crimson, with 3 leaves. Ha, this is it." Lin Fengxing exclaimed with delight, cautiously uprooting the 3-leaf grass and rushing down the mountain. Cough, cough, cough. The gray-haired elder clutched his chest in agony and began to cough again. Cough. I can barely hold on. The gray-haired elder shook his head helplessly. Fate seeks to abandon me. I never expected that after a life of simplicity and detachment from fame and fortune, I would ultimately die a stranger's death, with no one to claim my body. Ha ha ha, cough, cough. Thinking of the name Qin Sang, a wave of sorrow surged within the gray-haired elder, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Alas, he sighed deeply. He had placed all his hopes on that child, but it seemed increasingly futile. He was unwilling to accept that in such a state, he could not have his revenge nor even preserve his own life. Enough, enough. With that, the gray-haired elder slowly closed his eyes. One can only endure a little longer, hoping to await the return of that child. If it proves impossible to persist, one must resign to fate. Suddenly, a voice filled with hope resonates. The elderly man in gray widens his eyes in disbelief, trembling as he gazes towards the source of the voice. There stands Lin Fengxing, clutching a sprig of medicinal herb. Sprinting towards him, the old man gazes with fervor at the clover in Lin Fengxing's hand, which holds the key to his very survival. On the brink of death, this unexpected glimmer of hope ignites a fire in his veins. Old sir, I found the clover. Here it is, Lin Fengxing declares, extending the herb towards the elder. The old man, trembling with excitement, accepts the clover, tears streaming down his face. Young one, thank you. The elder takes a few deep breaths to steady his emotions before addressing Lin Fengxing. The latter merely smiles, choosing not to comment. I am pressed for time, and must tend to my wounds immediately. I wonder if you shall return tomorrow. I have matters to discuss with you, and a debt of gratitude to repay. I shall come here daily to practice. There is no need for repayment. I've merely rendered a small assistance, Lin Fengxing replies. Old sir, shall you remain here to heal? He inquires. Indeed, I cannot move at present and will require some time. The elder nods, refraining from further mention of repayment. He perceives that this child, despite his youth, possesses decisiveness and conviction. Very well, then, heal at your own pace. I shall not intrude. It is getting late, and I must return home. Lin Fengxing states, turning to leave. Wait, the gray-clad elder interjects hastily. Young one, I have one more request. Here are 100,000 gold coins. Could you procure a ginseng root for me tomorrow? The older, the better. With a wave of his hand, a small pouch materializes before Lin Fengxing. Raising an eyebrow at the sudden appearance of the pouch, Lin Fengxing takes it, saying, Old sir, I cannot guarantee I will find ginseng, but I shall do my utmost. Thank you, thank you. Now, old sir, please focus on your healing. I must take my leave. Until tomorrow. This time, Lin Fengxing refrains from questioning whether the elder fears he may not return, for he understands the elder's sentiments. The gray-clad elder watches Lin Fengxing's retreating figure, nodding gently before slowly placing the clover in his mouth to chew, assuming a cross-legged position, and closing his eyes to begin his healing. Chapter 5. Inquiring after returning home. Lin Fengxing remains tight-lipped about the encounter he had, feeling it unnecessary to mention the injured elder to others. During mealtime, he notices the absence of his father, Lin Yuntian. Learning from his second uncle that his father is out and the time of his return is uncertain. Lin Fengxing is aware that his father is in search of martial skills, and he silently hopes for his swift success, so that their household may be spared from an unprecedented crisis. The night passes peacefully. At dawn, Lin Fengxing, preoccupied with thoughts of the gray-clad elder, rises early and heads straight to Misty Peak. He has procured a 50-year-old ginseng root from the market, spending over 90,000 gold coins. Though this ginseng is merely 50 years old, it is considered an excellent spiritual remedy within the Lin family. Upon reaching the tree where he encountered the elder the previous day, he nimbly leaps onto the trunk to commence his daily exercises. After accomplishing his set goals, he begins to run up the mountain, aiming for the spot where he met the gray-clad elder. Old sir? Upon arriving at the elder's previous location, Lin Fengxing scans the surroundings, finding no sign of him, and calls out, his heart laden with worry over potential misfortune. Yet, the absence of fierce beasts in the vicinity brings him some ease. Old sir, he calls again. Cough. Stop calling. I'm right here. A voice suddenly emerges just as Lin Fengxing prepares to raise his voice. "Old sir, where are you?" Lin Fengxing exclaims in surprise, unable to discern the source of the voice. With no figures in sight, then, he stares in disbelief as the gray-clad elder materializes before him, despite the area being completely empty moments ago. He had just scanned the surroundings, failing to spot the elder, which implies the elder had been right in front of him, yet he had not seen him. Invisibility technique? What level of mastery is this? Lin Fengxing muses, his mind racing. Suddenly, he gasps, a look of terror crossing his face as he instinctively takes 2 steps back. A master? Lin Fengxing stutters. From what he knows, only someone who has reached the master level can conceal their form. Could this elder be a master-level expert? His fear is not unfounded in Donglu Town. Even mid-tier practitioners are a rarity, with the highest cultivation levels belonging to his father and Su Shanhe from the Su family, both at the early tier of the mid-level. Even so, the actions of such individuals would cause ripples throughout the town. Now, encountering a master is akin to a legendary occurrence. His father has only once caught a distant glimpse of one. The elder strides slowly towards Lin Fengxing, unfazed by his fear, and with a hint of disdain. He remarks, "What a fuss over nothing." Hearing the elder speak, Lin Fengxing regains a semblance of composure and anxiously inquires, "Old sir, are you truly a master?" He is so tense that sweat beads form on his palms. His gaze fixed on the gray-clad elder. However, the elder's words fall like a bucket of cold water, dousing him from head to toe. "A master? Ha, certainly not. I am far from that level," the gray-clad elder chuckles in response. "Ah?" Lin Fengxing is taken aback, his expression frozen and shocked. He blinks, seemingly struggling to comprehend. His mind is a whirlwind. How can one conceal their form yet not be a master? What could this mean? He stands in contemplation for quite some time before arriving at the conclusion that this elder is toying with him. "Old sir, you truly are not a master?" Lin Fengxing questions skeptically. "No. I am leagues away from that realm." The gray-clad elder replies plainly, "Old sir, if you are not a master, then how can you conceal your form?" Lin Fengxing's confusion deepens upon hearing the elder's response. "Ha ha," the gray-clad elder laughs heartily, "Young one, your knowledge is quite extensive. My ability to conceal my form is entirely due to a formation I have set up." "A formation?" "Indeed," the elder affirms. Noticing Lin Fengxing's continued bewilderment, the elder steps back to the spot where he had just appeared, saying, "Observed." No sooner had he spoken than he advanced a step forward and vanished from sight. "Huh?" Lin Fengxing is once again left speechless. "Don't panic. I am right beside you." The elder's voice echoes once more in Lin Fengxing's ear. Hearing the voice yet seeing no one, Lin Fengxing feels as if he is trapped in a dream. He pinches his face, and the pain confirms the reality of the situation. He still cannot fathom how it is possible to conceal one's form without being a master. "Do not dawdle." The elder reappears, waving his hand in front of Lin Fengxing. Roused from his stupor, Lin Fengxing gazes at the elder, filled with questions. "Young one, did you procure the ginseng?" The gray-clad elder disregards Lin Fengxing's confusion and directly inquires. Yes. The ginseng cost over 90,000 gold coins. Here is the change," Lin Fengxing hurriedly replies, presenting the ginseng and the remaining coins to the elder. The gray-clad elder inspects the ginseng, nodding, "Not bad. Though it's only 50 years old. Acquiring it for under 100,000 gold coins is commendable." He casually tosses the coins aside. "Young one, I ask you, this place is called Donglu Town, correct?" The elder shifts the topic. "Indeed." "Very well, tell me about the circumstances in Donglu Town." "Oh, this is Donglu Town, and Misty Peak where we stand also belongs to it. Donglu Town has a population of around several tens of thousands." Lin Fengxing shares intermittently, as he is well acquainted with the town's details due to his family's stature. The elder listens intently, nodding occasionally without interruption. "Have you noticed an influx of strangers lately, or do you sense any changes in the town?" The elder suddenly inquires. "Strangers? I have not noticed any," Lin Fengxing reflects carefully. Finding no peculiarities in the town, it seems they have not detected my presence. In that case, I shall remain here in seclusion to heal," the gray-clad elder muses aloud. After a prolonged period of contemplation, the elder appears to reach a decision, nodding slowly as he approaches Lin Fengxing. Young one, I am deeply grateful for your life-saving assistance yesterday. Were it not for you, I might have met my demise. It was nothing, Lin Fengxing responds. How fares your injury, old sir? Ah, healing is no simple matter. This wound may take a decade or perhaps even a lifetime to mend. However, with the ginseng you acquired, it will at least prevent my condition from worsening. The elder replies dejectedly. The assailant was exceedingly ruthless, nearly shattering his internal organs. Were it not for his moderate strength, he might have perished on the spot. Even so, the injury is not easily remedied. It has merely stabilized for now. A decade? Lin Fengxing exclaims in disbelief. Ha, no need to dwell on that. Young one, you saved my life. How would you like me to repay you? The elder lifts his head, smiling at Lin Fengxing, though the smile seems somewhat forced. Repay? I was initially taken aback, but then an idea struck me. Old sir, may I ask you a few questions first? Lin Fengxing, not expecting repayment, sees no reason to decline the elder's offer but wishes to clarify certain matters first. The elder, upon hearing this, casts a meaningful glance at Lin Fengxing, a smile of appreciation gracing his lips. He truly admires this composed and not blindly impulsive young lad. Certainly, but you may only ask 3. Chapter 6. Illusions. The first question, Elder, to what level has your skill reached? Once, I was among the ranks of first-rate masters, but now, I fear I can barely be considered a novice in the realm of third-rate masters. What does this mean? Lin Fengxing inquired in astonishment. Could it be that this elder's prowess has actually diminished? What I mean is, before my injury, I was still able to stand among first-rate masters. But now, wounded, I can at most exhibit the level of a novice third-rate master. Moreover, I must act with utmost caution to avoid aggravating my injuries. Additionally, refrain from calling me old sir. It makes me sound quite aged. My surname is Yi. You may refer to me as Master Zhishuan. Master Zhishuan? Lin Fengxing echoed softly, then continued. I understand now, not so. For my second question, Master Zhishuan, who are you, and where do you hail from? Haha, young man. That constitutes 2 questions. Once I answer these, you may not pose any further inquiries. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Well then, please answer who you are. Who am I? Merely an elderly man. Lin Fengxing was momentarily speechless, standing there dumbfounded. Master Zhishuan, are you not evading the question? I am not evading. I truly am just an ordinary old man, without any other special identity. This is not fair. That question does not count. I shall change my inquiry. Lin Fengxing felt somewhat teased by the elder, growing slightly dissatisfied. That will not do, Master Zhishuan chuckled, observing Lin Fengxing's unwilling expression, and added, then I shall take a step back and tell you where I come from. Lin Fengxing was left speechless. What do you mean by taking a step back? It is evidently you, but he quickly responded. All right, I hail from the distant Deluozhou. Deluozhou? Lin Fengxing gazed at Master Zhishuan in astonishment. Deluozhou, a city 1,000 miles from Donglu town, is a place of immense prosperity. It is said to be a gathering ground for numerous masters, making it the most renowned location for cultivating skilled warriors in the entire martial arts world. A sacred land in the hearts of martial artists. Master Zhishuan, with your cultivation level, how long would it take to reach this place? Lin Fengxing inquired, knowing that only martial artists of the third-rate level can store true energy within their bodies, allowing them to fly. The higher the cultivation, the farther and faster one can travel. Does that count as the third question? Master Zhishuan squinted and retorted. Consider it as if I had not asked. I need to ponder my third question carefully. Lin Fengxing rolled his eyes in resignation. What should I ask? He muttered to himself. Suddenly, a light flickered in his mind as he looked at the formation mentioned by Master Zhishuan and asked, Master Zhishuan, could you explain the mysteries of this formation? The formation? Certainly, in the martial arts world. Do you know there are 3 professions? Master Zhishuan exhaled and then inquired. 3 professions? Lin Fengxing scratched his head, muttering softly, You are unaware. Seeing Lin Fengxing's reaction, Master Zhishuan furrowed his brow. Why father never mentioned it? Lin Fengxing replied honestly. Then let me enlighten you. The 3 major professions in the martial arts world are weaponsmiths, physicians, and formation masters. Weaponsmiths specialize in crafting weapons, physicians concoct elixirs and cultivate medicinal herbs, which may save your life in times of peril. Formation masters excel in arranging various formations, just as I did with the one I set up a few days ago. These three professions can also be learned by ordinary people. In the martial arts realm, you will often interact with them, especially weaponsmiths, unless you do not utilize weapons. Large sects have their own weaponsmiths, physicians, and formation masters. So there are such professions in martial arts. Lin Fengxing seemed to grasp something. Indeed, since you inquired about formations, allow me to elucidate. Formations are primarily divided into two categories, defensive and offensive. However, regardless of the type, they all require a formation eye. Once the formation eye is compromised, the formation collapses. A defensive formation, once activated, forms a powerful shield to protect the intended person or object. To breach this shield, the attacker's strength must surpass that of the one who set the formation. Otherwise, no matter how numerous the attackers, it is futile. Many large sects possess their own protective formations. Master Zhishuan, is this shield easily broken? The ease of breaking it depends on the strength disparity between the attacker and the one who set the formation. If the difference is minimal, it is nearly impossible. If the attacker is one level higher than the one who set the formation, the latter can hold out for at most an hour, and the more attackers, the shorter the duration. If the attacker is several levels above the one who set the formation, then the formation becomes almost ineffective. Then, what of offensive formations? Offensive formations do not directly attack individuals, but rather serve to ensnare them. The power of the formation also hinges on the strength of the one who set it. The stronger the one who sets the formation, the greater the power it wields. These formations utilize the interplay of the five elements to create illusions, leading those who enter into a state of disorientation. Illusions? Lin Fengxing repeated in confusion, his face a mask of bewilderment. Illusions are mere phantoms. Once you step into another's attacking formation, everything you perceive is false, and the phantoms can shift endlessly, regardless of their form. These phantoms can leave you utterly exhausted, and in severe cases, they may even reduce you to a mere shell of your former self. In short, once you enter another's attacking formation, you become like fish on a chopping block, at the mercy of others. Unless your strength vastly surpasses that of the one who set the formation, it is possible to remain trapped for years, or even a lifetime. Master Zhishuan, was the formation you set earlier defensive or offensive? That was a defensive formation, quite a simple one at that. True large formations are far more complex. Master Zhishuan, may I enter to have a look? Certainly. Observe these two branches, pass between them, but be careful not to disturb anything inside, lest you disrupt the formation. Master Zhishuan pointed to two branches on the ground. Lin Fengxing followed Master Zhishuan's instructions and saw that the two branches were spaced apart, creating an opening just wide enough for a person to pass through. He nodded and cautiously stepped inside. Immediately, a wondrous scene unfolded. After crossing the branches, Lin Fengxing's figure vanished. Master Zhishuan, I have entered. Can you see me? Lin Fengxing's voice came from outside the formation. Ahem, of course I cannot see you. Do you think the formation I set is merely for show? Master Zhishuan responded helplessly from outside the formation. Hee. Hearing Master Zhishuan's answer, Lin Fengxing chuckled dryly. Curiosity piqued as he looked around within the formation. The interior appeared no different from the exterior. The mountain remained the same, the trees unchanged, with nothing particularly remarkable, save for the clear visibility of the elder outside the formation. This looks no different. How is it that one cannot see inside from the outside? Lin Fengxing scratched his head, utterly perplexed, and after examining the surroundings to no avail, he walked back out. Master Zhishuan, can this formation shield from rain? Lin Fengxing could not help but ask, his curiosity about the formation growing stronger. Certainly. Can this formation be transported? Transported? Master Zhishuan was momentarily taken aback before understanding Lin Fengxing's intent. This formation can indeed be folded up and set up elsewhere. It is quite simple and does not require many materials. With that, Master Zhishuan stepped inside the formation and vanished from sight. Huh? Lin Fengxing exclaimed again, for he discovered that the previously invisible Master Zhishuan was now visible again. Everything remained the same, with the trees and grass identical to the scene outside the formation. Were it not for the elder's earlier words, Lin Fengxing might have thought he was seeing things. Chapter 7, Apprenticeship. Young lad, you have exhausted all your questions. Tell me, How would you like to express your gratitude? Master Zhishuan said leisurely as he stepped out. Lin Fengxing tilted his head, his eyes darting as he pondered what to request from this elder. Martial skills? No, that won't he do. The moment this thought crossed his mind, he immediately dismissed it. He surmised that if he were to ask this elder for martial skills, he would at most receive a rudimentary technique. However, for someone of this elder's caliber hailing from Deluozhou, producing a mid-level technique would not be out of the question. Although he was in dire need of martial skills, to request merely a basic technique from such a legendary figure seemed too wasteful. Such an opportunity is rare. Thus, it should be approached with greater ambition. Yet, aside from martial skills, what else could he possibly ask for? Suddenly, Lin Fengxing's eyes brightened as if he had come up with an idea. He gazed at Master Zhishuan and, mustering his courage, approached him. Master Zhishuan. Have you made up your mind? Seeing the cunning expression on Lin Fengxing's face, Master Zhishuan was struck by an ominous premonition, feeling rather like a sheep being eyed by a wolf. Well, Master Zhishuan, I was wondering if you might consider taking me on as your disciple. Lin Fengxing endeavored to adopt a flattering demeanor. He had just realized that if he could have this elder personally guide his training, it would be of immense benefit to him. Moreover, once he became Master Zhishuan's disciple, would he not have the freedom to learn the martial skills possessed by the elder? Upon hearing this request, Master Zhishuan was momentarily taken aback. He squinted at Lin Fengxing, assessing him. Practicing body level 7, not bad. You appear to be in your teens. Achieving body level 7 at such a young age is considered above average even in Deluozhou. Lin Fengxing's heart soared with joy, a radiant smile blooming on his face as he excitedly asked, Master Zhishuan, does this mean you agree? Master Zhishuan cast a sidelong glance at Lin Fengxing, revealing a knowing smile. While your talent is commendable, I must regretfully inform you that I do not take on disciples. Perhaps you should make a different request. The smile on Lin Fengxing's face instantly froze, leaving him momentarily dazed. Master Zhishuan, why do you not accept disciples? Lin Fengxing pressed, his dissatisfaction evident. Little one, do you have any idea how much effort is required to take on a disciple? You must take responsibility for them, patiently guide them, and resolve their doubts. Watching them grow is a long and arduous process. Do you think it is as simple as casually apprenticing to a master in those large sects? Receiving a few pointers? I cherish my freedom and do not wish to endure such burdens, Master Zhishuan replied, rolling his eyes with a serious demeanor. Oh, I see, Lin Fengxing murmured softly. Therefore, little one, consider making another request. Other requests? This is my only request. Lin Fengxing began to act stubbornly. Hey, little one, you must propose something. I do not wish to owe anyone a favor, especially not one of such magnitude. How about I offer you a martial technique instead? Master Zhishuan furrowed his brow, casting a tempting bait towards Lin Fengxing. A martial technique? What level? Of course, it would be of a low grade. Do you think I could provide you with anything higher? Master Zhishuan said helplessly. No. If you were to give me something, it must be a top-tier technique. Lin Fengxing decisively refused without a moment's hesitation. Do you think a mere low-level martial technique could appease me? Master Zhishuan nearly choked on his words. Little one, what do you take martial techniques for? You demand a top-tier one without hesitation. Up until now, I have yet to even encounter an advanced technique. How dare you ask for a top-tier one? The 2 low-level techniques I possess are all I have. Master Zhishuan rolled his eyes, resigned. He realized that this little rascal was not so easy to deal with after all. No, either give me a top-tier martial technique, or accept me as your disciple, Lin Fengxing stated bluntly. Since you cannot provide a top-tier technique, you must take me on as an apprentice. Once you become my master, your martial techniques would naturally be mine to learn. Furthermore, I am quite interested in the formation you demonstrated earlier. Lin Fengxing thought smugly to himself. Master Zhishuan, with a headache, furrowed his brow, slowly rising to his feet and stepping aside to ponder. Meanwhile, Lin Fengxing sat by, reveling in his misfortune. Since Master Zhishuan claimed he did not wish to owe anyone a favor, he had to choose between providing a top-tier martial technique or accepting Lin Fengxing as a disciple. As he could not produce a top-tier technique, the only option left was to take Lin Fengxing on as a disciple. With this thought, Lin Fengxing could not help but smile. Accepting disciples? although he has considerable talent. However, Master Zhishuan paced slowly, grappling with his internal conflict. After a long period of contemplation, Master Zhishuan finally resolved, alas, let it be decided. Having said that, he approached Lin Fengxing, gazing at the unrestrained smile on his face, and said with irritation, "Little one, I certainly cannot provide a top-tier martial technique. As4. It does not matter, old sir. Just accept me as your disciple." Before Master Zhishuan could finish, Lin Fengxing interjected, his smile growing ever more radiant, as if he had successfully executed a cunning scheme. Seeing Lin Fengxing's beaming face, Master Zhishuan sighed softly. Had he known this little rascal was so troublesome, he would have simply handed him a martial technique instead of allowing him to choose. Do not rejoice too soon. Allow me to finish my statement. Master Zhishuan spoke slowly. I do not have a top-tier martial technique, and as I mentioned, I do not accept disciples. Lin Fengxing was taken aback, his smile instantly freezing, staring blankly at Master Zhishuan. Master Zhishuan, do you wish to go back on your word? Listen to me. Although I do not accept disciples, due to my current injuries, I may remain here for a few years to recuperate. I need to heal. What does this mean? Lin Fengxing inquired, perplexed. Were we not discussing the matter of accepting disciples? Why bring up your injuries? It means that during my recovery, I can guide and train you. But only if you can endure the hardship. As for what you can learn, that depends on your talent and effort. I will teach you to the best of my ability. However, once my injuries heal, I will need to depart. Or, if I must leave for any reason in the interim, we will part ways without any debts owed to each other. Alternatively, I can give you 2 low-level martial techniques now as a token of gratitude for saving my life. The benefits of the former are unseen and unstable, while the latter's benefits are tangible and immediate. You may choose, do not think to haggle. This is my final bottom line. Master Zhishuan interrupted Lin Fengxing, who was about to speak. Lin Fengxing opened his mouth, only managing to utter a single word before falling silent. He had not fully grasped the situation. How had the initiative returned to Master Zhishuan in the blink of an eye? Was it my turn to choose? This was not what I had envisioned. Moreover, from his words, it seemed he was subtly hinting at me to choose the latter option. Then, Master Zhishuan, during the time you guide me, can I learn those 2 low-level martial techniques? Lin Fengxing pondered for a moment, then cautiously asked Master Zhishuan. With a light chuckle, Master Zhishuan cast a deep gaze at Lin Fengxing, astonished at his composed attitude. I have already stated, how much you can comprehend from this experience relies entirely on your talent and diligence. I will do my utmost to guide you. However, I must clarify beforehand that one of these martial techniques requires reaching the 8th level of body training before you can practice it, while the other requires you to be at the Qi cultivation stage to begin. This means I will only impart them to you once you reach the corresponding levels. Master Zhishuan's assurance prompted Lin Fengxing to immediately express his decision. In that case, I choose the first technique. Please instruct me, Master. Are you certain? Master Zhishuan raised an eyebrow, questioning him. Absolutely, Lin Fengxing replied with a smile. Though the latter option appeared more practical, Lin Fengxing did not share that view. While he had not gained a martial technique this time, he was still young, and opportunities were plentiful. However, the chance to receive guidance from a top-tier expert might never come again. Furthermore, he would eventually have the opportunity to learn those 2 martial techniques. Even if he could not learn them immediately, gaining insights from a top-tier expert was an immense benefit. It was worth noting that in Donglu Town, no experts had ever appeared, and no one had imparted valuable experiences. His father, in his 30s, was merely a mediocre beginner. Now that he had the chance, Lin Fengxing naturally would not let it slip away. Wasn't this precisely why he sought out Master Zhishuan as his mentor? Although he had not formally apprenticed, it was essentially the same. Very well then. Master Zhishuan nodded slowly in agreement. Master Zhishuan, when shall we commence our training? Lin Fengxing inquired eagerly. Tomorrow. Today. I still need to recuperate from my injuries. Master Zhishuan, why not rest at my home? Considering that dwelling in the mountains was not ideal, Lin Fengxing proposed. Upon hearing this, Master Zhishuan seemed to recall something significant and spoke sternly to Lin Fengxing. From now on, do not disclose any information about me to anyone. Furthermore, the techniques I teach you must not be demonstrated for the time being. That if you do, I will cease my guidance. Can you manage that? Huh? Why? Lin Fengxing asked, perplexed. The reason is not for you to know. Just remember, do not mention this matter to anyone, including your closest kin. If you cannot comply, inform me now, and I can give you 2 martial techniques as compensation. I promise to keep it confidential. But Master Zhishuan, if I cannot use the techniques I learn, what is the point of learning them? Lin Fengxing hesitated to inquire. I mean that you must not use them in the short term. Not forever. The specific duration will depend on the circumstances, ranging from half a year to a year, or even 2 to 3 years. Can I invite you to my home? Not possible. I cannot allow anyone to discover my whereabouts. During this time, you should also keep an eye out for any unfamiliar experts appearing in the city. Master Zhishuan shook his head, explaining. Then, Master Zhishuan, where will you stay? There are no suitable caves for residents in the mountains. I have my own arrangements. You need not worry. Now, you should return. I need to heal. As soon as he finished speaking, Master Zhishuan rose and walked towards the formation, not waiting for Lin Fengxing's response. Watching Master Zhishuan's figure vanish into the formation, Lin Fengxing stood still for a moment in contemplation before nodding, and turning to head home. As he descended the mountain, Lin Fengxing walked while pondering the reasons behind Master Zhishuan's prohibition against demonstrating techniques. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly heard someone calling him. The voice belonged to his younger brother, Lin Rong. Brother. Lin Fengxing looked up to see Lin Rong rushing toward him, waving his hands excitedly. Xiao Rong, Lin Fengxing murmured, hurrying to meet him. Brother, it's bad. Cousin Lin Mingtang and Su Zitao are fighting outside the south gate. Lin Rong exclaimed breathlessly. What? Lin Fengxing was taken aback, quickly asking, where? Right outside the south gate. Hurry. Without waiting for a response, Lin Fengxing grabbed Lin Rong and sprinted toward the south gate. What happened? Did I not tell you not to provoke anyone from the Su family? Why are you fighting? Lin Fengxing inquired. We did not provoke them. Today, Cousin Lin Mingtang suggested we go out to buy something and asked if we would join him. We had not been outside for several days. So we agreed. However, we were deceived out of our money at the market. When we chased them to the south gate, we realized it was a trap. The Su family was waiting for us there. Lin Rong explained. Did you not go look for Uncle Lin? The south gate is quite close to the market. No. Su Zitao said this was a matter for the 2 families' juniors, and that we need not seek help. He also claimed they could easily defeat us with just their 6th level of body training. Lin Rong replied. Lin Fengxing frowned and asked, how many of them are there? Who is the strongest? There are 5 in total, and the strongest is Su Zitao. Isn't Su jamming around? He is not here. We must hurry. Su Zitao. What exactly do you want? Lin Ming coldly inquired. Not much, merely a chance encounter. Why not engage in a friendly contest? It has been some time since we last sparred. I wonder if you dare to accept the challenge. Ha ha. Su Zitao observed Lin Ming's ashen countenance and spoke leisurely. A sense of delight swelling within him. Although both were at the 6th level of physical training, in their previous encounters, Su Zitao had always been at a disadvantage. After mastering martial arts, he had been restricted from using them. Now, however, the tables had turned, and he was finally free to confront Lin Ming without reservations. This should be his first bout against Lin Ming since acquiring martial skills, he mused, chuckling inwardly at the impending outcome. In response to Su Zitao's blatant provocation, Lin Ming's face darkened with rage. His shoulders trembled, fists clenched tightly. Yet, after a moment, he gradually relaxed his grip. It was not that he feared the confrontation, but rather that he could not engage. Both Su Zitao and Su Feng were at the 6th level, while the other 3 were between the 2nd and 3rd levels. On his side, apart from himself at the 6th level, only Lin Hai was at the 5th level. With the remaining 2 merely at the 2nd level, in a real fight, even if the opponents refrained from using martial techniques, he would have no chance of victory. But would they refrain? If they did use martial techniques, the stakes would escalate beyond mere victory or defeat, potentially leading to serious injury or even death. He could not afford such risks. What's the matter? Afraid? Su Zitao taunted, a mocking grin on his face. Haha, are the Lin family members so cowardly? Seeing Lin Ming's silence, Su Zitao continued to provoke him. Lin Ming, do not be too arrogant, for I shall play along. I'm curious to see how much progress you have made since mastering martial arts. Come on. Ultimately unable to contain himself in the face of Su Zitao's taunts, Lin Ming stepped forward, shouting, Enough! Lin Ming, brother! Lin Hai exclaimed anxiously. knowing full well that Lin Ming was no match for Su Zhetao. However, before he could finish his words, Lin Ming raised a hand to silence him. I know my limits. Seeing that Lin Ming had indeed fallen for his provocation, a cunning smile crept across Su Zhetao's lips as he lunged forward with a fierce assault. As Su Zhetao's ferocious onslaught approached, Lin Ming's expression grew grave. He could clearly sense that Su Zhetao was no longer the same opponent he had once known. A moment's carelessness could result in being utterly crushed by this strike. The force of Su Zhetao's palms surged toward him, yet Lin Ming dared not act recklessly. He chose to evade the attack. He understood well that a head-on clash would yield no favorable outcome. With a deft leap, he narrowly dodged Su Zhetao's lethal blow. Whoosh! Su Zhetao's fist whistled past Lin Ming's cheek, creating a powerful gust of wind that even ruffled Lin Ming's hair. After successfully evading the assault, Lin Ming swung his right fist, propelled by a fierce gust, aiming directly for Su Zhetao's chest. Having missed his initial strike, Su Zhetao's arm was still extended, and before he could react, Lin Ming's fist was already bearing down upon him. He hastily raised his other hand to defend himself. Bang! A resounding impact echoed. Before Su Zhetao could retract his hand, Lin Ming's fist struck solidly against his chest. Staggering back 2 steps, Su Zhetao managed to regain his balance quickly. Fortunately for him, Lin Ming lacked martial prowess. Otherwise, that punch would have inflicted serious harm. Su Zhetao's expression darkened. Realizing he was at a disadvantage after the first exchange, he swiftly leaped, shielding his chest with both hands, and launched into a second round of attacks against Lin Ming. Seeing this unfold, Lin Ming's expression tightened. His teeth clenched as he summoned his strength, bravely facing Su Zhetao's challenge. Chapter 9. 1 against 2 with a thunderous crash. The two figures collided, and Lin Ming was abruptly propelled backward like an arrow. With a heavy thud, he crashed to the ground, sliding along the surface and leaving a long scratch behind. Lin Ming pressed his hand against his chest, his complexion pale and breaths rapid. Lin Ming, are you all right? Lin Hai rushed to Lin Ming's side, helping him up with concern etched on his face. I am fine. Lin Ming waved his hand dismissively. Responding with nonchalance in their earlier confrontation, Su Zhetao's swift palm had struck his chest, and Lin Ming had failed to evade in time. Yet, all of this transpired in a fleeting moment, unnoticed by onlookers. Though his injuries were not severe, the pain was palpable. It appeared that the Su family's martial techniques had not been fully mastered by them. Lin Ming, is this all you are capable of? Su Zhetao sneered, his gaze dripping with contempt. Lin Ming returned his gaze coldly, his lips moving, yet ultimately he remained silent. Su Zhetao, do not be too arrogant. Once my cousin Lin Fengxing arrives, you shall see. Lin Hai retorted indignantly. Lin Fengxing? Ha ha ha. We have come precisely for him today. I will make you witness that even Lin Fengxing shall fall beneath our feet. The Lin family is no longer a match for the Su family. Su Zhetao declared boldly, unafraid. Just you few? A voice from the distance carried a hint of disdain. Cousin? Lin Hai turned to see Lin Fengxing and Lin Rong approaching swiftly, his face lighting up with joy as he called out. Lin Fengxing hurried forward, assessing the injuries of Lin Ming and the others, frowning as he inquired, Are you all right? No worries, I took a hit from Su Zhetao, but I am fine now, Lin Ming replied with a wry smile. Lin Fengxing nodded slightly, turning to question Su Zhetao coldly, You are making such a fuss just to find me? Indeed, Lin Fengxing, do not think that your 7th level of physical training instills fear in us. Although none among us possess that level, you shall not leave here unscathed today, Su Zhetao replied with equal severity. Oh? Do you truly believe that mastering martial techniques allows you to contend with me? I shall see for myself just how formidable your martial skills are with that. Lin Fengxing clenched his fists and charged towards Su Zhetao. Upon witnessing Lin Fengxing's approach, Su Zhetao's eyes twitched slightly. Although Su Jiaming had mentioned that he could remain undefeated against Lin Fengxing, he still felt uncertain. As Lin Fengxing drew closer, he cast aside his doubts and stepped forward to meet him with an open palm. A resounding impact echoed as their fists and palms collided before they quickly separated. Su Zhetao staggered back 4 steps before managing to stabilize himself, while Lin Fengxing stood firm like a mountain. Well done, cousin. That was a splendid strike. Lin Rong cheered excitedly from the sidelines. Su Zhetao, is this your Su family's martial skill? It seems you are far inferior to what Su Jiaming has learned. If that is the case, refrain from boasting, lest you invite humiliation upon yourself. Lin Fengxing's gaze sharpened, laced with mockery, though the hands behind his back began to heat up. Unbeknownst to anyone, Hu Zitao's expression darkened as he glanced at Lin Fengxing. His hands trembling involuntarily. Tio himself, he thought. It seems I have underestimated him. Lin Fengxing, I am at the 6th level, you at the 7th. What is there to boast about in your advantage? Besides, I never intended to challenge you alone. My plan is to join forces with Lu Feng to take you on. Do you dare accept this challenge? With your 7th level strength, surely you can handle 2 at the 6th level with ease? Su Zitao proposed grimly. Point 2. Haha. A derisive smile crept onto Lin Fengxing's lips. He scoffed inwardly, 2 against 1. Do they take me for a fool? Perhaps others would hesitate, but the audacity of proposing such a request while possessing martial skills is shameless. To say the least. What's the matter? Are you afraid? I know the Lin family members are all cowards. If you do not dare, then beg for mercy. Simply utter the words, and we shall let you go. Believing Lin Fengxing to be intimidated by his silence, Su Zitao pressed on. Lin Fengxing seemed not to hear Su Zitao's words. He slowly approached Lin Ming, softly inquiring, Can you all still fight? Lin Ming was taken aback, looking at Lin Fengxing with confusion as he replied, I can, though I have minor injuries, they are not significant. Cousin, what is your plan? Lin Fengxing revealed a mysterious smile. I have tested Su Zitao's martial skills, and they are not impressive. I can handle him with ease. However, with Lu Feng's involvement, maintaining an undefeated stance may prove somewhat challenging. Nevertheless, it should be manageable to hold them off for a while. What you must do is this. When I engage Su Zitao and Lu Feng, the remaining 1 at the 5th level and the 3 at the 4th level should not be enough to employ martial skills. Therefore, target those who attacked you earlier and return the favor twofold. Do you understand? Understood. The excitement gleamed in Lin Hai and the others' eyes. They were eager to repay the earlier humiliation. And what about you? Lin Ming asked attentively. As you engage in battle, they will undoubtedly be distracted, and that will present me with my opportunity, Lin Fengxing replied, narrowing his eyes. Xiao Ming, you are at the 6th level. Dealing with 1 at the 5th and 1 at the 4th should be a piece of cake. Correct? Of course, even injured, I can still handle them effortlessly. All right, Xiao Hai, you are at the 5th level. You can manage the remaining 2 at the 4th level, right? Rest assured, brother. I will return to them thrice the punishment they dealt out. Good, Xiao Rong, you 3 should refrain from participating. You are only at the 2nd level, so be cautious not to injure yourselves. Just observe from the sidelines. Lin Fengxing instructed Lin Rong and the other 2. Understood, brother. Though Lin Rong felt reluctant, seeing Lin Fengxing's resolute demeanor, he could only comply or not be discontent. Now you see the gap in strength. You must train diligently from now on, Lin Fengxing admonished, glaring at Lin Rong, who wore an unwilling expression. Have you all come to a decision? Su Zitao urged impatiently. Speak. Will you accept the challenge, or will you choose to beg for mercy? Rest assured, if you plead for mercy, we shall let you off. Ha ha. As soon as I make my move, you shall act, but be careful not to strike my face. Lin Fengxing cautioned Lin Ming. Understood. Su Zitao, come. I wish to see who ends up begging for mercy in the end. 1 against 2, I accept. Su Zitao's lips curled into a triumphant smile, for this was the scene he had eagerly anticipated. Do you truly believe we will engage in one-on-one confrontations as we did in the past? Su Feng, take action. Su Zitao swiftly issued the command to Su Feng, seemingly apprehensive that Lin Fengxing might reconsider. He charged forward first. Yet, facing the 2 assailants, Lin Fengxing's expression remained utterly unperturbed, his stillness appearing to others as a manifestation of extreme shock. However, only Lin Fengxing understood that he could not allow them to collaborate in their assault. He would not be able to withstand their combined force for long. The only viable strategy was to defeat them one by one, as their martial skills still possessed a significant destructive capability in their hands. Seeing Lin Fengxing remain motionless, a glint of ferocity flashed in Su Zitao's eyes, prompting him to increase his force by 20%. He dashed forward with the swiftness of the wind, accompanied by the sharp sound of slicing air, launching a fierce strike towards Lin Fengxing's chest. Chapter 10. An undeniable fact in that fleeting moment. Lin Fengxing finally sprang into action. He deftly shifted his stance, tilting his head slightly to evade the violent blow. Immediately following, he retaliated with remarkable speed, landing a powerful punch squarely on Su Zitao's chest before the latter could react. Bang! With a resounding thud, Su Zitao's complexion drained of color as he clutched his chest, stumbling backward. Yet, Lin Fengxing offered him no respite, charging at him once more with astonishing speed. Su Zitao, caught off guard by Lin Fengxing's swiftness, hastily attempted to dodge to the side. Observing this, a barely perceptible smile crept onto Lin Fengxing's lips. This was precisely the outcome he sought. Just as Lin Fengxing was about to close the distance to Su Zitao, the latter braced himself for confrontation, but Lin Fengxing unexpectedly shifted his target, lunging towards the approaching Su Feng. Su Feng, who was poised to assist Su Zitao, was taken aback to see Lin Fengxing barreling towards him. His heart raced as he quickly assumed a defensive stance, but it was too late. Lin Fengxing's fist was already within striking distance, and he could only watch helplessly as it loomed larger. Bang! Another heavy blow landed forcefully on Su Feng's visage, instantly distorting his features. Lin Fengxing showed no mercy with this strike, fully aware that he must incapacitate one of them to prevent a united front against himself. Clearly, Su Feng was the weaker of the two. Su Zitao, witnessing Lin Fengxing inflict severe injuries upon them both, was consumed by rage and rushed forward, only to be jolted back to reality by the anguished cries that echoed around him. Turning back, he was astonished to see his own men being decimated by Lin Ming and Lin Hai. Lin Fengxing did not cease his assault after bringing down Su Feng. He continued to deliver successive blows, each one landing with pinpoint accuracy on vital areas, yet controlled just enough to avoid inflicting fatal damage, ensuring his opponents were rendered incapable of fighting back. He understood that if he inflicted too much harm, the Su family would not let it slide and might hasten their plans, which would create complications. Su Feng had barely begun to employ his martial techniques when Lin Fengxing overwhelmed him, leaving him powerless to retaliate. Perhaps at this moment, he realized that while martial skills could enhance offensive capabilities, they did not bolster one's defensive prowess. Each punch from Lin Fengxing left him in agony, a stark reflection of his inadequacy. Indeed, martial skills enhance attack power, not defense. Su Jiaming likely overlooked this fact. Otherwise, he would not have rashly sent his brothers into battle. Even with finely honed martial skills, one only gains the ability to engage. It does not guarantee the capacity to withstand an opponent's strike. Once vulnerabilities are exposed, the opportunity for confrontation can be lost entirely, as was the case with Su Feng. As Lin Fengxing unleashed another heavy punch, Su Feng collapsed, unable to rise. Blood erupted from Su Feng's mouth. Su Feng. Hearing this, Su Zitao snapped back to attention and hurried to Su Feng's side. Concern etched on his face. "Are you all right?" Su Feng merely coughed painfully twice. "Don't worry, he won't die. He has just coughed up some blood," Lin Fengxing coldly interjected from the side. "Lin Fengxing, if you have the guts, confront us openly. What is the meaning of these underhanded tactics?" Su Zitao accused angrily. If Su Feng had been on guard, how could he have been so easily defeated? In a fair fight, even a half-hour struggle wouldn't he have left us in such disarray. But who could have anticipated that Lin Fengxing would suddenly shift his attack to Su Feng? Ultimately, it is still a matter of inexperience. Openly? And what do you call the actions of Lin Ming and the others? Where is Su Jiaming? Do you truly think your group can easily defeat me? You underestimate the Lin family, Lin Fengxing remarked dismissively. Unbeknownst to him, Su Jiaming had been confined. Otherwise, it might have been he who was bleeding now. However, had he known Su Jiaming was present, he would not have acted so recklessly and would have taken precautions. Another cry of anguish pierced the air, prompting Su Zitao to turn and glare at Lin Fengxing. "Lin Fengxing, do not push your luck. It is time to call it a day." Lin Fengxing glanced towards the source of the commotion, spotting several young members of the Su family being besieged by Lin Ming and Lin Hai, who were mercilessly raining down blows upon them, leaving them powerless to defend themselves. Some were even unable to evade, enduring the onslaught like a downpour of fists and feet. "Enough, that's sufficient," Lin Fengxing called out to Lin Ming. He recognized that if this continued, the Su family's members might not even be able to stand. He did not wish for matters to escalate. nor could he afford for them to do so. If the situation intensified at this moment, it would benefit neither the Lin nor the Su family. He surmised that Su Zitao and his group were acting in secrecy. Otherwise, they would not have excluded Su Jiaming. Thus, he had previously cautioned Lin Ming and the others to avoid any overt displays of violence, to prevent any obvious signs of conflict. Lin Ming, leading a reluctant Lin Hai, approached Lin Fengxing. Upon witnessing Su Feng on the ground, bloodied and battered, Lin Ming felt a pang of shock. He had been so focused on the younger members of the Su family that he had neglected the broader picture. He had not anticipated that Lin Fengxing would incapacitate Su Feng to such an extent in the blink of an eye. "Brother Lin Fengxing, this is exhilarating. I have yet to have my fill," Lin Hai exclaimed, his face radiating excitement. Lin Fengxing merely smiled faintly before turning to Su Zitao. "Do you intend to continue?" Upon hearing this, Su Zitao involuntarily furrowed his brow. He glanced back at his companions, who were groaning in pain, clutching their waists and legs. Their earlier bravado was nowhere to be found. Seeing their pitiful state, he understood the gravity of their losses. "Lin Fengxing, do not become too complacent. I will remember this debt. We will return for you." Su Zitao growled under his breath, filled with resentment. He knew he could not contend with Lin Fengxing alone. If the battle continued, his outcome would likely be no better than Su Feng's. He had intended to salvage Su Jiaming's honor, but had inadvertently implicated his own companions, filling him with rage and a sense of helplessness. For without strength, all was but empty talk. No matter. "Feel free to take note. I shall await your return at any time," Lin Fengxing replied nonchalantly. "However, you once stated that this was merely a dispute among our younger generations. I trust you will not inform the elders of this affair?" When he referred to the elders, he meant the senior members of the Su family. Lin Fengxing feared little else but that this trivial matter might provoke a war between the two families, a consequence he wished to avoid. After all, the current Lin family might not yet be able to contend with the Su family, especially in the absence of his father. "I have promised that this is a matter for the younger generations. Therefore, it shall not be disclosed," Su Zitao replied, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Fengxing, his expression dripping with sarcasm. "What, are you afraid? Afraid that the Su family might take action against the Lin family? If the Su family truly had the courage, they would have acted by now. The fact that they have yet to do so indicates that we both know the truth. Ultimately, your strength is insufficient. Thus, there is no need for you to inflate your self-importance. Why Lin family does not fear your Su family. If you doubt it, feel free to test us," Lin Fengxing responded with poise, remaining unfazed by Su Zitao's provocation. Su Zitao glared at Lin Fengxing, yet he found himself at a loss for words, for he understood that Lin Fengxing spoke an undeniable truth. The Su family currently lacked the requisite strength to challenge the Lin family. Chapter 11. Guidance. I am merely concerned for your well-being. If you do not mind others knowing that the younger members of the Su family were soundly defeated outside the city to the point of being unable to retaliate, then it matters not if this information spreads. After all, the embarrassing predicament is your own," Lin Fengxing continued. Upon hearing this, Su Zitao's face broke into a smug grin, brimming with pride. "Lin Fengxing, I have no desire to engage in a war of words with you. However, I must caution you. Just 1 year, at most 1 year, and we shall utterly vanquish the Lin family, leaving no trace behind at that time. I will defeat you so thoroughly that you will not be able to utter a single word." "Su Zitao, do you believe we cannot silence you right now?" Lin Hai retorted angrily, indignant at Su Zitao's brazen demeanor. "Even in defeat, Xiao Hai, there is no need to stoop to the level of a deranged individual." Lin Fengxing soothed Lin Hai, then turned back to Su Zitao. "That day will never come. If such a day were to arrive, it would not be the Lin family that disappears without a trace, but rather your Su family." And no sooner had Lin Fengxing uttered these words than he motioned to Lin Ming and the others. "Let us return." As they observed the relaxed figures of Lin Fengxing and his companions departing, Su Zitao was consumed by rage, his complexion flushed, and his eyes nearly slitted into a line. "I will return for you." He resolved to diligently hone his martial arts upon his return, vowing to master the second technique before avenging the humiliation he suffered today. Little did he anticipate that the distance between him and Lin Fengxing would gradually widen from that moment onward. "Brother, That was quite exhilarating. Why didn't you teach Su Zitao a lesson as well? Lin Rong inquired, puzzled during their journey. Lin Fengxing exhaled deeply. Although the earlier confrontation had been brief, it had drained much of his energy. Had Su Zitao dared to advance, he feared he would struggle to endure. Fortunately, Su Zitao refrained from making any rash moves. Dio, you think I could so easily gain the upper hand against an opponent who is prepared? It's best not to dwell on this matter. How could you allow someone to steal your belongings? Brother Lin Fengxing, the one who robbed us was Su Feng, but at the time, we were oblivious and didn't suspect it was a trap. Lin Ming explained, his face flushed. Be cautious in the future. The Su family is no longer what it used to be. Try to avoid contact with them as much as possible. However, after today's events, I believe they will temper their behavior temporarily, Lin Fengxing advised, shaking his head. Brother, should we inform our second uncle and the others about today's incident? Lin Rong asked. There's no need. The matter has passed. And we haven't sustained serious injuries. Once you return, tend to your wounds with some medicine, Lin Fengxing replied. Understood, several of them responded in a scattered manner. Since Su Zitao and his companions had targeted Lin Fengxing, they had not been overly aggressive towards Lin Hai and the others, ensuring that any bruises could easily heal with a bit of ointment after a night's rest. Lin Fengxing and his companions chose not to inform their elders. Thus the elders remained unaware of the incident. Meanwhile, although Lin Ming and the others had been somewhat forceful, they had avoided targeting the face, and since they were incited by Su Jiaming, they dared not mention it to Su Jingxian and Su Yuxuan. Thus, the matter quietly subsided. As the night deepened, Lin Fengxing lay in bed, tossing and turning, replaying the day's events in his mind. He realized that had his family possessed martial skills, Su Zitao and his cohorts would never have dared to act so audaciously. Yet, he no longer worried about martial techniques, for Master Zhishuan had clearly informed him of 2 introductory martial arts he could learn. Once mastered, the Su family would surely be no match for him. What truly troubled him was why Master Zhishuan forbade him from utilizing these techniques and sharing them with others. In that case, even if Lin and Su families clashed, even if he independently mastered 2 sets of martial arts, he would still not stand a chance against Su Jingxian and Su Shanhe. The thought of this made him feel increasingly anxious. Xiaorong, Lin Fengxing called softly. Their brotherly bond was strong, and the younger members of the Lin family shared a harmonious relationship. Ever since Lin Fengxing could remember, he had played, dined, and even slept with Lin Rong. Lin Rong murmured sleepily, on the verge of dozing off. Xiaorong, starting tomorrow, you must intensify your training and reach the 8th level as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if you possess martial skills, you will be unable to cultivate them. At that point, you would only be at the mercy of others. Lin Fengxing mentioned the 8th level because Master Zhishuan had stated that one must reach at least that level to practice martial arts. Lin Rong replied, still half asleep. Lin Fengxing glanced at Lin Rong helplessly and decided to first master the techniques himself. What would tomorrow's ascent to the mountain entail? He wondered how Master Zhishuan would guide him. After a restless night, Lin Fengxing rose at dawn and made his way to the mountains. Upon reaching the summit, he initially planned to seek out Master Zhishuan immediately, but reconsidered due to the early hour. Instead, he approached a giant tree, leaped onto a branch, and began his morning exercises. Once he completed his workout, he proceeded towards Master Zhishuan's dwelling on the mountain. A solitary figure stood silently, expressionless, gazing into the distance as if lost in deep contemplation. His garments were soaked with morning dew, indicating he had been standing there for quite some time. Lin Fengxing recognized the figure from afar. There was no need for speculation, for he understood it to be Master Zhishuan. As Lin Fengxing approached Master Zhishuan, his mouth opened slightly, unsure of how to begin. Although they had agreed that Master Zhishuan would guide him in his training, the latter remained silent, and Lin Fengxing felt it inappropriate to urge him to speak, lest he appear impolite. Particularly upon seeing Master Zhishuan's somewhat distracted demeanor, he felt even more hesitant to break the silence. After some time, Master Zhishuan finally inquired, "Young man, do you know why martial artists must first strengthen their bodies?" "I understand. The foundation of martial arts lies in physical conditioning, as only a robust physique can store true energy," Lin Fengxing replied confidently. Since beginning his training, his father had instilled this principle in him, which he had always kept in mind. "Very good. but few are aware that within each person lies untapped potential. Once this potential is awakened, it can yield unforeseen benefits, Master Zhishuan said earnestly. Untapped potential? Lin Fengxing's eyes widened in confusion. He pondered why he had never heard of this before. Indeed, but awakening this potential is no simple task. It demands immense willpower. Did Master Zhishuan mean to guide him in unlocking the latent potential within himself? Lin Fengxing, not lacking in perception, recognized the depth of Master Zhishuan's words and asked for clarification. Precisely, Master Zhishuan replied, casting an appreciative glance at Lin Fengxing. However, the process of awakening one's potential is fraught with hardship. Many choose to abandon their pursuit due to the pain involved. Can you endure? I should be able to, Lin Fengxing initially asserted confidently, but as his gaze met Master Zhishuan's piercing eyes, he instinctively added, I suppose. Haha, young man, even if you cannot persevere, do not be concerned. I have stated before that my role is merely to guide you. Whether you succeed or not is entirely in your hands. Master Zhishuan chuckled. Chapter 12. Guidance 2. I firmly believe I can persist. Upon hearing Master Zhishuan's directive, Lin Fengxing responded somewhat displeased, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction towards the latter's apparent lack of responsibility. Start by running to the peak of this mountain, then weave between the peaks, Master Zhishuan instructed, pointing towards the summit. As you command, Lin Fengxing replied, setting off towards the peak. Noting Lin Fengxing's unhesitant rush towards the summit, Master Zhishuan regarded his retreating figure with mild surprise, then nodded thoughtfully and followed with a smile. Ha, Lin Fengxing panted as he returned. Master Zhishuan, I have completed the task. He had just followed Master Zhishuan's instructions, traversing between the two peaks over 10 times. Though he had previously engaged in running, it paled in comparison to this endeavor. Run another 10 times, Master Zhishuan commanded, his gaze sweeping over Lin Fengxing with a smile. Lin Fengxing's heart surged with frustration, feeling the urge to leap off the cliff. The distance was a daunting 4 or 5 miles. He had barely managed to push through the last round, and now he was expected to do it 10 more times? What a ridiculous notion, Master Zhishuan. May I have a moment's respite? Lin Fengxing pleaded, feeling as though his body no longer belonged to him, utterly drained and unable to continue. Very well, Master Zhishuan replied with a smile. Lin Fengxing was momentarily at a loss for words. Master Zhishuan's straightforwardness made him swallow the words of plea that had been on the tip of his tongue. I reiterate, it is my responsibility to guide you. Your success lies entirely with you. You could even rest on this mountain forever, and I would not mind. Lin Fengxing shot Master Zhishuan a helpless glance, sighed heavily, and turned to resume his run. Encountering such a mentor, one could only wonder whether it was a blessing or a curse. Having run less than 3 times, Lin Fengxing found himself utterly spent. He swallowed hard, gazing weakly ahead. The rocky terrain loomed before him, heat rising under the sun's rays. After a morning of running between these two peaks, he had reached his limit. He had not anticipated that awakening his potential would be such a grueling endeavor. Each step was accompanied by excruciating pain, his breath labored, and his legs felt as heavy as lead. I can't go on. I'm about to collapse. I need to rest, he gasped, sitting down heavily. Young one, if you stop now, all your prior efforts will be for naught. Master Zhishuan suddenly appeared, still smiling. Faced with Master Zhishuan's grin, Lin Fengxing found no humor in the situation. He even suspected that Master Zhishuan was toying with him. Nevertheless, he refrained from asking why, knowing that even if he did, Master Zhishuan would respond with the same dismissive words. Lin Fengxing rolled his eyes, struggling to rise, inhaling deeply before once more setting off to run. Time passed and suddenly, boom, crash, he misstepped and fell heavily, nearly tumbling over the cliff. Fortunately, he managed to grasp a small sapling just in time, stabilizing himself. After much effort, he finally stood up, clutching the branch and taking several deep breaths before continuing his arduous trek. Sweat trickled into his mouth, and he was too fatigued to wipe it away, feeling as though he had reached the limits of his physical endurance. Each step painfully slow. At last, he completed the 10 rounds. Lin Fengxing collapsed to the ground, his chest heaving violently, unwilling to move, wishing only to lie there. He had never felt such exhaustion before. Are you tired? Master Zhishuan reappeared before him, smiling as he asked. Lin Fengxing wanted to reply that he was indeed tired, but found himself too drained to utter a word. Continuing to practice would be beneficial for you, Master Zhishuan stated, prompting Lin Fengxing to freeze, lying on the ground as if he had forgotten to breathe. After a moment, he glared at Master Zhishuan. Master Zhishuan, you can't possibly be jesting with me, can you? He could not help but utter the question. I have told you, you may either continue lying down or rise to practice. The decision is yours, Master Zhishuan said with a chuckle, before walking to sit beneath the great tree to meditate. Lin Fengxing, suppressing his anger, slowly got up and approached Master Zhishuan, inquiring, what is the next training step? Squat jumps, 500 times, Master Zhishuan responded with his eyes closed. Upon receiving Master Zhishuan's instruction, Lin Fengxing's hands trembled involuntarily. Squat jumps, 500 times? He struggled internally, almost wanting to protest loudly to Master Zhishuan. Why not let me leap off a cliff? Perhaps that would grant me swifter liberation. However, he ultimately swallowed the words that were on the verge of escaping his lips. Reluctantly moving aside to commence the monotonous squatting and jumping exercises, he silently vowed, I shall see what potential such training can truly unleash if, after some time, I remain stagnant, then we shall settle the score. Lin Fengxing muttered to himself, contemplating that should he see no progress, he would demand 2 martial arts manuals from Master Zhishuan and part ways. This training was akin to torment, as he walked home. Lin Fengxing's legs trembled uncontrollably. After completing 500 squat jumps, Master Zhishuan added numerous other tasks, such as somersaults and running down the mountain. At this moment, the only thing Lin Fengxing desired was to sink into slumber. The sensation of hunger had vanished entirely, despite having devoured an entire wild chicken on the mountain, a quantity so great that even he was astonished. It was only later that he realized this might have been due to excessive exertion. I hope Master Zhishuan is not toying with me, Lin Fengxing said to himself. The thought of an early start the next day filled him with a desire to bang his head against a wall. Now, all he could do was place his hopes in Master Zhishuan's ability to awaken the dormant potential within him. After more than 10 days of training, Lin Fengxing finally erupted, believing that Master Zhishuan was mocking him, and demanded 2 martial arts manuals before severing ties. Yet, Master Zhishuan refused, claiming to have invested considerable effort. Lin Fengxing could choose to abandon the training, but he would not be granted the manuals. This left him exceedingly frustrated. After entangling with Master Zhishuan for 2 days without resolution, he was left with no choice but to resign himself and continue training. Another month passed, and Lin Fengxing still endured a brutal regimen. Despite the daily muscle soreness, he persevered, with his workload having nearly tripled compared to a month prior. Whenever he questioned Master Zhishuan, the latter would feign profundity, repeating the same refrain. You may choose not to do it. Take a rest, or even leave. I have always stated that I am merely a guide. How much you learn is entirely up to you. Over time, Lin Fengxing ceased to inquire, ascending the mountain each morning and returning home only after training until night fell. During one squat jump, Lin Fengxing suddenly felt a surge of warmth coursing through his calves, which then spread throughout his body. This sensation was brief yet intense. Once it dissipated, he felt invigorated, the fatigue of earlier swept away. He approached Master Zhishuan with this newfound change, who slowly opened his eyes to scrutinize him. Well done, you have triggered the potential within you. Your body is now stronger than before, even surpassing expectations by several days. Master Zhishuan nodded in approval, yet Lin Fengxing remained perplexed. Stronger? But why am I still at the 7th level of body training and unable to enter the 8th? Master Zhishuan explained, what I refer to as strength pertains to the internal. You are training the pressure resistance of your internal organs, which is unrelated to power. Lin Fengxing grew even more confused. If it is unrelated to power, then what is the significance of this training? Master Zhishuan replied, in the Qi training phase, this will be of great benefit. Due to the resilience of your body, the cyclone you can form will be far more potent. Lin Fengxing then realized. He understood that the cyclone would only form after reaching the 10th level of body training, serving as a reservoir for true energy. The larger the cyclone, the more abundant the true energy reserves. And thus, the stronger the powered in the Qi training phase, each elevation would exponentially increase true energy, and upon reaching the 3rd tier mastery, each breakthrough would significantly enhance the true energy capacity. He also comprehended that profound true energy offered a distinct advantage among peers. In evenly matched contests, the side with more abundant true energy often prevailed effortlessly. However, he had always believed that the size of the cyclone for true energy storage changed in tandem with power elevation. Never having heard of enhancing it through internal structure training. Chapter 13. Internal Training 1. Master Zhishuan. What constitutes the training of the internal musculature? How should one commence? This entails stimulating the internal organs to accelerate their functions without pause, pushing each organ's capabilities to the utmost. The stronger the internal musculature functions, the larger the cyclone that can be formed when entering the qi phase in the future. The larger the cyclone, the more abundant the stored true energy. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of eagerness sparkled in Lin Fengxing's eyes. If his true energy could far exceed that of others, would he not be invincible among his peers? It was at this moment that he truly understood that Master Zhishuan's previous strictness was not mere capriciousness but genuine care. Reflecting on this, he felt an increased respect for the elder before him. Master, if I persist with the training, how much more true energy could I accumulate compared to others of the same tier? Haha, that will depend on how resolute your will is. The path only grows more arduous. However, if you endure, the volume of true energy within you may even reach double that of others. Hiss. Lin Fengxing could not help but gasp, for even a mere doubling would be of immense benefit to him. If it doubles, does that mean I could effortlessly contend with two opponents of the same tier? Not quite, not quite. You have misunderstood, Dado. How so? It is not about being undefeated, but rather about achieving victory with ease. Winning easily? How is that possible? The total true energy of the two opponents is equivalent to mine. Do not forget, their true energy is combined to match yours. It is ultimately dispersed and thus not as fluid in use. Lacking in synergy. Unless they have trained together since childhood, you would surely defeat them with ease. Even with perfect coordination, you would emerge victorious, albeit at a slightly slower pace. Remember, 1 plus 1 does not necessarily equal 2. Observing Lin Fengxing's continued confusion, Master Zhishuan elaborated. In simple terms, during combat, you need only focus your full strength against one of them. Once he is defeated, the other will pose little threat. Lin Fengxing suddenly grasped the concept. Upon reflection, it indeed made sense. Even if the total true energy of the two opponents was equal, they remained separate entities. However, to cultivate true energy that was double that of his peers, he would have to endure immense hardship. What he was currently practicing was merely a warm-up. The true test lay ahead. Lin Fengxing gradually came to this realization. Such trials were not something an ordinary person could withstand. He was also at a dead end, persisting with a mindset of trying it out. Had it not been for Master Zhishuan's hope instilled in him that day, he might have already departed. If there are so many benefits, wouldn't others follow suit? Lin Fengxing inquired, puzzled. Haha, young one, do you believe such secret methods are known to all? Secret methods? Indeed, this can be termed a secret method. Master Zhishuan gazed upward as if lost in thought. After a long while, he returned to focus, looking at Lin Fengxing. Young one, I might as well tell you that this method was created by a master of martial kings. Lin Fengxing was astounded. Martial king? That is akin to a divine being. The legend spoke of martial kings who could command the winds and clouds. While there might be exaggerations, the tales still conveyed the terrifying power of martial kings. Master, have you encountered a martial king? I have not. I have not had that fortune. Then how do you know of this secret method? Ah, I heard about it. A glint of mischief flickered in Master Zhishuan's eyes as he chuckled. Heard about it? Has anyone practiced it? That, I cannot say. Master Zhishuan was evasive. In a way. You aren't using me as a test subject, are you? You aren't even certain of its authenticity and yet expect me to practice it? Lin Fengxing could not help but exclaim, having discarded the notion of respecting the elderly. Are all the hardships I have endured in vain? Ha, young one. I have laid out all the benefits. Whether you persist is entirely up to your will. I can assure you that this secret method is absolutely genuine. But the journey is arduous, Master Zhishuan said, looking at him with a smile, unperturbed by the lack of decorum shown. Gazing at Master Zhishuan's smile, Lin Fengxing involuntarily shivered. Despite the summer heat, he felt a chill run down his spine. Since Master Zhishuan began guiding him, He had always appeared to take delight in his suffering, as if the pain he endured was a source of amusement for the master. Rest assured, since I have begun, I will see it through to the end. I find this quite intriguing, Lin Fengxing said somewhat gloomily, aware that the days ahead would likely be exceedingly challenging. Yet, the thought of potentially possessing true energy far superior to that of his peers filled him with anticipation. Did the old man not say that this secret method was undoubtedly real? Upon hearing Lin Fengxing's response, a barely perceptible smile flickered across Master Zhishuan's lips before vanishing. Master, what will the subsequent training entail? Lin Fengxing inquired with curiosity, thinking that knowing in advance would allow him to prepare. You will understand in due time. Go now, continue your training. Strengthening the internal musculature will greatly enhance your power. Moreover, this secret method must not be disclosed, Master Zhishuan concluded, closing his eyes and disregarding Lin Fengxing any further. Lin Fengxing merely pouted and turned to leave. He had long grown accustomed to Master Zhishuan's enigmatic demeanor. If the master is unwilling to disclose, no amount of questioning will bear fruit. Under the scorching summer sun, particularly oppressive at noon, the creatures of the forest have retreated into hiding. Yet Lin Fengxing perseveres in his rigorous training. Having grasped the immense benefits of cultivating his inner physique, he dedicates himself with even greater fervor, although a flicker of doubt lingers in his heart. His agile form weaves through the mountain peaks. Seemingly tireless, descending from one summit, Lin Fengxing, utterly exhausted, leans against a great tree, seeking a brief respite. However, the words of Master Zhishuan echo suddenly in his ears. Do not pause. Once you stop, all efforts shall be rendered futile. With this thought, he grits his teeth and resumes his ascent towards the peak. A month has elapsed, and Lin Fengxing continues his routine of early rising and late returning, diligently training day after day. At the summit, a figure dances with agility. 102, 103. With each somersault, Lin Fengxing calls out. Master Zhishuan once inquired, if you do not shout, would it not conserve your energy? Lin Fengxing replied that it serves to motivate himself. With each shout, he feels one step closer to his goal. His ambition is to complete 1,000 somersaults daily. As prescribed by Master Zhishuan, he flips one after another without pause. Suddenly, a thud resounds. Lin Fengxing loses control and crashes to the ground, his face contorted in excruciating pain. Clenching his lips and fists tightly, his entire body trembles as though he is enduring immense agony. If one were to draw near, they would see that Lin Fengxing's body is flushed, muscles rigid, veins bulging, and tendons prominent, as if his whole being is convulsing. The moment of Lin Fengxing's fall, Master Zhishuan, who had been meditating with eyes closed, opens them momentarily, glancing quickly before shutting them again, as though everything unfolds according to his expectations. This state of distress persists for about a quarter of an hour before gradually subsiding. Throughout this time, Lin Fengxing grits his teeth in silence. When the searing pain finally abates, he lies on the ground, drenched in sweat as if he had just weathered a torrential downpour. After regaining a semblance of strength, he slowly rises. Standing firm, Lin Fengxing clenches his fists, sensing within him a newfound power and increasingly resilient physique. Murmuring to himself, I never anticipated breaking through to the 8th level of body training so swiftly. Chapter 14. Strengthening. Lin Fengxing reflects that it has been merely 5 months since his last breakthrough. He had initially estimated at least 6 months would be required for another, possibly even 7 or 8. However, unexpectedly, he achieved this milestone in just 5 short months. Little one, continue your efforts. More surprises await you in the future. Master Zhishuan's voice drifts gently from afar, leaving Lin Fengxing in a state of confusion. Could this be related to Master Zhishuan's training? A thought flashes through Lin Fengxing's mind as he incredulously mutters to himself, "Oh well, I shall follow his guidance. Perhaps it will indeed be beneficial." Pondering without conclusion, Lin Fengxing resolves to let things unfold naturally. Regardless, he is genuinely astonished that he has already surpassed to the 8th level of body training. Observing Master Zhishuan in meditation, Lin Fengxing allows a slight smile to grace his lips. This old fellow seems to have spoken the truth. As he returns home, wearied from his exertions, Lin Fengxing steps into the courtyard just as his younger brother Lin Rong announces their father's return. Stunned, Lin Fengxing remains frozen for a moment. After 2 months, Has father finally come back? Since the day Lin Yuntian set out in search of martial techniques, Lin Fengxing has kept this matter close to his heart. The significance of martial techniques is undeniable. Without them, the Lin family may cease to exist. It was only upon encountering Master Zhishuan and learning of the opportunity to study martial arts that he felt a sense of reassurance. Nevertheless, over the past 2 months, he has remained preoccupied with this concern, instructing Lin Rong to inform him immediately upon their father's return. After all, Master Zhishuan's martial techniques have yet to be revealed to the public, and he himself has not yet mastered them. Before he even enters the hall, Lin Fengxing hears his uncle's voice. "Elder brother, are we truly out of options?" Lin Fengxing's uncle anxiously queries a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe. "Lin Yuntian?" Lin Fengxing's father. With his back turned, Lin Yuntian stands with hands clasped behind him, deep in contemplation. Alas, Lin Yuntian suddenly sighs, slowly turning to reveal a visage once imposing, now marred by unmistakable fatigue. "We have run out of paths. You must contact someone swiftly to ascertain a safe location and send these young ones away. We cannot allow the Lin family to perish." Lin Yuntian's tone is laden with resignation. "But elder brother, this is our foundation. Shall we simply abandon it?" Lin Yuntian's brother argues. "No, we shall remain. We must see whether the Su family possesses the capability to consume us. However, we cannot allow the children to suffer alongside us. Elder brother, is there truly no glimmer of hope?" "None. Rest assured, even if they manage to annihilate the Lin family, I shall ensure they pay a heavy price." "Elder brother, enough. We shall proceed as I have instructed." Lin Fengxing's uncle attempts to speak further but is cut off by Lin Yuntian. As he watches his uncle depart, Lin Yuntian suddenly calls out, "Fengxing, come forth." After a moment, Lin Fengxing shyly appears at the doorway. "Father, when did you return?" he asks awkwardly. "Not long ago," Lin Yuntian replies. "Did you find any martial techniques?" "No, not even a hint of news." Although he had prepared himself mentally, Lin Fengxing is still taken aback by the answer. "Alas, I did encounter a manual, but the price was exorbitant. I lacked sufficient funds," Lin Yuntian explains. "Exorbitant?" Lin Fengxing's eyes widen in disbelief. He knows that his father took all of their family's 40,000 gold coins, yet still could not procure a martial technique, which gives him a newfound understanding of their value. That set of techniques was a palm technique, priced at 550,000 gold coins. Our family's assets barely amount to over 40,000. It is simply beyond our means, Lin Yuntian laments. "Father, was that the only one you found in these 2 months?" "Indeed, I had considered searching further afield, but time is of the essence. Fengxing, I have discussed with your uncle. Since we cannot find martial techniques, we plan to take you to a safe place." "Father, I do not wish to leave. We will find a way." Lin Fengxing asserts resolutely, "Listen, if we send you away, we can focus on dealing with the situation at hand. If the family truly falls, there will be others to avenge us. Father, I want to go. I believe we will find a solution." Lin Fengxing remains obstinate. Observing Lin Fengxing's determination, Lin Yuntian concedes, "We shall discuss this matter later." Seeing his father's weary demeanor, Lin Fengxing feels a pang of sympathy, wanting to reveal the truth about the martial techniques, yet the words catch in his throat. He had promised Master Zhishuan to keep it a secret, and he has not yet truly seen those techniques. Lin Fengxing recalls that Master Zhishuan mentioned a set of techniques requiring a minimum of the 8th level of body training to learn. Now that he has reached this level, it seems he should consult Master Zhishuan tomorrow. "Father, you should rest early." Lin Fengxing bows respectfully and turns to leave. Watching Lin Fengxing's retreating figure, Lin Yuntian cannot help but reflect. This child's talent grows increasingly astonishing. Yet, he remains unaware that Lin Fengxing's accomplishments today are not solely due to talent. Lin Fengxing strides directly into the training grounds. Although night has fallen, the area remains vibrant with life and bustling with voices. "Lin Fengxing, you've arrived." As soon as he crosses the threshold, Lin Hai spots him in the corner. "Elder brother Lin Fengxing." The crowd greets him warmly. "Elder brother Fengxing, it has been a while since we last saw you. I heard you have been diligently training on the mountain." Lin Hai approaches curiously. Lin Fengxing merely smiles faintly, offering no reply. He turns to Lin Ming, who is training hard nearby, and says, "Lin Ming, pause for a moment. Everyone gather round. I have something to announce." he learns that since their return from the city, Lin Ming has been training even more rigorously, dedicating nearly all his time here apart from sleeping and eating. Clearly, he remains unsatisfied with his prior performance, having been defeated by Su Zitao after only 2 exchanges. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Ming strikes the wooden post with several punches before panting heavily as he approaches Lin Fengxing. Elder brother Fengxing, what has happened? Lin Fengxing scans the surrounding faces, his tone grave as he declares, "My father has returned. He has been searching for over 2 months, but regrettably, he has yet to find that martial technique." Really? After such a long search, nothing at all. This martial technique must be exceedingly rare. Lin Hai exclaims in disbelief. What shall we do now? Without martial techniques, confronting the Su family would be exceptionally perilous. Lin Ming points out directly. Lin Fengxing sighs, his expression tinged with bitterness. I just overheard my father and uncle discussing their plan to have us temporarily avoid the conflict. Us? Lin Ming frowns, seeking clarification. I mean us young ones. They likely do not wish for us to become embroiled in this strife. Perhaps they feel our chances of success are slim and wish to protect us. Lin Fengxing explains helplessly. Chapter 15. Discussion. After a period of silence, Lin Rong finally breaks the stillness, firmly stating, Brother, I do not wish to leave. Observing the flush of Lin Rong's cheeks, Lin Fengxing feels a surge of affection. He possesses an intimate understanding of his younger brother's character. In the past, Lin Rong often evaded his training, indulging in playfulness. However, since their last conversation concerning the Su family, he seems to have matured considerably overnight, diligently training and enhancing his strength to the 3rd level of body refinement. Lin Fengxing gently patted Lin Rong's shoulder, remaining silent. Brother Fengxing, what are your plans? After a moment of silence, Lin Ming raised his head to inquire. What do you think? Lin Fengxing retorted. I do not wish to leave. Lin Ming hesitated before responding resolutely. I too shall remain. Lin Hai quickly echoed this sentiment. I do not wish to depart either. We all choose to stay. The group collectively expressed their determination. Brother, what about you? Lin Rong turned his gaze towards Lin Fengxing. All eyes were fixed upon Lin Fengxing, eager to discern his thoughts. Since childhood, they had always sought Lin Fengxing's assistance when faced with challenges, and he had never disappointed them. Whether it was minor issues related to training or conflicts, Lin Fengxing always stood up for them. Although the Su family was formidable, whenever Lin Fengxing intervened, they often found themselves retreating in disarray, and of course, Su Jiaming was an exception. Their powers were evenly matched, making it difficult to determine a victor. Their trust, or perhaps dependence, on Lin Fengxing stemmed from the fact that he was the eldest and strongest among their peers. Additionally, he was not arrogant. Rather, he consistently cared for and looked after them. Lin Fengxing believed it was his duty and obligation to protect his younger siblings from the bullying of outsiders. To be honest, I too do not wish to leave. Who would willingly abandon their home in such a manner? However, our father may hold a different perspective. Lin Fengxing candidly shared his thoughts. Brother, we can speak to father, convey our decision to him. We are not afraid, Lin Rong suggested. Xiao Rong, that would be futile. I have already spoken to father. And he did not agree, Lin Fengxing replied. Brother Fengxing, if you cannot persuade him alone, then let us go together, Lin Ming proposed. Lin Fengxing's eyes lit up. Indeed, if everyone insisted on staying, could their father truly force them to leave? With this realization, Lin Fengxing excitedly declared, that makes sense. Tomorrow morning, we shall collectively express our stance. We are determined to stay, to remain in our home. Brother, why wait until tomorrow? Let us go now, Lin Rong urged eagerly. Do not be so hasty. Father has just returned and needs to rest, Lin Fengxing advised, holding Lin Rong back. Very well, then tomorrow morning it shall be, Lin Ming nodded in agreement. The following morning, before dawn broke, Lin Fengxing rose early. Habituated to early rising, he refrained from heading up the mountain immediately, opting instead to train in the practice room. Given the early hour, the practice room was devoid of others. Lin Fengxing approached a wooden post and began his exercises. As the light gradually brightened, others arrived in succession, surprised to see Lin Fengxing already engaged in practice, yet they chose not to disturb him. After a period of training, Lin Fengxing took a deep breath and paused. Seeing that everyone had gathered, he remarked, let us go. Uncle Air and the others should now be in the hall. Lin Fengxing was aware that upon their father's return, Numerous matters required attention, and discussions regarding family affairs would certainly occur in the hall. As expected, upon reaching the hall's entrance, they found their father and two uncles engaged in discussion. Father, Uncle Air, Uncle San. They entered the hall, and Lin Fengxing greeted the elders. Fengxing, what brings you here? Lin Yuntian inquired, furrowing his brow. After everyone exchanged pleasantries, Lin Fengxing stated, Father, we have given it considerable thought, and we have decided not to leave. We intend to remain in our home. You are being foolish, Lin Yuntian rebuked angrily. This matter is not for you to meddle in. You shall do as we say. Uncle, we will not leave. We wish to face the Su family's challenges alongside you. Lin Ming asserted firmly, Uncle, we want to stay, we too wish to remain. Confronted with the resolute attitudes of these children, Lin Yuntian wearily rubbed his temples. Eldest brother, I believe we should not send them away. If the Su family is intent on extermination, they will surely keep us under surveillance. Even if we send them away, they cannot escape their watchful eyes. At that point, they would be alone in the world. Facing even greater peril, Lin Fengxing's second uncle suddenly interjected. Moreover, allowing the children to encounter some difficulties is not necessarily a bad thing. What we need are individuals who dare to confront challenges, rather than those who flee at the first sign of danger. Though knowingly engage in a futile struggle is not bravery. It is folly, Lin Yuntian scolded. But father, we are willing to be such foolish individuals. A family must share both joys and hardships. Lin Fengxing's second uncle attempted to continue, but Lin Fengxing spoke up first. Lin Yuntian was momentarily at a loss for words. After a moment, he looked at Lin Fengxing, concern and compassion evident in his eyes. Lin Fengxing sensed his father's gaze and perceived the care within it. He spoke earnestly, Father, please allow us to stay. I believe we will find a solution. Lin Yuntian struggled internally for a long time before finally resolving, Very well, you may remain. Father, do you truly agree? Lin Fengxing asked, exhilaration evident in his voice. Lin Ming and the others watched Lin Yuntian anxiously, fearful of mishearing. Yes, but you must train diligently and enhance your strength, Lin Yuntian confirmed with a nod. Wonderful, Father, rest assured, we will certainly put forth our utmost effort in training, Lin Fengxing exclaimed with excitement. Uncle, we will double our efforts, Lin Ming and Lin Hai hastily promised in unison. Very well, you may go train. We still have matters to discuss, Lin Yuntian said, observing the children's elation with a sense of relief. After the children departed, Lin Fengxing's third uncle furrowed his brow and asked, Eldest brother, have you truly decided to let them stay? Lin Yuntian replied, Yes, since they are willing to remain, we shall acquiesce to their wishes. Second brother, third brother, our plans may need to be adjusted. Let us consider our next course of action. I'm hearing this. Everyone exchanged glances, their youthful faces collectively reflecting sorrow. Ultimately, they silently lowered their heads, a heavy silence enveloping the room. Lin Fengxing appeared to be affected by the somber atmosphere, standing silently to the side, biting his lip and refraining from speaking. Chapter 16. Fist Techniques. Brother Fengxing, splendid. We can remain, Lin Hai jubilantly announced in the courtyard. Indeed, everyone should diligently practice martial arts. Do not forget your earlier promises to exert even greater effort, Lin Fengxing said with a smile, gently reminding them. Brother, are you heading to the mountains again? Lin Rong inquired curiously. Yes, I prefer training in nature. Indoors feels too stifling. Xiao Rong, would you like to accompany me? Lin Fengxing half-jokingly invited. Haha, I shall go to the practice room instead. You go on your own? Lin Rong laughed. Sprinting towards the practice room, recalling the memorable experience of climbing the mountain with Lin Fengxing, which had left him hesitant to try again. Watching Lin Rong hastily depart, Lin Fengxing couldn't help but smile. He had merely asked out of casual curiosity and did not expect such a strong reaction from Lin Rong. Very well, continue your training. I shall take my leave. He waved at the group with a hint of exasperation and made his way towards the mountains. Upon reaching the summit, Master Zhishuan was already present, quietly meditating beneath the giant tree as usual. Lin Fengxing often wondered whether Master Zhishuan truly never returned home at night, as he always seemed to arrive before Lin Fengxing. Seeing Master Zhishuan sitting quietly, Lin Fengxing suppressed the urge to disturb him, deciding to train on his own first. recalling that Master Zhishuan had once mentioned not to interrupt during healing. With this thought in mind, he sprinted towards another peak, embarking on a day of rigorous training. After running back and forth for dozens of laps, nearing noon, he returned to the original spot, panting heavily, only to find Master Zhishuan still in serene stillness. Lin Fengxing couldn't help but chuckle silently, shaking his head before descending the mountain. Suddenly, a wild chicken was startled into flight by his footsteps. Gazing at the soaring chicken, Lin Fengxing smiled faintly, flicking his fingers. The chicken let out a mournful cry before plummeting to the ground. This was a technique he had learned from Master Zhishuan. Though not as masterful, he could still easily catch a wild chicken. Observing the struggling chicken on the ground, Lin Fengxing mused, "Strange. Why can Master Zhishuan incapacitate a chicken with a single blow while mine still struggles?" Shaking his head, he picked up the chicken and continued his ascent. When the chicken was roasted to a golden brown, exuding an enticing aroma, Master Zhishuan finally opened his eyes. "Master Zhishuan, please have some." Lin Fengxing offered a chicken leg, thinking to himself how fortuitous Master Zhishuan was in timing. Yet, he was unaware that even while healing, Master Zhishuan's senses remained sharp. For individuals of their caliber, multitasking was not a daunting challenge. "Master Zhishuan, do you possess a set of martial skills that can be cultivated upon reaching the 8th level of body refinement?" Lin Fengxing eagerly inquired after finishing his meal. "Yes," Master Zhishuan confirmed with a nod. Master Zhishuan, I have also reached the 8th level of body refinement. May I be taught this set of martial skills?" Lin Fengxing asked somewhat awkwardly. "Stop pretending. You were not shy when you previously haggled with me." The esteemed Zhi master cast a sidelong glance at him, his words laced with mockery. "I have said before. As long as you possess the capability, I am willing to impart to you all that I know." With a chuckle, Lin Fengxing awkwardly laughed twice, pondering the straightforwardness of this venerable gentleman. If he can see through it all, why must he state it so plainly? "Master Zhixian, when shall you begin to teach me the martial arts?" Lin Fengxing boldly inquired. "Right now," Zhixian master replied, waving his hand, and an ancient-looking blue book appeared before Lin Fengxing's eyes. As he gazed at the martial arts manual suspended in midair, Lin Fengxing's heart raced with exhilaration as he eagerly grasped the tome. "Thank you, Master Zhixian." How could he not be thrilled? This was the very technique his father had sought for 2 months without success, and he had obtained it effortlessly by unintentionally aiding an elderly man. Lin Fengxing examined the blue book closely. Despite its thin and weathered appearance, the bold characters Destruction Fist stood out prominently on the cover. "Destruction Fist?" he murmured, flipping open the pages, where a line of small text caught his eye. This technique is known as the Destruction Fist, classified as a superior low-level close combat skill, possessing immense destructive power. When cultivated to its peak, it can shatter mountains and split stones, and when combined with true energy, its might is tremendous. Superior low-level skill? Tremendous might? Lin Fengxing questioned, casting a puzzled glance at Master Zhixian. The master offered no reply, merely gestured for him to continue reading. As Lin Fengxing turned to the next page, it detailed that the Destruction Fist was divided into 5 forms, each exponentially more powerful than the last. The 5th form, when used in conjunction with true energy, could reduce a boulder to dust. The first form could be practiced during the body refinement stage, while the second required true energy and a minimum of the chi refining stage. The third form necessitated a martial artist of the first layer, while the 4th and 5th forms demanded at least a 5th layer martial artist prowess. Lin Fengxing nodded thoughtfully as he read on, flipping through the pages where illustrations depicted each move, from simple to complex. Once he finished the book, he looked up and asked, "Master Zhixian, what does superior low-level skill mean?" Zhixian master frowned at him, seemingly astonished by his ignorance, yet still explained, "Each level of martial arts is further divided into 3 tiers, superior, intermediate, and inferior. Did you not know this? I did not. I only understood that martial arts are categorized as low-level, intermediate, high-level, and special level, unaware that there are subdivisions within each category," Lin Fengxing replied candidly. Zhixian master was momentarily taken aback, left speechless, thinking to himself that this boy was utterly oblivious to the basics of martial knowledge. However, he could not entirely blame Lin Fengxing. Perhaps even his father was unaware. After all, His father had lived in this small locale where martial arts were a rare sight, and thus could not impart such knowledge to Lin Fengxing. Lin Fengxing felt no shame for his ignorance. Instead, he pressed on with his questions. Master Zhixian, the book states that when mastered, its might is tremendous. Just how tremendous is it? The book mentioned it. Did it not? A single punch can reduce a boulder to dust? Dust? Zhixian master suddenly swung his fist towards a stone the size of a watermelon. With a sharp crack, his fist struck the stone, then slowly retracted. Lin Fengxing stared at the stone in disbelief, glancing back at Master Zhixian, for the stone appeared intact, and its power seemed negligible. "Oh, not be deceived by appearances," Zhixian master said calmly. Huh? Confounded, Lin Fengxing's gaze shifted back to the master, and he approached the stone, bending down to lift it for examination. However, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Upon lightly touching the stone, he found his fingers only grasping fine dust. Yes, dust. Finer than the finest flour, Lin Fengxing gasped, squatting down in disbelief, leaning closer to inspect. The stone's surface appeared unchanged, yet within, it had been pulverized into a fine powder by Master Zhixian's single punch, with such finesse that the stone seemed completely unscathed. Astonished, Lin Fengxing regarded the dust, contemplating. The power of the destruction fist is astonishing. If such a punch were to land on a person. At this thought, he couldn't help but shudder. This is the might of the destruction fist. Even if the stone were several times larger, it would shatter with a single blow. Master Zhixian, if I learn this, can I too shatter stones with a single punch? Lin Fengxing eagerly inquired. Not yet. With your current strength, mastering the first form and breaking a stone would be quite an accomplishment. Go achieve a fine powder. You must reach the qi refining stage. To control it as I have demonstrated. You must at least attain martial artist status. Zhixian master replied coolly, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes, as if to say Lin Fengxing's aspirations were naive. Why can you do it, but I cannot? Lin Fengxing asked, disappointment creeping into his voice. Because my strength far surpasses yours, Zhixian master rolled his eyes and continued. The power of a skill depends on the strength of its user. If you were to face a martial king, even the mightiest technique would leave him unscathed due to the vast disparity in power. Conversely, a martial king would require no techniques. With a mere punch or kick, your survival would be improbable. Then, the skills we are currently training will be useless once we reach martial king status? Lin Fengxing queried, perplexed. Not at all. Even with immense strength, without skills to assist, it is akin to an eagle with a broken wing. While it may easily dismiss smaller birds, against a two-winged eagle, it faces certain doom. I understand, Lin Fengxing replied, a look of realization dawning upon him. He then asked, Master Zhixian, have you fully mastered this set of destruction fist? Zhixian master regarded him with a strange expression, pondering the oddity of the boy's questions today, yet still answered, of course. Then, would you be willing to give me this martial technique? Lin Fengxing audaciously asked, having witnessed the power of the destruction fist, yearning to claim it as his own, and to bring it back for the Lin family to practice together. What do you think? Zhixian master chuckled, his expression inscrutable. I suppose it would be likely? Lin Fengxing guessed, struggling to interpret the master's demeanor. Upon hearing this, Zhixian master burst into laughter, and Lin Fengxing joined in, grinning foolishly. What a fanciful thought, Zhixian master suddenly remarked with a serious tone. Lin Fengxing's smile froze instantly. You little rascal, you are far too greedy. What I offered was either to take the martial technique or to let me guide you. You chose the latter, and now? While I am instructing you, you wish to also possess the technique? How brazen of you, Zhixian master said, both amused and exasperated. Humph, if you refuse, then so be it. How stingy, Lin Fengxing muttered in dissatisfaction. Zhixian master nearly choked on his words, thinking this boy was insatiably greedy, unaware that one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Then can I have it after I finish practicing? Lin Fengxing persisted, unwilling to give up. Zhixian master nearly sputtered, gazing at him in astonishment. What is it? Seeing the master's expression, Lin Fengxing cautiously inquired, his heart racing. You little rascal, do you think you can comprehend martial techniques? Until you reach the martial artist level, You cannot practice martial techniques on your own. Due to insufficient strength and comprehension, you cannot seamlessly execute the moves. Even low-level techniques would be difficult to master. Only when all moves are flawlessly connected can the true power of the martial technique be unleashed. Ah? Is that so? Lin Fengxing frowned, taken aback by the limitations of martial training. He thought himself fortunate to have encountered Master Zhixian. Otherwise, he would remain oblivious to these matters. What about after becoming a martial artist? After becoming a martial artist, with both strength and comprehension enhanced, you may practice martial techniques independently, regardless of their level. So, if I have not reached the martial artist level, I cannot practice martial techniques? Lin Fengxing asked urgently, recalling that Su Jiaming and the others had not reached martial artist status either. How had they trained? Until you attain the martial artist realm, to practice martial techniques, you must have the guidance of a martial artist or someone of higher cultivation. There is no other way. Master Zhixian, do you mean to personally guide me? Lin Fengxing asked, curiosity piqued. What else would I mean? Zhixian Master retorted. Gazing at the master's weathered face, Lin Fengxing felt a surge of warmth within. In truth, Master Zhixian need not have gone to such lengths to explain. He could have simply handed over the martial technique for Lin Fengxing to figure out on his own, reclaiming it upon his departure. Whether Lin Fengxing could connect the moves or how powerful they would be was not his concern. Yet, he chose not to do so. Instead, he patiently addressed Lin Fengxing's myriad questions, guiding him as if he were his own kin. Perhaps even some renowned sect masters treated their direct apprentices no differently. This instilled in Lin Fengxing a profound respect for the elder, but he was not adept at expressing his feelings and concealed his gratitude deep within, waiting for the right moment to repay it. Pay attention, Master Zhixian instructed as he rose and moved aside, addressing the dazed Lin Fengxing. No sooner had he spoken than Zhixian Master moved with grace, his fists clenched, demonstrating each move in succession. Each step was rhythmic, his hands sweeping left and right, each technique accompanied by the sound of wind slicing through the air. Lin Fengxing snapped back to attention, his eyes glued to Master Zhixian's figure, his gaze following the elder's movements. Suddenly, Master Zhixian quickened his pace, leaving only a blur in the wind, leaving Lin Fengxing utterly dazzled. Smack, smack. After two swift bursts of wind, Master Zhixian gradually ceased his movements. Concluding the demonstration, Lin Fengxing slowly closed his eyes, savoring the vivid scenes that had just unfolded. Observing this, Master Zhixian furrowed his brow slightly but chose not to disturb him, quietly retreating to the side. After a moment, Lin Fengxing opened his eyes and began to mimic Master Zhixian's techniques. However, the fluid and graceful punches that flowed from Master Zhixian's hands became awkward and even ghastly in Lin Fengxing's grasp. After practicing a few moves, he completely forgot the subsequent actions. He shut his eyes, straining to recall them, but to no avail, leading him to helplessly seek Master Zhixian's assistance. I can't remember. Master Zhixian strolled over to Lin Fengxing, casting him a sidelong glance and remarked, I merely demonstrated this set of punches. Who instructed you to mimic me without permission? You clearly didn't. He explain it well, only saying watch closely. How was I to know you intended to demonstrate for my benefit? I was puzzled by how swiftly you executed the moves, Lin Fengxing muttered to himself, aware that Master Zhixian was teasing him. Yet, he hadn't anticipated that he could remember a few moves at such a rapid pace. Although his execution was far from aesthetically pleasing, he had, after all, retained some of the techniques. Not bad, not bad. Master Zhixian suddenly shifted the subject and praised Lin Fengxing a couple of times. I shall teach you the first move now. So pay close attention. Without waiting for Lin Fengxing's response, Master Zhixian commenced the demonstration once more, this time at a noticeably slower pace. The strikes must be swift. Do not pause after one move, but continue to the next, Master Zhixian elucidated as he demonstrated. Lin Fengxing nodded attentively, concentrating on Master Zhixian's movements. When striking, the force should be concentrated in the fist. After hitting the target, withdraw immediately to prepare for the next attack or defense. Following the conclusion of this move, be mindful of the fist's strength during the transition. The transition must be swift. This is how it should be executed. Master Zhixian elaborated on each move, to which Lin Fengxing nodded repeatedly. For the next half-day, he diligently practiced this set of destructive punches. Master Zhixian, contrary to his usual behavior, refrained from healing his injuries and instead provided guidance throughout, correcting Lin Fengxing's misaligned postures and detailing the critical elements of each technique. After half a day, Lin Fengxing could barely execute the first move in its entirety. Although he was still not proficient, his performance had markedly improved compared to the rigidity of a novice. Master Zhishuan noted that accomplishing the first move in just half a day was quite an impressive speed. Observing Lin Fengxing's focused practice, he silently admired him, as the sun dipped halfway below the horizon. Master Zhishuan called out to Lin Fengxing, "Let us conclude today's practice here, at your current pace. A few more days will suffice for you to master it." Just as Lin Fengxing finished the last move, he halted at Master Zhishuan's words and approached him, inquiring, "Master Zhishuan, shall I continue practicing in this manner? First, you must master this move, and then you can seek out some targets to validate your progress." "Targets? Did you not instruct me to keep such matters confidential? Where am I to find a target? Are you suggesting I attack you?" "Who said a target must be a person?" Master Zhishuan replied, exasperation evident in his tone. So you mean to find an animal? The largest creature on this mountain is merely a wild rabbit. I could defeat it with a single punch without employing any techniques." Lin Fengxing retorted, rolling his eyes. "You could strike a tree." Master Zhishuan wiped his forehead, responding directly, believing it necessary to provide Lin Fengxing with a clear answer. "Strike a tree. Precisely, if you can break a small tree with a diameter akin to an arm's width with a single punch. It will indicate that you have mastered the first move." "Oh, I understand." Lin Fengxing nodded in comprehension. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he looked up at Master Zhishuan, bit his lip, and asked, "Master Zhishuan, may I teach this set of punches to others?" Who do you intend to teach?" Master Zhishuan inquired, raising an eyebrow in surprise. "I wish to teach my father and siblings. They have never even seen martial arts. Is that permissible?" Lin Fengxing asked anxiously, hoping to gain an answer from Master Zhishuan, as his father had been unable to find martial techniques. "Your father? Is he merely a third-rate expert? Young man, tell me more about your family's situation." Master Zhishuan seemed to have suddenly realized that he knew very little about Lin Fengxing's family background. Chapter 18. The story. Lin Fengxing elaborated on the current state of the Lin family in Donglu Town, detailing their disputes with the Su family, even recounting his father's fruitless endeavors over the past 2 months. Upon hearing Lin Fengxing's account, Master Zhishuan could not help but furrow his brow, commenting, "Donglu Town is smaller than I imagined. It seems that no martial techniques have emerged for a prolonged period. Your Lin family does not appear to be particularly formidable, as even a family of some renown lacks a single martial technique." Master Zhishuan's remarks stemmed from his origins in the Great Luo continent, where, despite high-level martial techniques being rare, they were not completely absent for years on end. Each year, several intermediate techniques would surface, and low-level techniques appeared 2 or 3 times a month. With sufficient funds, one could procure them. The powerful families of the Great Luo continent typically possessed several inherited martial techniques, albeit possibly only low-level ones. "That is precisely why I sought your assistance, Master Zhishuan." Lin Fengxing adopted a pleading demeanor. Master Zhishuan contemplated and nodded, understanding that Lin Fengxing could have chosen to privately transmit martial techniques to others without consulting him. However, Lin Fengxing opted to seek his guidance, which at least indicated a degree of respect. Master Zhishuan wished to assist him, but, with a resigned glance at Lin Fengxing, Master Zhishuan firmly refused. "It is not allowed." Those 2 words struck Lin Fengxing like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily speechless. Although he had anticipated a potential refusal, he had hoped for agreement instead. His recent interactions led him to believe that Master Zhishuan was easily persuaded. Yet he had not expected such a resolute response. "Why not?" Lin Fengxing's eyes brimmed with unshed tears. Seeing this, Master Zhishuan sighed deeply, eventually speaking slowly. "Do you remember when I told you not to disclose my matters to anyone?" Lin Fengxing was momentarily taken aback, but quickly replied, his thoughts struggling to keep pace with Master Zhishuan's reasoning. "Do you understand why I said that? I do not. Do you recall my instruction to keep an eye out for any external experts appearing in the town?" Lin Fengxing was unsure but quickly responded, as Master Zhishuan's instructions had been few, and these 2 matters were included. Master Zhishuan nodded, continuing to inquire, "Do you know why?" "I do not." Lin Fengxing shook his head. "Because I am currently being hunted." Master Zhishuan spoke softly, his eyes closed. Hunted? Lin Fengxing was taken aback. Master Zhishuan took a step back, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. As night fell, the surrounding sounds of insects and birds harmonized. And the mountain breeze was refreshing, yet it could not disperse Master Zhishuan's worries. He hesitated to reveal his predicament, but Lin Fengxing's loyalty compelled him to confide. Master Zhishuan finally decided to speak. Come here, little one. Let us converse. He sat down and gestured for Lin Fengxing to join him. Lin Fengxing recalled their initial encounter, and Master Zhishuan explained his actions at that time. Now I understand. I had always been perplexed. Lin Fengxing realized with clarity. Master Zhishuan smiled ruefully, saying, Fortunately, you spoke up. I retracted my internal energy just in time. Otherwise, even if you had hidden behind the tree, you could have sustained serious injuries. That move was executed with all my strength. Had it not been for that, my injuries would not have worsened to the point of spitting blood. Lin Fengxing could only smile wryly, fully believing Master Zhishuan's words, for he had felt the overwhelming internal energy at that moment. Had he truly been struck, the consequences would have been dire. Master Zhishuan, who is this formidable individual relentlessly pursuing you? The one who harmed me is a martial arts master. Master Zhishuan's tone turned icy, and the words carried a chilling undertone. A master? Lin Fengxing involuntarily shivered. Why must they seek your life? This tale begins over a decade ago. Master Zhishuan began to recount. In truth, I have little interest in martial arts. My practice has solely been for self-defense. However, my obsession with formation techniques is the sole exception. I have devoted countless years and energy to unraveling their mysteries. Once, in pursuit of deeper knowledge in the art of formations, I forsook my family and embarked on a journey of wandering. Since then, I have traversed many lands, seeking reclusive experts in feng shui formations to engage in profound discussions with them. These hermits indeed possess extraordinary skills. Over several years, I painstakingly located a dozen of them, each of whom was a challenge to find, some even residing in secluded mountains, reluctant to meet others. They pursue a life of tranquility, free from worldly disputes. I have greatly benefited from them. At this point, a genuine smile graced Master Zhishuan's lips. Approximately 10 years ago, I visited a master who had dedicated 50 to 60 years to studying formations. Our conversation was delightful, and just as I was about to take my leave, he mentioned an extraordinary individual. He claimed that during his travels over 20 years ago, he stumbled upon a mysterious figure with a profound understanding of formations. A master who alone commanded an intricate and unparalleled array. Upon hearing this, I was incredulous, for I had studied for years and had never heard of anyone capable of arranging such formations. The master insisted that this was true and expressed his own astonishment at the time, even wishing to become his disciple. Regrettably, he was refused. The following day, when he returned for another visit, the enigmatic figure had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a note inscribed with the words, "What you have witnessed must not be divulged. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences." Gazing at the yellowed note, I was utterly astonished. I had never fathomed that such profound formations existed in this world. I inquired of the master whether he had encountered that mysterious figure again, and he shook his head in disappointment, stating that he had been searching solely to behold that arcane formation. For a master of formations, the allure of such intricate designs is akin to the exceptional martial techniques coveted by a great warrior. Many are willing to dedicate their entire lives in pursuit of their dreams. For those who study formations, the ultimate aspiration is to witness even more advanced designs. This master was no exception. Having learned of such wondrous formations, how could he possibly abandon his quest? Alas, after searching for over 2 decades, he ultimately met with failure. Zhishuan Master, I am not well versed in these matters. What kind of formation could warrant such a prolonged pursuit? Lin Fengxing asked, his confusion palpable. The notion of such an extensive search left him incredulous. You are entirely ignorant of formations? Lin Fengxing shook his head in bewilderment. Zhishuan Master, slightly taken aback, soon came to understand. Recognizing that Lin Fengxing was not even familiar with the fundamentals of martial knowledge, he realized that it was no surprise he was oblivious to such esoteric concepts. He could not help but lament the isolation of Donglu Town. Do you recall when I mentioned the three professions within the martial world? Zhishuan Master asked with a wry smile. Indeed, there are formation masters, healers, and weapon refiners. Precisely, these three professions hold immense significance within the martial realm in due time. You will comprehend this for yourself. However, the study of these professions is notably arduous. Once you choose one, you cannot pursue martial arts concurrently. Why so? Because each of these professions demands an immense investment of energy, leaving you little room for anything else if you attempt to juggle both. You will ultimately find yourself merely skimming the surface of both endeavors. Throughout history, few have managed to balance martial arts and these professions. Hence, it is rare for individuals to choose to cultivate these careers, as they often believe that professions cannot compare to martial arts. Consequently, talents in these three professions are exceedingly scarce, and wherever they go, they are fervently sought after and courted by powerful families or sections. Are these three professions truly so vital? Indeed, you will come to understand this in time. Now, allow me to elucidate the intricacies of formations. Formations are primarily categorized into defensive and offensive types. Defensive formations can activate a formidable energy shield to protect individuals or objects of one's choosing. To breach this energy shield, an attacker must possess strength that surpasses that of the formation's creator. Otherwise, no amount of manpower will suffice. Many grand sects possess protective formations for their sanctuaries, as for offensive formations. They do not directly assault individuals but rather ensnare them. The potency of a formation similarly hinges on the prowess of its creator. The stronger the creator, the greater the energy that the formation can manifest. However, the crucial factor remains the inherent power of the formation itself. The creator's strength determines whether the formation can unleash its maximum potential. Such formations create illusions through the interplay of the five elements, causing those ensnared to lose their way within. Illusions are mere phantoms. Once you step into an offensive formation, everything you perceive is an illusory fade, capable of exhausting you to the brink of collapse, or even driving you to madness. In simpler terms, once ensnared in another's offensive formation, you become akin to a fish on a chopping block. Unless your strength far exceeds that of the creator, you may never escape. Any formation relies on the existence of a focal point. If that focal point is compromised, the formation will collapse. A complete formation comprises a primary focal point and several auxiliary ones. The larger the formation, the more auxiliary focal points are required. Beyond the focal points, the role of the primary creator is paramount, as they oversee the entirety of the formation's operation. If the primary creator were to fall, even if the focal point remains intact, the formation would still disintegrate. Hence, the positions of primary focal points are exceedingly concealed, and their guardians are typically formidable. Then, is the strength of the guardians at the auxiliary focal points of no consequence? Not at all. The stronger the guardians at the auxiliary focal points, the more resilient the formation's defenses. If the guardians at all auxiliary focal points possess strength comparable to that of the primary focal point, even a master several levels above the primary creator would find it challenging to breach the formation. Zhishuan Master, what exactly is a focal point? Lin Fengxing inquired softly. In essence, a focal point is the pivot that activates the formation. Zhishuan Master casually drew 3 points on the ground with a twig, explaining that these 3 points represent the focal points, one of which must be the primary focal point, with the others serving as auxiliary ones. To activate this formation, 3 individuals must stand on these focal points. Zhishuan Master then placed 2 small stones on the other 2 points, stating that it is best to wait for all auxiliary guardians to take their positions before the person at the primary focal point enters. Otherwise, the formation's effectiveness will be significantly diminished. In other words, once the primary focal point is occupied, the formation is officially activated. Subsequently, Zhishuan Master positioned a 3rd stone at the final point, aligning the 3 points into a triangle and encircling it with a larger circle, representing the manifestation of the formation's power. To attack the triangle, one must first breach the larger circle, thereby dismantling the formation. I understand now. Zhishuan Master, are you saying that the person controlling the formation must stand at the primary focal point? Indeed, this is the formation's weakness. Both the primary and auxiliary focal points require someone to occupy them for the formation to operate at its full potential. Of course, alternative objects such as stones or twigs can be used, But in doing so, the formation will only achieve 1/10 of its power, and in some cases, even less. Substitutes can only be used for auxiliary focal points. The primary focal point is indispensable. Some large formations necessitate that a person physically occupy the position. Otherwise, they cannot be activated, i.e. the individual standing at the focal point at risk. As long as the formation remains intact, there is no danger, though it will deplete their true energy, regardless of their strength. Those of greater strength can endure longer, depending on the disparity in power between the attacker and the guardian of the focal point. Individuals within the formation can harness its power, potentially amplifying their strength several-fold or even dozens of times. In other words, if a first-tier novice occupies an auxiliary focal point, their strength could be augmented by the formation to a mid-tier level. A first-tier expert's power increases exponentially with each level they ascend. With increased strength comes greater consumption of true energy. The individual at the primary focal point can monitor the status of all auxiliary guardians. If any guardian's true energy is depleted, they must be replaced immediately to maintain the formation's potency. How many focal points does a formation require? The larger the formation, the more focal points are necessary, ranging from a dozen to several thousand. Lin Fengxing was astonished by this figure. A formation can indeed require the involvement of thousands of people. Zhishuan Master, what kind of formation did that formation master encounter from the high-ranking figure you mentioned? What was so remarkable about it? A glimmer of longing flickered in Zhishuan Master's eyes as he recounted, saying that the formation set by that high-ranking figure required no one to occupy either the primary or auxiliary focal points. All were accomplished through substitutes, yet its power remained undiminished. Lin Fengxing, upon hearing this, could hardly believe it that true. Even I, an outsider, can see that such a formation surpasses what you have described, Zhishuan Master. Zhishuan Master regarded Lin Fengxing with a knowing glance, seemingly unperturbed by his astonishment, as if he had anticipated this reaction. Initially, I too was incredulous. I asked him how he could ascertain that there was no one at the focal points, if there were truly no one. Why would the other party allow him to witness it? What did he say? Lin Fengxing inquired anxiously. He stated that my skepticism was entirely reasonable. He too had been profoundly shocked. He relayed the details to me. It turned out that he had inadvertently stumbled into the formation of the nameless mountain and soon found himself ensnared in an illusion. He had initially believed he had wandered into the base of a major sect and had been trapped by their formation. He repeatedly declared his unintentional intrusion, pleading for the formation to be dispelled and for him to be set free. Yet his cries fell on deaf ears. Typically, the primary creator can keenly sense the presence of individuals within the formation. After a prolonged silence with no response, the formation master, incensed, resolved to break the formation himself. Although he was also a formation master, breaking the formation would be challenging, yet finding a way out should still be possible, albeit time-consuming. However, unexpectedly, he found himself utterly helpless against this formation, as he could not detect a single flaw. This realization sent tumultuous waves through his heart, for it was an unprecedented occurrence. Even the most complex formations always reveal some vulnerabilities to a formation master. Yet the formation before him conveyed to him that it was flawless, without any apparent defect. He, unwilling to concede, searched once more but still found nothing. Then what transpired afterward? How did he manage to escape? Zhishuan Master broke into a smile akin to discovering one of life's rare pleasures, involuntarily manifesting itself. After fruitlessly searching for flaws within that mysterious formation, he first felt astonishment, followed by shock, and ultimately despair. He was astonished that a formation existed which he could not decipher. He was shocked by the marvel of this formation, and his despair stemmed from the knowledge that unless the Creator voluntarily dispelled the formation, he could remain trapped within indefinitely. As he spoke of this, the smile on Zhishuan Master's face deepened, as if he found amusement in the plight of that individual. You understand? For a formation master to be ensnared within a formation is akin to a supreme expert being bested by an ordinary individual. What a humiliation that is! Zhishuan Master chuckled. He had never envisioned that one day he would find himself ensnared by a formation, for formations were his forte, and his comprehension of them was unparalleled. However, this formation not only ensnared him but did so for over 3 months. During this protracted period, He pleaded more than once with the creator of the formation to show mercy, yet his entreaties fell upon deaf ears. As if cast into the vast abyss, when his provisions ran out and despair seized his heart, the formation vanished without warning. He realized that the creator had withdrawn the formation. Hastily, he rose, eager to behold the visage of the one who had set the formation. Only to find, to his bewilderment, that he was utterly alone. Could it be that they were all masters capable of concealing their presence? He had entertained such thoughts, but soon dismissed them, given his understanding of formations. He knew that this particular one required at least several hundred auxiliary formation eyes, and he questioned which sect could afford to dispatch such a multitude of masters at once. Even the most illustrious sects of Deluo continent could not possibly boast such strength. What, then, was the reality? Just as he pondered this enigma, a cold voice suddenly resonated from behind him. "Who are you? From whence do you come? What purpose brings you here?" He turned to see an elderly man clad in gray, with flowing white hair, who had somehow appeared behind him. The mere fact that he only noticed the elder upon hearing his inquiry indicated that the elder's strength far surpassed his own. Thus, he respectfully explained to the elder that he was a wanderer who had inadvertently trespassed into this place, and if he had caused any disturbance, he hoped for forgiveness. The elder scrutinized him from head to toe and commanded him to leave this place quickly, stating that it was not meant for him. Yet how could he so readily depart? He informed the elder that he too was a formation master, harboring deep admiration for the formation he had encountered and hoping for some guidance. Ji Xian, sure, that esteemed elder must be the renowned figure, Lin Fengxing interjected suddenly. Indeed, Lin Fengxing nodded, falling silent thereafter. Ji Xian sure continued, regrettably, that esteemed figure did not acquiesce to his request. The master merely instructed him to forget what he had witnessed that day and to leave at once. The formation master, in a state of urgent anxiety, became increasingly restless at the thought of the formation's intricacies. He expressed his desire to become the master's disciple, yet the master merely shook his head gently and coldly urged him to depart, subsequently vanishing without a trace. Vanished without a trace. Could that esteemed figure be a master-level expert? Lin Fengxing inquired, well aware that masters possess the ability to conceal themselves. The formation master had indeed contemplated such a possibility upon witnessing the elder's sudden disappearance. However, he inclined towards another possibility. What possibility? He was asked. That there are still undiscovered formations in the vicinity. But why did he lean more towards the belief that there were still formations nearby rather than the likelihood of the elder being a master? Ah, because that esteemed figure is, in fact, a formation master of extraordinary skill. He was capable of ensnaring the formation master. Thus he could undoubtedly set up formations that are difficult to detect. Furthermore, to attain such profound mastery in formations, he must have devoted his entire life to this pursuit. If he were also a master, it would be utterly terrifying. I recall I mentioned to you that the three great professions in martial arts require unwavering dedication to attain the pinnacle of excellence. This esteemed figure's ability to establish such an intricate formation must have consumed immeasurable effort. Hence, I believe that his disappearance was a result of entering a more advanced formation. The mere thought of this sent a thrill of excitement through him. He was reluctant to depart so soon. He had numerous unanswered questions lingering in his mind, reasoning that even if he could not become a disciple, receiving even a modicum of guidance from the esteemed figure would be an immense blessing. Therefore, he resolved to remain in place, awaiting the elder's reappearance as a gesture of sincerity. Not long after he settled down, fatigue from his prior entrapment in the formation overcame him, and he soon fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening the following day, he was met with an unexpected sight. He discovered a small thatched cottage not far ahead, one he had not seen the previous day. This confirmed his suspicions that there were indeed formations yet to be uncovered. Although he had long suspected this, witnessing it firsthand left him in a state of tumultuous excitement. It was unprecedented for a formation master to encounter an undetectable formation in their presence. One must understand that formation masters possess an acute sensitivity to formations. Establishing a formation that even a master could not detect is a monumental challenge. If such a feat could be achieved, it would indicate extraordinary prowess. How extraordinary? If you knew there was a formation ahead, Would you still dare to venture in? Of course not. To knowingly enter a formation would be to invite trouble upon oneself. Wouldn't it? Exactly. Since we both comprehend this, others would certainly grasp it as well. While the formation may be concealed, those with advanced skills or a profound understanding of formations might still detect subtle hints from the environment. If a formation were to be discerned by others, the very purpose of its establishment would be rendered moot, for no one would be foolish enough to knowingly walk into a trap. Unless they were extraordinarily powerful, perhaps dismissively entering. The formation set by the esteemed figure allowed the formation master to be aware of the existence of formations nearby, yet he could find no clues whatsoever. If even a master of formations could not detect it, then others would surely find it even more challenging. Imagine if such a formation were employed in actual combat. It would yield remarkable results, effortlessly luring enemies into traps. Given the formation's intricacy, even a formation master would struggle to find a way out. Once others fell into it, would they not be at the mercy of their captors? Oh, I understand now, Lin Fengxing exclaimed, as if struck by enlightenment. After Zhi Xianshir's meticulous analysis, he began to appreciate the extraordinary nature of this mysterious formation. At that moment, he had witnessed the thatched cottage and mistakenly believed that the esteemed master had dismantled the surrounding formations with the intention of taking him on as a disciple. Filling him with joy as he approached, calling out several times to no response, he was engulfed in confusion and entered the cottage on his own. Once inside, he discovered that the cottage was completely empty. Save for a single note, it was at this moment that he understood that the esteemed master had not dismantled the formation in anticipation of accepting a disciple, but had already departed. The esteemed master left just like that, yet he did not mention that the formation's eyes were actually unmonitored. How did the formation master discern this? Upon hearing the news of the esteemed master's departure, Lin Fengxing was filled with uncertainty and loudly questioned. Chapter 21. The formation do not rush. Allow me to explain slowly. Upon first examining the note, he felt an oddity. Why was it forbidden to be shared? Lest it lead to dire consequences? Was it merely because the formation was too profound? That was the only thought that crossed his mind. Yet, it seemed unlikely that it would invoke such dire repercussions. Could it be that the esteemed master would resort to violence over mere rumors? He found it equally perplexing that the formation which had ensnared him contained at least several hundred auxiliary formation eyes, implying the presence of numerous individuals. How could so many people depart simultaneously without him hearing a single sound? Only after thoroughly investigating the traces left by the esteemed master did he realize that the situation was far more intricate than he had initially imagined. Although the formation laid by the esteemed master had been completely dismantled, due to time constraints, not all traces had been eradicated, and some formation eyes remained intact. These formation eyes might be difficult for others to detect. But for a master well-versed in formations, uncovering them was not a daunting task. As he scrutinized these formation eyes, he was astonished to find that each one was affixed with a small twig. Initially, he failed to perceive the anomaly, but with each subsequent discovery of a similar formation eye, a growing sense of alarm gripped him. Could it be that this formation utilized twigs in place of human beings? Gazing at the array of twigs, he felt this possibility was highly plausible. When he considered the formation's power, he felt as though he had been struck by lightning, standing frozen in place, his thoughts in disarray, his heart nearly ceasing to beat. What manner of person could deploy such a formidable formation using mere twigs as formation eyes? This formation not only rivaled the potency of those employing human eyes, but also left him unable to find any flaws. After an extended period, he gradually regained his composure, his mind echoing with the single word terrifying. He finally understood why, when he had been ensnared in the formation, his cries for help had gone unanswered. Why there had been no sign of life when the formation was first dismantled, and why there had been no sound as the esteemed master departed. It turned out that all of this had been the handiwork of that solitary elder. While trapped in the formation, the esteemed master may not have been present, and with the auxiliary formation eyes being merely twigs, his cries for help went unheard. When the formation was dismantled, all that was required was to remove the twig from the main formation eye. He had been too focused on searching for a human presence to realize that the twigs on the ground were, In fact, the formation eyes as for the departure of the esteemed master. The explanation was even simpler. Given that the master's strength surpassed his own, departing without a sound would be an effortless feat. Zhixian, sure. Is this merely conjecture on his part? Indeed, but it is not unfounded speculation. Numerous signs point to this possibility, and the likelihood is quite high. He subsequently spent over 20 years searching for this esteemed master, not only wishing to witness the formation once more, but also seeking to validate his hypothesis and unravel this mystery. He was confident he had an 80% certainty that this formation was entirely controlled by that esteemed master and may even have functioned as an unmanned dead formation. Dead formation? What is that? A dead formation is one that is not maintained by anyone. Such formations, due to lack of upkeep, will weaken in power as long as one possesses sufficient strength to destroy its formation eyes. The more eyes you dismantle, the weaker the formation becomes. In contrast, a living formation is operated by someone. If you destroy a formation eye, the operator will immediately perceive it and restore it, thus maintaining the formation's power. This is akin to using a living person as a formation eye, requiring replacement when their energy is depleted. Did the formation master disclose the formation he witnessed? No, he is acutely aware of the formidable nature of such formations. If word were to spread, it would attract countless individuals vying for it. Anyone could foresee the uproar that would ensue should such a formation come to light. If the formation master's conjecture holds true, it is nearly an invincible formation. Should someone acquire this formation and possess sufficient strength, they would be nearly unrivaled in the martial arts world. The emergence of a high-level martial technique can incite countless experts to vie for supremacy. How much more so for a formation deemed invincible? Should this news escape his lips, he would find no respite, for no matter where he fled, he would be pursued for the truth. To falter in such a matter could indeed invite perilous consequences. Thus, he concealed this affair deep within his heart, regarding it as an absolute secret that must never be divulged. Zhixian, master, how could he possibly court such danger? Who would wish him harm? For even if he professed ignorance, it is uncertain whether anyone would believe him. Some formidable powers might, for the sake of prudence, choose to eliminate him to prevent this extraordinary formation from falling into the hands of adversaries. After all, he is the sole individual who has witnessed this formation, and the information originates from him. To eliminate future threats, those individuals would disregard the truth of his claims, preferring to err on the side of caution rather than risk leaving him unscathed. This may also explain why that esteemed master hastily departed. Although the term flee may not be quite appropriate, it is easy to imagine that the master understood the tumult that would ensue should this formation be revealed to the world. Numerous experts would vie for it, and countless lives could be lost as a result. Such a formation, even if acquired by minor powers, could enable them to rise swiftly and become the preeminent sect in a short span of time. Provided they could safeguard it. But why did he confide in you? Zhixian master chuckled ruefully. Indeed, why did he tell me? I questioned him thus at the time. How did he respond? He expressed a fervent desire to behold that formation once more. Yet he is now aged and frail, his heart yearning while his body falters. Moreover, after years of searching, he has yet to find it, fearing he may never have the chance in this lifetime. He shared this with me in the hope that I might locate either that master or the formation, assisting him in validating his speculations. His only request was that, should I be fortunate enough to discover this formation, I should inform him, allowing him one final glimpse to fulfill his lifelong wish. He also mentioned that my obsession with formations matches his own. Does he not worry that the mysterious figure might once again vanish upon your discovery? He indicated that even if the master were to disappear again, merely catching a glimpse of the formation he had once set would be worth it. So, did you acquiesce to his request? I did. I too am curious whether such a wondrous formation truly exists. If it does, the creator of this formation is undoubtedly a master, or rather, should be termed a prodigy. To engage in discourse with such a person would indeed be a delightful experience. Furthermore, as this master of formations confided such a confidential matter to me, I should reciprocate with respect. If I truly can find it, bringing him along would not pose much difficulty, thus I agreed. Despite harboring a lingering skepticism regarding the authenticity of this matter at that time. What transpired thereafter? Thereafter, I embarked on a lengthy quest. Based on the Master's description, I sought the location where he had encountered the formation. It was a desolate and overgrown area. Yet, I could still discern signs of prior habitation and indications of an arrangement. These traces bolstered my confidence in the truth of this matter, for they appeared to be quite aged. Chapter 22. Excitement. Thus, I began my relentless search for this esteemed figure. However, the world is vast, and seeking an unnamed individual is undoubtedly fraught with challenges. Nevertheless, I did not abandon my pursuit. I understood that this master favored seclusion within the mountains. Hence I began to visit various peaks one by one over the years. I traversed renowned mountains and rivers, encountering a myriad of extraordinary individuals, yet regrettably, I never succeeded in locating the master who had crafted the marvelous formation. One day, I found myself within a mountainous region. The forest was dense, the terrain steep and rugged, retaining its primal beauty, with the occasional sound of wild beasts echoing, the fallen leaves on the ground piled high, suggesting that no human had ever ventured here. Initially, I had no intention of delving deeper, but considering that the more remote the area, the greater the likelihood it might be the hiding place of that esteemed figure. I resolved to explore further into the mountains. However, after taking merely a few steps, I halted, for the thickness of the fallen leaves made it exceedingly difficult to tread. Stepping upon them would cause one to sink in deeply. Left with no option, I chose to fly. Although flying does not allow for the same meticulous search as on the ground, and poses the risk of sudden attacks from wild beasts due to the large target I presented. I held little hope for this mountainous region, merely intending to take a casual look, to locate someone. I flew close to the treetops, a perilous endeavor. Should a beast launch an attack, I might not have time to react. Yet, my focus remained entirely on the ground, and although a few beasts attempted to assault me, I managed to evade them. I lost track of time and distance. Just as I was about to give up, a melodious bird call rang in my ears. My heart skipped a beat. The trees here were tall, and sunlight could scarcely penetrate. Logically, there should be no avian activity. How could such a clear bird call be heard? With curiosity, I flew towards the sound, and after approximately a mile, I found myself in an open area. Upon closer inspection, I realized that beneath me lay not the dense forest, but a small valley. The sound of trickling water reached my ears, and as I surveyed my surroundings, I noticed a small waterfall in the lower right, its flow gentle as it cascaded down from the mountaintop. Beneath the waterfall was a small pool, encircled by a massive stone, appearing as if a natural depression had formed within the rock, devoid of any sign of human craftsmanship. The water from the waterfall flowed directly into this pool. And intriguingly, despite the continuous influx from above, the pool never overflowed, suggesting that there was something extraordinary beneath its surface. Beside the pool grew several small trees, where a variety of beautiful birds perched, their songs delightfully melodious. The bird call I had heard earlier must have originated from them. The ground was adorned with blooming flowers, an array of colors competing for attention, their fragrance intoxicating, creating a scene brimming with vitality. Moreover, the birds and beasts showed no fear of humans, daring to flit past me. Witnessing this spectacle filled me with awe, subsequently followed by exhilaration. Excitement? Zhixian Master, what is there to be excited about? For I noticed several rare medicinal herbs amidst the flowering plants below, these herbs being exceedingly precious and scarce, capable of fetching astronomical prices if even one were to be sold. Upon seeing these herbs, a thought flashed through my mind. Someone must reside here, and these herbs are surely cultivated by that individual. Zhixian Master, how can you conclude that someone lives there merely based on these herbs? Perhaps they are wild. Wild precious herbs typically attract fierce beasts as guardians, as is the natural order. In truth, this is not guardianship. Precious herbs emit a unique fragrance, luring beasts to their vicinity in their desire to monopolize this alluring scent. These beasts naturally would not allow other creatures to seize them. However, I observed that the beasts nearby were remarkably calm, indicating that the fragrance did not escape, though prevent the scent from wafting away. An array of formations must be in place, ones that I cannot perceive. Furthermore, although I am not a physician, I can discern that these herbs have been transplanted. Additionally, Nature's laws do not permit various precious herbs to flourish in close proximity. Formation. If a formation truly exists, how did you perceive those herbs? The last formation you set up rendered things invisible, did it not? If you can see them, the beasts should too. Why have they not claimed those herbs? Ji Xian Master smiled and replied, My child, beasts lack wisdom. How could they discern these precious herbs with mere sight? Unless they catch a whiff of that distinctive fragrance, to them, these valuable herbs appear no different from ordinary plants. As for why I could see those herbs, it is because the one who arranged the formation intentionally allowed it, as the herbs require sunlight. There are many types of formations, some visible and others not. The arranger can employ them flexibly according to the situation. Lin Fengxing nodded in partial understanding and asked, So, does someone truly reside there? Is it that esteemed figure? As I moved closer, I realized that the herbs seemed neglected. Surrounded by rampant weeds, when I attempted to advance further, I was met with a faint barrier of energy. This energy was controlled perfectly, sufficient to deter one's progress without causing harm. I surmised that this was also the reason why the beasts dared to roam nearby without fear. Observing closely, I found that while this formation appeared simple, it was, in fact, exceedingly intricate. At that moment, I was filled with exhilaration. Ji Xian Master, why were you excited? Can you decipher this formation? Observing this formation sufficed to conclude that indeed, a master resides here, and this formation aligns perfectly with the accounts of that legendary master of formations. Thus, I speculated that this formation might very well be the work of that mysterious individual. After years of searching, to finally make a discovery, how could I not feel elated? I conducted a cursory examination of the formation. It was flawless, devoid of any flaws. However, at that moment, I had little time to scrutinize further. My heart was set on meeting this enigmatic figure in person. I stood there and called out several times. Imagine, if someone were to intrude upon one's secluded dwelling, the owner would undoubtedly come out to investigate if present. Moreover, numerous rare herbs were flourishing here. Yet, unexpectedly, I waited for nearly an hour without anyone appearing. Could the owner be away? I pondered silently. After all, many reclusive masters often travel far and wide. If the owner had indeed gone out, it was unlikely they would return soon. Having considered this, I resolved to remain in this place, awaiting the return of this extraordinary individual. In my heart, I had nearly convinced myself that this person was indeed that esteemed figure, for their formation was simply too exquisite. Ji Xian Master, why did you not enter the valley to investigate? Perhaps that person is at home. Chapter 23. Calling if he truly is at home. He must have heard my calls. His reluctance to emerge indicates a desire not to be disturbed. Should I intrude uninvited, it would not only be a breach of respect but might also provoke his disdain. I wish to inquire about the intricacies of formations, so how could I risk inciting his aversion even before we meet? Furthermore, any sage capable of residing in such a remote mountain must possess extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, survival in a realm teeming with feral beasts would be impossible. Some of these beasts are formidable enough to rival second-rate human experts. This remarkable individual, relying solely on formations, far surpasses my understanding. Let alone his martial prowess, a master of formations once mentioned that he could conceal his presence. Perhaps he does not rely solely on formations, but is himself a master. If I recklessly intrude and provoke his ire, I might find myself in grave peril. The formations he casually lays could ensnare me for a lifetime. Has the master returned at last? Lin Fengxing inquired with curiosity. Master Ji Xuan shook his head in resignation, offering a wry smile. Not yet. Lin Fengxing paused, thinking he must have misheard, and asked again. He really hasn't he returned? Indeed, he has not. I waited there for over a year, yet no one came. During that year, I devoted most of my time to studying the protective formation surrounding the herbs and found it far from tedious. Regrettably, despite my extensive efforts, I gleaned no insight into its arrangement, nor did I uncover any flaws, let alone decipher it. Oh, please don't misunderstand. My interest in that formation was purely academic, not for the sake of the herbs. Noticing the peculiar expression on Lin Fengxing's face, Master Ji Xuan quickly surmised his thoughts. No, I wasn't thinking that way. Lin Fengxing replied with an awkward smile, eager to shift the topic. What happened next? Did you continue waiting, or did you leave? Leave? Master Zhishuan shot Lin Fengxing a disapproving glare. It took me over a decade to locate him. Do you think I would simply abandon my pursuit? Lin Fengxing stuck out his tongue. Then what did you do? Do you intend to keep waiting? I ceased my waiting. I suspected this extraordinary individual might be home, merely unwilling to see me. Thus, I resolved to seek him out directly. Despite the sweltering weather, Lin Fengxing could not help but wipe the cold sweat from his brow. Pondering, Master Zhishuan, if you had taken this approach from the outset, why waste more than a year? Yet, he kept this thought to himself, recognizing that everyone has their own principles. Master Zhishuan continued, the formation of this valley is perplexing. It is surrounded by sheer cliffs, with no path for entry unless one descends from above. I find it odd that such a conspicuous location remains undiscovered. During my year-long stay, I occasionally sensed individuals soaring above the valley, yet they never descended to investigate, maintaining a swift pace without a moment's pause. I slowly made my way to the valley's center. Though the valley is not vast, it is certainly not small. In less than half an hour, I had traversed the entire area without discovering anything unusual. There were no cottages to be found, nor even a single cave. However, I did not lose heart. I understood that the person I sought was extraordinary, and if he wished to conceal himself, it would be effortless. Thus, I commenced a meticulous search. Ultimately, I discovered a grand formation at the base of a cliff. This formation was equally intricate. Without approaching it closely, one would be oblivious to its existence. Standing before the formation, I called out loudly, expressing my intentions and hoping for an audience with the elder. Yet, after waiting an entire day, the remarkable individual still did not appear. Consequently, I resolved to express my apologies and begin studying this grand formation in an attempt to decipher it. Master Zhishuan, are you not concerned that he might blame you? Ha ha, at this stage? I can hardly afford to worry about that. Throughout my years of wandering, I encountered many proud recluses who initially refused to meet with me. However, upon my success in deciphering their formations, we became friends. To them, if one does not demonstrate genuine skill, they will not regard you with any seriousness. I believe this sage might think similarly. To meet him, one must breach the formation themselves. Master Zhishuan, why not use force to break the formation? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Lin Fengxing's words, Master Zhishuan erupted into laughter. Young one, employing brute force to dismantle a formation is the most foolish and least efficient method. Unless your strength is overwhelmingly superior, even decades of effort would yield no results. I never considered that I could dismantle the formation through sheer force. I must utilize the knowledge of formations I have acquired to discern its patterns and identify and eliminate the core of the formation. But it said that this formation is impeccable. Every formation has its flaws. It merely depends on whether you can uncover them. If you find them, there are vulnerabilities. If not, it appears flawless. Did you find one? Master Zhishuan sighed and nodded slightly that I did. Lin Fengxing furrowed his brow and pouted. It seems this sage is not as remarkable as I thought if you found it so easily. Hearing this, Master Zhishuan's expression twitched, and he glared at Lin Fengxing. Easily? Do you have any idea how long it took me to unravel this formation? How long? 8 years. Lin Fengxing nearly jumped up in disbelief, staring at Master Zhishuan in astonishment. 8 years. What sort of formation is so formidable that it requires an expert 8 years to decipher? To be precise, it was over 8 years. My ability to dismantle this formation in such a time frame relied on the knowledge I gathered from various masters during my travels. Otherwise, I would never have succeeded. After dedicating more than 8 years to this endeavor, do you still think it was easy? Master Zhishuan asked, his tone biting. Not easy. Lin Fengxing quickly shook his head. Indeed, it was no simple feat. During those 8 years, when I was hungry, I hunted in the mountains. When I was thirsty, I drank from the springs. Aside from sustenance, all my time was devoted to this formation. I examined it repeatedly, and it took nearly 5 years to identify a minute flaw, a moment of pure elation. Yet, little did I know, discovering the flaw only meant I needed even more time and effort to break it. Thus, I spent an additional 3 years barely identifying a secondary core. Removing it significantly weakened the formation, making subsequent tasks much easier. After unraveling the formation, the original appearance of the stone wall finally revealed itself. In truth, this was hardly different from before I dismantled the formation. The only distinction was the newly formed opening about 30 zhang above the ground. At this juncture, Master Zhishuan suddenly asked Lin Fengxing, "Young one, do you know what level of expert set this formation?" "I do not." "Take a guess on a master." "He is a martial king." Chapter 24. Magnanimity. A martial king? Lin Fengxing, in his shock, nearly bit his tongue. "Did you truly encounter him? Is he indeed within that cave?" "No, he is not in that gorge." Master Zhishuan gently shook his head in denial. "Then how do you know all of this?" Upon the instant I unraveled the formation. I was scrutinizing that opening when several lines of text suddenly appeared in the sky. "Welcome to the Cliff Valley. I never expected someone could unravel my formation. You must have spent considerable time on it." "Huh? Ha ha. Since you have reached this point, it is fate I stumbled upon this valley and have resided here for some time. Yet regrettably, I have since departed, uncertain if I shall return. I have left a few items within the cave for you, as a token of our shared fate, to reward you for cracking the formation." The inscription concluded with the signature Wui. The characters, formed from true energy, vanished after I read them. Only a martial king could employ true energy with such finesse, leaving me to deduce that the master of this valley must indeed be a martial king. "True energy manifesting?" Lin Fengxing echoed, astonished. "Master Zhishuan, were those writings left by him in advance?" "Not at all. The elder Wui must have left a strand of true energy at the formation's entrance before departing. When I unraveled the formation, he sensed it from afar and used that strand of true energy to communicate with me." "Such a phenomenon exists?" Lin Fengxing's mouth hung agape, filled with envy. Having resided in Donglu town for so long, he knew little of the profound mysteries within the martial world. He only understood that third-rate experts could fly, and masters could become invisible. Yet, he had never before heard of a martial king wielding true energy in such a manner. "There are many things in the world of martial arts that you are yet to discover," Master Zhishuan said earnestly. "Once your strength grows, you should venture out to explore. Remaining confined to this small place will hinder your potential. The world beyond is far more exhilarating than you can imagine. With your talent and perseverance, you may one day stand at the pinnacle of martial arts." Lin Fengxing nodded solemnly, having resolved to venture forth in the future. "Master Zhishuan, have you seen a martial king with your own eyes?" Lin Fengxing queried with curiosity, thinking Master Zhishuan must have encountered many great individuals hailing from Daluo continent. "Do you think encountering a martial king is so simple? Even masters of the highest caliber seldom make appearances. My encounter in the Cliff Valley was the first time I came across such a figure." Lin Fengxing nodded, suddenly asking, "Master Zhishuan, is this martial king the same extraordinary individual mentioned by the Master of Formations?" "Indeed, I confirmed this while unraveling the formation. His core was primarily arranged with branches, consistent with the descriptions provided by the Formation Master. Witnessing such a formation firsthand left me utterly speechless, so it truly is the same person." Lin Fengxing pondered for a moment before excitedly asking, "Master Zhishuan, what items were left in that cave?" I cautiously examined the entrance and then ventured inside. The passage within was spacious, illuminated by gemstones set into the ceiling. As I walked further, I encountered no dangers. Upon a stone table, I discovered 2 books and several pages of notes, evidently left for me. "Zhishuan Master, did not the king of Wui say you could use it freely? Why be so cautious?" Zhishuan Master shook his head. "Even if he said so, how can I discern the truth of his words? Perhaps there are traps or secrets within. I know nothing of the Wui king and cannot take his words at face value." Upon hearing this, Lin Fengxing broke into a cold sweat. Realizing his naivety, he resolved to be more vigilant in the future. When traversing the outside world, one must remain ever alert and not trust others lightly. Even for immense benefits, one must act only after ensuring safety, Zhishuan Master advised. "Zhishuan Master, is there truly no danger in that cave?" I examined it thoroughly. Aside from the letters left on the table, there was nothing else. The letter mentioned that he left 3 treasures, 2 of which he developed himself, along with a set of techniques to awaken potential, as a reward for me. Lin Fengxing suppressed his curiosity and did not inquire about the three treasures. Seeing this, Zhishuan Master smiled and asked, "Little one, do you not wish to know what the three treasures are?" "I do." "Then why do you not ask?" "I worry about whether it is appropriate." Lin Fengxing confessed. Zhishuan Master laughed heartily and continued. The letter states that once the body's potential is awakened, the vortex of true energy will be larger than that of ordinary people. Storing more true energy, however, this requires tremendous willpower, and the method is recorded in the book. Additionally, there is a set of techniques said to offer extra benefits upon cultivation, but what those benefits are must be discovered by the practitioner themselves. Upon hearing this, Lin Fengxing could not help but ask, "Zhishuan Master, is this not the cultivation method you mentioned before?" "Indeed, it is remarkable, but the honor should belong to the Wuyi Senior." "Not me?" Lin Fengxing was momentarily taken aback, falling silent. Yet within, he felt a pang of emotion, a sense of gratitude. "Zhishuan Master, it is rumored that cultivating this technique can also grant special abilities. What wondrous powers might that entail?" "The text did not mention that. How could I know?" Zhishuan Master rolled his eyes and replied dismissively. "Zhishuan Master, have you never cultivated it yourself? Young one, do you think this frail body of mine could withstand such trials?" Zhishuan Master shot Lin Fengxing a reproachful glance before continuing. "This technique is the first treasure, while the second is one of the two books on the table, one being a low-tier martial technique." "Is it the Destruction Fist?" Lin Fengxing inquired curiously, immediately recalling the technique he had practiced that day. "Not at all. The Destruction Fist was purchased by me on Daluo Continent. The other book is the martial technique in question." Zhishuan Master clarified. Lin Fengxing nodded, recalling that Zhishuan Master had once mentioned possessing two low-tier martial techniques. Excluding the Destruction Fist, it must be the one that requires Qi training to cultivate. As for the third item. Zhishuan Master paused momentarily, then spoke slowly. "When I first saw it, I was indeed quite astonished. I never expected this senior to be so generous." "What is it?" Zhishuan Master's words piqued Lin Fengxing's curiosity, and his thoughts raced, wondering what could possibly astonish Zhishuan Master. "The formation?" Regarding the discussion of formations, Lin Fengxing questioned with some confusion. "What is so fearsome about formations? Do you not know how to arrange them?" Before he could finish, a thought flashed through his mind, and he stared incredulously at Zhishuan Master, stammering, "Zhishuan Master, could this formation be?" The latter half of his sentence hung in the air, as he fixated on Zhishuan Master. Fully aware that the latter could perceive his thoughts, Zhishuan Master slightly nodded, confirming, "Indeed, it is the kind of formation that can be arranged with branches and stones, requiring no human eye to guide it. I was not much stronger than you at that time, trembling with excitement. I never expected the Wuyi Senior to pass down this formation as well. You may not know its value, but I am well aware. Its worth is no less than that of a top-tier martial technique. If one were to choose between a formation and a top-tier martial technique, any rational person would choose the formation. Mastering this formation will elevate your combat power far beyond a mere increment." After confirming Zhishuan Master's response, Lin Fengxing involuntarily shivered, filled with admiration for that king of warriors, who so freely bestowed such a powerful formation. Chapter 25. An old friend. Zhishuan Master, is this formation indeed the creation of that king of warriors? He asked. Precisely, Zhishuan Master replied. He is the most talented and powerful formation master I have ever known. Previously, the highest level of formation master I encountered was merely an entry-level expert. Yet the Wuyi Senior not only reached the realm of a king of warriors himself, but also created such a marvelous formation. To call him the best in the world is not an exaggeration. Why did he leave behind such a formidable formation? Does he not fear it will spread? I, too, was puzzled, but upon studying his formation, I discovered a note it stated that this formation was created through decades of effort, and he did not wish for his hard work to go to waste, hoping someone would carry it forward. He was accustomed to solitude and was uninterested in taking disciples. Thus, he left the formation in the cave, hoping a fated person would inherit and propagate it. He also left a warning, advising that it should not be disseminated until one reaches a certain level of power. Did he anticipate that someone would discover that place? Certainly, just not the timing. He might have thought that if he could not return to the valley during his lifetime, this formation and technique would likely be lost to time. Hence, he meticulously recorded it to ensure that even in the event of an accident, this knowledge would not vanish. But he is a king of warriors. Who could defeat him? There are disparities even among kings of warriors. There are always greater powers beyond. He may have also considered that if someone could find the Cliff Valley, they must possess a persistent pursuit of formations. This was also a test for those who came. A test? Lin Fengxing questioned. Yes, only those with unwavering determination and extraordinary willpower are worthy of his formation. I do not boast. My ability to persist stems solely from my curiosity about this formation. I spent over a decade searching, solely to learn the outcome. Otherwise, would those years not be wasted? I was merely fortunate. Lin Fengxing mused inwardly. If 10 years of pursuing something does not qualify as willpower, then what does? Yet he asked, what happened next? When did you leave? After acquiring this knowledge, I did not leave immediately. Instead, I remained there to delve deeper into my studies. I hoped that the Wu Yi Senior would return, wishing to express my gratitude personally. Yet regrettably, I waited over a year there, and he still did not appear. During that time, I gained profound insights into this formation. It shattered my previous understanding of formations. His formations were elusive yet immensely powerful. With eyes that could be replaced at will, I had hoped to meet this legendary figure, but ultimately, that wish went unfulfilled, which remains a significant regret in my life. Unbeknownst to me, I spent over a decade in the Cliff Valley. He never returned, and I felt I could wait no longer, deciding to leave. Did you leave empty-handed? Lin Fengxing could not help but ask. Indeed, those medicinal herbs held far less allure for me than the formation point. One must learn to be content. I have already received far too much from him, but he never stated you could not take them. Lin Fengxing murmured regretfully. However, as I was leaving, I made a stunning discovery. What discovery? I found that the Wu Yi Senior had arranged a massive formation around the entire valley. Only from a certain height could one discern this valley. Otherwise, one would merely see a forest. Had I not searched closely near the treetops, I might never have discovered this place. Having memorized the geography around the Cliff Valley, I prepared to depart with a hint of reluctance. Those years had nurtured an attachment between me and this place that was difficult to sever. Suddenly having to bid farewell, my heart inevitably struggled. Zhishuan Master, having memorized the surrounding terrain, are you planning to return and gather rare herbs? Lin Fengxing inquired with curiosity. He had long coveted the value of those precious herbs, constantly contemplating the immense wealth they could yield. Zhishuan Master nearly stumbled over his own feet, shooting Lin Fengxing an exasperated glare. Responding curtly, I intend to revisit the Wu Yi Senior someday. Perhaps he will return to his old haunts. Remembering the terrain is for future navigation. Can you not let go of those herbs? Ha ha ha. Faced with Zhishuan Master's reproach, Lin Fengxing could only awkwardly chuckle, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Zhishuan Master, after leaving the Cliff Valley, where did you go? Lin Fengxing skillfully shifted the topic. To meet an old friend. Zhishuan Master's tone grew somber. An old friend? Which old friend? The very formation master who informed me about this formation. I had promised that once I found this formation, I would bring him to witness it. My discovery of this formation was entirely due to his clues. Without those, I might never have encountered this marvelous formation. Therefore, I cannot forget this kindness and must not remain silent or pretend to forget my promise simply because I have obtained the formation. Zhishuan Master gazed into the distance, his expression impassive as he spoke. Oh, I see. Do you plan to take him to the Cliff Valley? No, that is not a place one can casually bring others. Indeed, Lin Fengxing nodded eagerly, secretly relieved. He thought to himself, if that formation master were to come, he would surely covet those herbs. Then what do you plan to do? Will you merely find some excuse? I plan to set up a formation of my own to showcase for him. Zhishuan Master, have you mastered it so swiftly? Certainly not. The esteemed Wu Yi may have wished for those who acquired this array to possess the means for self-preservation. Thus, he meticulously elucidated the arrangement methods for 2 distinct formations, accompanied by a detailed diagram. I merely need to follow the blueprint for the setup. However, as I am not yet sufficiently acquainted with such formations, I must adhere to the original design with utmost precision. ensuring that the positions and spacing of the array eyes correspond exactly. Otherwise, the formation will fail to activate. Once all the auxiliary array eyes are arranged, I shall then establish the primary array eye. Upon completion of the primary array eye, the formation will automatically activate, truly a marvel, as Master Zhishuan remarked. Once all preparations were complete, I set out for the secluded dwelling of the array master. Over 20 years had passed. I wondered whether he remained there or had relocated. I had contemplated whether I should seek him out if he had truly moved away. Fortunately, I had paid attention to the geographical features of that area when I departed all those years ago. And despite the passage of 2 decades, the changes in the mountains were minimal. I quickly found my way there, guided by memory. His secluded abode was still protected by a formation. Upon seeing it, a wave of nostalgia washed over me. 20 years prior, it was this very formation that had kept me outside for more than a month, only allowing me entry once the array master had deactivated it. Now, 2 decades later, the formation remained, yet I was no longer the same person. Kill my eyes, the formation was riddled with flaws. I could discern the positions of the array eyes with ease, as though I had arranged them myself. The array master had only one disciple, which limited his manpower. Thus, his formation was composed of substitutes, inevitably diminishing its potency. However, his intention was merely to avoid disturbance, and such strength was sufficient to deter most wild beasts. Upon our reunion, he did not immediately recognize me. It was only after I prompted him that he came to a sudden realization. The astonishment on his face when he learned that I had indeed located the formation remains vivid in my memory. In a state of excitement, he inquired about the circumstances of my search and my learning progress, to which I responded rather dismissively. I did not disclose that I had acquired the formation, instead stating that I had encountered a great master and learned some arrangement techniques from him. Chapter 26. Qin Tian, Master Zhishuan, why did you not reveal the truth to him? Are you concerned he might pose a threat to you? No, I do not fear his strength. He is far from my match. I am merely apprehensive about the implications of this news spreading, for it would lead to perpetual unrest for me. It is not that I do not trust him, but the stakes are too high, and I must consider my own safety. Does he believe your words? Whether he believes me is of little consequence. I am here to fulfill my promise. Once that promise is kept, I shall wander freely. Perhaps we shall never meet again. Yet, he did not show any signs of suspicion at the time. He simply continued to inquire where I had made my discovery. Did you tell him? Of course not. I merely mentioned that I had stumbled upon it deep in the mountains. He seemed to grasp that I did not wish to elaborate on the subject and ceased to press further. Upon hearing that I too could arrange formations, he requested a live demonstration. Claiming he had awaited this day for a long time, I feigned reluctance, stating that I was not yet sufficiently familiar with this particular formation, and informed him that I had spent over a month setting up another not far from here, offering to take him to see it. After hearing this, he appeared less eager, saying that after so many years apart, he had made some new discoveries regarding formations that he wished to share with me. He suggested we rest for the night and visit the next day. I too felt fatigued and acquiesced. That night, we conversed until the early hours, and at dawn the following day, we set off to view the formation I had arranged. Master Zhishuan, does that array master not have a name? Lin Fengxing suddenly recalled that he had never heard Master Zhishuan mention his name. Always referring to him as the array master, of course he has a name. It remains etched in my memory. What is it? Qin Tian. Qin Tian lavished praise upon my formation arrangement, his eyes betraying a glimmer of almost covetous greed. Greed? Lin Fengxing asked in astonishment. Indeed, greed. Initially, I thought he merely displayed an unconscious desire for the formation. Yet, when I prepared to dismantle the array and depart, he audaciously requested that I impart this formation to him. What? Lin Fengxing was shocked, thinking how brazen Qin Tian was to ask for such a precious item after merely a brief acquaintance. How did you respond? He pressed. Qin Tian had been quite beneficial to my journey of discovery. Moreover, Wu Yi had permitted me to share this technique. However, I was entirely unaware of Qin Tian's character, and thus could not easily acquiesce. I intended to delve deeper into his nature. If he were an honorable man, I would have no qualms in sharing. On the contrary, I feared disappointing Wu Yi. Hence, I informed him that I needed to first obtain the elder's approval. I explained this, only for him to propose exchanging it for advanced martial techniques. Advanced martial techniques? Upon hearing this, Lin Fengxing felt invigorated. Influenced by the Su family, he longed for the martial techniques of his own lineage, thus holding a special reverence for martial skills. His mention of advanced martial techniques surprised me as well. A third-rate expert possessing such a rare treasure was indeed unexpected. Many masters had yet to acquire advanced martial techniques. Yet, for me, even exceptional martial techniques failed to stir my interest. I continued, stating that he saw my lack of enthusiasm and then offered to add a volume of intermediate martial techniques. Another volume? Lin Fengxing swallowed hard, reflecting on how his father had struggled to find even low-level martial techniques, while I might easily obtain both advanced and intermediate techniques, causing him to feel a mix of emotions. Did you agree? He inquired. I did not. I remained steadfast in my requirement for the founder's consent. Upon hearing this, he stared at me for a long moment before slowly suggesting that I impart the formation to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't allow me to leave. What did he mean? Lin Fengxing questioned, puzzled that I asked him for clarification, and he merely smiled without answering, seemingly implying that he would resort to force to keep me. I felt fortunate that I had not easily divulged the information. Such a person was unworthy of learning this array. And no sooner had I spoken than a voice rang out beside us. What if I wish to keep you? I was taken aback and turned to see a figure gradually materializing beside Qin Tian. Who was that? Lin Fengxing furrowed his brow. Anyone capable of concealing their presence must be at least a master-level practitioner. Faced with this individual, my heart swirled with conflicting emotions. Qin Tian had enlisted help. No wonder he dared to speak so boldly. A master could easily detain me with little effort. I let out a bitter laugh. Master Zhishuan, you were discussing formations only the night prior. How could he have summoned this person? Had he been lurking all along? Lin Fengxing inquired. It is likely summoned by his disciple. I asked Qin Tian what would have happened had I agreed to the exchange. I might have been dead by now. If a true exchange were to occur, a master would hardly allow me to leave with advanced martial techniques. Once the formation was in his possession, I would hold no value. His strength was formidable. Killing me would be effortless. I analyzed the situation. Lin Fengxing fell silent, lamenting the treachery of human nature. Qin Tian jested that should I agree to the exchange, he would grant me a swift death. Otherwise, he would make my life a torment. He speculated that I had fortuitously encountered Wu Yi and discovered the cave. I had no idea how he knew. I shook my head. Master Zhishuan? Lin Fengxing gasped. That I sighed, feigning agreement. In truth, I would rather die than surrender the formation. I refused to be outmaneuvered and suspected he had been plotting from the outset. My assent was merely a ruse to find an opportunity to eliminate him. However, with the master present, I had no means to execute my plan. My only option was to set a trap to lure him closer and deliver a fatal blow. Such a person was a liability. This was my only course of action. Did he take the bait? How did you escape? Lin Fengxing asked eagerly. He did not act directly but rather employed cunning, instructing the master-level individual to retrieve the item on his behalf. What puzzled me was that Qin Tian, an ordinary expert, could command such a master-level figure. Upon learning that the master was approaching, I took the initiative and drew nearer to them. Since I could not entice Qin Tian over, I had to step into the fray myself. I produced several sheets of densely written paper, feigning reluctance as I handed them to the master. Those were my past experiences and insights. With nothing else at hand, I had to make do with this. The moment the master took them to examine, I swiftly unleashed my destruction fist toward Qin Tian, lamenting, "What a pity, Master Zhishuan," while shaking my head, revealing my heartfelt sorrow. Qin Tian had evidently anticipated my move. Upon seeing my strike, he immediately retreated. Although my fist's wind struck him, it failed to deliver a fatal blow. I promptly attempted to flee, but I was a moment too late. As I struck Qin Tian, the master had already reacted, sending me flying several yards with a single palm strike. Due to the vast disparity in our strengths, that blow left me grievously injured. Yet, it was not his full strength. Otherwise, I might have perished on the spot. He refrained from using his full power simply because he had yet to acquire the formation. The instant I landed, I hastily grabbed a random object from my person and threw it aside. I had initially intended to bring Qin Tian to see the formation, surrounding the area with another array as a precaution. Little did I expect it would indeed come into play. The spot where I tossed the object was precisely the primary array EY. As long as I placed the item there, the formation would activate, ensuring my safety. The master evidently sensed my intention and attempted to intervene, but he was ultimately a moment too late. The formation successfully activated. Once the formation was triggered, they could no longer reach me. Though they were aware of my presence ahead, they could not launch an attack. I was shielded by the energy barrier of the formation, while I could observe them clearly. Upon witnessing the activation of the formation, the master's eyes flashed with regret. It was unclear whether he regretted not stopping me or had not anticipated my contingency plan. He subsequently began to attack the formation frantically. Unfortunately, I was already severely injured. Otherwise, I could have contained him within the array. Master Zhishuan, I do not understand. If you are injured, can the formation not confine them? Will your injury also damage the formation? Lin Fengxing asked, trembling. Chapter 27. If I were not injured, I could protect the formation. Even if he breaches a critical point of the formation, I can swiftly mend it. Once his strength is exhausted, I shall easily take his life. Alas, I am grievously injured and lack the capacity to engage with them. Not to mention I am unaware if they have reinforcements. Without anyone to restore the formation, I am still faced with a master-level adversary, and I cannot ascertain how long the formation can endure. Thus, as soon as the formation was activated, I dragged my wounded body and fled desperately. During my escape, I dared not pause to tend to my injuries, fully aware that the formation would eventually be compromised. And they would undoubtedly pursue me. I could only run, ceaselessly, day and night. I made every effort to traverse paths less trodden, and thus, I ran intermittently for nearly a month. This month has been the most wretched period of my life, fraught with the anxiety of pursuing enemies and the need to guard against the wild beasts I might encounter along the way. Ji Xianshi forced a bitter smile before falling into silence. After a brief pause, Ji Xianshi continued. Over the past month, my injuries have worsened due to neglect. Upon reaching the mountains, I found myself too weak to continue. Thinking that they would not catch up to me so swiftly, I planned to recuperate. However, I discovered that stabilizing my condition required a particular herb, which I am now too weak to seek. I believed I would perish, yet in my despair, I encountered you. Ji Xianshi gazed at Lin Fengxing with deep gratitude, reflecting that had he not met him, he might have long since departed from this world. Lin Fengxing looked at the elder, wishing to offer him comfort, yet he was at a loss for words. He must have suffered immensely during his flight. Ji Xianshi, I shall avenge this grievance on your behalf. Although my current strength is still feeble, one day I shall reach the realm of a grandmaster. Lin Fengxing pondered for a moment, feeling this was the greatest promise he could offer. Ji Xianshi was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Lin Fengxing to say such a thing. He nodded, and after a moment of contemplation, he smiled wryly and said, "Let us speak of revenge later and this time. I have considered much and believe there must be others behind Qin Tian. It is not merely as simple as the two of them, and their influence is vast. Before we possess sufficient strength, it is unwise to act hastily. They are certainly searching for me everywhere. This is also why I have forbidden you from teaching the Annihilation Fist and revealing my whereabouts. The Annihilation Fist is related to this matter. I used the Annihilation Fist to injure Qin Tian. Aside from the formation, this is the only clue I left behind. They will surely pay special attention to this set of martial arts. Perhaps there are even their people in Donglu Town." Lin Fengxing then comprehended Ji Xianshi's reason for prohibiting him from teaching the Annihilation Fist. Does it mean I can no longer use this martial art? Certainly not. This is a small place. And even if they send someone here, they will not linger long. I estimate that in half a year, this place should be safe. They cannot afford to waste too much time in such a minor locale. Ji Xianshi, do you mean that after half a year, I can teach this martial art to my father and the others? Lin Fengxing asked with excitement, for if so, he would be confident in the battle against the Su family a year later. Yes, but to be cautious, you should still refrain from using this martial art as much as possible to avoid being discovered by them. I understand. Ji Xianshi. Ji Xianshi nodded, glancing at the sky, and said, "It is getting late. You should return." Lin Fengxing looked up at the sky and indeed noticed it was gradually darkening. After acknowledging, he prepared to descend the mountain. After taking a few steps, he turned back resolutely and said, "Zhi sure, rest assured, I will never divulge your matters." Upon hearing this, Zhi sure smiled, waved his hand, and gestured for him to return home quickly. Watching Lin Fengxing's figure recede into the distance, Zhi sure murmured to himself with a smile, "This little fellow is indeed intriguing. If I did not trust you, how could I share these things?" With that, he once again gazed at the sky. Pondering for a long time, as soon as Lin Fengxing entered the house, Lin Rong excitedly ran over. "Brother, I have good news to share. Our family has acquired martial arts techniques." Lin Fengxing was taken aback, fearing that his secret had been discovered, and nervously asked, "Martial arts? What martial arts? I do not know. I heard that father brought it back from outside." Lin Fengxing secretly sighed in relief and said, "Do not jest with me." How could that be? He recalled that when he left early in the morning, his father had wanted them all to leave due to the lack of martial arts techniques. How could it suddenly appear in such a short time? "It is true, brother. If you do not believe me, go ask father." Seeing that Lin Fengxing was skeptical, Lin Rong urged him. Lin Fengxing looked at Lin Rong in confusion. He did not appear to be joking. And he thought, could it be true? Lin Fengxing hurriedly dashed toward the hall but collided with a hurried middle-aged man at the threshold. Ouch! Lin Fengxing nearly fell to the ground. "Fengxing, where are you rushing off to in such a fluster?" The middle-aged man steadied himself and quickly supported Lin Fengxing, his tone carrying a hint of reproach. Lin Fengxing looked up and realized it was his second uncle. He quickly asked, "Second uncle, did you hear that our family has acquired martial arts techniques?" Your father is inside. Go ask him. I have urgent matters to attend to." Lin Fengxing's second uncle thought for a moment, pointed toward the hall, then turned to leave, reminding him, "Be careful, do not be so rash." Lin Fengxing made a face and then stepped into the hall. Lin Yuntian sat with his eyes closed on a wide solid wood chair, habitually massaging his brow to alleviate his fatigue. He had initially planned to send the younger generation and the women of the family away first before engaging in a life-and-death battle with the Su family. Since the Su family had already mastered martial arts yet had not acted, there must be hidden reasons behind it. Otherwise, with their nature, how could they leave themselves a year of buffer? Did they not realize that he too might acquire martial arts within this time? However, they had indeed taken no action. Although the information came from Su Jianming, it was unlikely to be false. They clearly possessed martial arts techniques long ago but kept it secret, evidently intending to catch him off guard. "Thinking that since you are holding back, I shall advance my plans. You wish to annex my Lin family, do you not? This battle is inevitable. Striking early is better than striking late. Perhaps now we can still have a chance of victory. Even in the worst-case scenario, it would be a mutual destruction, which is far better than sitting idly by." However, unexpectedly, the younger generation was unwilling to leave. This prevented him from waging war against the Su family at this critical juncture. He could accept his own demise, but these children were the hope of the Lin family. He did not wish for a third party to benefit from the devastation of both great families. If that were the case, neither the Lin nor Su families would survive, for no one would leave such a significant threat unaddressed. Since a direct confrontation is not feasible now, he must seek other methods. But what methods could there be? The most ideal solution would be to acquire a martial arts technique, but that thought now seemed overly extravagant. After searching in Donglu town for more than 2 months without success, he recalled that there had never been any martial arts techniques mentioned in his memory. After much consideration, Lin Yuntian believed that the only way forward was to strive to break through to the mid-level of a third-tier expert before the Su family was fully prepared. However, this meant he would need to enter seclusion for cultivation, but how could he do so at ease? He feared that the Su family might launch a surprise attack during his seclusion. If the Su family acted, his brothers would certainly not be a match for Su Shanhe and the others. Contemplating these issues, he could not help but feel anxious. If he did not resolve this threat, how could he cultivate in peace? How to resolve this? Lin Yuntian and his brothers discussed numerous times, but found no foolproof strategy. Chapter 28. Burdened with concerns, the 4 brothers pondered for a long time, yet still found no solution. Lin Fengxing's third uncle impatiently said, I truly do not understand what luck the Su family has had to acquire martial arts techniques. Humph, if we also had martial arts, would they dare to be so arrogant? Even with tenfold courage, they would not dare to covet us. Martial arts? Martial arts. This utterance struck Lin Yuntian's mind like a flash of inspiration. Indeed, I have just returned from outside. How could the Su family know whether I have found martial arts? I might as well deliberately spread the word that I have acquired a martial arts technique. Once this news spreads, the Su family would surely be wary and would not dare to act rashly. As long as we do not reveal any flaws, it will not be easy for them to uncover the truth. How to avoid revealing flaws requires careful consideration. After Lin Yuntian proposed this idea, he gained the brothers' approval. After agreeing on a plan, they set about arranging the details and acting separately. This news must not come directly from the Lin family. It must be inadvertently leaked and spread by others to gain credibility. People are often more inclined to believe what others say, even if it is an unverified possibility. After meticulous arrangements, the news was successfully leaked, yielding significant results. Rumors began to swirl in Donglu town, and many people eagerly discussed the matter. When Lin Rong and others went out, they also caught wind of the gossip. Although they found it strange how news of martial arts could suddenly appear, their excitement quickly replaced any doubts. They thought, from now on, we need no longer fear the Su family, and we may even fight back, father. Lin Yuntian was repeatedly contemplating the plan's flaws when he heard a voice and slowly opened his eyes. Here you are, Ah? After Lin Fengxing responded, he suddenly realized and asked in surprise, Father, did you know I was coming? Lin Yuntian smiled and asked, Did you hear the news? Lin Fengxing was taken aback. Could it be that Xiao Rong was telling the truth? Did father truly find martial arts? Father, are you referring to the martial arts? Lin Fengxing inquired uncertainly. If not, why would you come? Father, is this true? Lin Fengxing asked with excitement. Observing Lin Fengxing's expression, Lin Yuntian internally sighed. He was well aware of everyone's desire for martial arts, especially after learning that the Su family possessed martial arts, which left the clan members with a pent-up energy. However, he understood that the immediate challenge must be addressed first. Until the threat posed by the Su family was eliminated, all else was mere idle talk. Gently shaking his head, Lin Yuntian replied, It is false. Despite Lin Fengxing harboring little hope regarding the news, a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes upon hearing the answer. What was the nature of that news? Have you heard it as well? Is someone spreading rumors? It is not a matter of someone disseminating rumors. Rather, we ourselves are propagating this falsehood. We are the ones spreading rumors. Father, what on earth is going on? After Lin Yuntian thoroughly informed Lin Fengxing about the entire plan, Lin Fengxing fell into deep contemplation. He understood well that this was the most ideal strategy to counter the impending assault from the Su family. Father, are you about to enter seclusion for cultivation? After a prolonged silence, Lin Fengxing finally inquired. Yes, Lin Yuntian replied softly, his tone laced with a hint of gravity. This is now our sole path forward. Witnessing the weariness etched across Lin Yuntian's face, Lin Fengxing felt a surge of emotion, tinged with a touch of pain. Father is bearing too much, Lin Fengxing silently thought. The family's fate rests entirely on his father's shoulders. With nary a moment to catch his breath, observing his father's bloodshot eyes, Lin Fengxing realized that his father had again been unable to find rest the previous night in the face of such a monumental crisis. How could his father possibly sleep soundly? Su family, wait for it. I will ensure that you pay tenfold for all of this. Lin Fengxing vowed internally. Lin Fengxing indeed learned a set of martial arts today, yet it is not suitable for public revelation at this moment. Otherwise, before the Su family even makes a move, the Lin family might perish due to Qin Tian's actions. He held deep trust in his father, knowing that even if he were to impart the rupture fist to everyone right now, as long as he conveyed the gravity of the situation, they would not betray the secret. However, Master Zhishuan once stated that if formidable foes were to come knocking, it would be nearly impossible for the Lin family to keep their secrets given their current strength. The enemy might not openly challenge them but could opt to observe from the shadows. The Lin and Su families are the two greatest powers in Donglu town, inevitably becoming the focal point of their investigations. Should the visitor be of master-level caliber, the Lin family would have no secrets left to guard. Father, How long do you intend to remain in seclusion? Lin Fengxing bit his lip and asked, at most a year. The Su family has not left me much time, Lin Yuntian replied with a wry smile. Shaking his head, as long as they remain uncertain whether we possess martial arts, they will refrain from acting rashly. However, once they are fully prepared, they will not hesitate to take risks. According to their original timeline of 1 year, more than 2 months have already elapsed. Lin Fengxing chose not to press further regarding whether a breakthrough could be achieved within the year, for he understood that if his father were confident, he would not have opted for seclusion at this juncture. If there were certainty, there would have already been a breakthrough. Father, let us allow half a year. If there is still no progress after that, we can conclude the seclusion, Lin Fengxing proposed, then felt that this statement might have been somewhat inappropriate, adding, if after 6 months you feel there is no possibility of a breakthrough, then we can end the seclusion early. If this plan proves unfeasible, we can make alternative arrangements sooner. In truth, Lin Fengxing was calculating that after 6 months, he could publicly share the rupture fist. If his father remained in seclusion, even if others practiced, they would not stand a chance against Su Shanhe of the Su family. However, it was not the right time to make this known. Hence he provided this rationale. Lin Yuntian, unaware of Lin Fengxing's underlying intentions, pondered for a moment and found merit in his suggestion. If after a year there is still no breakthrough and the Su family is well prepared, it may indeed be too late to devise a counterplan. You make a valid point. Let us proceed accordingly. During this period of seclusion, we will claim that I am engaged in martial arts training, and your second uncle and others will also minimize their appearances. The main objective is to create a fade for the Su family, leading them to believe that we are diligently practicing martial arts at home. The reason I am sharing this plan with you is my concern that you young ones might be easily swayed by rumors and inadvertently bring trouble to the family. We need to maintain a semblance of calm during this time. Do you understand? Yes, I understand, Father. Furthermore, this plan will require your assistance, and I will provide you with specific tasks in due course. Understood. As for the younger ones, you can simply tell them the truth. I am quite troubled about how to explain this to them in the future, Lin Yuntian expressed with concern. It will be fine, Father. By then, we will surely find the martial arts techniques. Lin Fengxing replied with confidence, and seeing the look from his father, he further clarified. Since the Su family is capable of finding martial arts, so can we? We are not inferior to the Su family. Let us hope so. Lin Yuntian had little hope left for martial arts, especially after coming back empty-handed from his search. Go and inform Xiaorong and the others. Those children must be anxiously awaiting your return for some reassurance. Though Lin Yuntian spoke lightly, his heart was heavy with complexity. He had grown accustomed to deceiving outsiders, yet the thought of misleading his own family members weighed heavily on him. Had the children not been so young, he would have preferred not to conceal the truth. Very well, Father, I shall go at once. Lin Fengxing gazed at his father, burdened with worries, and wished to offer comfort but found himself at a loss for words. Many sentiments could not be disclosed at this moment, so he turned and left. Chapter 29. Secrets of Martial Arts. As Lin Fengxing reached the entrance of the hall, he suddenly turned back and said, Father, we will find a way. We undoubtedly will. Without waiting for his father's response, he quickly exited the hall. Lin Yuntian was momentarily taken aback by these words, then he chuckled wryly. This lad is quite full of confidence. Yet he merely regarded this as Lin Fengxing's self-comforting remark and did not take it to heart. Just as Lin Fengxing left the hall, Lin Rong stealthily approached, whispering, Brother, what did father say? Lin Fengxing detected excitement in his tone. Noticing Lin Rong's furtive demeanor, Lin Fengxing curiously asked, Xiaorong, what is the matter? What are you afraid of in our own home? Lin Rong anxiously covered Lin Fengxing's mouth, looked around to confirm that there was no commotion in the hall, and then said, Brother, keep your voice down. Let us talk in the training room. With that, he pulled Lin Fengxing towards the training room. As they neared the training room, Lin Rong halted and said, Brother, do you know? Today we heard rumors outside that we possess martial arts. After returning, I was egged on by Lin Ming and the others to ask Father. As a result, Father did not tell me and even scolded me, saying I only know how to play and do not practice diligently. I am really trying hard now. Lin Fengxing then realized that Lin Rong was concerned about being scolded by their father again. He reassured him, It's all right, Xiaorong. I know you've been working hard lately. Father has a lot on his plate and is not feeling well. Lin Fengxing understood that his father's reprimand was not due to Lin Rong's lack of effort, but rather because he did not know how to respond to Lin Rong's inquiry. Thus, he chose to scold him to prevent others from asking further questions. Indeed, Lin Rong replied, "Brother, I do not blame Father. I just want to know if we truly possess martial arts." After being scolded by Father, Lin Ming and the others no longer dared to inquire. "With our second and third uncles absent, I decided to wait for you here." Lin Fengxing shot him a glare. "You all were too scared to ask, so you sent me instead? Aren't you afraid I'll get scolded?" Lin Rong chuckled mischievously. "Hee, brother. You ran off on your own. Brother, Father didn't he scold you? Did he? Did you find out anything?" Lin Fengxing shot him a sidelong glance, saying, "Let us talk in the training room. Why aren't you all practicing diligently?" Upon entering the training room, Lin Fengxing discovered everyone huddled together whispering, which piqued his curiosity. Lin Ming and the others turned to see Lin Fengxing and quickly surrounded him. "Brother Fengxing, does our family truly possess martial arts secrets?" "Indeed, Brother Fengxing, please unveil the mystery quickly. Otherwise, we cannot focus on our training." "Exactly, we are dying of curiosity. And no one dares to ask." The crowd clamored with questions. Even the usually composed Lin Ming showed a flushed face, eagerly gazing at him. Lin Fengxing chuckled, realizing he had underestimated the significance of martial arts in their hearts. Discovering that the family harbored martial arts secrets had stirred such excitement within them. He nearly forgot the thrill he felt when he first heard Master Zhishuan mention martial arts. "If you keep making noise, I will not reveal anything," Lin Fengxing said leisurely. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately fell silent. Lin Fengxing smiled with satisfaction, having anticipated this effect. "Brother, please tell us, do we really have martial arts?" Lin Rong tugged at Lin Fengxing's sleeve inquiringly. He had waited a long time for this secret and had even been scolded. If he did not learn the truth soon, he might very well go mad. Lin Fengxing rolled his eyes at him and nodded. "Yes." While upon receiving a definitive answer, the crowd erupted in cheers. Each face glowed with joy, and Lin Rong danced with excitement, utterly beside himself. The others were no different, each flushed with exhilaration. Observing their jubilant expressions, Lin Fengxing felt a wave of relief wash over him. He silently thought, "Father, you did not deceive them, nor did I deceive them. Our family indeed possesses martial arts secrets." After reveling in their joy for a moment, Lin Ming seemed to recall something and asked Lin Fengxing, "Brother Fengxing, didn't he uncle say yesterday that there were no martial arts? How is it that we have them today?" The others also looked at Lin Fengxing with curiosity, for though this question was not crucial to them, they still wished to know. Humans are always filled with curiosity. "I do not know either. Perhaps my father and the others intended to surprise the Su family but accidentally let the news slip." Lin Fengxing replied ambiguously, By the way, do not spread this matter around, understood?" Seeing everyone nod, Lin Fengxing felt reassured. "Brother, when can we start our training?" Lin Rong asked excitedly. "As for that, you cannot practice just yet." "Why not?" Lin Rong's smile instantly faltered as he asked, a hint of grievance in his voice. "After much anticipation for a martial arts secret manual, why is it still impossible to cultivate?" The others exchanged puzzled glances. Their minds filled with questions, unable to comprehend the meaning behind Lin Fengxing's words. How could one possess a martial arts secret and yet be unable to practice it? The reason was that this particular manual required practitioners to reach at least the 8th level of body training. Lin Fengxing hastily clarified, having anticipated their inquiries and previously conferred with his father regarding a suitable response should such questions arise. Unbeknownst to Lin Yuntian, the condition Lin Fengxing mentioned was indeed the minimum threshold for this martial art. "Oh, I see," Lin Rong muttered in disappointment. Lin Ming, Lin Hai, and the others could not conceal their own disillusionment either. They had assumed that possessing the manual would allow them to cultivate, only to discover that they needed to attain the 8th level of body training first. Among the younger generation of the Lin family, aside from Lin Fengxing, none had reached the 8th level. How could this not lead to their disappointment? Observing their dejected expressions, Lin Fengxing attempted to console them, saying, "Regardless, the martial arts secret is already with our family. As long as everyone puts in the effort to cultivate and reaches the 8th level, won't we be able to practice it?" Seeing that the crowd remained despondent, Lin Fengxing's eyes flickered with a new idea, and he added, "It is said that the higher the threshold of a martial arts secret, the more powerful it is. Our family's requires the 8th level, which surely means that the Su family's is lower. Otherwise, Su Zitao would not be able to practice it. This implies that our martial arts secret is significantly superior to theirs. Everyone must strive. Otherwise, at next year's grand feast, you will merely be left watching." The previously forlorn faces of the group suddenly brightened. Lin Hai eagerly inquired, "Fengxing, is what you said true? The higher the threshold, the more formidable the martial arts secret?" "Certainly. Su Zitao and Su Feng will not stand a chance against you," Lin Fengxing confidently asserted. He had witnessed the devastating power of the destruction fist. It could turn stones to dust, so surely it would be unbearable upon impact with the human body. In contrast, he had experienced the Su family's martial arts secret, which merely caused a mild discomfort. If that is the case, it is well worth it. What does a slightly higher threshold matter if the martial arts secret is powerful? Someone chimed in. Indeed, if one could cultivate at the first level of body training, then this martial arts secret would likely lack potency. It is better off not being obtained. Exactly, it's merely the 8th level. Isn't it? From this moment forth, I shall double my efforts in cultivation to swiftly meet the requirements of the martial arts secret. Chapter 30. Denial. Upon hearing Lin Fengxing's words, the others indeed ceased their lamentations. Their spirits rekindled. "Brother, you have already reached the 8th level of body training, so you can cultivate now, right?" Lin Rong suddenly asked. Oh, right, I can cultivate now," Lin Fengxing replied, momentarily taken aback. "Brother, will you show us how it's done?" Lin Rong exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "Yes, Fengxing, let us witness your skills," they urged in unison, their eyes glimmering with anticipation. Lin Fengxing furrowed his brow, his mind racing as he contemplated how to respond. "Brother, what is the matter? Has father not yet imparted the teachings to you?" Lin Rong queried, noticing Lin Fengxing's silence. Yes, indeed. Father has yet to teach me, saying he would do so in a couple of days when he has the time." Lin Fengxing replied, quickly adapting to the query. He resolved to leave early and return late in the coming months to avoid encounters with them. Otherwise, he would be at a loss for words. "Do you know what this martial arts secret is called?" Lin Rong pressed on. "I do not know yet. I will tell you once I find out in a couple of days. Now, everyone go practice. The sooner you reach the 8th level of body training, the sooner you can learn the martial arts secret. I am a bit hungry, so I shall find something to eat." With that, Lin Fengxing hurriedly departed from the training room, leaving Lin Rong and the others in a state of confusion. Once outside the training room, Lin Fengxing glanced back to ensure no one was pursuing him before he paused, exhaling a sigh of relief as he murmured, "Fortunately, I escaped quickly. Otherwise, I would surely have been exposed. I wonder where all these questions are coming from. It seems deceiving is not as simple as one might think." He vigorously shook his head. Dismissing these worries, a smile involuntarily crept onto his face at the thought of his father's instructions. Tomorrow should prove to be quite interesting. The next day, Lin Fengxing did not follow his usual routine of heading to the mountains. Instead, he first practiced in the training room. Once the sunlight blanketed the earth, he leisurely strolled towards the market. Today, he had a mission to fulfill as per his father's orders, in the morning light. The market buzzed with life, bustling with activity in Donglu town. Both citizens on the streets and customers in stores were abuzz with discussions about one topic: the Lin family's acquisition of martial arts. The sudden emergence of a martial art in this small town was undoubtedly big news. "Have you heard? It seems the Lin family has obtained a martial arts secret. I heard this news yesterday. Apparently, Lin Yuntian acquired it while out." "Yes, I also heard that Lin Yuntian searched for over 2 months. The truth of it remains questionable. I haven't heard any confirmation directly from the Lin family." "Of course it's true. Why would they casually mention it to outsiders? I heard that all the Lin family's brothers are in seclusion, practicing that martial arts secret. We haven't seen them in days." "Martial arts? How enviable. I hope to possess such skills one day. I heard the Lin family spent 800,000 gold coins on that martial arts secret." "Not at all. It was over 600,000. I have inquired thoroughly." As Lin Fengxing strolled through the streets, he keenly captured snippets of conversation around him. Upon hearing the figure of 800,000, He could not help but shake his head and chuckle. Some individuals, eager to display their knowledge, exaggerated unverified claims to the point of convincing even themselves. Young master, long time no see. What brings you to the market today? A sharp-eyed citizen recognized Lin Fengxing and called out. Lin Fengxing frequented the market, making him a familiar face, and his approachable nature endeared him to many. The citizen's loud voice drew the attention of those nearby, who gathered curiously upon confirming that it was indeed Lin Fengxing. Oh, my second uncle has been busy lately, so he sent me to help out, Lin Fengxing replied with a broad smile, secretly pleased as the crowd continued to swell. Young master, is it true that your family has acquired a martial arts secret? Lin Fengxing was taken aback, staring at the questioner in disbelief, and instinctively replied, How do you know? Mid-sentence. He seemed to remember something and quickly corrected himself. No, that is not the case. Don't listen to such nonsense. His reaction only served to reinforce their suspicions. Some elders sighed internally, recognizing that this child could not even lie convincingly, his words contradictory. He had initially intended to ask how they knew but had abruptly swallowed his words. No, young master, please don't deceive us. We are already aware. Otherwise, how could your second uncle be too busy to come to the market? Surely he is practicing the martial arts secret. No, really, there is nothing of the sort. My second uncle is simply tired and resting at home, Lin Fengxing insisted, striving to clarify. The crowd chuckled kindly. This child not only lacked the ability to lie, but also could not devise an excuse. Tired? Who would believe that? Younger master, what did your father go out to do recently? I don't know. Was it to seek the martial arts secret? No, I remember your second uncle mentioning that your father was off searching for a martial arts secret. This statement was not unfounded. Lin Fengxing's second uncle had indeed mentioned it in the market, but at the time, no one took it seriously. After all, seeking martial arts secrets was not new. Both the Lin and Su families had previously undertaken such endeavors, only to return empty-handed. Faced with this comment, Lin Fengxing was rendered speechless, casting an accusatory glare at the speaker, as if blaming him for revealing the secret. Younger master, don't glare at me. Everyone knows about this. If you don't believe me, you can ask around. Yes, we have all heard about it, the crowd chimed in agreement. Younger master, is it that your father forbids you from speaking? Is he trying to surprise the Su family? What is the name of your family's martial arts secret? Rest assured, we will never disclose it to the Su family, one person tempted. I don't believe you. Lin Fengxing scoffed, as soon as the words left his mouth. He frowned, realizing that his response seemed to imply acceptance. He quickly added, indignantly, I don't know. Stop asking me with that. He fled the scene, escaping the throng. Watching Lin Fengxing hastily retreat, the crowd erupted in laughter. It appeared that the Lin family had indeed acquired a martial arts secret. Would the Su family dare to confront them a year from now? There was certainly a spectacle to behold. Once he reached a secluded spot, Lin Fengxing halted, glancing back to ensure no one followed before muttering to himself, They should all believe that our family possesses a martial arts secret now. Recalling the earlier scene, Lin Fengxing could not suppress a smile. This was precisely the strategy his father had devised, to intentionally leak the information and incite speculation. In such a sensitive period, Lin Fengxing's denial of possessing a martial arts secret only led others to believe he was under orders to remain silent. The more he denied, the more others felt he was concealing the truth. Otherwise, why would prominent figures from the Lin family refrain from stepping forward to clarify? Why had the Lin brothers suddenly shut themselves away? What would the Su family's reaction be upon hearing this news? Chapter 31. A joke at the Su family residence. A ceramic teacup was violently smashed to the floor. Third brother, what are you doing? Su Yuxuan asked sternly, staring at the shards scattered on the ground. Second brother, I have long maintained that the moment we acquire a martial arts secret, we must take action against the Lin family. Now that they too possess a martial arts secret, how can we proceed? Su Jingxian replied, exasperated. Do not jump to conclusions too hastily. How do you know they truly have one? Su Yuxuan spoke those words, yet uncertainty lingered in his heart. How could one know? The entire city is abuzz with discussions surrounding this matter. Lin Yuntian has been missing for over 2 months, undoubtedly in pursuit of martial skills. He is aware of our intentions to take action against them. How could he possibly return without finding what he sought? Moreover, did you notice? The moment Lin Yuntian returned, the Lin family brothers shut themselves away. If they are not practicing martial techniques, what else could they be doing? If only we had heeded my advice from the beginning. The Lin family might have already been eradicated from Donglu town, Su Jingxian exclaimed in frustration. Heed your advice? Had we acted on your counsel back then, you might have been dead long ago. Do you think the Lin family is a soft target? You believe that with merely a fragmented martial technique, you could annihilate them? Even if you possess martial skills, Lin Yuntian could easily dispatch you. Su Yuxuan shouted at Su Jingxian, feeling utterly vexed as their plans were thrown into disarray. Su Jingxian went pale at Su Yuxuan's outburst, huffing coldly before falling silent. Let us set this matter aside for now. We shall decide once elder brother emerges from seclusion. During this time, you must closely monitor the Lin family's movements. Any sign of activity must be reported to me immediately. They are aware of our plans and may seek retribution. Elder brother is currently in seclusion, and if the Lin family were to launch a sudden attack, the consequences could be dire. Inform the others to remain vigilant from this day forth. Su Yuxuan glanced at Su Jingxian. His irritation simmering, he said, Third brother, did you hear me? Su Jingxian, reluctant yet resigned, cast a begrudging glance at Su Yuxuan, nodded, and turned to leave. Watching Su Jingxuan's retreating figure, Su Yuxuan furrowed his brow and murmured to himself. The situation is quite precarious. Even if elder brother manages to restore his martial skills, he may not be able to take action against the Lin family in the Su family's training hall. Su Jiaming expressed disbelief. How could the Lin family possess martial skills? It is true. The entire city is aware of it now. When I arrived, I overheard my father and others discussing the matter. They even mentioned reinforcing the guards, Su Zitao added. How could this be? Su Jiaming's face clouded with dismay. If the Lin family has also acquired martial skills, I will certainly not be a match for Lin Fengxing in the future. Observing Su Jiaming's expression, Su Zitao hesitated, unsure whether to speak. What do you wish to say? Su Jiaming inquired. I heard that Lin Fengxing has already reached the 8th level. Su Zitao whispered. Su Jiaming's face turned ashen. Muttering to himself, the 8th level? Even without using martial skills, I will not be his opponent. As Lin Fengxing wandered through the mountains, he spotted Master Zhishuan sitting serenely beneath the shade of a tree and chose not to disturb him. Commencing his training alone, as the morning sun ascended, he completed a round of exercises, unaware that the morning had slipped away. After 3 months of adaptation, Lin Fengxing gradually grew accustomed to such intensity. Though still panting heavily, he found it much easier than at the beginning. When he returned, breathless, Master Zhishuan had roasted a rabbit, its aroma wafting through the air. Devouring the grilled rabbit hungrily, Lin Fengxing prepared to practice the destruction fist when Master Zhishuan suddenly proposed. You should double your training volume. Double? Lin Fengxing had intended to rise but collapsed back down upon hearing this. Master Zhishuan, you cannot be serious, he lamented. He felt the current training was already quite demanding, and doubling it would likely be even harder to bear. The current training does not sufficiently challenge your body. It merely solidifies your foundation. As your strength increases, your training must also intensify to uncover your potential. Potential lies in pushing yourself beyond what you perceive as your limit, being tougher on yourself. However, your training has not yet reached that point. Your body remains within its comfort zone. But Master Zhishuan, I worry there won't be enough time. Lin Fengxing replied, dejected. Master Zhishuan chuckled. Then it is for you to resolve. I am only here to guide you. It seems I will have to rise early and return late. Lin Fengxing conceded helplessly. Seeing Lin Fengxing's distressed expression, Master Zhishuan laughed again. Young one, this is nothing compared to what is described in the teachings of the Wuyi Senior. The training after the 9th level is the true test. Just thinking about those methods gives me goosebumps. That is the real cruelty. He exaggerated his expression as he spoke. Lin Fengxing swallowed nervously, glancing at Master Zhishuan with unease, hoping he was merely jesting. However, the sincerity in Master Zhishuan's smile was unmistakable. Trembling, he asked, Master Zhishuan, you are not joking, are you? Master Zhishuan laughed heartily. You should first strive to break through to the 9th level. Once you reach that point, everything will become clear. Remember, without effort, there can be no reward. To surpass others, you must invest more sweat. Even geniuses are no exception. The training beyond the 9th level will undoubtedly be arduous, yet the results will be significantly more pronounced. As long as you can endure, Lin Fengxing nodded reluctantly, contemplating that this period would be a perfect opportunity to avoid Xiao Rong and the others. Rising early and returning late would be of little consequence. He eagerly anticipated the effects post the 9th level of training. He feared not hardship. He yearned for strength, fully aware that there are no free lunches. His previous complaints were merely a release of frustration, not a genuine refusal to accept double training. The benefits of such training were evident. Not only would it rapidly enhance his strength, but it would also allow his true energy to surpass that of his peers. Another benefit mentioned by the Wui senior, though currently a mystery to Lin Fengxing, was too significant to disregard, especially since even Wui had spoken of its immense advantages. The efficacy of enhancing strength had already been demonstrated. Transitioning from the 7th to the 8th level would have required at least 6 months by his previous pace. However, with the cultivation of the mind method, he had broken through in just 5 months. Although he had only shortened his time by over 20 days, Lin Fengxing was already quite satisfied with this achievement. As Master Zhishuan closed his eyes to meditate once more, Lin Fengxing began practicing the Destruction Fist. Doubling the training meant that time was even more precious. He could not afford to waste a single minute. Just as Lin Fengxing was immersed in his practice, an unexpected visitor arrived at the Lin family. Lin Yuntian was discussing matters of seclusion with his second brother, deciding to enter seclusion starting tomorrow. As they deliberated, Lin Fengxing's third uncle rushed in. Elder brother, someone wishes to see you. See me? Who? Could it be someone from the Su family? Lin Yuntian queried, puzzled. No, it is a stranger, and he possesses formidable strength. A stranger? With formidable strength? Lin Yuntian sprang to his feet, frowning as he asked, how strong is he? What does he want from me? Could he be an ally of the Su family? I cannot see through him, but the pressure he exudes is likely greater than yours, elder brother. Judging by his demeanor, he does not appear to be an ally of the Su family. He is quite courteous. Someone stronger than me seeks me out. What could be his purpose? Lin Yuntian mused aloud. Unable to deduce an answer, he inquired, where is he? He remains at the door. Elder brother, should we invite him in? If he has ill intentions with his strength, we cannot evade him. Quickly, bring him in, Lin Yuntian commanded. Before long, Lin Fengxing's third uncle ushered in a middle-aged man clad in black. The man appeared to be in his 40s. With a triangular face and notably white eyebrows, a mid-tier third-rate expert, Lin Yuntian assessed quietly. The black-clad man halted 3 paces away, surveying the surroundings before finally fixing his gaze on Lin Yuntian. Are you the head of the Lin family? He inquired. Yes, and you are? Lin Yuntian asked politely, facing this mid-tier third-rate expert who surpassed him in strength. You need not know who I am. I have come today merely to inquire about a matter. The black-clad man replied with a smile. What matter? I wish to inquire about a certain individual. Who is it? The black-clad man paused briefly before slowly speaking. An elderly individual who is injured, as soon as the words left his lips. His gaze swiftly scanned the faces before him, regrettably finding only confusion reflected back at him. An injured elder? Lin Yuntian murmured, mentally sketching a question mark as he failed to understand why they had come to him. Have you all recently noticed any injured elder appearing in the town? The black-clad man subtly redirected his gaze, focusing intently on Lin Yuntian as he asked. Although his question was directed at everyone in the hall, it was evident that his focus was solely on Lin Yuntian. Lin Yuntian turned to exchange glances with his 2 brothers, and upon seeing them shake their heads, he replied to the black-clad man. We have not encountered the injured elder you described. The black-clad man nodded lightly, seemingly unsurprised. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, if you happen to encounter this individual, please inform me immediately. His gaze swept over Lin Yuntian as he added, of course, I will provide you with appropriate compensation. Should you offer any leads regarding this individual, 2 volumes of low-tier martial techniques will be yours. The black-clad man's tone was one of arrogance. Lin Yuntian's 2 uncles exchanged astonished glances before simultaneously looking at Lin Yuntian. Hearing this, Lin Yuntian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, not due to the 2 volumes of low-tier martial techniques, but because of the condescending tone the black-clad man employed. Lin Yuntian distinctly sensed the disdain that flickered in the man's eyes when he mentioned the martial techniques, albeit for just a fleeting moment. It did not escape his notice. This left him feeling extremely uncomfortable. The Lin family did not require charity. Had it not been for the man's formidable strength, he would have already shown him the door. Nevertheless, the black-clad man was indeed a mid-tier third-rate expert, and despite his deep dissatisfaction, Lin Yuntian had no choice but to endure for the time being, lest he bring calamity upon the Lin family. "My friend, we have not seen any strangers in our town recently," Lin Yuntian stated. Lin Yuntian replied bluntly, his tone revealing a hint of displeasure. The implication of Lin Yuntian's words was unmistakable. He had not only never encountered any injured elderly individuals, but he had also never seen a healthy elder. The figure in black detected the rigidity in Lin Yuntian's tone, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes, though it was quickly suppressed. "If it were not for my urgent quest to find someone, leaving no time to linger in these remote areas, I would have made you pay dearly for such insolence," the black-clad man seethed internally. That old man should not be foolish enough to hide in such a barren place. He would surely seek refuge in a larger town for healing, where rare herbs could expedite his recovery. "I cannot afford to waste time here. Otherwise, the credit will fall to someone else." The thought of the reward for locating the old man ignited a gleam in the black-clad man's eyes. "Once you uncover any information regarding this individual, be sure to inform me." His tone shifted, his gaze turning sharp, or else, he deliberately left the threat hanging, but the menace in his eyes was all too clear. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from the man in black, Lin Yuntian could not help but flinch, hastily responding, "If we learn anything about this individual, we shall report directly to you." Lin Yuntian was acutely aware of the necessity of submission at such a moment. "That would be for the best. Remember, I only require information. If you happen to encounter him, do not act recklessly. Simply relay the news to me, and we shall handle the rest." The black-clad man paused, casting a meaningful glance at Lin Yuntian. "I know your Lin family is in dire need of martial skills. Should you manage to locate this person, I would generously offer a set of intermediate martial techniques." Lin Yuntian's clenched fists gradually relaxed, and considering the strength of the man in black, he could only respond slowly. "Certainly, certainly." The figure in black departed with satisfaction, leaving behind contact information before striding away. Watching the black-clad figure vanish, Lin Yuntian's expression darkened like water, causing Lin Fengxing's second uncle to feel a chill. "Brother, what troubles you?" "That man in black perceives our lack of martial skills," Lin Yuntian replied somberly. "How could that be? How would he know?" "He mentioned our urgent need for martial techniques, which clearly indicates he is aware of our circumstances. He said this deliberately to warn us of their power, hoping we would not oppose them and would obediently follow their orders. Brother, complying with their wishes may not be a bad idea. If we truly locate that old man, wouldn't we acquire martial skills? At that point, the Su family would no longer pose a threat." Lin Yuntian glanced at his younger brother, frowning. "You are underestimating the situation. The forces capable of sending out a mid-tier third-rate expert must be formidable. Can we afford to make enemies so easily? But didn't that man say the elder was injured? Even so, though the camel is thin, its bones remained. We ought not to meddle in others' affairs." "But those are two sets of martial techniques. Second brother, before acquiring martial skills, we must first ensure our lives are safe. We are unaware of their motives in seeking the old man, nor do we know if it involves unspeakable secrets. We shall not take such risks. Should the secrets be significant, they might resort to violence to maintain confidentiality, and we would be powerless to resist. Do not forget, that man alone could turn the entire Donglu town to ashes." Lin Yuntian's tone was grave. "Is it truly that terrifying? We must remain vigilant. Second brother, third brother, remember, even if you encounter that old man, pretend you have not seen him. As long as they do not discover anything in Donglu town, they will gradually forget this place, and we can preserve ourselves." Lin Fengxing squinted, pondering whether the Su family would recognize the gravity of the situation. "Brother, did that man in black also approach the Su family?" "Yes. Will he inform the Su family about us?" "No," Lin Yuntian replied with certainty. "Why not? At this moment, he requires allies, not enemies. If he were to inform the Su family, it would only divert our focus onto them. Who would then assist him in gathering information? Though the conditions he offered were tempting, who can guarantee the old man is indeed in Donglu town? As night fell, Lin Fengxing finally completed the double training task assigned by the Jixian master. Exhausted in body and mind, he had just stepped through the door when his younger brother Lin Rong rushed over, clearly having waited for some time. Observing Lin Rong's hurried steps, Lin Fengxing could not help but silently lament. He had no idea how to face his family, as he contemplated whether to evade. Lin Rong had already reached him. With reluctance, Lin Fengxing asked, "Little Rong, what brings you here at such a late hour?" "Brother, father is looking for you. He wishes for you to meet him in the hall as soon as you return." Lin Fengxing was momentarily taken aback, initially believing Lin Rong was waiting due to the matter of martial skills. Upon hearing this, he quietly sighed in relief. "Father is looking for me? Do you know what it concerns?" "I am not certain," Lin Rong replied, shaking his head, then seemingly recalling something, excitedly inquiring, "Brother, is father going to teach you martial skills?" "Ah, perhaps, haha, I shall go see." Noticing Lin Rong's focus had returned to martial skills, Lin Fengxing evasively responded and hurried towards the hall to prevent Lin Rong from posing more questions. "What could father want with me? Why did he specifically have little Rong wait at the door?" Lin Fengxing pondered in confusion. He understood that Lin Rong's mention of learning martial skills was not feasible, as he knew well that there was no such inheritance in their family. Chapter 33. Unfathomable. As Lin Fengxing stepped into the hall, he found his father, Lin Yuntian, deep in thought while seated in a chair. He called out, "Father." Lin Yuntian returned to reality, asking, "Why did you return so late?" "I was too engrossed in practice today and lost track of time. By the time I came to my senses, night had fallen," Lin Fengxing responded anxiously. Observing the fatigue etched on his son's face, Lin Yuntian felt a pang of concern and reminded him, "While it's important to strengthen your abilities, one must also be mindful of the methods employed. Do not overexert yourself." He understood Lin Fengxing's diligence and dedication to martial arts. Yet as a father, seeing his son working so hard still caused him distress. "Understood, father," Lin Yuntian nodded, continuing to inquire, "Have you been practicing on the mountain recently?" Lin Fengxing preferred not to practice in the training room, a fact Lin Yuntian was already aware of, believing that as long as one worked hard, the location mattered little, hence he did not intervene. "Yes," Lin Fengxing affirmed with a nod. "Have you encountered any unusual individuals on the mountain? Perhaps an injured elder or the like?" Lin Fengxing's heart jolted. Could it be that his father had discovered something? It was impossible. He had always been careful, he thought to himself, yet asked aloud, "Father, why do you suddenly inquire about this?" Lin Yuntian conveyed the intentions of the stranger to Lin Fengxing, asking if he had seen this person. "Has he finally appeared?" Lin Fengxing mused, surmising that this stranger must be seeking the Jixian master. "A stranger? Father, what exactly is going on?" Rather than answering, Lin Fengxing pressed for details. Lin Yuntian explained the entire sequence of events clearly. "A mid-tier third-rate expert," Lin Fengxing muttered, realizing that the Jixian master's words were indeed not mere fabrications. There were indeed people behind Qin Tian. Yes, had it not been for the evident strength of the other party, I would not have deemed it necessary to pay such close attention. But if even a mere errand runner possesses such strength, I must take this seriously. "What does father mean?" Lin Fengxing asked tentatively, worried that if his father also harbored designs on the Jixian master, the situation would become complicated. If the elder mentioned by that man in black is truly nearby, he would never appear within the town. He must be aware that someone is tracking him. I suspect he is likely hiding in the mountains nearby. I called you here today to tell you that if you happen to encounter that elder, you must pretend not to see him. Do not engage or inform anyone, but leave immediately. This matter is beyond our capacity to intervene. You need not understand the reasons behind it, just remember my words. You spend much time in the mountains, hence I specifically caution you." Upon hearing Lin Yuntian's decision to remain uninvolved in this matter, Lin Fengxing's tense demeanor relaxed, and he quickly nodded. "I understand. Father, are you not worried that the man in black might retaliate against us for our disinterest in this matter? In our small locale, they will forget in a few days. You need not worry. Tomorrow, I will begin seclusion. During this time, if anything arises, you may seek your second uncle. He will handle the family matters." You all must remain prudent and avoid causing disturbances. We need to navigate this period calmly. Additionally, that man in black and the injured elder trouble me. From tomorrow onward, you must not linger on the mountain for too long. You must return home before dark, Lin Yuntian said with unwavering determination. Oh. Though Lin Fengxing complied, he thought, once you enter seclusion, no one will know if I return late. In truth, Lin Fengxing did not wish to return late. He simply found it impossible to do so unless he began training in the middle of the night. Father, did that man in black mention anything else? Lin Fengxing suddenly asked. No, why? Lin Yuntian was taken aback by the shift in topic. Oh, it's nothing. I was merely asking, Lin Fengxing said casually, but internally he wondered. Why didn't he mention the ruin punch? Lin Yuntian cast a puzzled glance at Lin Fengxing, unable to glean anything from his expression, and waved his hand dismissively. All right, rest early, and remember my words. Lin Fengxing acknowledged and turned to leave. Just as Lin Fengxing exited the hall, Lin Rong stealthily followed behind. Brother, has father already taught you martial skills? Yes, Lin Fengxing considered and ultimately nodded in affirmation. Brother, then quickly demonstrate it for me, Lin Rong exclaimed excitedly. I haven't learned it yet. How can I demonstrate? Lin Fengxing was left speechless. Oh, brother. I am simply overwhelmed with excitement. Once you have mastered it, you must demonstrate it for me, he exclaimed. Lin Rong awkwardly chuckled. Understood. Go on and practice. Lin Fengxing said helplessly. A tranquil night passed without incident, and on the following day, at the mountain's summit, Master Zhishuan was not resting under the tree, but rather standing aside, gazing into the distance. Seemingly lost in contemplation, Lin Fengxing quietly stood behind him. Master Zhishuan, what are your thoughts? Unable to contain himself at the prolonged silence, Lin Fengxing inquired. Ultimately, what is meant to happen is unavoidable. Let them search. Master Zhishuan replied, in time. They will surely forget this place. As for the demolition fist. Master Zhishuan's brow furrowed slightly, and after a moment of reflection, he continued, though they have not mentioned the clue of the demolition fist. We must remain vigilant. Perhaps they did not anticipate that I would impart this technique to others. Master Zhishuan, should I then reduce my visits here to avoid raising suspicions? Lin Fengxing asked. There is no need. Master Zhishuan shook his head. Maintain your usual routine. If you suddenly alter your habits to practice at home, it will only arouse others' suspicions. Judging by the words of that man in black, they will likely not linger here for long. Nor will they leave anyone behind. However, I am concerned that the Su family might intervene in this matter. The Su family? With their strength, it is impossible for them to discover my whereabouts. Even if they were to come knocking, I would sense it beforehand. Just focus on your training. This place is quite safe. However, be mindful of whether someone is following you. The commotion surrounding your martial arts has attracted attention, and they may be observing you in secret. If you spot a pursuer, do not return here. Handle it yourself. I understand. Lin Fengxing nodded in response. Noticing that Master Zhishuan continued to gaze into the distance without any intention of further conversation, Lin Fengxing quietly withdrew, eager to complete the task assigned by Master Zhishuan. Qin Tian, you have indeed not disappointed me. The power behind you is not to be underestimated, is it? When exactly did you factor me into your plans? Master Zhishuan murmured to himself. In the Su family's grand hall, a burly man sat at the head of the table, furrowing his brow as he addressed Su Yuxuan. A man in black? Yes, elder brother. Just yesterday, that man in black came to us. Had you emerged from seclusion a day earlier, you could have met him in person, Su Yuxuan respectfully reported. This man was none other than his elder brother, Su Shanhe, who had just concluded his period of seclusion. What is his strength? I cannot discern it, but he is undoubtedly stronger than you, elder brother. Chapter 34. The injured elder stronger than me? For the sake of an injured elder? Su Shanhe's brow knitted tightly, as if pondering the connection between the two. Elder brother. That man in black promised that if we could locate him, he would provide us with a set of intermediate martial arts techniques. Su Yuxuan added, noticing Su Shanhe's silence. Intermediate martial arts? Su Shanhe was taken aback, confirming with Su Yuxuan. Indeed, elder brother, I have already sent people out to search. If we find that elder, we will be informed at once. No, second brother, call back our people. We shall not interfere in this matter, Su Shanha stated after a moment of contemplation, shaking his head. Not interfere? Why not? Elder brother, that is intermediate martial arts, if we do not act. What if the Lin family finds it first? Su Yuxuan questioned anxiously. The Lin family? What movements are they making? Su Shanha chuckled. Strangely, there has been no activity from the Lin family. Could it be that the man in black did not approach them? Since he could come to us, he would naturally seek the Lin family as well. However, Lin Yuntian is more astute than you. Elder brother, what do you mean by that? Su Yuxuan asked, confused. Anyone capable of easily offering intermediate martial arts is not someone we can afford to antagonize. The one who can compel them to produce intermediate martial arts is even less so. Just do as I say, Su Shanha replied with a smile. Very well, Su Yuxuan reluctantly acquiesced. Though he harbored dissatisfaction, he dared not disregard Su Shanha's words. By the way, elder brother, have you repaired that set of martial arts techniques? Su Yuxuan shifted the topic, inquiring. Su Shanha's expression grew grave as he shook his head. I underestimated the complexity of the martial arts techniques. These techniques are simply beyond our capacity to mend, at least not with our current strength. I have researched for half a year, yet found no solution. Aware of my inability to repair them, I chose to emerge from seclusion. Continuing to do so would only be a waste of time. Although the third form is incomplete, as long as we master the first two forms, we should be able to stand against the Lin family. It will, however, come at a greater cost. Elder brother, hearing that Su Shanha had failed to repair the martial arts techniques, Su Yuxuan's expression darkened. When he heard the latter part, his face grew even more bitter. Elder brother, it seems the Lin family has also acquired a set of martial arts techniques, Su Yuxuan stammered. With a sudden motion, Su Shanha, who was about to sip his tea, trembled, causing the teacup to shatter into pieces. Impossible! Su Shanha roared. He had expended all his resources and efforts to obtain this set of martial arts techniques. And it was incomplete. To his knowledge, there could not possibly be any martial arts techniques in Donglu town, nor in the surrounding small towns. Unless he traveled to Daluozu, where martial arts techniques were exorbitantly priced. Beyond their means, where could the Lin family have gotten martial arts techniques? It is true, Su Yuxuan said bitterly. Though reluctant to believe it, the evidence was undeniable. When did this happen? Su Shanha inquired, his face darkening. Just in the past few days. Tell me every detail of the entire affair without omitting anything. Yes. 2 months prior, upon learning that they had acquired martial arts techniques, Lin Yuntian once again set out to find Su Yuxuan, who spent a full quarter of an hour recounting the entire story to Su Shanha. How could the Lin family know that we possess martial arts techniques? How could they be aware of our plans? Su Shanha asked darkly. Well, elder brother, it is my failure in teaching. Su Jiaming, that wretched child, spoke out of turn. I have already given him a severe lesson and punished him to remain home for a year. Su Yuxuan explained cautiously, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead while mentioning his disciplinary actions against Su Jiaming. He knew that if Su Shanha took matters into his own hands, Su Jiaming might suffer severe repercussions. Su Shanha glared at Su Yuxuan with a dark expression, choosing not to pursue the matter further. So, you have not seen the Lin family utilizing martial arts techniques? Not at all. The Lin family has only just acquired them and likely has not yet mastered them. Are you doubting the authenticity of this matter, elder brother? Seeing that Su Shanha did not press the issue regarding Su Jiaming, Su Yuxuan felt somewhat reassured. We cannot rule out that possibility, Su Shanha said. Suppressing his anger, if the Lin family truly possesses martial arts techniques, my plans will be in jeopardy. Have someone monitor the Lin family's every move. Report back immediately if there is any activity. Elder brother, the third brother is already keeping watch over there. Su Shanha nodded slightly, continuing. Since we cannot repair the third form, we should first master the first two forms. If the Lin family does not possess martial arts techniques, we can still hold an advantage with just these two forms. However, we must ascertain the truth regarding the Lin family's martial arts techniques as soon as possible. Understood, Su Yuxuan replied. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly recalled something, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately decided to inform Su Shanha, elder brother, there is one more thing. That young man from the Lin family has already reached the 8th level of body refinement. Su Shanha's expression darkened once more. I see. Observing Su Shanhe's grim demeanor, Su Yuxuan dared not linger in the hall. He bid farewell and exited. Body refinement at the 8th level, Su Shanhe muttered helplessly to himself. How could the Lin family produce such a monster? At merely 11 years old, he has already attained the 8th level of body refinement. Such talent would be considered rare even in Daluozu. Would it not? It is unfortunate that he bears the surname Lin. If the Lin family truly masters the secrets of martial arts, it is likely that the Su family will have no foothold in Donglu town in the future. Lin Yuntian, do you truly possess those martial arts techniques? The Su family exerted every effort to investigate whether the Lin family had indeed acquired martial arts techniques, but the leaders of the Lin family had retreated into seclusion since the news broke. Even when they did occasionally appear, they were in a hurry. This left the Su family feeling powerless, unable to gather any useful information. On the other hand, Lin Fengxing frequently ventured out. The Su family had sent people to follow him, but he merely frolicked in the mountains. After several fruitless days, they had no choice but to abandon their pursuit. They speculated that perhaps the Lin family was too preoccupied to impart martial arts techniques to these younger generations. Given that their strength had not yet allowed them to learn independently. At times, Su Yuxuan encountered the elders of the Lin family and even thought to stop them for a match, attempting to discern whether they truly possessed martial arts techniques. However, considering the dire consequences should they genuinely possess such techniques, he refrained from acting impulsively, leaving the matter in a stalemate. Despite the Su family's inability to ascertain the truth from the Lin family, their own strength was gradually increasing as they diligently practiced the incomplete set of martial arts techniques. Even if it was merely a fragment, mastering the first 2 forms would still require time. They were poised, waiting for confirmation that the Lin family did not possess martial arts techniques, ready to strike a decisive blow. After Lin Yuntian entered seclusion for training, several of his brothers also followed his instructions to remain indoors. Claiming to be practicing martial arts, in reality, they had no martial arts techniques to practice. They were solely focused on enhancing their own strength to exert greater power when the moment called for it. On the surface, Donglu town appeared tranquil, yet beneath it lay turbulent currents. It was akin to the calm before a storm, with a tempest inevitably looming on the horizon. Chapter 35. Changing locations at the peak. A figure moved with agility akin to a monkey, leaping gracefully. Should a martial arts master pass by at this moment, they would surely detect that this individual was practicing an advanced introductory martial arts technique. This figure was none other than Lin Fengxing, diligently training in the demolition fist. Observing his hands as they danced through the air, his movements flowed with the grace of water, transitioning seamlessly without any hint of stagnation. With each punch delivered, the sound of wind slicing through the air accompanied him. Suddenly, Lin Fengxing's demeanor shifted. His tightly clenched fist struck forcefully towards a tree nearby, roughly the thickness of a man's arm. With a faint sound of impact, his fist made contact with the trunk. The tree merely swayed a few times under the force of Lin Fengxing's blow. Faced with the unexpected resilience of the young tree, Lin Fengxing found himself momentarily at a loss. Master Zhishuan had once stated that breaking the tree with a single punch would signify mastery of the first form of the demolition fist. Yet, after months of relentless effort, Lin Fengxing had lost count of his attempts, all to no avail. A soft exclamation escaped Lin Fengxing as he hastily withdrew his hand. He had struck the tree, but in his surprise at its failure to break, he forgot to retract his fist, resulting in a painful red mark on the back of his hand from the rebounding trunk. Gazing down at his slightly swollen hand, Lin Fengxing let out a helpless sigh. When would he be able to break it with a single punch? What you currently lack is sheer strength. The voice of Master Zhishuan suddenly resonated behind him. Master Zhishuan, Lin Fengxing turned to face the approaching mentor. What do you mean by strength? It refers to your power. You have become quite adept at the first form of the demolition fist, yet your own strength has not kept pace, which is why you are unable to break the tree. But, Master Zhishuan, I have already cultivated to the 9th level of body training, Lin Fengxing retorted, unwilling to concede. Indeed, after more than 5 months of arduous training, Lin Fengxing had reached the 9th level. During this time, he had risen at dawn and returned home at dusk, persevering day after day to fulfill the tasks assigned by Master Zhishuan. Despite being utterly exhausted and sore after each training session, he remained steadfast, and in less than 6 months, he had advanced from the 8th to the 9th level. His rapid progress was not only due to the methods taught by the senior Wu Yuan, but also to Lin Fengxing's unwavering dedication and hard work. Though you have attained the 9th level of body training, you have only recently broken through, and your strength remains insufficient. However, the results you have achieved now far exceed those at the 8th level, which is a testament to your growth in power, Master Zhishuan elucidated. Lin Fengxing pondered for a moment, recognizing the truth in Master Zhishuan's words. When at the 8th level, his strike had only caused the tree to tremble slightly, whereas now, it had resulted in a noticeable shake, an evident improvement. Master Zhishuan, having reached the 9th level, how should I proceed with my training? Can you offer some guidance? Lin Fengxing had heard Master Zhishuan mention that those who reached the 9th level would face even more rigorous training. Yet he understood that only through diligent effort could he reap abundant rewards. A smile danced at the corners of Master Zhishuan's eyes as he inquired, "My young friend, are you truly prepared? The training ahead will be quite arduous." Master Zhishuan, you once said that one reaps what one sows. I yearn to surpass others, and to do so, I must first sweat even more, Lin Fengxing asserted resolutely. He was acutely aware of the recent maneuvers of the Su family, who seemed to have sensed that the Lin family was concealing something. Although his current strength paled in comparison to figures like Su Shanhe, he was filled with a thirst for greater power, firmly believing that given time, he would surpass them. Observing Lin Fengxing's determined gaze, Master Zhishuan nodded gently. If we are to embark on the next phase of training, we must seek a different location. This place is no longer suitable. A change of venue? Lin Fengxing was taken aback. Did future training require special conditions? Are you familiar with the terrain here? I am only acquainted with the outskirts. I have never dared to venture into the depths of the mountains. Master Zhishuan, what kind of environment do you require? I need to find a... His words were abruptly cut off as he turned to look at Lin Fengxing. What is it? Noticing the unusual expression in Master Zhishuan's eyes, Lin Fengxing inquired curiously. There seems to be a call from the foot of the mountain, as if directed at you. The foot of the mountain? Lin Fengxing focused intently, but failed to catch any sound. You cannot hear it, given your current strength. Go and take a look. Could it be Xiaorong looking for me? The thought struck Lin Fengxing, and his expression changed dramatically as he quickly told Master Zhishuan. Master Zhishuan, I fear something has happened at home. I must return at once. Before he finished speaking, he had already dashed down the mountain like an arrow. I hope all is well. Watching Lin Fengxing's swift departure, Master Zhishuan murmured to himself. Over this period of time, he had developed a profound affection for Lin Fengxing. The young man's persistence and determination had transformed their relationship from mere guidance to one akin to kinship. Had Lin Fengxing not been born in a small place, but rather in a powerful clan or a prominent family, his tenacity and courage would surely have propelled him further along the path of martial arts. Yet, fate had placed him in Donglu town, where resources and connections were scarce. He could only rely on his own efforts, Master Zhishuan's guidance, and the experience of the martial king Wu Yuan to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. With the Su family continuously provoking them, Lin Fengxing had instructed Lin Rong to seek him out at the mountain should any unusual occurrences arise. Although the Lin family had remained patient, Lin Fengxing understood that the Su family could strike at any moment. While he may lack strength, the martial techniques he possessed were sufficient to instill fear in his adversaries. As Lin Fengxing approached the foot of the mountain, he finally heard Lin Rong's urgent calls, his heart racing even faster. Lin Rong called out anxiously for Lin Fengxing, knowing his brother was training nearby yet unaware of his exact location, so he could only shout from the foot of the mountain, Xiaorong. Just as Lin Rong contemplated whether to ascend the mountain in search of his brother, Lin Fengxing's voice urgently echoed down from above. Lin Rong turned around just in time to see Lin Fengxing rushing towards him at great speed. Brother, be careful, Xiaorong, what has happened? As soon as Lin Fengxing arrived, he eagerly inquired. He understood that Lin Rong would not have come seeking him unless there was an urgent matter. Brother, it's bad. They've started fighting. What conflict has arisen? Who is at odds with whom? Xiaorong, you must clarify the situation, Lin Fengxing urged anxiously. Brother, let us talk as we walk. Lin Rong quickly grasped Lin Fengxing's arm, hastening their retreat. At that moment, Lin Fengxing's second uncle stood at the entrance of a herbal medicine shop, watching the scene unfold before him with a headache. The original plan had merely been to visit the market and return home. Yet who could have anticipated such a situation? Despite Lin Yuntian's instructions before his seclusion to minimize their outings, creating a false impression for outsiders that the family members were diligently honing their martial skills. The happenings in the market still required attention. Every few days, they had to venture out to inspect the situation. While in the Lin family's marketplace, he unexpectedly encountered an old friend, Su Yuxuan. After several confrontations between the Su and Lin families, it had become apparent that the Lin family had chosen an unusually conciliatory approach, leaving Su Shanhe quite puzzled. This was not characteristic of the Lin family. In previous circumstances, if the Su family had caused trouble in Lin territory, the Lin family would have retaliated decisively. Yet now, despite possessing martial techniques, the Lin family chose to endure, raising suspicions in Su Shanhe's mind. Could it be that the rumor of the Lin family possessing martial techniques was false? Perhaps they did not possess any martial techniques at all? Otherwise, how could they remain indifferent to the provocations of the Su family in the market? This thought grew increasingly potent in his mind, emboldening him. Realizing this possibility, Su Shanhe ceased his petty provocations and directly ordered Su Yuxuan to lead a group to the Lin family's marketplace for a final test. Su Yuxuan's opponent would naturally be Lin Yunxiao, as their strengths were evenly matched. Once they engaged, Su Yuxuan would certainly uncover Lin Yunxiao's true capabilities. Upon learning that Lin Yunxiao would be patrolling the marketplace that day, Su Yuxuan promptly gathered his men and set out. Regardless of the outcome, he was determined to ascertain whether the Lin family truly possessed martial techniques. Naturally, Su Shanhe could not disregard the possibility that the Lin family had indeed acquired martial techniques and were accumulating strength in secret. This was also why he had not taken matters into his own hands. If it were confirmed that the Lin family possessed martial techniques, he would make his move at the appropriate time. This uncertainty weighed heavily on Lin Yunxiao. Su Shanhe's scheme was truly insidious. With Su Yuxuan already taking action, Lin Yunxiao found it impossible to evade the confrontation. If he chose not to engage, he would be subjected to passive attacks. If he accepted the challenge, he risked exposing the Lin family's lack of martial techniques. Hehe, Lin Yunxiao, it has been a while. I heard you've been quite busy lately? Su Yuxuan swaggered forward, initiating the conversation. To his surprise, Su Jiaming followed closely behind, indicating that his previous punishment had seemingly been lifted. Although the Lin and Su families were bitter rivals in Donglu Town, they maintained a facade of politeness. Had a newcomer to Donglu Town overheard their exchange, they might genuinely mistake them for long-lost friends. Su Yuxuan, this is the territory of the Lin family. What brings you here? Lin Yunxiao did not respond to Su Yuxuan's question, but rather countered with an inquiry of his own. Hehe, Lin Yunxiao, it seems we haven't T-sparred in quite some time. I've heard that your Lin family has acquired a set of martial techniques, and I've come to witness it for myself. Let us see whether your Lin family's techniques are superior or if our Su families prevail. Noticing Lin Yunxiao's evasion, Su Yuxuan smirked inwardly. Deciding to speak plainly, today, he was determined to unveil the truth behind the Lin family's martial techniques. Upon hearing Su Yuxuan's probing, Lin Yunxiao felt a bitter smile tugging at his lips. It appeared the Su family was prepared to go all in. Did they not fear that the Lin family truly possessed martial techniques? Or did they already know the truth? That seemed impossible. They had concealed their secrets so well that even Lin Rong and the others were unaware. No, my elder brother is still in seclusion. I must not allow them to discover that we lack martial techniques. Otherwise, today would mark the end of the Lin family. Su Yuxuan, you wish to see the martial techniques of the Lin family? Despite his inner turmoil, Lin Yunxiao maintained an impassive facade, calmly responding. Indeed, I wonder if you would be willing to enlighten us? Observing Lin Yunxiao's composure, unease crept into Su Yuxuan's heart. Could it be that the Lin family truly possessed martial techniques? Hee. Lin Yunxiao chuckled lightly. Su Yuxuan, weren't you all scheming to eradicate the Lin family before? Is today the day you put your plan into action? Oh, hee. Those are merely the ramblings of outsiders. How could we possibly engage in such deeds? Hee. Su Yuxuan awkwardly chuckled, casting a furtive glare at Su Jiaming. Were it not for the rumors of the Lin family acquiring martial arts techniques, he would never dare to acknowledge such a notion. Of course, this was a thought he dared only to entertain silently, never to voice aloud. Outsiders? When did your son become an outsider? Is he of a different family's bloodline? Lin Yunxiao feigned surprise as he spoke. You? Su Yuxuan's expression darkened, ready to unleash a torrent of curses, but seemingly restrained by some concern. He held back. Lin Yunxiao, I have no desire to engage in a war of words with you. Let us settle this in earnest. It has been quite some time since we last sparred. I wish to see if your strength is as formidable as rumored, Su Yuxuan remarked with a grim countenance. He had lost all patience for idle chatter with Lin Yunxiao, eager to ascertain the true strength of the Lin family. If the Lin family possessed no martial arts, he would not hesitate to strike decisively. Su Yuxuan, you are overestimating yourself. You think you can just fight on a whim? How arrogant of you, Dime. My elder brother has decreed that until he emerges from seclusion, we are not to engage in combat with anyone. Unless, here, Lin Yunxiao deliberately paused, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded Su Yuxuan. Unless what? Unless your Su family intends to annihilate my Lin family, in that case, we shall naturally engage in battle. I wonder if you are prepared to do so today. Today, I merely wish to spar with you, Lin Yunxiao. This has nothing to do with the Lin family or the Su family. What, Lin Yunxiao? Are you too afraid to accept the challenge? When did your Lin family become so cowardly? Uncertain if the Lin family truly possessed martial arts, Su Yuxuan dared not admit to any intentions of exterminating them. From Lin Yunxiao's words, he discerned an unwillingness to engage in combat, yet Su Yuxuan would not let this opportunity slip by. His mission today was to extract the truth from Lin Yunxiao, to provoke him into revealing his hand. Lin Yunxiao's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Were it not for the apprehension of the Su family's martial arts, he would have long since taught Su Yuxuan a lesson. Yet he knew he could not act recklessly. I shall reiterate, until my elder brother emerges from seclusion, the Lin family will not engage with anyone. Lin Yunxiao relaxed his fists, speaking calmly. Lin Yunxiao, could it be that you truly lack martial arts? Su Yuxuan narrowed his eyes, probing for answers. As Su Yuxuan's fist rushed forth like a gale, Lin Yunxiao's heart trembled. He hurriedly leaned back to evade, Su Yuxuan's iron fist grazing his brow. Before he could catch his breath, he saw Su Yuxuan transform his fist into an open palm, striking fiercely toward his chest. Reacting swiftly, Lin Yunxiao crossed his arms defensively, retaliating fiercely against Su Yuxuan's palm. Bang! The two palms collided with a muffled thud, and Lin Yunxiao was sent crashing to the ground, while Su Yuxuan staggered back 2 steps. Though Lin Yunxiao possessed immense strength, he ultimately fell short against the adept Su Yuxuan, succumbing to a single strike. With the initial skirmish won, Su Yuxuan felt slightly triumphant. Lin Yunxiao, pallid and furious, rose to his feet. His eyes ablaze with rage. Is the disparity in strength so vast? Lin Yunxiao fell to a single blow. Could it be that the Lin family truly lacks martial arts? Some questioned. Nonsense. Did you not see that Lin Yunxiao had yet to counter? Another retorted. Indeed, it is said that Lin Yuntian has yet to emerge from seclusion, and Lin Yunxiao would not easily engage. But should Su Yuxuan press further, he might struggle to maintain his silence. The onlookers murmured in speculation. Witnessing Lin Yunxiao's defeat in the first bout, Su Yuxuan felt a sense of disbelief. Though that punch was devoid of martial arts, its ferocity was undeniable. Who would have thought Lin Yunxiao to be so fragile? He pondered, could the rumors of the Lin family possessing martial arts be false? It must be so. With this thought, Su Yuxuan felt a surge of excitement. However, with Lin Yunxiao yet to strike, he dared not jump to conclusions. His gaze flickered, and Su Yuxuan charged at Lin Yunxiao, leaping within striking distance, his palm infused with fierce energy, descending directly toward Lin Yunxiao's head. Should this strike go unopposed by martial arts, it would spell either death or grievous injury. Chapter 37. The offensive faced with Su Yuxuan's lethal assault, Lin Yunxiao's expression shifted dramatically, acutely aware of its might. With no avenue for escape, he gritted his teeth and extended his palm, aiming directly for Su Yuxuan's throat. He was convinced he could snap the latter's neck before his skull was crushed by Su Yuxuan's force. This was undoubtedly a mutually destructive tactic. As Lin Yunxiao charged forward, Su Yuxuan's pupils constricted. Though he could strike Lin Yunxiao's head, his own neck would be in peril. Naturally, he would not adopt such a self-destructive approach. He swiftly altered his strategy, descending rapidly. Crash! Su Yuxuan landed, his footprints deeply imprinted in the ground. A testament to his tremendous force. Were he to apply the same strength to Lin Yunxiao's head, the consequences would be dire. Su Yuxuan let out a low roar, launching another offensive toward Lin Yunxiao. Lin Yunxiao had intended to fight to the death, but upon seeing Su Yuxuan suddenly descend and lose his target, he too halted. Yet Su Yuxuan lunged forward once more. Today, you shall experience the martial arts of the Su family, Fire Palm. Su Yuxuan bellowed with a ferocious countenance. With that, he thrust his palm forward, and it instantly turned a fiery red, akin to blazing flames. Everything transpired in an instant. Su Yuxuan's assault was fierce, and his techniques shifted with incredible speed, leaving Lin Yunxiao in a state of bewilderment. Lin Yunxiao understood that this move was a martial technique. He could not afford to be struck. Yet, evasion was impossible. The wind from Su Yuxuan's palm surged toward him. Infused with formidable energy, Lin Yunxiao steeled himself, channeling all his might into a counterstrike. Su Yuxuan's palm, charged with energy, aimed to test whether the Lin family possessed martial arts. He anticipated that if the Lin family indeed had such skills, Lin Yunxiao would surely employ them at this moment. If not, it was the perfect opportunity to conclude matters. Lin Yunxiao was acutely aware of Su Yuxuan's intentions. Despite lacking martial arts, he poured all his strength into that punch. To do otherwise would risk a catastrophic outcome. Bang! The collision of fist and palm produced a light sound. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings as all held their breath, their gazes fixated on the two figures in the arena. Lin Yunxiao stood motionless. Su Yuxuan remained the same. They maintained their attacking stances, coldly locking eyes. In the stillness, a faint sound echoed. Lin Yunxiao felt a sweetness in his throat, blood spewing forth, his outstretched hand powerless and limp. His bones shattered and a murmur arose from the crowd. The Lin family has been defeated? They truly lack martial arts? It seems so. He could not even withstand a single strike from Su Yuxuan. Alas, the Lin family is finished. Who would have thought the rumors surrounding the Lin family were false? Confronted by the crowd's discussions, Lin Yunxiao's complexion grew even paler. Su Yuxuan, however, let out a cold laugh, having firmly concluded that the Lin family possessed no martial arts. He stepped forward once more, targeting Lin Yunxiao's chest. Lin Yunxiao sensed Su Yuxuan's impending strike and attempted to evade, but the pain overwhelmed him, leaving him helpless to do anything but watch as Su Yuxuan approached. Bang! Lin Yunxiao was knocked down again, his body sliding several feet across the ground. Coughing, he steadied himself, once more spitting blood. The onlookers could not help but sigh in sympathy. Lin Yunxiao had suffered a crushing defeat. Utterly disheveled. All understood that if the Lin family lacked martial arts, how could Lin Yunxiao refrain from using them? Just as the crowd presumed the battle had reached its conclusion, Su Yuxuan moved again. Having engaged in combat, Su Yuxuan was convinced of the Lin family's lack of martial arts, and his rage was palpable. He had initially believed the Lin family possessed martial arts, which was why he had refrained from acting half a year prior. To discover that the Lin family had deceived them with false information, making the Su family hesitant, was infuriating. The gaze of those around him felt like a humiliation to Su Yuxuan. He resolved to eliminate Lin Yunxiao while he was gravely wounded. To eliminate any future threats. With this determination, Su Yuxuan lunged toward Lin Yunxiao. Lin Yunxiao, gazing into Su Yuxuan's murderous eyes, struggled to rise, yet ultimately found himself powerless to alter the situation. Is the Lin family truly facing extinction? Brother, I am sorry, I must take my leave first. Lin Yunxiao murmured to himself, calmly observing the approaching Su Yuxuan, while his left hand secretly gathered strength. Even in the face of death, he would ensure Su Yuxuan paid a price. Su Yuxuan closed the distance swiftly, and facing the composed Lin Yunxiao, his fury intensified. Die! Su Yuxuan coldly shouted, his fiery palm descending violently toward Lin Yunxiao's chest. At that critical moment, a sharp voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Su Yuxuan, how dare you? For nearly half a year, Lin Yuntian had been diligently honing his skills in seclusion, yet he still saw no signs of breakthrough. He understood that relying on this to overcome the Su family's predicament was a faint hope, leaving him anxious and restless. If even this final effort bore no fruit, what path lay ahead? To fight was to court defeat. To flee was to feel unworthy. Lin Yuntian sighed helplessly. His foundation and hard work were tied to this place. If he truly wished to leave, he would not have delayed until now. Just as his thoughts were in disarray, contemplating whether to temporarily emerge from seclusion, he suddenly heard his younger brother's urgent call. Lin Yuntian's heart skipped a beat. His brothers knew he was in seclusion and should not disturb him unless a significant event had transpired. Could it be that the Su family was about to act? With this thought, Lin Yuntian lost his composure and hurriedly exited. Upon seeing Lin Yuntian, his third brother visibly sighed in relief, swiftly approaching to briefly inform him of the crisis facing their second brother. Lin Yuntian's expression changed upon hearing this. He was acutely aware of the Su family's martial arts prowess, and Lin Yunxiao was no match for Su Yuxuan. He rushed toward the market. Upon arriving at the market, he chanced upon witnessing Su Yuxuan attempting to deliver a fatal blow to Lin Yunxiao. Lin Yuntian was taken aback, urgently shouting, Su Yuxuan, how dare you? As Su Yuxuan was on the verge of achieving his aim. The voice of Lin Yuntian suddenly resonated, causing his heart to shudder. He exerted more force, intent on eliminating Lin Yunxiao first. Lin Yuntian, witnessing this, was taken aback, his heart ablaze with fury. He unleashed a powerful palm strike, his formidable true energy surging directly towards Su Yuxuan. Realizing the ferocity of Lin Yuntian's true energy, Su Yuxuan cursed under his breath. If he insisted on killing Lin Yunxiao, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed by Lin Yuntian's force. Although not a martial technique, Lin Yuntian was a third-rate master, and Su Yuxuan dared not underestimate him, begrudgingly retreating. With a thunderous crash, the spot where Su Yuxuan had stood moments before was blasted into a large crater by Lin Yuntian's true energy. Gazing at the gaping hole before him, Su Yuxuan felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, relieved to have retreated in time. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to nothing but fragments. The might of a third-rate master was indeed astonishing. After forcing Su Yuxuan back, Lin Yuntian swiftly approached Lin Yunxiao, concern etched on his face as he inquired, Second brother, are you all right? Lin Yunxiao, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, had sustained severe internal injuries from Su Yuxuan's earlier attack, yet he bore the pain, unwilling to lose composure in front of the Su family. Lin Yuntian, examining Lin Yunxiao's wounds, grew grim, his anger ignited upon seeing his brother's bloodied mouth. His true energy surged uncontrollably, compelling the surrounding crowd to part in alarm. After administering a pill to Lin Yunxiao, Lin Yuntian rose, his expression cold, fixating on Su Yuxuan with deadly intent. Su Yuxuan, how dare you harm my kin on Lin family territory? Do you think your martial techniques grant you the audacity to disregard my family? Do you believe we fear you? Under Lin Yuntian's piercing gaze, Su Yuxuan involuntarily shivered, yet recalling that the Lin family possessed no martial techniques, he felt a renewed sense of confidence. Chapter 38. Confrontation. Lin Yuntian, I merely heard rumors that your Lin family possesses martial techniques and came to spar with Lin Yunxiao. I never anticipated it was a fabrication. Had I known you lacked such skills, I would not have struck so harshly. Su Yuxuan feigned innocence. Very well, Lin Yuntian suppressed his rage, contemplating that had the Su family known the Lin family's true nature, the Lin family might have already been annihilated. If he had arrived a moment later, his second brother could have met with a dire fate. Then allow me to witness Su family's martial techniques. Before his words faded, Lin Yuntian transformed into a blur, launching himself at Su Yuxian. Su Yuxuan, alarmed, recognized the vast disparity in their strengths. Despite possessing martial techniques, he dared not confront Lin Yuntian head-on. He cursed aloud and swiftly retreated. Lin Yuntian, seeing his brother grievously injured, lost control of his emotions. The bond of brotherhood rendered him incapable of accepting the near loss of his second brother. Su Yuxuan's taunts further robbed him of his reason. No longer caring about external perceptions, Lin Yuntian was solely focused on avenging his brother. In an instant, he closed the distance to Su Yuxuan and unleashed a powerful punch. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed from a distance. Lin Yuntian, how dare you lay a hand on a member of the Su family? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuntian's heart jolted. Yet he remained merciless, landing a punch squarely on Su Yuxian. As Su Yuxuan stood bewildered. Hearing his elder brother's voice filled him with hope, believing salvation was at hand. However, the very next moment, a searing pain radiated from his chest, and he stared at Lin Yuntian in disbelief. Lin Yuntian, cease this! Su Shanhe shouted urgently, launching himself towards Lin Yuntian with all his might. Lin Yuntian scoffed coldly, increasing his force, pushing back with a roar. Get lost? Su Yuxuan was struck again in the chest, blood spewing forth as he was sent flying several dozen feet, crashing heavily to the ground. Lin Yuntian did not relent, quickly pivoting to confront the approaching Su Shanhe. A thunderous impact resounded as Lin Yuntian was jolted back. Yet he managed to stabilize himself. Su Shanhe, however, stood firm, coldly fixing his gaze on Lin Yuntian. The onlookers gasped, astonished by Lin Yuntian's reckless fervor. He was willing to risk his own safety to avenge his brother. Lin Yuntian was not truly mad. He was acutely aware of his choices and, even if injured, he intended to make Su Yuxuan pay the price. Meanwhile, Su Shanhe paced anxiously in his family's hall. The spies he had dispatched yet to return, unsettling his thoughts. Just as he was grappling with doubts regarding the recklessness of his plans, a spy finally returned with news. Lin Yunxiao had been severely injured by Su Yuxuan's attack. Blood gushing forth. Upon learning the details, realizing Lin Yunxiao had not utilized any martial techniques throughout, a flicker of delight crossed Su Shanhe's mind, swiftly replaced by fury as he recognized they had been deceived by the Lin family. He immediately gathered his forces and headed straight for the Lin family market, intent on eradicating the Lin family from Donglu town to vent his pin-up rage. However, upon arriving at his destination, he witnessed Lin Yuntian mercilessly assaulting Su Yuxuan, disregarding his own status and ignoring the threats directed at him, inflicting grave injuries upon Su Yuxuan, igniting his wrath. Lin Yuntian, you are truly formidable, descending to such brutality against an ordinary martial artist. Su Shanhe accused, his anger palpable. Su Shanhe, the quality of the Su family has indeed declined. In my territory, I shall not permit the wicked to run rampant. I merely administer a slight punishment, Lin Yuntian replied calmly. Dismissing the other's derision, Su Shanhe's countenance darkened as he coldly remarked, in competitions, injuries are inevitable. If the Lin family lacks strength, who can they blame? Lin Yuntian, do not make excuses for your defeat. Are you embarrassed and enraged now that your lies have been exposed? Do you seek to silence me? Is there a deadly intent in a martial competition? Moreover, the Lin family has not had any lies exposed. Lin Yuntian countered in a low voice. I have heard that the Lin family acquired a set of martial techniques. It is no wonder Su Yuxuan challenged Lin Yunxiao. Upon learning of the Lin family's possession of martial techniques, Su Yuxuan struck with greater force. Yet, Lin Yunxiao never revealed any martial skills, leaving me perplexed as to whether he was deliberately concealing them or if the Lin family truly has none. Lu Gong cunningly shifted the topic. Su Shanhe, who should have acted immediately, now convinced that the Lin family lacked martial techniques, hesitated. He intended to witness how the Lin family would justify this lie before the gathered crowd. Lin Yuntian's awkward predicament was, for him, a performance he could not afford to miss. With numerous witnesses present, he would certainly seize this opportunity. Whether the Lin family possessed martial techniques was of no concern to the Su family. As the discussion shifted to martial techniques, Lin Yuntian's expression soured, fully aware of Su Shanhe's intentions, yet powerless to argue. If I am not mistaken, the Lin family truly has no martial techniques. Lin Yuntian, in your efforts to restrain the Su family, you spread false rumors in an attempt to delay our actions. How could you deceive the entire town? Su Shanhe asserted, determined to place the Lin family in a precarious position, making them a target for the entire town. He implied that not only the Su family but all of Donglu town had been deceived by the Lin family in this manner. the Su family might salvage some dignity. After all, if the entire town had been duped, it was only reasonable that the Su family was also misled. Su Shanha's words drew the gaze of the onlookers towards Lin Yuntian, their disdain unmistakable. Though they had not heard the Lin family spread rumors themselves, they needed a reason to justify their gullibility. Who would have imagined that the illustrious Lin family would propagate falsehoods? Only a few turned their eyes towards Su Shanha, seemingly admiring his clever maneuver. With a single statement, he positioned the Lin family as the instigators of the incident. While the crowd could guess the rumors originated from the Lin family, without direct confirmation, it was much easier to argue their case. Su Shanha's remarks thoroughly severed any retreat for the Lin family. Should Lin Yuntian attempt to defend himself at this moment, claiming the rumors were spread by others, it would only incite the collective wrath of those who had believed and disseminated the tales. Lin Yuntian felt a bitter pang in his heart. He had originally planned to clarify the rumors after secluding himself, knowing there would be some dissent, but it would have been manageable. Little did he expect to be preemptively exposed by his nemesis, Su Shanha. The repercussions of defending himself were starkly different from being called out. Why the silence? Ha ha! Seeing Lin Yuntian's dark expression and his unwillingness to speak, Su Shanha felt a surge of delight. After months of worry, he could finally collect some interest before making a move. Su Shanha, do not go too far. Things are not as you think, Lin Yunxiao interjected, his heart racing as he witnessed his elder brother being pressured to such an extent. He yearned to bear the blame, declaring that he had orchestrated everything in secrecy from Lin Yuntian. However, as the words left his mouth, he was halted by Lin Yuntian. Lin Yuntian understood his brother's good intentions, but the Lin family was already on the brink of annihilation. He could not cast the blame onto Lin Yunxiao. His only concern now was for the safety of Lin Fengxing and the others, regretting he had not sent them away sooner. Oh, is it not as I imagined? Have I wronged you? Is the Lin family not deceiving everyone? Su Shanha exclaimed, raising his voice again. Lin Yuntian, do you dare to claim your Lin family possesses martial techniques? Chapter 39. Unworthy Lin Yuntian. Do you dare to assert that your Lin family possesses martial techniques? Su Shanha inquired, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, our Lin family possesses martial techniques. A resonant and powerful voice penetrated Su Shanha's ears, leaving him momentarily stunned. Not only Su Shanha, but the surrounding crowd also fell silent for a moment. They had all assumed the Lin family lacked martial techniques and were deceiving them. Yet, to their astonishment, the Lin family claimed otherwise. Consequently, everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards Lin Yuntian, only to find him looking behind him, as if surveying something. Suddenly, they all awakened to the realization that the voice they had just heard had not originated from Lin Yuntian, but rather from outside the venue. With a rush, the crowd parted, creating a narrow path for a single person to pass through. They craned their necks, eager to discern the source of the voice. Soon, they beheld a figure gradually walking in. Ah, is that not Lin Fengxing? Indeed, that was his voice just now. It seems the Lin family has deceived even their own juniors. The unfortunate child, Fengxing. As he gazed at the person entering, Lin Yuntian's brow furrowed deeply. The one who had just walked in was none other than Lin Fengxing. The remark regarding martial skills had also originated from Lin Fengxing. Upon hearing from Lin Rong that his second uncle had been cornered by Su Yuxuan in the market, he rushed there with utmost haste, not even pausing to wait for Lin Rong, leaving him far behind. Yet, despite his fervent sprint, it still took a significant amount of time to return from the mountain to the marketplace. When he finally arrived, breathless, he caught his second uncle speaking. The words of his second uncle startled Lin Fengxing. He was unaware of the events transpiring in the second round, but he understood that if his second uncle completed that statement, it would lead to trouble. Should his second uncle reveal that the Lin family possessed no martial skills, it would be impossible for him to showcase his own when the time came. He yearned to rush in and implore his second uncle to cease speaking. However, he found himself unable to push through the throngs of onlookers who formed layers around him, and with his physical stamina, he simply could not enter, nor could he soar in like his father. Just as he was growing anxious, he heard his father interrupting his second uncle's words, which brought a sigh of relief. Although he was somewhat puzzled as to why his father had emerged from seclusion, he recognized that this was not the moment for such inquiries. What Lin Fengxing needed to focus on now was how to reach the center of the arena. At that moment, he heard Su Shanhe pose a question, and his heart jolted again. Recalling his father's current predicament in a fit of urgency, he blurted out that statement, not expecting such a tremendous reaction from the crowd, which parted to grant him a path. This resolution significantly alleviated his dilemma, and without further hesitation, he hurried inside. Fengxing, what brings you here? You should return at once, Lin Yuntian scolded as he beheld Lin Fengxing entering the arena. What is this child thinking? Did I not already inform him that this matter is a fabrication? Why is he still causing trouble? Haha, Lin Yuntian, you wouldn't dare deceive your own son, would you? Is it possible that your son is unaware of the truth? Su Shanhe, upon hearing Lin Yuntian's rebuke, regained his focus. The earlier claim regarding the Lin family possessing martial skills did not seem to stem from Lin Yuntian. Spotting Lin Fengxing, he sneered again. Fengxing, at this moment, Lin Yuntian had no time to heed Su Shanhe's mockery. Seeing Lin Fengxing recklessly advancing, he grew frantic. Father, we need no longer endure this. Although you have yet to fully master that set of martial skills, with just the first 3 moves, you can stand undefeated, Lin Fengxing said, smiling as he reached his father's side. Boom. Lin Fengxing's declaration undoubtedly ignited a stir among the crowd. Could it be that the Lin family truly possessed martial skills? Impossible. If the Lin family truly had martial skills, why would Lin Yunxiao not have utilized them earlier? I suspect this Lin Fengxing has been deceived by his father. Alas, children do not comprehend the situation. He genuinely believes his father is enduring. Indeed, it is plausible. Lin Yuntian stared at Lin Fengxing in disbelief, pondering if the child had lost his senses. What do you mean we need no longer endure? What do you mean by the first 3 moves? With a stern countenance, he whispered urgently to Lin Fengxing. What are you saying? Lin Fengxing chuckled and was about to say more when he turned slightly and saw his second uncle collapsed on the ground. Alarmed, he rushed forward, asking, Second uncle, what has happened? Are you all right? Cough, cough, Fengxing, I am fine. Just sustained a minor injury, Lin Yunxiao replied, gritting his teeth against the pain. Fengxing, return at once. This is not a place for you. It was the Su family that harmed you. Was it not? Lin Fengxing inquired gently. Without waiting for Lin Yunxiao's response, he continued, Second uncle, I am sorry that it remained unclear if Lin Fengxing was blaming himself for returning late or for some other reason. What does this have to do with you, child? You must leave. We will handle this matter, Lin Yunxiao said, exasperated by Lin Fengxing's nonsensical remarks. Haha, Lin Yuntian, your son just claimed you possess martial skills. Are you willing to confirm this? Su Shanhe laughed heartily, convinced that Lin Fengxing had been misled by Lin Yuntian. The situation was becoming increasingly amusing. My father would certainly confirm it. Lin Fengxing stood up, walking beside his father, proclaiming loudly. Fengxing. Lin Yuntian was nearly beside himself with anxiety. At such a moment. How could this child be so oblivious? Father, we truly need not endure any longer, Lin Fengxing insisted, looking up at Lin Yuntian and adding softly. Father, leave it to me, I will astonish you. Lin Fengxing had no time to explain to his father. This was neither the time nor place for explanations. Thus, he could only vaguely convey some information to reassure him. Lin Yuntian was taken aback by the determination in Lin Fengxing's gaze. Although he found it curious where Lin Fengxing derived such confidence to speak so boldly in this setting, he chose to remain silent. Regardless, the situation had escalated to this point. It could scarcely worsen, and no matter what, the Su family would not allow them to leave today. He would let his son proceed and hoped for a miracle to unfold. Endure? Humph. Lad, do you truly believe the Lin family possesses martial skills? Su Shanhe scoffed. You boy, should step aside. This is no place for you to speak, Su Shanhe. You, father. Lin Yuntian was about to retort when Lin Fengxing interrupted him. Stepping forward, Lin Fengxing smiled. If I recall correctly, this is the territory of the Lin family. If anyone should leave, it ought to be the Su family, no? Upon hearing these words, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Their eyes wide in disbelief that such a young child could articulate such sharp retorts, facing the imposing Su Shanhe without a trace of fear. Even Lin Yuntian's face momentarily broke into a fleeting smile. You little wretch, do you have any sense of hierarchy? Su Shanhe, taken aback by Lin Fengxing's audacity, shouted in a fit of rage. Lin Yuntian, your family has utterly failed in their upbringing. Hierarchy? I only respect those who deserve it. And you? Are unworthy. Chapter 40. Movements afoot, do you dare to claim the right to challenge my Lin family in the marketplace and harm my kin? Who, pray tell, is lacking in upbringing? You must think the Lin family is devoid of martial heritage. Do you? Ha! Allow me to clarify. The Lin family indeed possesses a lineage of martial skills. If you doubt it, feel free to bring it on. Lin Fengxing shouted vehemently. Very well, splendid. Lin Yuntian, you have quite the remarkable son. Su Shanhe said through gritted teeth, his expression shifting as he struggled to contain his fury at being so brazenly confronted by a mere youth. Lin Yuntian, since your son is so confident, then today, I shall experience the martial skills of the Lin family. Do you dare to spar with me? Su Shanhe's gaze turned icy as he posed the question. Before Lin Yuntian could respond, Lin Fengxing interjected eagerly, if you wish to witness the martial skills of the Lin family, there is no need to trouble my father. I am more than sufficient. Fengxing, cease this at once, Lin Yuntian exclaimed. Alarmed and desperate to halt his son's reckless challenge, was he not courting disaster by confronting Su Shanhe directly? There must be limits to indulgence. Father, allow me. I have yet to test the martial skills I have trained in combat. I am eager to witness their power. Please permit me to try, Lin Fengxing pleaded, gripping his father's hand tightly. Lin Fengxing's words were not without merit. Since mastering the ruptured fist, he had indeed not engaged in actual combat. However, he understood that Su Shanhe would never dare to strike him in front of the crowd. His true adversary was the seething Su Jiaming lurking behind. Lin Fengxing stepped forward, addressing Su Shanhe. Do you not wish to witness the martial skills of the Lin family? Then come forth, for I am equally curious to discover whether it is the Lin family or the Su family that possesses the greater prowess. Lin Yuntian's expression shifted multiple times, yet he ultimately refrained from stopping Lin Fengxing. He too understood that Su Shanhe would not harm Lin Fengxing. You are exceedingly arrogant, young man. Should you fail to demonstrate any martial skills, your life may very well be forfeit. Su Shanhe's face darkened as he spoke. He then called out, Su Jiaming, take the stage. Su Jiaming had accompanied his father, and upon confirming that the Lin family appeared to lack martial skills, anger flickered in his eyes. Witnessing his father grievously injured by Lin Fengxing's father had left him anxious and frustrated. Since Lin Fengxing's arrival, his gaze had never strayed from him. Now, hearing Su Shanhe's call, he understood that the moment for vengeance had arrived. Su Jiaming stepped forward, standing behind Su Shanhe, and called out, Uncle. Go. Eliminate that brat. Show no mercy. Yes. Bowing to Su Shanhe, Su Jiaming advanced a few steps, halting 2 yards away from Lin Fengxing. Lin Fengxing, I truly pity you. Your father has deceived even you. The Lin family possesses no martial skills at all. Accept your fate. Although you have reached the 9th layer of body training, you remain no match for me. Su Jiaming had only just noticed Lin Fengxing's attainment of the 9th layer of body training, but he dismissed it, like the others, believing Lin Fengxing was oblivious to their family's true situation. Heh, Su Jiaming, you shall soon comprehend whether we possess martial skills. I am merely astonished that a talentless individual like you has managed to reach the 8th layer of body training. Indeed, Su Jiaming had achieved the 8th layer of body training, originally believing that reaching the 8th level of body training would bring him closer to Lin Fengxing. He was taken aback to discover that Lin Fengxing had already attained the 9th level, which filled him with profound dissatisfaction. Upon hearing Lin Fengxing insult him as a mediocre talent, Su Jiaming's anger ignited instantly. Lin Fengxing, prepare to face your demise. With that, he extended his right palm and began to gather his energy slowly. Lin Fengxing merely smiled faintly, choosing silence. He had already experienced the Su family's martial arts. A strike from them would bring nothing more than pain. Unless he was mistaken, their martial techniques must be of low-grade quality, which he deemed inconsequential. Now that his strength surpassed Su Jiaming's by 1 tier, defeating him would not be an easy feat, even without employing martial skills, not to mention he possessed the destruction fist. Lin Fengxing's gaze fixed on Su Jiaming's palm, noting its gradual reddening with intrigue. Had he arrived earlier, he would have learned that the Su family's martial technique was known as the fire palm. Lin Yuntian also watched intently, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. While he was astonished by Lin Fengxing's rapid progress within a mere 6 months, he still worried whether Lin Fengxing could withstand Su Jiaming's impending strike. Judging by Lin Yunxiao's injuries, this martial technique evidently held considerable power. A pang of regret washed over him for allowing Lin Fengxing to engage recklessly. If anything were to happen, how could he ever forgive himself? Upon noticing that the hue of Su Jiaming's palm was not as crimson as Su Yuxuan's, Lin Yuntian felt a slight relief. It appeared that Su Jiaming had not yet qualified to practice higher-tier techniques. Thus, even if Lin Fengxing were to falter, he would likely avoid severe injury. As Lin Yuntian anticipated, Su Jiaming executed the first form of the fire palm, the second form requiring one to reach the qi refinement stage. However, the first form he displayed had significantly improved compared to before, amplifying its potency. Su Jiaming, observing his palm now flushed red, smirked malevolently. He positioned his red palm across his chest and shouted, charging toward Lin Fengxing. Faced with Su Jiaming's assault, Lin Fengxing scoffed, tightly clenching his fist and channeling his strength into it, patiently awaiting Su Jiaming's approach. Witnessing Lin Fengxing's calm demeanor, Su Shanhe felt a sudden wave of unease. Could it be that the Lin family truly possessed martial skills? The thought flickered momentarily before he dismissed it. If the Lin family did possess martial techniques, how could Lin Yunxiao have sustained such severe injuries? Yet, every time he glanced at Lin Fengxing, the disquiet in his heart lingered. Simultaneously anxious, Lin Yuntian shared a similar trepidation. Seeing Lin Fengxing remain motionless, the relief he had just felt resurfaced, now replaced by worry. Child, quickly dodge. In an instant, the 2 zhang distance vanished. Su Jiaming, witnessing Lin Fengxing's seemingly foolish stillness, mistakenly believed he was intimidated by his imposing presence. Gloating internally, he raised his palm, striking downward toward Lin Fengxing's head with force. Confronted with Su Jiaming's lethal blow, Lin Fengxing let out a cold grunt, remaining steadfast as a mountain. His eyes locked onto Su Jiaming's descending palm. As Su Jiaming's hand approached perilously close, Lin Fengxing showed no sign of retreat. Lin Yuntian's heart raced, anger surging within him as he prepared to intervene and pull Lin Fengxing back. Yet, at that moment, Lin Fengxing finally moved. His gaze sharpened, Lin Fengxing fixed his sights on Su Jiaming's advancing palm. When the distance shrank to a mere inch, his eyes narrowed, and he swiftly retreated, tilting his head back as he unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Su Jiaming's palm. With a sharp crack, fist met palm. Immediately after, Lin Fengxing advanced, his other hand striking forth with extraordinary speed, targeting Su Jiaming's chest. Su Jiaming, believing his attack was about to succeed, felt a surge of delight. Even if this blow did not claim Lin Fengxing's life, it would surely inflict significant damage, avenging his father in the process. However, at a critical moment, Lin Fengxing stepped back, causing Su Jiaming's assault to miss its mark. As Su Jiaming gathered his strength once more, Lin Fengxing's fist was already hurtling toward him. Elated, Su Jiaming increased his force, thinking Lin Fengxing was merely attempting the impossible. Yet, as their powers clashed, Su Jiaming experienced a searing pain in his palm. His entire arm feeling as if it were on fire. In stark contrast, Lin Fengxing stood unscathed. Disbelief clouded Su Jiaming's eyes as he gazed at Lin Fengxing's seemingly diminutive fist, struggling to comprehend how such a blow could possess such formidable strength. Did the Lin family not lack martial skills? Why was it Lin Fengxing who remained uninjured? Amidst his confusion, Su Jiaming gradually recognized that Lin Fengxing's strike was potent enough to counter his fire palm. His gaze slowly shifted to Lin Fengxing's cold visage, the scorn reflected in his eyes igniting a sensation of being outmatched. Yet, before Su Jiaming could fully process his shock, Lin Fengxing unexpectedly flashed him a smile. Just as he doubted his own vision, Lin Fengxing delivered a rapid, forceful punch to his chest. The blow came so swiftly that Su Jiaming had no time to react. His face contorted from the impact, and a light cough escaped him as he staggered backward, ultimately collapsing to the ground and sliding several feet away. Finally coming to a halt, Su Jiaming felt as though his internal organs had shifted. He gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, attempting to brace himself with his hands to rise, only to elicit a heart-wrenching scream. His hand was broken. Lin Fengxing's full-force strike was beyond what he could endure. His arm was no match for a punch capable of striking a small tree. With this blow, Lin Fengxing avenged his second uncle. Impossible! Su Jiaming growled, and as soon as the words left his mouth, blood erupted forth, rendering him unconscious. Silence enveloped the surroundings as onlookers stood in stunned disbelief. They had initially thought Lin Fengxing was being deceived, only to realize that the Lin family indeed possessed martial skills. And their power was astonishing. They fixed their gazes upon the young man in the center of the arena, his punch substantiating that Lin Fengxing had mastered martial techniques. This realization prompted the crowd to turn their sympathetic eyes toward Su Shanhe. Eyes wide with disbelief, Su Shanhe stared at Lin Fengxing, slowly shaking his head. He had always felt that Lin Fengxing's calm demeanor concealed something, though he could never pinpoint what it was. As Su Jiaming approached Lin Fengxing, his unease had intensified, but after Su Jiaming's failed attack, he had self-deprecatingly dismissed his worries. However, Lin Fengxing's counterattack sent his heart racing, leading him to question whether the Lin family truly possessed martial skills. Though Lin Yuntian maintained a composed exterior, he too was taken aback internally, pondering when Lin Fengxing had learned such techniques and why he was unaware of it. Yet, he understood that now was not the time to delve into these questions. He could only suppress his doubts and observe Lin Fengxing calmly. He remained composed to avoid revealing the Lin family's ignorance regarding Lin Fengxing's abilities, lest they fall into an even worse predicament. Should Su Shanhe catch wind of this, the Lin family would still face annihilation. Lin Yuntian glanced back at Lin Yunxiao. Their eyes met briefly before quickly averting, each reflecting a shared confusion. Lin Yuntian recognized that Lin Fengxing harbored a secret. Flashes of memory surfaced, and Lin Yuntian began to connect the dots. Lin Fengxing's past peculiar behaviors now seemed to have explanations. He had confidently claimed there would be martial skills, suggesting he had mastered them long ago. Yet, where had Lin Fengxing acquired these martial techniques? Why had he not disclosed this? Lin Yuntian's mind brimmed with questions. Lin Rong exerted all his effort, pushing through the dense crowd until he finally squeezed his way to the front. As soon as he emerged, he witnessed the scene of Su Jiaming being struck down by Lin Fengxing's powerful punch. Overwhelmed with excitement, he exclaimed, "Wow, brother, you are truly amazing." Hearing Lin Rong shout, Lin Fengxing turned and smiled at him before striding toward his father's direction. The surrounding crowd also took notice of Lin Rong, bombarding him with curious inquiries. "Young master of the Lin family, what is the name of your family's martial technique?" "Young master, your family's martial skills are so formidable. You should be able to wield them too, right? When did you start practicing? Our Lin family's martial skills are indeed remarkable. However, I have yet to master them. My father once said that one must at least reach the 8th level of body training to begin practicing. But I am close. Humph. My father passed the techniques to my brother before entering seclusion. As for the name of the techniques, why should I tell you? Humph. I won't bother with you anymore." Listening to the envious chatter around him, Lin Rong couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. He had intended to show off in front of the crowd, but soon realized that apart from knowing there were martial techniques, he was entirely ignorant of everything else, even the name of the techniques. Reluctantly, he suppressed his ego, squeezing out of the crowd toward his father's direction. Upon hearing Lin Rong's words, the surrounding crowd's gaze toward Lin Yuntian brimmed with anticipation. Indeed, the Lin family harbors martial techniques. I have always said that the Lin family would not jest with us. Exactly, just now, Wang Jian did not employ martial skills against Su Yuxuan, indicating he was still holding back. Had he truly used martial skills, Su Yuxuan would likely have lost 10 lives. The Su family has indeed gone too far, thinking the Lin family lacked martial skills. How strange, why didn't Lin Yunxiao use martial skills even after being severely injured? Did they not say so? Lin Yuntian forbade them from using them. Precisely. Perhaps the Lin family never intended to publicly disclose their possession of martial skills, not wishing to boast. Who would have thought it would be leaked? That's why Lin Yuntian prohibited their use, to maintain a low profile. The crowd buzzed with conversation, their initial disdain for Lin Yuntian transforming into admiration in their eyes. The Lin family's conduct now appeared quite noble. "Father, what do you think? I have not disappointed you, have I?" Lin Feng walked to Lin Yuntian's side, smiling as he asked, not forgetting to wink, as if hinting at something. Very well, it seems you have indeed made considerable progress during my seclusion. Much to my surprise, Lin Yuntian understood the implication behind Lin Feng's words and responded with a veiled meaning, though he felt a twinge of irritation within. You little rascal, just wait until I return. I shall deal with you. Go think you possess martial skills yet kept them concealed, leaving me to worry needlessly for so long. Lin Feng smiled faintly, cognizant that his father's words carried deeper significance. Yet he understood that this was not the time for explanations. As he saw his father take over the conversation, he realized that Lin Yuntian had grasped his intentions, so he refrained from further comments and stepped behind his father. This situation was now beyond Lin Feng's control. He had completed the most crucial step, and the remainder was to be handled by his father, Su Shanhe. I believe it is time for you to provide an explanation. Why did you come to stir trouble in my Lin family's market? Lin Yuntian inquired calmly, gazing at Su Shanhe. Upon hearing Lin Yuntian's words, Su Shanhe's lips twitched slightly, observing Lin Yuntian's confident demeanor. He almost began to doubt whether this was a trap set by the Lin family, were it not for his awareness of his own culpability. Haha, it was merely a friendly contest. Now that we have witnessed your martial skills, we shall not linger any longer. Lin Yuntian, I shall certainly pay a visit another day. Farewell. With that, Su Shanhe waved his hand and prepared to lead his subordinates away. Su Shanhe, you have harmed a member of my Lin family in our market, and you think you can simply walk away? Lin Yuntian asked coldly, as Su Shanhe turned around. Upon hearing Lin Yuntian's words, he paused, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Yet, recalling something, he slowly closed his eyes and exhaled gently. Before asking, Lin Yuntian, while Su Yuxuan injured Lin Yunxiao, you also severely wounded Lu Chai. Shouldn't that even the score? Even the score? Lin Yuntian chuckled softly. Su Yuxuan dared to harm a member of the Lin family. He should have anticipated the consequences. His severe injury is his own doing. Oh, you expect me to stand idly by while Su Yuxuan harms my second brother? Before Su Shanhe could respond, Lin Yuntian's tone shifted, becoming stern. Oh, you think this can be easily resolved? Do you know that had I arrived just a moment later, my second brother would have perished at Su Yuxuan's hands? You have acted recklessly and harmed others, and you think you can simply dismiss it with a word. Is that even possible? Chapter 42. Compensation. Lin Yuntian was acutely aware that all of this was orchestrated by Su Shanhe. Su Yuxuan lacked the audacity to act independently. Su Shanhe's instigation of Su Yuxuan stemmed from his assumption that the Lin family lacked martial skills. One must admit, Su Shanhe possessed a keen eye and meticulous thought. Had it not been for Lin Feng's unexpected turn of events, the Lin family might have truly faced destruction. The Lin family indeed possessed martial skills, and theirs surpassed that of the Su family. The Su family had been audacious on Lin family's territory, and naturally, the Lin family would not let them go easily. With superior martial skills, why should they allow their opponents to escape? This was a simple matter of logic. If Lin Yuntian were to allow Su Shanhe and his associates to depart unscathed, it would raise suspicions. The Lin family's martial skills surpassed those of the Su family. If they let them go, others would question whether there was some deception involved. Of course, the opinions of others mattered little, but if Su Shanhe began to harbor doubts, that would spell trouble. Lin Yuntian understood that given the martial prowess Lin Feng had just displayed, Su Shanhe would not dare to challenge the Lin family. However, if Su Shanhe's suspicion were to arise, there was no telling what risks he might take. Should he indeed act recklessly, the Lin family would still face the grim fate of annihilation. In truth, the Lin family did not possess martial skills, but due to Lin Feng's mastery, everyone believed that all members of the Lin family were adept in martial arts, including Su Shanhe. Lin Yuntian was acutely aware of this. Thus, he needed to present an unwavering stance, ensuring that everyone, especially Su Shanhe, was left without any hint of a flaw. Su Shanhe remained with his eyes tightly shut, yet his brow furrowed in distress as he asked without turning. What do you intend to do? Compensation? Lin Yuntian replied succinctly. How shall we compensate? Su Shanhe gritted his teeth and inquired. Were Lin Yuntian able to see his face, he would have noticed the extreme anguish etched upon Su Shanhe's countenance. Su Shanhe's current feelings were akin to swallowing bitter gall. He had initially believed he could decisively defeat the Lin family, allowing the Su family to dominate the martial world in Donglu Town. To his astonishment, the Lin family concealed such profound strength and a secret martial technique that was never revealed. The concealment of their martial skills was one matter, but more critically, the Lin family's martial prowess far exceeded that of the Su family. Leaving Su Shanhe feeling utterly powerless, he struggled internally, contemplating a desperate gamble, yet recalling the martial skill Lin Feng had just demonstrated. His courage dissipated. He could not wager the future of his entire family, for he knew his chances of victory were nearly non-existent. Su Shanhe was not surprised by Lin Yuntian's demand for compensation. Had he been in Lin Yuntian's position, he might have been even more ruthless. What puzzled Su Shanhe was why, given the current strength of the Lin family, they had the capability to completely eradicate the Su family from Donglu town, thereby eliminating future threats. Yet, why had Lin Yuntian chosen compensation? Did he harbor some reservations? Lin Yuntian, of course, was oblivious to the doubts swirling in Su Shanhe's mind. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly articulated his demand. 200,000 gold coins. Su Shanhe's heart trembled at the mention of 200,000 gold coins. At this moment, how could the Su family possibly afford such a sum? The family's wealth had been nearly entirely invested in that martial technique. From where could they possibly gather 200,000 gold coins? 200,000 gold coins would take the Su family's market at least 2 years to earn back. Despite the seemingly boundless prospects of the Lin and Su families in Donglu town, the reality was far less affluent than outsiders imagined. Due to the limited scale of the town, the consumer capacity was also restricted. Both the Lin and Su families garnered a net profit of merely tens of thousands of gold coins each year. With such a large family, expenses were naturally significant, and they had to support numerous clan members. 200,000 gold coins? Lin Yuntian, you cannot be serious, Su Shanhe exclaimed, unable to maintain his composure as he turned to question Lin Yuntian. Do I appear to be jesting? Lin Yuntian responded earnestly, secretly reveling in the fact that he had pushed Su Shanhe into such a predicament, a sense of accomplishment swelling within him. Too much? The Su family cannot produce 200,000 gold coins. Su Shanhe realized that Lin Yuntian was not joking. This statement escaped his lips in a moment of utter shock. Lin Yuntian smiled faintly. Whether you can produce it is your concern. I merely present the terms. How you resolve this is of no consequence to me. Naturally, alternative arrangements can be considered. The threat implicit in his tone caused Su Shanhe's heart to tighten. Fury coursed through Su Shanhe's veins, yet he dared not reveal it. Lin Yuntian's implication was clear. Should the Su family fail to produce the 200,000 gold coins, he would not hesitate to resort to force. Su Shanhe clenched his fists, then slowly relaxed them, speaking through gritted teeth. Lin Yuntian, I truly cannot produce 200,000. How about this? I will deliver 100,000 gold coins tomorrow. 100,000 gold coins might be feasible for the Su family to scrape together. Yet the thought of surrendering that sum to the Lin family felt like a dagger to Su Shanhe's heart. It would represent a year's worth of effort squandered. Regret began to wash over him. Perhaps he had indeed acted rashly. However, Lin Yuntian's response nearly caused him to spit blood. 100,000 will not suffice. It must be 200,000, not a single coin less. Su Shanhe's emotions were tumultuous. He recognized this as a manifestation of Lin Yuntian's utter fury. After several deep breaths to calm himself and avoid harming his own health, he finally conceded, very well, 200,000 it shall be. But at least grant me half a year to gather the funds. 10 days. I shall give you only 10 days. If I have not received the gold coins by then. Lin Yuntian paused. His expression filled with a playful smile, the implication unmistakable. Su Shanhe gazed silently at Lin Yuntian, and after a long moment, he asked, Do you truly mean to be so ruthless? Su Shanhe, had I not displayed martial skills today? What would you have done? Lin Yuntian countered. Su Shanhe was left speechless, releasing a sigh as he turned to leave. Within 10 days, I will certainly deliver 200,000 gold coins. His forlorn silhouette evoked a sense of melancholy. Su Shanhe finally understood that Lin Yuntian did not refrain from taking lethal action. Rather, he was establishing a formidable image. The Lin family did not wish to engage in war with the Su family. It was the Su family that had pushed relentlessly. Even in the face of the Su family's unreasonable provocations, the Lin family still extended an opportunity. attempting to resolve the enmity through a demand for compensation of 200,000 gold coins. Lin Yuntian was well aware that the Su family was incapable of fulfilling such a demand, yet he intentionally set a 10-day deadline. Thus, even if the Lin family were to take action against the Su family in the future, it would appear justifiable. Lin Yuntian's objectives were twofold. First, to instill a belief in Su Shanhe that he possessed the capability to annihilate the Su family, deterring him from further provocations. Second, to use this opportunity to place Su Shanhe in a dire predicament, avenging the family's grievances. Watching Su Shanhe's retreating figure, Lin Yuntian experienced a whirlwind of emotions, devoid of joy or sorrow. The Lin and Su families had been embroiled in conflict for many years. Now, the Lin family held the upper hand. Yet Lin Yuntian felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness, akin to a rabbit mourning a fallen fox. He turned to glance at Lin Feng, discovering him aiding his uncle, Lin Yunxiao. Had it not been for Lin Feng, the Lin family might have ceased to exist. Lin Feng had saved the entire clan, yet very few were aware of this truth. Lin Yuntian quickly approached, lifting Lin Yunxiao onto his back and addressing the gathered crowd. "Please, make way. Thank you." The crowd immediately parted, allowing the Lin family to pass slowly, their gazes filled with respect. The events of that day would provide ample material for conversation in the days to come. Chapter 43. Shock. Upon entering the Lin family courtyard, Lin Yuntian finally felt a semblance of relaxation, the tension within him beginning to ease. The Lin family members had gathered in the courtyard, anxiously awaiting his return. Had Lin Yuntian not issued a strict order prohibiting anyone from leaving before his arrival, they would have likely rushed out long ago. As they watched Lin Yuntian and his party return safely, everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. However, upon seeing Lin Yuntian carrying the injured Lin Yunxiao, their hearts tightened once more. Just as he was about to inquire for further details, Lin Yuntian did not grant them the opportunity, signaling to his third brother to assist Lin Yunxiao in recuperating, while he had more pressing matters to attend to. Although Lin Yunxiao had suffered severe injuries from Su Yuxuan's attack, thanks to Lin Yuntian's timely rescue and prompt medication, his life was no longer in peril, and he merely required rest. Lin Yuntian did not personally attend to his second brother's affairs, as his mind was occupied with more urgent matters. Lin Yunxiao, aware of his elder brother's intentions, yearned to delve into how Lin Fengxing had acquired his martial skills and insisted on staying, but was resolutely rebuffed by Lin Yuntian, who instructed his third brother, "Take second brother to recuperate. The rest of you, attend to your own duties. Fengxing, follow me." Upon finishing his words, Lin Yuntian strode directly toward the hall. Despite the curiosity of those present regarding the unfolding events, they chose to obey Lin Yuntian's command. Helpless, Lin Yunxiao could only allow his third brother to lead him away. At that moment, Lin Fengxing was being tugged by Lin Rong amidst a group of younger relatives, awaiting his turn. Lin Rong, brimming with excitement on the way back, incessantly posed questions, yet Lin Fengxing remained tight-lipped. Lin Rong refused to let go, fearing that if he did, Lin Fengxing would vanish without a trace. For over half a year, he had seen Lin Fengxing only on rare occasions. Every night Lin Fengxing returned after he had fallen asleep, and left before he woke. Were it not for their father's presence, Lin Rong would have relentlessly pursued inquiries. Now that he had heard their father wanted Lin Fengxing to accompany him, though reluctant, he had no choice but to relent, softly advising Lin Fengxing, "Brother, don't run off today. Please wait for us in the training room." Fearing Lin Fengxing might reconsider, he added, "If you don't come, I'll wait for you at the door." Lin Fengxing, bemused and amused, nodded in agreement, thinking that having already showcased his martial skills, seeing them again would be harmless. Thus he acquiesced to Lin Rong. With this, Lin Rong felt reassured, firmly believing that his brother would keep his promise. Lin Fengxing cast a fleeting glance at Lin Rong as he walked toward the hall, fully aware that his father intended to have a serious discussion with him. How to recount this matter? Should he reveal the truth to his father? Lin Fengxing hesitated, but found himself already stepping into the hall, where his father stood with his back turned. "Father," Lin Fengxing softly called. Lin Yuntian slowly turned, his gaze softening as he beheld his son, whom he had not seen for half a year. Lin Fengxing appeared taller, tanned, leaner, yet undeniably stronger. How would Lin Yuntian feel if he were to learn of all that Lin Fengxing had endured and achieved during this time? His emotions were tumultuous, perplexed by the source of his son's martial skills, and simultaneously irritated by his silence. He could not help but inquire, "Fengxing, do you not have anything to say to me?" Lin Fengxing scratched his head, at a loss for how to begin. "Still wish to keep secrets? Shall we pretend to be oblivious?" Lin Yuntian jested. Lin Fengxing chuckled at his father's words, surprised to witness this side of him. Observing his son's laughter, Lin Yuntian's expression softened, gently asking, "Is it truly impossible to share?" The laughter abruptly ceased, and Lin Fengxing froze, gazing at his father in confusion. "Father, why do you ask? Do you think I have become senile? If your nature allowed for such revelations, you would not have left us in worry for so long." Lin Yuntian replied, affectionately ruffling Lin Fengxing's hair. Lin Fengxing fell silent, fighting back tears. The father knows his child all too well. "Very well, if you cannot speak of it, then do not. Your father is not unreasonable. You have made a promise to another, and you must honor it. The one who imparted martial skills to you must harbor no ill intent." Noticing Lin Fengxing's downcast demeanor, Lin Yuntian suspected he might be grappling with whether to disclose the truth. He surmised that perhaps a certain expert had encountered Lin Fengxing and taught him martial skills while advising discretion. Aside from this explanation, he could not fathom where Lin Fengxing could have acquired such abilities. "Father, do you recall the guest in black with white eyebrows who visited our home last time?" Lin Fengxing suddenly posed a question. "The one in black with white eyebrows? Is he the black-clad individual?" Lin Yuntian recollected the sole black-clad visitor. Indeed. Lin Fengxing resolved to divulge the truth, wishing to alleviate his father's concerns. That master had mentioned that if the black-clad man did not reappear in Donglu town after 6 months, there would be no danger, and now 6 months had just passed. Could it be related to your martial training? Lin Yuntian sensed he might have grasped a crucial connection. "Did that injured elder teach you your martial skills?" Lin Yuntian inquired cautiously. "Yes," Lin Fengxing affirmed. At these words, Lin Yuntian trembled. What was the connection between that injured man and the black-clad individual? Why impart martial skills to Lin Fengxing? Who was he? Would he pose a threat to Lin Fengxing? A torrent of questions surged through Lin Yuntian's mind. What on earth was happening? His brow furrowed deeply. On the surface, it appeared that the old man was being pursued. Moreover, the pursuers seemed formidable. How had Lin Fengxing crossed paths with him? It was truly a mystery whether this was a blessing or a curse. "Father, the situation is as follows. That day, I was practicing in the mountains as usual." Lin Fengxing began to recount the events leading up to his encounter with Master Zhishuan in a methodical manner. As Lin Yuntian listened to how the elder had mistaken Lin Fengxing for someone pursuing him and nearly harmed him, his heart leapt to his throat. Only when he heard that the elder had promptly withdrawn his internal energy could he finally relax. It took over half an hour for Lin Fengxing to convey the gist of the incident. Aside from briefly mentioning his own training, he revealed everything else, including the story of the martial king Wui. Naturally, he refrained from disclosing the set of techniques that could enlarge the vortex within him to store more internal energy. This was not due to any ulterior motive on Lin Fengxing's part, but rather a fear that his father would feel distressed, for mastering this technique was exceedingly arduous. Upon finishing Lin Fengxing's tale, Lin Yuntian stood there, dazed, his heart turbulent with a myriad of emotions. Utterly astonished, a first-rate expert. One who did not require a human focal point for formations. The martial king. He involuntarily shuddered. In the realm of martial arts, he was aware of 3 professions. However, to him, these professions seemed distant, as they lacked the resources and capabilities to cultivate, let alone recruit. Those who practiced these 3 professions could not afford to be distracted from their martial training, and thus could not progress far along the path of martial arts. This was a major reason for the scarcity of individuals in these professions. Of course, exceptions existed, such as Martial King Wui and Master Zhishuan. Although Master Zhishuan was a first-rate expert, far from comparable to Wui, he had cultivated his own strength to that level while practicing formations, rendering him a rare talent. Chapter 44. Formation Master. Due to their rarity, practitioners of these 3 professions were highly sought after. In Deluo continent, a capable formation master, physician, or weapon craftsman often became the target of contention among various factions, commanding exorbitant prices ranging from several tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of gold coins per month. Their worth far exceeded that of a martial arts expert. Although Lin Yuntian was not a formation master, he understood that a formation which did not require a human focal point was extraordinary, far superior to traditional formations. With such a remarkable asset in hand, it was no wonder he had been pursued. While he had never met the elder, he could discern from Lin Fengxing's account that the elder would not harm him. Knowing this was sufficient. Given the elder's prowess as a first-rate expert, he could guide Lin Fengxing in his training. A great fortune for the young Boyit was conceivable that in the future, Lin Fengxing could venture beyond Donglu Town and carve out a name for himself in the wider world. Formation Master? Lin Yuntian murmured, unable to comprehend that his son had established a connection with a master of formations. And not a trivial one at that. The Formation Master was the only profession among the three capable of rivaling martial arts experts, as formations could also be used for attack and defense. If one's mastery of formations was profound, their strength would be on par with martial arts experts. Wui's formations were a prime example. Father, that is the situation. When Master Zhishuan instructed me, he emphasized that I must not disclose any information regarding him. He also warned that revealing such details could lead to significant trouble for us. Therefore, I did not inform you. Father, please do not let this matter slip. If the black-clad man discovers it, we could all be in danger. Lin Fengxing implored. I understand. Lin Yuntian nodded gently, casting another glance at Lin Fengxing. Little one, it seems you have encountered a remarkable teacher. Make sure to learn diligently from him. He hails from Deluo continent and possesses vast experience. Yes, I understand, Lin Fengxing nodded. But do take care of your health. Do not overexert yourself. I would like to, but it also requires Master Zhishuan's consent. Lin Fengxing thought helplessly. However, he merely replied with an affirmative sound. By the way, what is the name of the martial skill you used today? The skill is called Shattering Fist. Master Zhishuan mentioned it is a low-level superior martial technique. Shattering Fist, a low-level superior martial technique. Lin Yuntian murmured twice. Fengxing, do you know if that esteemed elder mentioned whether this technique could be taught to others? You are aware of our family's situation. Although you repelled the Su family today with this Shattering Fist, leading them to believe we are skilled in martial arts, the rest of our family, aside from you, lack such abilities. I feel quite uneasy. What if the Su family suddenly attacks us one day? Father, I understand, Lin Fengxing interjected. I asked Master Zhishuan about this 6 months ago. He said that as long as the black-clad man does not return to Donglu Town, I may teach this technique to the family. Lin Yuntian's heart soared with joy. Really? Did he truly say that? Father, of course it is true. However, I currently only know the first form. The subsequent ones remain a mystery to me. Allow me to first share the initial form with you. As he spoke, he prepared to demonstrate it. Wait a moment, Lin Yuntian suddenly interjected, grasping Lin Fengxing's arm. Father. Lin Fengxing looked at his father in confusion. Does father no longer wish to learn? It would be prudent to first confirm this matter with that esteemed elder. Lin Yuntian pondered for a moment before continuing. Even if he once agreed to teach you, it would be respectful to inform him before passing it on to us. After all, it is his martial art. Lin Fengxing was taken aback, then nodded thoughtfully. Very well, father. I shall ascend the mountain now. With that, he dashed towards the door. Hold on, Lin Yuntian sighed, observing Lin Fengxing's hasty demeanor. You are weary from today's exertions? Let us postpone until tomorrow. Lin Fengxing glanced at the sky, noting it was high noon. Father, I am not tired. The day is still young. Although Lin Fengxing had just engaged in a match with Su Jiaming, it had been brief and left him unaffected. Compared to his training on the mountain, it was less exhausting than running between the two peaks. Lin Yuntian shook his head in resignation, understanding his son's eagerness to settle this matter for peace of mind. Very well, but do not return too late. Should the opportunity arise, I would like to meet that esteemed elder to express my gratitude. Without his martial art, it is unlikely that we would be standing here conversing. Father, I must first consult Master Zhishuan. Lin Fengxing scratched his head in response. Go ahead, Lin Yuntian replied. As Lin Fengxing stepped out of the hall, he initially intended to head up the mountain, but suddenly recalled his promise to Lin Rong to visit the training room. After a moment's contemplation, he turned back into the hall. Upon seeing Lin Fengxing return, Lin Yuntian curiously inquired, What has transpired? Father, may we publicly declare that the martial art we practiced was acquired during your last journey? Can we also convey this to Lin Rong and the others? Lin Fengxing posed the question. Lin Yuntian appeared slightly taken aback, but after some reflection, he nodded in agreement. Indeed, the fewer who know the origin of this martial art, the better. Very well, it is settled. All right, father, I shall take my leave. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Fengxing dashed out the door. This boy, Lin Yuntian chuckled softly, bemused by Lin Fengxing's need for confirmation. He then nodded with satisfaction, understanding that Lin Fengxing's actions were not only for secrecy, but also to mend a fib from half a year ago regarding the martial art he had fortuitously obtained. As Lin Fengxing approached the training room, he heard Lin Rong's voice emanating from within. At that moment, Su Jiaming's palm was crimson, surging towards my brother. Crimson palm? Are you certain you are not mistaken? Lin Rong, surely you did not see incorrectly? Nonsense, how could I miss-see? His palm was indeed red. Now, do you still wish to hear? If you interrupt me again, I shall cease. All right, go on, do continue. Just as his strike was about to land, my brother stepped back, suddenly unleashing a punch, sending Su Jiaming crashing backward. Lying there motionless, my brother was truly imposing. Just with that single blow. A chorus of gasps erupted from within the room. Lin Fengxing stepped forward with a wry smile, just in time to witness Lin Rong striking a pose as if he had vanquished Su Jiaming. Brother Lin Fengxing, Lin Hai, with his keen eyes, was the first to spot him at the door and rushed out in excitement. Upon hearing that his elder brother had arrived, Lin Rong abandoned his pose and dashed out even faster than Lin Hai. Brother, you have finally come. Quickly tell them that I defeated Su Jiaming with a single punch today. They do not believe me. Lin Rong grasped Lin Fengxing's hand, urgency evident in his voice. Lin Rong, cease your exaggeration. We never claimed disbelief, Lin Hai interjected, visibly annoyed. Enough of this bickering, Lin Fengxing interjected, casting a stern glance at Lin Rong. Let go of me. I know what you wish to inquire about, and I shall tell you now. Upon hearing Lin Fengxing's words, the faces of Lin Rong and the others flushed with excitement. Chapter 45. A gift today? I indeed defeated Su Jiaming using the martial art known as the Destruction Fist, which my father acquired 6 months ago. Although it is merely a basic technique, it far surpasses the Su families. If you diligently train to reach the 8th level of body refinement, you too shall be able to learn it, brother. Why did our second uncle? No more questions? Lin Rong, go practice. You are far too inquisitive, Lin Fengxing interrupted, feigning annoyance. Just know that our martial art exceeds that of the Su family, and from now on, we need not fear them. I shall demonstrate its prowess to you on another occasion. I have matters to attend to. You should promptly resume your training. Lin Fengxing was eager to teach the Destruction Fist to his father, for only with his father mastering this technique could the Lin family truly cast aside their worries regarding the Su family. As he huffed and puffed his way to the mountaintop in search of Master Zhishuan, he was astonished to find that Master Zhishuan was not beneath the usual healing tree. He tilted his head, realizing that this was the first time he had not encountered Master Zhishuan on his ascent. Regardless of how early he arrived, Master Zhishuan always sat there like a statue. Could something have happened? He muttered to himself, but upon reflecting on Master Zhishuan's strength and formations, he shook his head. Scanning the surroundings, he still saw no sign of Master Zhishuan and thought perhaps the master had gone for a stroll. Deciding not to search any longer, he resumed his training, for due to the Su family incident, he had yet to commence his practice for the day. However, Lin Fengxing found it peculiar that after more than 2 hours had passed, Master Zhishuan still had not returned. It was only when the sun dipped behind the mountain, disappearing from the horizon, that he finally spotted Master Zhishuan slowly approaching from another peak, and he hurried to greet him. Master Zhishuan, you have finally returned. Was there an incident? Master Zhishuan remained unhurried, asking calmly, Master Zhishuan, I used the Destruction Fist, Lin Fengxing murmured. What transpired? Seeing the tranquility on Master Zhishuan's face, Lin Fengxing slowly recounted the events. Today, the Su family unexpectedly appeared in our marketplace. Once Lin Fengxing finished, Master Zhishuan merely nodded slightly. It matters not. You have used it, so be it. I believe Qin Tian's people have likely abandoned this place by now. In truth, Master Zhishuan later realized that during the attack on Qin Tian, He had employed the fifth form of the Destruction Fist, the most lethal technique, executed with remarkable speed. He noted that the cloaked figure had not mentioned this martial art while searching for him, speculating that they had overlooked this clue. Even if they had noticed, as long as the fifth form was not used, it would not be easily detected. Though all five forms derived from the Destruction Fist, each was distinct. However, Master Zhishuan, the Su family believes my father is also proficient in the Destruction Fist, which deters them from taking action against us. If they were to discover that I alone possess this technique, we would be in grave danger, Lin Fengxing said anxiously. Master Zhishuan, may I teach the Destruction Fist to my father and the others? Master Zhishuan shot him a glare. Did I not say so 6 months ago? Master Zhishuan, are you saying it is permissible? Lin Fengxing asked, excitement brimming in his voice. Master Zhishuan rolled his eyes and chose to ignore him. This is splendid, Lin Fengxing exclaimed. By the way, Master Zhishuan, I informed my father about you, and he expressed a desire to meet you in person to convey his gratitude. Master Zhishuan furrowed his brow slightly. Did you reveal much to him, aside from the essence of the technique and my training? I disclosed nothing else. Master Zhishuan, rest assured, my father will not divulge any information. Seeing Master Zhishuan's frown, Lin Fengxing hurriedly explained. Master Zhishuan regarded him for a moment, then sighed. Very well, since you have disclosed it, so be it. I trust your father understands the gravity of the situation. What was it you mentioned? Your father wishes to thank me. For what reason? My father remarked that without your martial art, the Lin family might have already vanished from Donglu town. Master Zhishuan chuckled softly to himself, pondering that were it not for this boy, he might have long since departed from this world. Let it suffice that we meet. Master Zhishuan paused, then with a swift motion of his hand, a book with a blue cover appeared before Lin Fengxing. Give this to your father. Lin Fengxing, puzzled, took the book and glanced at it. Stammering, Master Zhishuan. This? The cover bore 3 bold black characters, Destruction Fist. Master Zhishuan, this? Lin Fengxing held the Destruction Fist in his hands, feeling somewhat at a loss. This volume of the Destruction Fist is a gift for you. Present it to your father. Once he has practiced it, you need not worry about the Su family any longer, Master Zhishuan stated indifferently. Lin Fengxing's lips moved, but he uttered no words. The value of a martial art was immeasurable. And now Lin Fengxing was fully aware of this. He recalled how, when he had first rescued Master Zhishuan, the latter had contemplated using this martial art to repay his life-saving grace. Ultimately, he had resorted to playing tricks to secure Master Zhishuan's guidance. Yet, the martial art had been reclaimed by Master Zhishuan. Now, he found himself in possession of both advantages. He had never anticipated that Master Zhishuan would bestow this martial art upon him. Initially, he had been immensely grateful that Master Zhishuan had permitted him to teach the Destruction Fist to his family. He had never imagined that Master Zhishuan would actually give him the Destruction Fist itself. Master Zhishuan, thank you, Lin Fengxing said, bowing deeply to express his gratitude. Expressing his gratitude, Lin Fengxing acknowledged that although it was true that Zhishuan Shifu had once saved his life with little effort, the current actions of Zhishuan Shifu had indeed salvaged the entire Lin family. If one were to truly assess the situation, Lin Fengxing was now in considerable debt to Zhishuan Shifu. He was not a fool. He could discern from Zhishuan Shifu's guidance that there was no hint of insincerity in his demeanor. Although Zhishuan Shifu professed not to take disciples, Lin Fengxing felt as though he had already been fully embraced as one. He had even been imparted with the heart technique of the martial King Wui, and while the training was undeniably arduous, Lin Fengxing could genuinely perceive the future benefits it would bestow upon him. He understood all of this, yet he was not one to readily express his emotions, choosing instead to keep his sentiments close to his heart. I have mastered the entirety of this set of fist techniques. Keeping them to myself serves no purpose, and they only occupy space on me. Thus, I shall simply gift them to you, Zhishuan Shifu said with remarkable ease. In truth, Zhishuan Shifu had ulterior motives for this gesture. Lin Fengxing had only managed to learn the first form of the Destruction Fist, and thus Zhishuan Shifu could only impart that initial form. The potency of the first form was surely inadequate to contend with the fiery palm of the Su family. Should Lin Fengxing take years to master all 5 forms, it was uncertain what unforeseen circumstances might arise in that time. Therefore, Zhishuan Shifu had chosen to bestow the entire set of Destruction Fist upon him. As he stated, having mastered it, it was of no further use to him. Chapter 46. Another reason for Zhishuan Shifu's decision was to alleviate Lin Fengxing's concerns regarding his family while he trained. Such anxieties would be detrimental to his progress. By resolving these worries, Zhishuan Shifu aimed to significantly benefit Lin Fengxing's upcoming training. However, despite Zhishuan Shifu's claims that retaining the martial techniques was futile, Lin Fengxing understood that the reality was far from that. Even if Zhishuan Shifu had mastered the Destruction Fist, it was not as he suggested. Keeping it would not be without merit. Zhishuan Shifu could easily sell the techniques or trade them for others. Lin Fengxing recognized that Zhishuan Shifu's words were merely an attempt to keep him from becoming complacent. Nonetheless, since Zhishuan Shifu had articulated his stance, Lin Fengxing chose not to challenge it. Some matters were best kept in one's heart. And so he smiled and nodded, saying, Zhishuan Shifu, I shall go practice now. I have yet to complete half of today's tasks. Take your time, Zhishuan Shifu replied, unexpectedly halting Lin Fengxing. Puzzled, Lin Fengxing looked at him. Do you remember what we discussed this morning? Zhishuan Shifu inquired. This morning? Lin Fengxing blinked, tilting his head in thought. After some time, he recalled, with the disturbance from the Su family, I nearly forgot about that. Zhishuan Shifu, are you referring to my need to find a new location for my training past the 9th level of physical conditioning? Indeed, that is precisely the matter. Zhishuan Shifu smiled. This location is no longer conducive to our future training. If we are to progress, we must seek a new venue. Where shall we relocate? Lin Fengxing asked. Today, while you were away, I scouted a promising location deep within the mountains. This site aligns remarkably well with the requirements outlined by the Venerable Wu in the Heart Technique. Training there will yield substantial results with minimal effort. Deep within the mountains? Lin Fengxing swallowed involuntarily. Zhishuan Shifu, but there are fearsome beasts in the mountains. Will we not be in danger? Progress comes with challenges. Zhishuan Shifu chuckled slyly. If you are fearful, we need not go. I will not force you. However, should you choose not to accompany me, all the hardships you endured will have been in vain. Here we go again. Lin Fengxing muttered, rolling his eyes. Zhishuan Shifu, when are we going? Also, what sort of place did the Venerable Wu describe that necessitates such a journey into the mountains? Zhishuan Shifu regarded Lin Fengxing with a knowing smile. We shall depart tomorrow. As for the specifics of the location, you shall discover it upon your arrival. However, it is a fair distance from here. Now that your father is aware of our plans, you need not practice today. Return home early and inform him that starting tomorrow, you shall not be coming back. You will reside with me in the mountains. I am certain your father will not object. Not coming home? Lin Fengxing asked in surprise. Indeed, on the way back, I was contemplating how to resolve the issue of distance. It seems you have fortuitously provided the solution. Do not practice today. Take advantage of the daylight and prepare to return home. Lin Fengxing pondered for a moment, but said nothing further. He nodded in agreement and turned to descend the mountain. Little one, starting tomorrow, the real test will begin. I hope you can endure, Zhishuan Shifu murmured under his breath. Upon returning home, Lin Fengxing found his father absent from the hall. After searching, he eventually located him in his second uncle's room, where not only his father but also his third uncle and others were present. After greeting them, he stealthily approached his father and tugged at him, leaving Lin Yuntian bewildered. Fengxing, what is it? He asked. Father, come, Lin Fengxing whispered, leading the way outside. Once in a quiet spot, Lin Fengxing paused and glanced around to ensure they were alone before turning back to Lin Yuntian. Father, look at this. He then produced a blue-covered book from his bosom and handed it over. Seeing Lin Fengxing's mysterious demeanor, Lin Yuntian accepted the book with curiosity. Upon noticing the 3 bold black characters on the cover, his expression instantly froze. Hiss, Lin Yuntian inhaled sharply, his hands trembling involuntarily. After nervously flipping through a couple of pages, he finally asked, Fengxing, this? Shu. Lin Fengxing signaled for silence. Father, lower your voice. If Xiao Rong and the others hear, it would be troublesome. This is the martial technique, Destruction Fist. Zhishuan Shifu said he is gifting it to us. Gifting it to us? Lin Yuntian was momentarily stunned before shaking his head with a wry smile. That old gentleman is indeed generous. He then returned his attention to the book. After reading the first few lines on the first page, Excitement replaced all other expressions on his face. Wonderful, wonderful, Lin Yuntian exclaimed, his enthusiasm akin to that of a child, unable to contain his exhilaration. After a while, he seemed to recall something and asked Lin Fengxing, Fengxing, does that old gentleman wish to meet me? Lin Fengxing replied awkwardly. Smiling as he said, Father, Zhishuan Shifu said he does not wish to meet. I anticipated as much. Lin Yuntian sighed with a hint of resignation, then said solemnly, Fengxing, you should extend your heartfelt gratitude to this old gentleman. Do not presume that your saving of his life entitles you to his indebtedness. Their assistance to our family far outweighs the favor you once did for him. Understood. Father, I comprehend. Lin Fengxing nodded earnestly. By the way, Zhishuan Shifu mentioned that starting tomorrow, he will take me into the mountains for training and that I will be residing there with him. I wanted to inform you that, though. Lin Yuntian was taken aback once more. After a moment of contemplation, he agreed, very well, little one. Go ahead. Train diligently. With this martial technique at home, there should be no further issues. You need not worry. Yes, Father, I will go inform Xiao Rong and the others. Without waiting for Lin Yuntian's response, he turned and dashed away. Lin Yuntian said nothing further. His mind was entirely absorbed in the book he held. Lin Fengxing hurried to the training room, where, after some coaxing from Lin Rong and the others, he reluctantly demonstrated a set of destruction fist. The result was an outpouring of envious exclamations from his friends. As time drew near, Lin Fengxing made his way to the backyard to inform his mother, then asked her to prepare 2 sets of clean clothes before retreating to his room to sleep. Tomorrow would herald a new beginning, one that would usher in even more brutal challenges. Chapter 47. Beasts. Lin Fengxing enjoyed a night of tranquil dreams, the profound slumber enveloping him in unparalleled comfort. He could hardly recall the last time he had slept so soundly as dawn broke. He set forth on his ascent. Upon reaching the mountain summit, he found Zhishuan Shifu, as usual, seated in the shade of a tree, seemingly having remained motionless since the previous night, leading Lin Fengxing to wonder if he had truly meditated there throughout the night. Zhishuan Shifu, Lin Fengxing called softly. Zhishuan Shifu slowly opened his eyes and gazed at the sky. At that moment, the morning sun was gradually rising, its warm rays washing over him, invoking a sense of serenity. Taking a deep breath of the crisp morning air, Zhishuan Shifu nodded gently and stood, declaring, let us depart. Given Zhishuan Shifu's injuries and Lin Fengxing's lack of flying capabilities, they could only proceed on foot into the depths of the mountains. The path was rugged, overgrown with thorns and strewn with jagged rocks. However, Lin Fengxing was already well accustomed to such terrain, and Zhishuan Shifu had ample experience navigating similar routes during his earlier explorations of mysterious formations. Thus, their journey was not particularly arduous, even though Zhishuan Shifu's injuries hindered their pace. Zhishuan Shifu, how much longer must we walk? Lin Fengxing inquired anxiously, keeping close behind him. His anxiety did not stem from the impending rigorous training, but rather from a profound sense of fear. They had been traversing the wilderness for nearly an hour, and Lin Fengxing felt as though he had ventured deep into the heart of the forest. Entering a perilous zone, the continuous roars of wild beasts along the way sent shivers down his spine. Had it not been for the calm demeanor of Master Zhishuan, he might have retreated long ago. Just as Lin Fengxing was about to speak, another ferocious roar echoed through the air, startling him into instinctively moving closer to Master Zhishuan, as if proximity to him could offer some semblance of safety. Although Master Zhishuan did not turn around, he sensed Lin Fengxing's actions and could not help but smile lightly, saying, we shall soon arrive. It is not far now. Hearing Master Zhishuan finally respond, Lin Fengxing felt a wave of relief wash over him. Throughout their journey, he had inquired numerous times, yet had received no reply, leaving him feeling quite vexed. Master Zhishuan, those beastly roars sound rather menacing. Do you think they might attack us? Lin Fengxing asked once more. Do not worry. I have surveyed the surrounding area. Although this region is more inhospitable than the outside world, there have yet to be any exceptionally fierce beasts encountered. With my presence, they would not dare to strike at us. Master Zhishuan reassured him. Lin Fengxing felt somewhat comforted, yet a curiosity arose regarding Master Zhishuan's words. But what if I were alone? Master Zhishuan chuckled softly. If you were by yourself, you would likely have become their delectable meal long ago. Lin Fengxing swallowed nervously. What do you mean by that, Master Zhishuan? This area is not far from the outskirts, thus exceptionally ferocious beasts are unlikely to appear. However, ordinary beasts still roam, and given your current prowess, even the common ones would pose a challenge for you, let alone the fact that there is more than one beast here. Lin Fengxing shuddered involuntarily, thinking he could not afford to stray even a step away from Master Zhishuan. Master Zhishuan, have we not already entered the depths of the mountains? I have heard that there are beasts here with strength comparable to second-rate human experts. Lin Fengxing queried, perplexed. You underestimate this mountain too greatly. To truly enter the depths, we would need to traverse for several more hours. There, even beasts stronger than first-rate human experts may exist. That would be the true wilderness, first-rate experts? Lin Fengxing exclaimed incredulously. Could they emerge? No, the environment here is unsuitable for their survival. Environment? Lin Fengxing inquired. Once beasts reach a certain level of power, their pursuits extend beyond mere sustenance. They seek to enhance their strength to avoid being slain by even stronger kin. They may indeed turn upon each other. Of course, the law of nature is survival of the fittest. Even these lesser creatures are no exception. But how does this relate to whether they would emerge? It is of great significance. Beasts lack intelligence and cannot elevate their power through training as we do. Their sole means of enhancement relies upon rare treasures of heaven and earth, such as spiritual herbs found in the mountains. The rarer the herb, the more alluring it is to them, for these herbs contain potent energy, the key to their strengthening. Such precious herbs only grow in the deep mountains, and it is impossible for them to exist in our current location. Upon finishing his explanation, Master Zhishuan added, of course, it cannot be ruled out that individual beasts may occasionally venture out due to curiosity or chance. After hearing this, Lin Fengxing felt both relieved that beasts would not easily appear and startled by Master Zhishuan's words. He attempted to glean clues from Master Zhishuan's expression, but since he was ahead, he could not see his face. Master Zhishuan seemed to sense Lin Fengxing's thoughts, saying, here, one must exercise caution, yet you need not overly fret about beasts coming from the deep mountains. The likelihood of such an occurrence is minimal. With your current strength, even the beasts here would not be easily contended with. Lin Fengxing felt somewhat indignant upon hearing this, as he had at least reached the 9th level of body refinement. Master Zhishuan, what level of strength do the beasts here possess? Master Zhishuan pondered for a moment before replying. I estimate that the weakest beasts here possess strength equivalent to that of humans in the Qi refinement stage, while the strongest may be comparable to an 8th-level martial artist. The weakest are already at the Qi refinement stage. Lin Fengxing chuckled bitterly, shaking his head, realizing Master Zhishuan's words held truth. Just as he was about to voice something, Master Zhishuan suddenly halted, causing Lin Fengxing to collide into him without time to react. Master Zhishuan, what is it? We have arrived. Under Master Zhishuan's guidance, Lin Fengxing hastily surveyed his surroundings, eager to uncover the mysterious place he had mentioned. He had been too absorbed in Master Zhishuan's words to notice the gentle sound of flowing water nearby. Raising his gaze, he realized he had unwittingly come to stand beside a broad stream. The stream spanned approximately 3 zhang in width, stretching before him, with crystal-clear waters flowing gently to his right. Lin Fengxing craned his neck to peer towards the right, observing the stream meandering through the woods. Its end hidden from view, the source and destination unknown. As his gaze followed the stream upward, Lin Fengxing found himself utterly entranced. 100 zhang away, a magnificent waterfall cascaded downwards with a thundering force, sending sprays of water into the air as it tumbled from the mountain's peak into the pool below. The sight was truly breathtaking. The previous sound of rushing water emanated from this very place. Let us proceed to take a look. This will be your future training ground. Master Zhishuan indicated towards the waterfall, then led the way in that direction. Training here? How shall I train? Lin Fengxing wondered aloud, gazing at the waterfall, pondering if it involved training within the water itself. Noticing that Master Zhishuan had moved ahead, Lin Fengxing hurriedly followed, fearful of becoming prey for the beasts. Upon approaching, Lin Fengxing discovered that the pool, which appeared small from afar, was in fact exceedingly vast. He observed that the pool was circular, with an estimated diameter of at least 50 zhang. On the opposite bank, he spotted 2 wolf-like beasts drinking from the water. Strangely, the moment these wolves caught sight of them, They exhibited signs of great alarm and fled with remarkable speed. Master Zhishuan, this place does not seem as perilous as you described. Look, those two wolves took flight the moment they saw us. Lin Fengxing exclaimed in astonishment, pointing towards the opposite bank. Oh, is that so? Master Zhishuan turned back, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. Is it not? Lin Fengxing felt puzzled by Master Zhishuan's expression, prompting him to inquire further. Turn around and see what lies behind you, Master Zhishuan suggested. Lin Fengxing, confused, turned around and was taken aback. His eyes widened, and he unconsciously inched closer to Master Zhishuan. It turned out that the two wolves had reappeared by the stream's edge unbeknownst to him. As he turned, he caught sight of them effortlessly leaping across the 3-zhang-wide stream, now standing exactly where he had just been. Chapter 48. The aura of danger after crossing the stream. The two wolves did not linger but immediately revealed their ferocious intent. Charging towards Lin Fengxing at a breathtaking speed. Master Zhishuan? Lin Fengxing grasped Master Zhishuan's hand tightly, his voice trembling with anxiety. This was his first encounter with such a scene. Watching the wolves bearing their sharp white fangs sent chills throughout his body. Yet, Master Zhishuan remained unperturbed, smiling as he gazed at the rapidly approaching wolves. Do not worry. They do not dare to come closer. In the face of the two wolves' swift advance, a distance of 100 zhang was crossed in an instant. It seemed to affirm Master Zhishuan's words, as the wolves halted abruptly when they were 4 to 5 zhang away, scanning Master Zhishuan with wary eyes, growling yet unwilling to approach any further. Instead, they paced back and forth anxiously, as if something ahead instilled fear within them. Despite their reluctance, they dared not act recklessly. Master Zhishuan, what is happening? Why do they behave this way? Lin Fengxing mustered his courage to ask. They sensed the aura of danger, Master Zhishuan replied with a smile. Danger? Lin Fengxing was momentarily taken aback. Then it dawned on him. You mean it's you? Indeed, they perceive the pressure emanating from me, which is why they do not dare to approach. Upon saying this, Master Zhishuan took a deep breath and released the true energy within him. Lin Fengxing immediately felt an overwhelming sensation of pressure wash over him, as if he bore the weight of a mountain, rendering him nearly immobile. Just as he felt he could no longer endure, Master Zhishuan patted his shoulder, and the oppressive feeling dissipated instantly. Lin Fengxing exhaled in relief, contemplating. So this is the power of true energy? Casting another glance at the two wolves, he observed that they had now cowered on the ground, trembling, completely devoid of their previous ferocity. A roar erupted. Upon a cliff not far from the colossal waterfall, a massive beast adorned with sharp horns stood at the entrance of a cave, bellowing in fury. Opposite it stood Master Zhishuan and Lin Fengxing, resolute and unwavering. Master Zhishuan, are you planning to claim this cave? Lin Fengxing whispered, his gaze fixed on the impending rampage of the beast. Indeed. This elevation is ideal, and with your abilities, you should be able to ascend with ease. The sunlight is abundant, and it is not far from the waterfall, making it a perfect dwelling, Master Zhishuan replied. However, I sense that this beast is quite reluctant to relinquish its cave. Lin Fengxing observed the beast, which stood nearly a zhang tall, feeling unfamiliar with its nature. Although this beast possessed strength equivalent to a third-level martial artist, making it a formidable presence in the forest, it was unfortunate for it that it encountered Master Zhishuan. Master Zhishuan shook his head in regret, lightly pushing forth his palm, and true energy surged forth. He was well accustomed to such minor challenges. Roar, roar, feeling the intense pressure, the beast growled in defiance, yet was rendered immobile, able only to emit low growls. After a brief moment, Master Zhishuan smiled slightly and retracted his true energy. Roar. The liberated beast let out a low growl, casting a lingering glance at Zhishuan Master before reluctantly departing from the cave. Let us venture inside and take a look, Zhishuan Master remarked as he walked. Lin Fengxing gazed at the vanishing beast, a twinge of pity swelling within him. There is no need for sympathy. Finding a habitat in this area is hardly a challenge. Even if we do not claim this cave, stronger beasts will undoubtedly seize it. Perhaps this cave was originally taken from another beast by it. Zhishuan Master insightfully explained, perceiving Lin Fengxing's inner thoughts. Had I not been by your side, you might have already become a meal for that beast, Oh, you think such creatures would show you compassion? Beasts prey on the weak. Do you still wish to foster emotions with them? If it weren't for you, I would never have ventured into this wretched place, Lin Fengxing muttered, rolling his eyes. Nevertheless, Zhishuan Master's words extinguished his pity. Indeed, it was impractical to seek emotional connections with beasts. The cave's entrance measured approximately half a zhang in width and reached a height of 1 zhang, shrouded in darkness within. Upon entering, Lin Fengxing found himself engulfed in obscurity, taking a while to adjust. After advancing around 3 zhang into the cave, he sensed the space had widened considerably. This must be the lair of the beast. If only there were a bit of light. Lin Fengxing thought to himself, and no sooner had the thought crossed his mind than he was startled to see the surroundings illuminate. Turning back, he discovered that Zhishuan Master had, unbeknownst to him, produced a round gemstone from thin air. Casting a soft glow that illuminated the cave, Lin Fengxing scratched his head in confusion. Zhishuan Master seemed to be a veritable treasure trove, always able to produce whatever was needed. From gold coins and martial arts techniques to this gemstone, he was curious about where these items were typically stored. Just as he was about to inquire, Zhishuan Master spoke first. Though the cave is small, it comfortably accommodates 2 and is quite clean. It seems that beast has an affinity for cleanliness as well. We shall make our abode here. I will first array a formation at the entrance to prevent other beasts from wandering in. Zhishuan Master stated, placing down the gemstone and turning to leave. Lin Fengxing had no choice but to keep silent and began surveying the cave. He stood near the entrance, taking in the view. The cave was spacious and devoid of any objects, with a clean, dry floor. It appeared square, measuring approximately 2 zhang in length and width, and 1 zhang in height, with smooth stone walls that seemed ancient, suggesting it was not naturally formed, but rather hewn by human hands. Lin Fengxing was intrigued about how the cave had been excavated. After his observations, he stepped outside, where he found Zhishuan Master occupied with arranging fist-sized stones, carefully calculating the placement of each one, which appeared haphazard at first glance. However, having witnessed the might of formations, Lin Fengxing refrained from making any comments. As boredom set in, he contemplated exploring the surrounding environment but was halted by Zhishuan Master. If you wish to avoid becoming a beast's lunch, it would be wise to remain still. Lin Fengxing opened his mouth to retort but ultimately complied, choosing not to take any risks. The wait was agonizing, watching Zhishuan Master busy himself while he felt utterly useless. Lin Fengxing could only zone out. An hour later, Zhishuan Master finally completed the formation. Let us see how effective it is, he said as he walked toward the waterfall. Lin Fengxing's spirits lifted, and he hurriedly followed. Yet, upon stepping into the formation, he found himself engulfed in a white mist, unable to see anything. Realizing Zhishuan Master had activated the formation, he resolved to walk straight ahead to find his way out. However, he soon discovered an obstruction ahead, preventing his advance. He reached out, feeling something soft yet seeing nothing. He recognized it as the energy barrier Zhishuan Master had mentioned. After attempting several directions, he unleashed the destruction fist against it. But it felt as though he were striking a pillow, yielding no results. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground, realizing he was trapped. However, he remained calm, confident that Zhishuan Master would not harm him, perhaps even watching him with amusement. Indeed, Lin Fengxing's assumptions were correct. Zhishuan Master stood outside the formation, smiling as he observed Lin Fengxing floundering like a blind butterfly, colliding against invisible walls. It was only when he witnessed Lin Fengxing, spent and seated on the ground, that Zhishuan Master slowly shook his head and stepped into the formation. Had there been an onlooker, they would have noticed that Zhishuan Master's movements followed a remarkable rhythm, weaving with precision and grace. Lin Fengxing took a moment to catch his breath on the ground, just as he was about to call for help when he felt a gentle breeze caress his face. Raising his head, he saw Zhishuan Master silently standing before him. Zhishuan Master, this formation is truly remarkable. How did you manage to enter without my noticing? Lin Fengxing asked, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Zhishuan Master shot him a disapproving glance and replied nonchalantly, "If you could perceive it, that would indeed be remarkable. Such matters are far too profound for you. Come, do you wish to spend the night here?" Lin Fengxing mumbled in reluctance, but did not press further. Follow my lead closely and be sure to watch each step. A slight misstep could leave you stranded here for an extra night, Zhishuan Master warned, immediately walking away. Lin Fengxing felt a chill run down his spine. Convinced that a moment of carelessness would result in Zhishuan Master leaving him to brave the cold night alone within the formation. Thus, he tread cautiously, mirroring Zhishuan Master's steps. Before long, the energy barrier that had confined him dissipated, and the surrounding white haze vanished. Lin Fengxing felt as though he had never entered the formation. Once again, the waterfall, cave, trees, and stream were vividly before him. He surveyed his surroundings, and the stones that had seemed scattered but were actually laden with hidden secrets filled him with awe. Lin Fengxing gazed at the fist-sized stones, a sense of temptation stirring within him, yet he hesitated, ultimately dismissing the thought. He feared provoking Zhishuan Master ire, which might lead to him being abandoned in this boundless formation, a most despairing fate indeed. After a considerable time, Lin Fengxing finally emerged from the formation, letting out a long sigh of relief. Although the distance from the cave entrance to the formation's exterior was merely 2 or 3 zhang, it felt more exhausting than a long journey. He moved cautiously, anxious not to lose sight of Zhishuan Master. This experience had drained him entirely. As he stepped out of the formation, Lin Fengxing glanced back in disbelief. Had he not experienced it firsthand, he would have almost thought Zhishuan Master had not set up a formation at all, for everything around him was clear. The cave, the trees, and even the stones that had configured the formation were all plainly visible. Driven by curiosity, Lin Fengxing was about to attempt re-entering when he saw the surroundings once again turn into a white haze, and he found himself trapped within the formation once more. In a state of panic, he tried to retreat, but there was no way back. With no other option, he attempted to recall his previous steps, but still could not break free. Ultimately, he had to seek Zhishuan Master's assistance. After Zhishuan Master extricated him from the formation, Lin Fengxing curiously asked, "Zhishuan Master, can you hear my calls while I am within the formation? Those outside the formation can clearly see and hear what occurs within. Yet those inside cannot escape nor hear the sounds of the outside world," Zhishuan Master explained. "Then is this formation offensive or defensive?" Lin Fengxing pressed on. "This is an offensive formation. Once trapped inside, one is ensnared. If you lack the strength to break the energy barrier, you will remain imprisoned within. A defensive formation would prevent you from entering at all," Zhishuan Master replied. "Are you not concerned that I might inadvertently disturb the stones that serve as the formation's focal points? What would happen if they were moved?" Lin Fengxing could not help but voice his concerns. If those stones were to be displaced, the formation's power would weaken. However, each focal point is protected by an energy barrier. To move the stones, one must first break through the barrier. Each focal point corresponds to an energy barrier. If the barrier is breached, the focal point will collapse. I can also restore it, Zhishuan Master elucidated. "Why not set up a defensive formation to deter beasts from approaching? If a beast were to inadvertently enter the formation, would you not then have to trouble yourself to release it?" Lin Fengxing questioned in confusion. Zhishuan Master smiled mysteriously. "Since they come to us willingly, why should we trouble ourselves to hunt? Is that not convenient?" Lin Fengxing found himself both amused and worried, fearing he might become ensnared by the formation himself, and hurriedly sought advice on how to avoid it. Zhishuan Master began to instruct him on how to navigate the formation, yet as Lin Fengxing watched Zhishuan Master's intricate steps within, he felt dizzy and overwhelmed. A mere 3 zhang distance took Zhishuan Master a full quarter of an hour to traverse. Lin Fengxing, feeling lightheaded, finally grasped why formation masters struggle to balance martial prowess. Merely memorizing a formation could consume years of effort. At last, Zhishuan Master reached the cave entrance, prompting Lin Fengxing to joke, "Such complexity, and it takes a quarter of an hour to pass through? Little one, I deliberately slowed down for you to observe clearly. If I were to move quickly, would you be able to keep up?" Zhishuan Master retorted, displeased. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhishuan Master instantly appeared before Lin Fengxing. Lin Fengxing chuckled awkwardly, suddenly struck by a thought. "Zhishuan Master, did you not say that one cannot hear the sounds from outside while within the formation? I am not trapped, so why would my hearing be impaired?" Zhishuan Master regarded Lin Fengxing with an expression akin to that reserved for the ignorant. his voice laced with sarcasm. Did you observe how I traversed the formation? I did not see. Lin Fengxing shook his head vigorously. It was too intricate. How could I possibly remember? This time, Zhishuan Master refrained from mocking Lin Fengxing, seemingly unperturbed by his ignorance, as if everything had been anticipated. Come here. Merely standing and watching serves no purpose. True understanding comes from practice. Follow my lead, Zhishuan Master instructed. Lin Fengxing wiped the cold sweat from his brow, muttering to himself, if you know it's useless, why compel me to merely watch? Despite the myriad of confusion swirling in his mind, he obediently followed behind. Zhishuan Master, please slow down, wait for me. Oh, Zhishuan Master. I find myself in trouble again, Zhishuan Master. I have lost my way once more, Master Zhishuan. Help. Initially, Lin Fengxing found the process quite intriguing, but after repeating it hundreds or even thousands of times, his perspective shifted. What once seemed entertaining had become utterly tedious. A mere 10 yards distance left him dizzy, and any misstep would ensnare him within the formation. Thus, by the side of the waterfall, Lin Fengxing's sighs echoed intermittently. Eventually, his exhalations transformed from expressions of helplessness to those of exhaustion. Upon entering the formation, Lin Fengxing realized that the practical operation was far more intricate than mere observation. After spending most of the day, he was drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Yet, what surprised him was that throughout, Master Zhishuan had never reproached him, nor had he shown even a hint of displeasure, consistently offering patient guidance. This fostered a sense of gratitude within Lin Fengxing, prompting him to become increasingly earnest. By dusk, he had barely managed to traverse the formation, but it was merely a rote memorization of the exit. He had resolved never to venture into the other positions within the formation again. It took him a whole day from dawn till dusk to grasp this trivial distance, and he could not recall how many times he had been trapped. In summary, the frequency of entrapment was exceedingly high, often finding himself ensnared again in the dense white mist immediately after being rescued by Master Zhishuan. Exhaling deeply, Lin Fengxing emerged from the formation. Feeling an immense relief, he could finally walk out independently. Looking back at the formation, a smile of satisfaction spread across his face, for he had just successfully navigated it without being trapped for the first time. Suddenly sensing something amiss, Lin Fengxing glanced around and muttered to himself, "Where has Master Zhishuan gone?" After calling out several times without receiving a reply, he chose not to dwell on it and re-entered the formation to continue his practice. He believed Master Zhishuan would not abandon him and had no reason to worry about his safety. With Master Zhishuan's prowess, he could traverse this forest with ease. As for himself, with the formation in place, he felt secure from danger. Chapter 50. Training by the waterfall. Despite having successfully crossed the formation once, Lin Fengxing remained cautious during his subsequent attempts. This carefulness naturally slowed his pace, but at least he no longer required a quarter of an hour for each attempt. Before completing a single circuit, he heard a noise behind him. Turning around, he discovered Master Zhishuan returning, holding an assortment of unfamiliar wild fruits. Upon seeing the fruits, Lin Fengxing realized that they had not eaten from dawn until dusk. The mere thought of food made his stomach rumble, and he eagerly turned to exit the formation. However, in an unfortunate misstep, he found himself engulfed in white mist once more. After satisfying his hunger, Master Zhishuan finally inquired, "How do you feel?" Not bad," Lin Fengxing replied. "I've never tasted these wild fruits before." Master Zhishuan regarded him for a long moment, ensuring he was not jesting before speaking again. "I meant the formation." "Ah?" Lin Fengxing was taken aback, a sheepish smile forming. "The formation is fine. I managed to cross it successfully just now, though my speed was a bit lacking." The reason Lin Fengxing mentioned his slow speed was that he had witnessed Master Zhishuan traverse the formation with the ease of a leisurely stroll, as if walking on flat ground. Well, to have barely crossed this formation in less than a day is quite commendable, Master Zhishuan praised, his eyes gleaming with admiration. He. Flattered by Master Zhishuan's compliment, Lin Fengxing felt a twinge of embarrassment, as it seemed to be the first time Master Zhishuan had praised him. "Master Zhishuan, will I ever be able to pass through this formation as effortlessly as you do?" "With diligence, you will certainly improve over time," Master Zhishuan replied. Once you can navigate it with your eyes closed, it will become second nature. Lin Fengxing stuck out his tongue and glanced around. The sky had darkened without his noticing, and the chorus of birds and insects around him created a serene atmosphere. All right, you must be tired today. Go wash up in the pool. Rejuvenate yourself, for tomorrow will be demanding, Master Zhishuan suddenly stated. Reminded by Master Zhishuan, Lin Fengxing became aware of his sticky and uncomfortable state. Nodding, he made his way toward the pool. After taking just a few steps, he paused curiously and turned back to ask, Master Zhishuan, what does Senior Ya's mental method say? You will find out tomorrow. Go wash up. You've sweated quite a bit today, Master Zhishuan replied with a slight smile. Stingy, Lin Fengxing mumbled, refraining from further inquiries. After rinsing off the sweat, Lin Fengxing felt invigorated and refreshed as he followed Master Zhishuan into the cave. An indescribable sensation surged within him. This feeling was beyond Lin Fengxing's ability to articulate. He simply sensed a certain discomfort. Yes, discomfort was the right word. Is this your first time away from home? Master Zhishuan asked as he observed Lin Fengxing standing there in a daze. Yes, your first time away from home will always feel a bit strange. Get some rest. Don't overthink it that I need to begin my healing now. With that, Master Zhishuan sat down cross-legged to meditate and heal. Disregarding Lin Fengxing, he had not yet started his healing process after a day spent teaching Lin Fengxing to navigate the formation. Seeing Master Zhishuan close his eyes in meditation, Lin Fengxing lay down out of boredom. He tossed and turned but could not find sleep, hesitant to venture outside. All he could do was stare at the glowing gem, lost in thought until he eventually drifted into a light slumber. As dawn broke, Lin Fengxing awoke. Perhaps due to his first night away from home, he had not been able to sleep soundly, remaining in a state of half-dreaming throughout the night. Looking around, he was astonished to find that Master Zhishuan was no longer in the cave. Curiously, he poked his head out to peer, and although the cave entrance was not particularly spacious, it afforded him a view of the outside world. At that moment, the sky was just beginning to lighten, and Lin Fengxing could distinctly hear the birds singing and the roars of wild beasts outside. Seeing the daybreak, he stood and stepped outside the cave. Upon reaching the entrance, he spotted Master Zhishuan sitting with his back to him on the edge of the waterfall. Lin Fengxing cautiously navigated the formation, approaching Master Zhishuan. Just as he hesitated to interrupt, Master Zhishuan spoke first. Awake? He inquired. Yes, Lin Fengxing replied. Master Zhishuan, why are you up so early? Out of habit, Master Zhishuan stretched his body and slowly stood. Moreover, early rising is beneficial for my injuries. Lin Fengxing nodded and then asked, Master Zhishuan, how should I train today? Master Zhishuan glanced at him and, after a moment of contemplation, replied, Do you see that waterfall? I do. From now on, you will train beneath the waterfall. Training beneath the waterfall? Lin Fengxing was taken aback, his gaze shifting to the waterfall. The waterfall spanned 10 yards, cascading down from a cliff several dozen yards high. Its torrent fierce and turbulent. Standing beneath it would undoubtedly subject him to immense force. I have observed that there is a large rock beneath the waterfall. You should stand on it, where the water level should reach about your thighs. Master Zhishuan assessed Lin Fengxing before continuing. So I just stand there under the waterfall? Lin Fengxing asked. Precisely. This will enhance your resilience and strengthen the tenacity of your organs. Senior Ya's mental method states as much. Master Zhishuan explained. According to the guidance of the mental method, high-intensity training at this stage will be most beneficial for you. Why is that? You have reached the 9th level of body training. With further effort, you can begin to gather true qi into a vortex within your body. If you persist with this training, your organs will gradually adapt to the pressure. Maintaining this state will improve your odds of successfully condensing the vortex, perhaps allowing you to achieve it in one go. Lin Fengxing grasped the concept. To store true qi within his body, he must first form a vortex. He understood this well and recognized that condensing a vortex not only required reaching the 10th level of body training, but also necessitated being in optimal condition. Yet even then, success was not guaranteed. The process of vortex condensation was fraught with risk. If one attempted it without sufficient strength or in poor condition, it would only lead to self-harm. Even achieving the 10th level of body training did not ensure success under ideal conditions, as it also depended on one's innate talent. Lin Fengxing recalled that his father had tried 3 times before succeeding. Will training beneath the waterfall be very challenging? Lin Fengxing pondered aloud. He had always heard of Master Zhishuan's descriptions of the arduous path of cultivation. Yet it seemed to be no different now. However, his understanding of Master Zhishuan led him to believe that Master Zhishuan would not exaggerate. With this in mind, Lin Fengxing felt a surge of eagerness. Master Zhishuan, how long do I need to train beneath the waterfall? Master Zhishuan mused for a moment before stating, try to see if you can endure for a quarter of an hour. A quarter of an hour? Lin Fengxing looked at Master Zhishuan in astonishment. Noticing the expression on Lin Fengxing's face, Master Zhishuan understood his thoughts and said, don't underestimate this quarter of an hour. You might not even manage to last that long. Really? Then I shall give it a try, Lin Fengxing replied, eyeing Master Zhishuan's serious demeanor. Wait. Master Zhishuan called out to Lin Fengxing, who was about to depart. Have you forgotten to take something? What thing? Lin Fengxing asked, puzzled. This. Master Zhishuan pointed to a large rock. Lin Fengxing looked at the stone in confusion, then turned his gaze back to Master Zhishuan. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden thought flashed through his mind, prompting him to cautiously inquire, Master Zhishuan, are you suggesting that I? Indeed. You must take this stone into the water, Master Zhishuan interrupted him. Although Lin Fengxing had anticipated this, hearing the confirmation from Master Zhishuan still left him breathless. Take it into the water? Master Zhishuan, this stone is far too large. Lin Fengxing observed that the oval stone was about 7 to 8 inches thick and 30 inches long. Its surface a deep black, appearing quite heavy. Master Zhishuan offered no further response, simply instructing, once you reach the waterfall, lift it above your head. This will not only increase your burden but also serve as a form of protection. Protection? Lin Fengxing echoed, realizing the torrent of the waterfall could potentially injure him if it struck directly. Understanding dawned on him, and he sighed, now comprehending why Master Zhishuan had suggested he might not last even a quarter of an hour. With this hefty stone, simply maintaining his footing was already in question. The waterfall spanned about 10 zhang in width, with lesser currents on either side, thus the pressure he would endure would not be overwhelming. However, as he moved toward the center, the flow would intensify, and so would the pressure. You should gradually move from the edge towards the middle, stopping when the pressure becomes unbearable, and resuming only when you feel capable of proceeding. Do you understand? I do. Master Zhishuan nodded, bending down to pick up the stone and handing it to Lin Fengxing to go. If you can withstand the torrent in the center for over an hour, this training will conclude. Upon receiving the stone, Lin Fengxing felt an immediate heaviness in his arms. He estimated the stone weighed about 40 pounds, which was manageable. Embracing the stone, Lin Fengxing stepped into the pool. Moving along the edge towards the waterfall, raising the stone above his head as he advanced slowly toward the center. The water struck the stone, creating a series of splashes. The gentler currents at the edge did not affect Lin Fengxing significantly. But after taking a few more steps, the flow became noticeably stronger. He felt his hands beginning to tremble. At this moment, he was still 4 zhang away from the most intense current, and a bitter smile crossed his face. Now, he was uncertain if he could withstand the flow before him, let alone reach the center. Confronted by the ferocious torrent, Lin Fengxing found the weight in his hands still within tolerable limits. So he gritted his teeth and took another step forward. Chapter 51. What kind of power? As he stepped forward, Lin Fengxing suddenly felt as though he bore an immense burden, nearly toppling over. He had not anticipated such overwhelming pressure from the water's force, and he quickly steadied himself, exerting all his strength in his arms to withstand the onslaught from above. Water splashed against the rocks, rebounding into the air before cascading back into the pool. Master Zhishuan stood at the shore, hands clasped behind his back, watching Lin Fengxing struggle in the water with an inscrutable expression. When Lin Fengxing took that step, Master Zhishuan raised an eyebrow slightly. This young man is still too impulsive. Lin Fengxing's face flushed red as he gripped the stone tightly under the violent current, the powerful impact nearly bending his arms. He desperately tried to straighten his arms, but his efforts were in vain, causing them to bend even more as he sensed the heavy stone nearing his head. Lin Fengxing realized that if he continued to force himself, he might be swept into the pool. Thus, he hurriedly took a step back with a thunderous roar. As he retreated, the water flowed freely into the pool, having lost its resistance. Feeling the pressure in his hands ease significantly, Lin Fengxing exhaled, contemplating that his endurance under the torrent seemed insufficient. He shook his head. Observing Lin Fengxing's retreat, Master Zhishuan smiled faintly, yet his expression froze at Lin Fengxing's subsequent action. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fengxing surprisingly stepped forward once more. Master Zhishuan, gazing at Lin Fengxing's resilient figure beneath the waterfall, couldn't help but chuckle softly, murmuring, "This fellow, at this moment." Lin Fengxing was wholly focused on his hands. Oblivious to everything else, his sole objective was to endure under the violent current for a quarter of an hour. Master Zhishuan had mentioned the necessity of this trial, albeit without specifying the exact position. However, Lin Fengxing surmised it was indeed here, as the flow ahead posed little pressure on him, and he believed that enduring for this quarter of an hour should not be overly challenging. Thus, he deemed this spot as his arena for the challenge. Yet, the force of the water was relentless, and soon Lin Fengxing found himself unable to bear the weight of the pressure, retreating momentarily before once more attempting to confront it. This cycle continued, an endless repetition. Meanwhile, Master Zhishuan paid no further attention to Lin Fengxing, preoccupied with tending to his own injuries. Time passed, and the two were engrossed in their respective tasks, oblivious to the sun's descent in the west. Exhausted, Lin Fengxing finally crawled ashore, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath, indifferent to the mud that covered him at last. He had managed to endure for a quarter of an hour under the torrent. Though he could not recall how many attempts he had made, his heart swelled with joy. However, the cost of this perseverance was the complete depletion of his strength, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Fortunately, he had withdrawn in time, avoiding being swept into the pool. Overwhelmed with fatigue, he found himself too weak to lift the stone and could only return empty-handed. As Lin Fengxing climbed ashore, Master Zhishuan opened his eyes and approached. Master Zhishuan, "Oh, I can't go on. I'm too tired. Please allow me to rest for a while," Lin Fengxing panted as he spoke. "Despite the lengthy duration, your ability to endure for a quarter of an hour under the torrent has genuinely surpassed my expectations," Master Zhishuan remarked slowly. Lin Fengxing squinted at the sky, suddenly leaping to his feet. "It's already nearly noon. I've wasted the entire morning," he exclaimed in disbelief. "You should feel satisfied. I initially thought it would take you a whole day to endure here for a quarter of an hour. Yet you accomplished it in half the time," Master Zhishuan replied nonchalantly. Lin Fengxing found the situation both amusing and perplexing. He had considered his morning's endurance to be remarkable, only to discover it was deemed swift in Master Zhishuan's eyes. "Don't just stand there. The next training session involves running in the water." "Running in the water?" Lin Fengxing queried, glancing at the babbling brook. "Do you see that little stream?" Master Zhishuan pointed to the flowing water. "Yes, I see it. The water level is just at my chest. Perfect for practice. Go ahead," Master Zhishuan calmly instructed. "Master Zhishuan, are you asking me to run in the stream right now?" Lin Fengxing hesitated. "Indeed, right now. But I just came down from the waterfall, and I'm completely drained. May I rest for a moment?" Lin Fengxing complained, extending his trembling hands. "I have already mentioned that the training here is exceptionally grueling." Master Zhishuan explained calmly. "The key to cultivating this mindset lies in strengthening your internal organs to consolidate a more substantial vortex of true energy. Only by challenging your limits can your organs become robust. You have just reached your limit. If you rest now, the training's efficacy will diminish significantly. Continue training, allowing your organs to acclimate to the pressure, and they will become more resilient." With a resigned sigh, Lin Fengxing dragged his weary body, reluctantly making his way toward the stream. After all, he yearned to cultivate a more powerful vortex within himself. As he watched Lin Fengxing's reluctant figure depart, a subtle smile appeared at the corners of Master Zhishuan's mouth. Out of respect for talent, Master Zhishuan spared no effort in guiding Lin Fengxing. Unwilling to see such potential squandered in this confined space, he had once saved Lin Fengxing's life, and for both emotional and rational reasons. Master Zhishuan could not bear to witness his potential wasted. However, the path of education must prioritize methods. The reason Lin Fengxing had previously devoted himself so ardently to training, unafraid of hardship, was due to the constant threat from the Su family, which propelled him forward, He possessed a clear goal: to strengthen his abilities and put an end to the Su family's tyranny over the Lin family. Though his power was limited, he at least had the motivation to advance. Now that the threat from the Su family had lifted, Master Zhishuan worried that Lin Fengxing might succumb to complacency due to the absence of a goal, thereby losing his will to cultivate. This was the situation Master Zhishuan dreaded most. He understood Lin Fengxing's character well, knowing that unless he was willing, forcing him to train would be futile. The path of martial arts requires an upward aspiration within the cultivator's heart. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. Yet, Master Zhishuan was unaware that Lin Fengxing had already established a new goal within himself: to avenge Master Zhishuan. Since the day Master Zhishuan shared his story, this goal had taken root in Lin Fengxing's heart. When Master Zhishuan imparted the broken fist technique to him, this ambition solidified even further. However, Lin Fengxing had never mentioned any of this to anyone. One must repay kindness with gratitude. Master Zhishuan had not only saved him but also the lives of his entire family. Although Master Zhishuan firmly refused to accept disciples, Lin Fengxing had long regarded him as a mentor. Those who had harmed Master Zhishuan were naturally deemed enemies in his eyes. Beyond this, Lin Fengxing harbored another aspiration: to one day leave the small town and experience the broader world. He believed that his stage should not be confined to the narrow skies of Donglu Town. He longed to spread his wings in a more expansive realm. However, he understood that without strength, his father would never consent to his departure. Thus, he was eager to enhance his abilities, which was why he chose to train diligently on the mountain, where he could make greater progress than in the training room. Therefore, even without the advantages brought by the Waya predecessor's techniques, Lin Fengxing would still follow Master Zhishuan's guidance in his cultivation. Master Zhishuan remained oblivious to all of this. Had he known Lin Fengxing's inner thoughts, he might have spared himself the trouble, simply providing training methods as usual and focusing on healing, without worrying about Lin Fengxing's diligence in cultivation. Based on his understanding of Lin Fengxing, as long as he set a goal, there would be no need for prodding. He would naturally give his all. Regrettably, Master Zhishuan was unaware of these nuances. Hence, he could only supervise, urge, and motivate Lin Fengxing in his training. He clearly recognized that with Lin Fengxing's talent and resilience, his future achievements would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Master Zhishuan's task was to guide Lin Fengxing onto the right path, illuminating the way forward. As for the future, it shall depend on Lin Fengxing's own fortune. For some paths must be traversed by him alone. This world, seemingly tranquil, conceals tumultuous undercurrents. Zhixian murmured to himself. After his injury, he pondered each conversation with Qin Tian, ultimately realizing that he had fallen into a trap set by others over 20 years ago. A trap that might have originated from Senior Wu Ye's formation. In other words, the marvelous formation created by Senior Wu Ye had long been discovered, and behind the discoverer likely lurked a formidable force. Judging by the black-clad figure seeking Zhixian, this force should not be underestimated. Yet, what manner of force could this be? Chapter 52. Indication. Why would this force choose him as a tool to seek the formation? Was it mere coincidence or a premeditated scheme? How did they come to know of the existence of such a formation? Regardless of the reasons, the fact that this force had spent over 20 years pursuing this formation hinted at significant underlying secrets. Zhixian sensed that the truth was far more complex than mere secrets. He believed it was a grand conspiracy that he could not unravel. The thought that he had been manipulated over 20 years ago weighed heavily on his heart. While Zhixian was mired in confusion over this conspiracy, Lin Fengxing had already stepped into the stream. As Zhixian anticipated, the water level reached Lin Fengxing's chest. He attempted to move within the water, but found running impossible due to the immense resistance. Thus, he called out to Zhixian, "Zhixian, I can't run in the water. If you cannot run, then walk faster until you can," Zhixian replied. Lin Fengxing grumbled a complaint, but ceased further words and began to stride forward. Though unable to run, walking posed no significant challenge. After several rounds, Lin Fengxing found not only did he not feel fatigued, but rather his stamina seemed to be gradually replenishing. Yet, as he sensed his strength returning, a frown creased his brow, for he understood that this restoration was not a result of his training, but rather due to the ease with which he currently moved. Zhixian's intentions were evidently not to aid in his recovery. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Fengxing suddenly leaped into the water. Shortly thereafter, When he resurfaced, he held 2 large stones in his hands. With 1 stone in each hand, he slowly extended his arms. After confirming the weight of the stones, he resumed walking. Ji Xian observed all this quietly, nodding slightly, murmuring to himself, "It appears I need not worry about this lad shirking his duties." After a while, Lin Fengxing's arms began to tremble, and beads of sweat appeared on his brow. Yet, he did not discard the stones. Instead, he smiled and continued to press on. Half an hour later, he ultimately crawled out of the water. Exhausted. This time, however, he did not sit down immediately. Rather, he walked slowly and resolutely to Ji Xian's side. "Ji Xian," Lin Fengxing said, looking at him, awaiting further instructions. Ji Xian gazed up at the sky and softly suggested, "The hour is late. Let us gather some wild fruit to satiate our hunger. Follow my lead and maintain a distance of no more than 3 zhang." And no sooner had he spoken than he stepped into the forest. Lin Fengxing, momentarily taken aback, hurried to follow. Yet, in that fleeting moment of hesitation, Ji Xian's figure had already distanced itself by 3 zhang. He had no choice but to quicken his pace, only to find that even as he sped up, the distance to Ji Xian continued to widen, expanding from 3 zhang to 5 or 6. "Catch up quickly. Maintain within 3 zhang." Ji Xian's voice drifted back on the wind. Lin Fengxing grit his teeth, pushing his legs harder, but no matter how he tried, he could only maintain a distance of 5 or 6 zhang. Unable to close into 3, the elder and the youth wove through the forest, with Ji Xian at ease in front and Lin Fengxing straining with all his might behind, yet still struggling to shorten the gap between them. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, as Lin Fengxing's vision began to blur, he unexpectedly collided with something soft. Shaking his head to regain his senses, he realized that Ji Xian had stopped at some point, expressionless, holding several red wild fruits in his hand. "Let us rest for a moment," Ji Xian offered, passing the wild fruits. At this juncture, Lin Fengxing was famished and thirsty, and he dropped to the ground to devour the fruits ravenously. In the blink of an eye, the wild fruits had been consumed. After satisfying his hunger, Lin Fengxing found a comfortable position against a large tree and closed his eyes to recuperate. It was not that he did not wish to speak, but rather that he was utterly drained. Over the course of their journey, he had traversed at least 7 or 8 li, exhausting nearly all his energy. Lin Fengxing remained silent, while Ji Xian too kept his silence. However, unlike Lin Fengxing, who rested with closed eyes, Ji Xian vigilantly surveyed their surroundings. After a brief respite, the two resumed their journey, with Ji Xian leading and Lin Fengxing trailing, the distance between them unchanged. Despite Lin Fengxing's stamina having somewhat recovered, he could not close the gap with Ji Xian no matter how hard he tried. When Lin Fengxing returned to the waterfall, he was utterly spent. He longed to sit down and rest. Yet he understood that Ji Xian must have further plans. Sure enough, Ji Xian immediately instructed him to enter the water to practice breath-holding. Following that were exercises involving weighted jumps, swimming, and a series of varied training regimens. Throughout the day, Ji Xian's training arrangement was both intense and diverse, with Lin Fengxing oscillating between exhaustion and recovery. Although Ji Xian allowed him time to regain his strength, he never granted him a moment of true respite. His goal was to ensure that Lin Fengxing remained acutely alert while recovering his stamina. Lin Fengxing focused intently on his training, completely oblivious to the passage of time. He did not realize that the sun had set. The night had gradually descended, and the moon had quietly risen. Illuminated by the moonlight, a figure leaped from the pool, exhaling water before crawling ashore. This figure was Lin Fengxing, who had been swimming for over an hour. Approaching Ji Xian, he seized a wild fruit from the ground and began to eat heartily. "How do you feel?" Ji Xian suddenly inquired. Lin Fengxing swallowed the fruit in his mouth and nodded, replying, "Ji Xian, it is quite strange. I have hardly rested all day yet managed to endure this training. Do you remember when I mentioned that the human body harbors tremendous potential?" Ji Xian asked. "Are you suggesting that I have activated the potential within me?" Lin Fengxing responded. "Precisely, the potential is limitless. When you think you can't go on, push a little further, and you will discover that you can continue. This is potential. To fully harness it, one must endure hardships," Ji Xian explained. Although Lin Fengxing did not fully grasp the concept of potential, He understood that by following Zhixian's guidance, his strength would undoubtedly see significant enhancement. He was acutely aware that there were no free lunches. To reap rewards, one must invest effort. This realization motivated him to persist, for he sought not only to improve himself, but also to avenge Zhixian. Observing Zhixian's still healing wounds, which consumed most of his time in recovery, Lin Fengxing felt an indescribable emotion stir within him. Though Zhixian never displayed any signs of pain, Lin Fengxing knew that injuries requiring over a decade to heal would inevitably entail suffering. Lin Fengxing draped his clothing over Zhixian's shoulders, cautioning him about the chilly night winds. He then returned to the cave to rest. Zhixian looked at the clothing draped over him, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Perhaps due to exhaustion, Lin Fengxing quickly fell asleep. In his dreams, he perhaps returned to the Lin family estate, frolicking with his siblings, day after day. Lin Fengxing persisted in his training. Though arduous and monotonous, he never slackened. This way of life continued for a month. Why now? Lin Fengxing could barely stand in the middle of the waterfall, able to walk swiftly in the stream while maintaining a distance of 3 zhang from Zhixian. After enduring 6 months of intense training, Lin Fengxing finally experienced another breakthrough. Chapter 53. Vortex. On that day, Lin Fengxing exerted himself to chase after his mentor, Zhixian. Unlike before, this time he bore a heavy piece of timber as well. Astonishingly, even so, the distance between him and Zhixian was merely 2 zhang, and he appeared remarkably well, devoid of the fatigue and breathlessness that had once plagued him, radiating vitality instead. However, Lin Fengxing was suddenly gripped by a sharp pain in his calf, and without warning, he collapsed to the ground. His body soon flushed crimson, muscles stiffened, veins bulged, and tendons were exposed. The wave of excruciating pain coursed through him, heralding the imminent breakthrough of his bottleneck. Lin Fengxing clearly understood that this pain was the precursor to his advancement. The process of refining the body was one of strengthening one's constitution. With each breakthrough, his body would become increasingly robust and resilient. This encompassed not only muscles, blood vessels, and tendons, but all bodily tissues. At the moment of breakthrough, the body's functions would undergo a dramatic transformation, and the pain felt akin to muscles being twisted and blood vessels and tendons being stretched to their limits, rendering one almost unable to bear it. Moreover, with each level of strength gained, the intensity of this pain would double. Fortunately, this torment would not last long, typically dissipating within about 15 minutes, as the pain gradually receded. Lin Fengxing would discover that his body had grown stronger, his power significantly increased. This trial was an essential rite of passage on the path of martial arts, for only when the body is sufficiently resilient can a vortex of true energy form within, and possessing true energy is the hallmark of stepping through the doors of martial arts. Zhixian, walking ahead, sensed an anomaly behind him. Turning to look, he found Lin Fengxing sprawled on the ground, causing him to frown slightly. However, upon observing Lin Fengxing's symptoms, his brow unfurled, revealing an expression of enlightenment. Enduring excruciating pain that seemed to penetrate to the very marrow of his bones, Lin Fengxing's features contorted. His hands clenched tightly in the earth, lips pursed in silence. At last, after a quarter of an hour, the pain gradually subsided, and Lin Fengxing lay weakly on the ground, gasping for breath, showing no inclination to rise. One last time, it was truly agonizing, Lin Fengxing murmured. I have finally reached the 10th level of body refinement. Get up and experience the power of the 10th level, Master Zhishuan said with a smile. Lin Fengxing sprang to his feet. Master Zhishuan, how shall we test it? Have you forgotten your destruction fist? Master Zhishuan shot him a sidelong glance. Lin Fengxing, feeling embarrassed, replied, I was so delighted that I completely overlooked it. He surveyed his surroundings and noticed a stout little tree ahead, rushing towards it. Standing before the tree, Lin Fengxing sensed an unprecedented surge of power within him, and his heart soared. He believed he could break the tree with a single punch. Gradually tightening his fist, he executed the first form of the destruction fist, striking swiftly at the trunk. With a resounding crack, the trunk splintered, yet Lin Fengxing felt no pain in his fist. He examined his hand, astonished to find it unscathed. Master Zhishuan, Lin Fengxing exclaimed in delight. I can break such a thick tree. Master Zhishuan nodded, smiling. You have reached the 10th level of body refinement. Now you must solidify your foundation. Once you fully master this power, we will condense the vortex. With true energy, even thicker trees will succumb to your blows with ease. Even thicker trees can be broken? Lin Fengxing queried incredulously, of course. When you reach that stage, you will understand. For now, continue your training. Master Zhishuan retreated to a distance of 3 zhang. Lin Fengxing smiled faintly, hoisting the wood and rushing towards Master Zhishuan, instantly closing the distance to 2 zhang. The 10th level of body refinement is indeed extraordinary, he murmured to himself, gazing at Master Zhishuan as he accelerated, narrowing the gap to just 1 zhang. Master Zhishuan was taken aback by Lin Fengxing's speed. To accommodate Lin Fengxing's training, he had suppressed his own strength to the first level of qi refinement, yet Lin Fengxing managed to keep pace while bearing the heavy wood. It is worth noting that the strength of the first level of qi refinement is at least several times that of the 10th level of body refinement. If Lin Fengxing were to discard the wood, he might even catch up to him. Contemplating this, Master Zhishuan suggested, try throwing away the wood. Lin Fengxing discarded the wood and immediately felt a significant lightness in his body. With a slight exertion, he drew near to Master Zhishuan. The distance between them reduced to just an arm's length. Can you go even faster? Master Zhishuan inquired. See if you can surpass me. Lin Fengxing needed no further encouragement. He exerted himself to the utmost, yet he could not bridge that final small distance. Master Zhishuan observed silently, having formed a judgment in his mind. Lin Fengxing was now qualified to compete with a master of the first level of qi refinement. Although he had not surpassed him, the gap had narrowed considerably. Lin Fengxing was now capable of defeating 2 opponents at the 10th level of body refinement. However, Master Zhishuan did not voice this. For the disparity between the body refinement and qi refinement stages is not merely a matter of strength comparison. Lin Fengxing's true power would only be confirmed upon entering the qi refinement stage. The fluctuations in strength during the body refinement stage are considerable, as it relies solely on raw power, which varies from person to person. In contrast, the qi refinement stage is different. The ability to condense a vortex does not vary between individuals. Relying entirely on one's physical endurance, Master Zhishuan believed that Lin Fengxing's formidable strength was largely due to the mental techniques left behind by the esteemed Wu. This set of techniques not only allowed Lin Fengxing to condense a vortex larger than that of ordinary individuals, but also rendered his body more resilient, which is the secret behind his extraordinary strength. Re-immersed beside the waterfall, Lin Fengxing did not linger but leaped into the depths of the cascade without hesitation. Typically, during his training, he would practice breath holding in the water to restore his stamina. However, this time, having run all the way here, he felt no significant fatigue, merely a slight breathlessness. Aware of this change, Lin Fengxing realized it indicated a remarkable enhancement in his strength compared to yesterday. Therefore, he unhesitatingly chose to plunge into the waterfall, for he no longer required additional recovery. Furthermore, he was eager to solidify his mastery of the 10th level of body refinement, to successfully condense the vortex within, and subsequently enter the qi refinement stage. Master Zhishuan seemed to perceive Lin Fengxing's intentions. Noticing him pick up a heavy stone and stride directly to the center of the waterfall, he said nothing, merely sitting down nearby to tend to his own injuries. After more than half a year of rigorous training, Lin Fengxing could now endure the most tumultuous part of the waterfall for half an hour. Soon, he reached the core of the waterfall, where the water flow was most intense. He raised the stone high, standing resolutely against the immense pressure of the water. A quarter of an hour, 2/4 of an hour. Half an hour slipped by in an instant. Excitement sparkled in Lin Fengxing's eyes, for this was the longest he had ever sustained himself in this position since beginning his training, achieving half an hour for the first time. Moreover, if it had been yesterday, he would have been nearly exhausted after sustaining for close to half an hour. But now, after half an hour, he felt far from fatigued. Compared to the 9th level of body refinement, the strength at the 10th level was significantly greater. Perhaps today I can endure for a full hour, Lin Fengxing mused internally. Boom! In Lin Fengxing's ears, all sounds except the rushing water were drowned out. Even if other sounds existed, he had no time to attend to them, as his hands began to tremble slightly. After a while, not only his hands but his legs began to shake as well. Just hold on a little longer, just a little longer. I am almost at an hour. Boom! Before he could finish, Lin Fengxing's legs suddenly buckled, and he was swept into the pool by the torrent. As he fell forward, clutching the stone tightly, he only released it upon hitting the water, resulting in the stone being carried into the pool without striking him. After plunging into the water, Lin Fengxing did not surface immediately but lay quietly beneath the water, the clear pool reflecting his crestfallen expression. The moment Lin Fengxing submerged, Master Zhishuan opened his eyes. He gazed at the waterfall, then at the pool, a faint smile gracing his lips before he closed his eyes once more. Chapter 54. Surpassing the advanced. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Fengxing emerged from the depths of the pool with a disgruntled expression, shaking the droplets from his hair as he slowly crawled ashore. Master Zhishuan, did you not say that each level of advancement would double my strength? Why then could I not endure for an hour under the waterfall? He approached Master Zhishuan, perplexed. Yesterday, I managed to last nearly half an hour. Today, I should have been able to double that and sustain for an hour. How long did you last? Master Zhishuan asked. I still closed at a quarter of an hour short of an hour. Then you have improved by more than double. Master Zhishuan, what does that mean? Enduring under the waterfall consumes stamina. The longer you sustain, the greater the energy expenditure. The stamina you used in the latter half hour will be more than double that of the first half hour. Lin Fengxing paused, reflecting on this revelation. Indeed, enduring under the waterfall is highly taxing, and the longer the duration, the more stamina is consumed. If it initially required a fraction of effort to withstand the waterfall's pressure, after a quarter of an hour, perhaps 2 fractions would be necessary. After half an hour, it might require 5 or 6 fractions. Beyond that, it could demand full exertion to resist. The longer one endures, the greater the strength required. By this calculation, the stamina consumed in the latter half hour was indeed different. Perhaps, as Master Zhishuan suggested, the consumption in the latter half hour could be double that of the first. Although Lin Fengxing had not managed to sustain for a full hour, understanding this principle alleviated his earlier dissatisfaction. He picked up another piece of wood and began practicing weighted jumps. As he commenced his exercises, Lin Fengxing noticed that he was leaping with far greater ease now. In the stream, he also felt the resistance of the water had lessened considerably. A month passed, during which Lin Fengxing's enthusiasm for training remained fervent. He rose with the dawn and did not rest until late into the night. As a result of a month of diligent training, Lin Fengxing could now comfortably endure for an hour in the most turbulent part of the waterfall, perform weighted jumps for an hour without breaking a sweat, and maintain a speed comparable to Master Zhishuan in the early morning within the forest. The sound of flowing water and beastly roars intertwined, the dawn being a time when various birds and animals seek sustenance. Yet beside the waterfall, 2 figures sat quietly, motionless. After a considerable time, an elderly voice slowly echoed. Are you ready? This was Master Zhishuan. His eyes closed, his expression tranquil, unchanged from his usual demeanor. Beside him, Lin Fengxing also had his eyes closed, yet his face betrayed a certain excitement, for today was the day he would condense the vortex. After enduring countless hardships, he had finally arrived at this moment. How could he remain calm? Master Zhishuan, I am ready. After quite some time, Lin Fengxing finally opened his eyes and spoke. Although you have been practicing the method of Senior Wui for a long while, Master Zhishuan opened his eyes and glanced at Lin Fengxing, continuing, I cannot ascertain whether you possess the qualifications to cultivate the heart method of the Zhishuan master. Senior Wui particularly emphasized in this heart method that one's internal organs must be exceptionally resilient in order to practice it. Only those whose bodies are several times more resilient than the average person can cultivate this heart method. Therefore, during the condensation process, if you experience unbearable pain, you must immediately cease the operation of the technique. Should such a situation arise, it merely indicates that your body lacks the resilience required to endure the pressures imposed by this heart method, and you will need to continue your training. If you do not stop and persist in condensing, it will only result in self-harm. Do you understand? Yes, I understand, Lin Fengxing nodded in response. Very well, let us commence. To forge the vortex of power within one's body, the practitioner must master specific techniques for cultivating qi, commonly referred to as heart methods. Although the heart methods for gathering qi are not as rare as martial skills, both the Lin and Su families in Donglu town possess such heart methods. There are also distinctions in the levels of heart methods. Higher-tier heart methods significantly enhance the probability of forming a vortex compared to lower-tier ones. Their value far exceeds that of lower-tier heart methods, often requiring an expenditure of several million gold coins. Successfully forming a vortex within one's body using a high-level heart method greatly benefits the practitioner's advancement. Practitioners who fail to succeed are often unable to attempt again for an entire year, resulting in many wasting several years of precious time, their strength stagnating, unable to break through to the 10th layer of body refinement. Consequently, clans with even a modicum of strength spare no effort to acquire high-level techniques. In certain respects, the importance of techniques surpasses that of martial skills. Without martial skills, techniques can still enhance one's strength. However, without techniques, strength will remain stagnant at the 10th layer of body refinement, resulting in a waste of time. Naturally, the heart methods possessed by the Lin and Su families are of lower tier. Although they yearn for high-level techniques, the exorbitant prices deter them in the realm of martial arts. There exists a plethora of techniques for cultivating vortices, all fundamentally aimed at forming a whirlpool capable of storing true qi within the human body. The technique created by the martial king Wui is one that even Master Zhishuan could not determine its level. With his keen insight, he could easily discern the quality of techniques, yet he found himself at a loss regarding Wui's method. The technique's approach to condensing the vortex was unheard of, and many of its contents were new to him, such as the exploration of internal potential and inherent resilience. Moreover, cultivating this technique requires achieving an unprecedented level of bodily toughness. This technique, though not high-level, seems to surpass even advanced ones, suggesting that Wui's method has transcended the boundaries of high-level classification. Master Zhishuan found this both amusing and astonishing. Could there truly exist a technique that transcends high-level? Yet, deep down, he believed that this technique might indeed be extraordinary. Despite possessing high-level techniques himself, he ultimately decided to allow Lin Fengxing to cultivate according to Wui's heart method. Driven by trust in Wui. "Are you ready?" Master Zhishuan inquired. "I am ready," Lin Fengxing nodded. "Then let us begin." As soon as he finished speaking, several sheets of white paper appeared before Master Zhishuan, densely filled with characters. With a wave of his hand, the papers floated towards Lin Fengxing. Receiving the sheets, Lin Fengxing made eye contact with Master Zhishuan before immersing himself in reading the incantations inscribed on the paper. Moments later, he began to practice according to the methods outlined in the incantation. Time flowed by, and the fallen leaves, branches, and small stones around Lin Fengxing began to revolve around him, ultimately forming a vortex that enveloped him. Suddenly, a flash of white light surged into Lin Fengxing's body, causing the vortex to dissipate. Yet he remained still. Master Zhishuan stood solemnly, his gaze fixed on Lin Fengxing, acutely aware that he was at a critical juncture. Lin Fengxing entered a mystical state, as though he transformed into a phantom that delved deep within his body, perceiving his internal organs rolling uneasily until a surge of Yuan Qi emerged. Lin Fengxing understood that this Yuan Qi was the essence of heaven and earth, drawn to him by the heart method he was practicing. His task was to capture it, for it was essential for forming the vortex. However, upon realizing it had been deceived, the Yuan Qi became violent, crashing against Lin Fengxing's body. He attempted to subdue it, but found himself powerless. As the collisions intensified, cracks began to appear in his organs, and he felt excruciating pain. Chapter 55. Pain. Lin Fengxing vividly remembered that initially, when the essence of heaven and earth struck him, he had not felt any pain. Yet at this moment, the pain was overwhelming, intensifying as the qi currents collided. This signified that his internal organs and meridians were struggling to withstand the onslaught of this qi. If he continued to endure such impacts, his organs would likely be obliterated. Lin Fengxing witnessed the once resilient meridians of his body becoming battered by the force of this qi, and he grew increasingly anxious, knowing that if this persisted, he would have no choice but to abandon his current cultivation attempt. No, he could not allow this force to rampage unchecked. The significance of this cultivation was paramount, and he could not afford to concede easily. Lin Fengxing bravely stepped forward, firmly grasping the essence of heaven and earth. Upon seizing it, he realized that the intensity of the force seemed to diminish slightly. Nevertheless, it remained overwhelmingly superior to him. Although the yuan qi he controlled had slowed its collisions, they had not ceased entirely. Amidst the violent impacts, Lin Fengxing felt as though he were on the verge of losing consciousness, yet he held on tightly, refusing to let go. As time passed, the speed of the yuan qi continued to wane. Finally, when the forces began to balance, the yuan qi ceased its assault. Observing this, Lin Fengxing intensified his grip, attempting to tame the power. However, the force would not yield easily. It continued to struggle, even beginning to strike back against Lin Fengxing. After an intense struggle, the yuan qi ultimately exhausted its strength and was subdued by Lin Fengxing, rendered immobile. Without hesitation, Lin Fengxing sealed this essence of heaven and earth within a forbidden area of his body, a place designated for storing true qi, safeguarded by his heart method, with his meridians and muscles remaining robust and undamaged. Once sealed, the yuan qi initially struggled a few times, but gradually calmed under the harmonization of Lin Fengxing's heart method. Subsequently, this essence began to dissipate, transforming into a transparent protective layer, ethereal as before. The shape of this protective layer resembled the vortex outside, as it formed within him and connected with his meridians. Lin Fengxing secretly sighed in relief, knowing he had succeeded. After the vortex formed, a drop of seemingly ordinary water emerged from it. With a thought, Lin Fengxing caused the water droplet to leap from the vortex. But upon contact with the outside world, it quickly dissolved. The next scene left Lin Fengxing astonished. He witnessed the injured meridians and organs beginning to self-repair, soon returning to a state more vibrant than before. With enhanced strength and disbelief, Lin Fengxing turned towards the vortex and saw more droplets emerging from it. He gazed at the droplets within the vortex and the repairing meridians, his own figure gradually fading. Just as Lin Fengxing's phantom dissipated, the real him suddenly opened his eyes wide. "Did I succeed?" Master Zhishuan inquired hastily. Master Zhishuan could have easily discerned whether Lin Fengxing had succeeded in his cultivation. Yet Lin Fengxing's state left him perplexed. According to reason, after enduring the impact of the essence of heaven and earth, even if one successfully condensed a vortex, there should be some internal injuries. However, Lin Fengxing appeared remarkably well. "Master Zhishuan, I succeeded," Lin Fengxing replied with excitement. Master Zhishuan was taken aback, asking in confusion, "Are you certain?" Under Master Zhishuan's insistence, Lin Fengxing threw a punch at him. Master Zhishuan effortlessly deflected the punch but was even more astonished. For Lin Fengxing's punch indeed contained a trace of true qi, proving his success in cultivation. Master Zhishuan remained puzzled as to why Lin Fengxing's body showed no signs of injury after condensing the vortex. Lin Fengxing explained that he had discovered the water droplet within the vortex, and under its influence, his meridians and organs had autonomously repaired themselves. Master Zhishuan was stunned, insisting that Lin Fengxing elaborate on the details. Though unsure why Master Zhishuan was so astonished, Lin Fengxing recounted all that had transpired within his body in detail. After hearing this, Master Zhishuan stood frozen for a moment, his expression revealing disbelief. Self-repair of the meridians and even becoming more resilient? Master Zhishuan, Lin Fengxing called out several times before Master Zhishuan finally snapped back to reality. It seemed he had become aware of his earlier loss of composure. And he chuckled wryly at Lin Fengxing, saying, "Do you find it strange why I am so astonished?" Lin Fengxing eagerly nodded. "Master Zhishuan, what does this mean? I have lived for a considerable portion of my life, and this is the first time I have encountered such a situation," Master Zhishuan replied, shaking his head helplessly, as if he had begun to recover from his initial shock. Lin Fengxing remained perplexed, anxious in his heart, yet unsure how to urge Master Zhishuan onward. He could only patiently await further explanation. Observing Lin Fengxing's anxious demeanor, Master Zhishuan smiled and said, "Little one, although I do not understand why this situation has arisen, it is undeniable that it is a fortuitous occurrence for you." "Master Zhishuan, what do you mean?" Lin Fengxing pressed, nearly on the verge of tears. "What I refer to is the condition of your injuries." "Injuries? Haven't they already healed?" "Precisely because they have healed, I am astonished and shocked," Master Zhishuan replied slowly. "Dio, you know, in my lifetime, I have never heard of anyone capable of repairing damaged meridians so swiftly. According to your account, it seems that the drop of true qi has healed your injuries." "Ah?" Lin Fengxing blinked in confusion and asked, "Is it the same for others when they are condensing the vortex?" "No, no," he continued. "As far as I know, ordinary people sustain some damage when condensing the vortex. The force of the elemental energy from heaven and earth is immense. Upon entering the human body, it is difficult to control and tends to rampage within, thereby consuming its power. Only when its strength diminishes can we capture it for our own use. Therefore, even if one ultimately succeeds in condensing the vortex, the body will inevitably suffer some harm. If the meridians and organs are severely damaged and unable to capture the elemental energy, one must cease the condensation and expel it from the body. Otherwise, one risks being fatally impacted by the elemental energy." He paused, casting a deep glance at Lin Fengxing, then continued, "Typically, after condensing the vortex, it takes a person 1 or 2 months of rest to recover. For those severely affected, it may take even half a year. Do you understand my point, young one?" "I understand a bit," Lin Fengxing said in a flustered manner. "Master Zhishuan, what should I do?" "Precisely," Master Zhishuan interrupted him. "Until now, I have never seen anyone emerge unscathed after condensing the vortex. In the realm of martial arts, you may be breaking new ground. Since you have already subdued that strand of elemental energy, it is now one with you. Given your current state, as your true energy can swiftly heal your injuries. It will not harm your body. Moreover, as you have observed, it has also enhanced the resilience of your meridians. This is a significant advantage for you. Master Zhishuan, is that droplet of water true energy?" Lin Fengxing inquired. "Indeed, that is true energy," Master Zhishuan affirmed with a nod. "True energy is refined from the elemental energy of heaven and earth. Due to the violent nature of elemental energy, it cannot be used directly. Thus, we must use elemental energy as a catalyst to condense a vortex within our bodies capable of refining and storing true energy. To deepen the reservoir of true energy within, one must continuously cultivate. True energy can be employed for offense, defense, and healing. However, the speed of healing is certainly not rapid. The more profound the true energy, the greater the attacking power and the more effective the healing. The healing speed has its limits. For instance, I am currently using true energy to repair my own meridians. Given my injuries, if I were to rely solely on myself, it would take me over a decade. With the assistance of a martial king, perhaps it could be reduced to 5 or 6 years, for the martial king possesses far deeper true energy than I do. Master Zhishuan, why don't you seek the help of a martial king?" Lin Fengxing asked. "A martial king? Do you think it's that easy to find one? Even if you do find one, what makes you think they would spend 5 or 6 years healing you?" Master Zhishuan replied, half amused, half exasperated. Chapter 56. Extraordinary Talent. Lin Fengxing suddenly realized, pondering for a moment before asking, "Master Zhishuan, you mentioned that my true energy healing my meridians is a good thing?" "Of course," Zhishuan affirmed. "Then why can't others' true energy heal their meridians, while mine can?" Zhishuan furrowed his brow, initially unsure of how to respond, but then a sudden realization struck him. Could this be the benefit that the esteemed Waya mentioned? Indeed, Zhishuan muttered to himself. It must be the significant benefit the esteemed Waya spoke of. How could I have forgotten this? However, this benefit does not seem particularly remarkable. Even if this young one's true energy does not heal the meridians, a month or 2 of rest would suffice. The benefit mentioned by the esteemed Waya? Lin Fengxing asked, puzzled. Lin Fengxing's eyes lit up as he suddenly exclaimed. He recalled that indeed there was a passage at the end of the esteemed Waya's cultivation method. This technique has consumed a great deal of my effort to create. Those with fate may inherit it. This technique possesses a unique function that can only be discovered once the vortex within the body is formed. As for the specific function, it is for the cultivator to uncover. However, it is certain that the benefits derived from this function are immense. Master Zhishuan, could it be that the significant benefit spoken of by the esteemed Waya refers to this? Lin Fengxing asked eagerly. It should be so. Apart from this, I cannot think of any other benefits, Master Zhishuan replied, then muttered to himself, significant benefit? Perhaps that is somewhat of an exaggeration. Hearing Master Zhishuan's mutterings, Lin Fengxing seemed to want to say something but hesitated and ultimately refrained from speaking. What is it? Seeing Lin Fengxing's hesitation, Master Zhishuan asked curiously. Master Zhishuan, Lin Fengxing pondered for a moment before asking, can I use true energy to rapidly heal any injury in the future? Master Zhishuan shot him a glance and laughed. Young one, you are too, however. Before he could finish, the word naive stuck in his throat as Master Zhishuan suddenly fell silent, staring intently at Lin Fengxing with a serious expression. Master Zhishuan? Lin Fengxing was startled by the gravity of Master Zhishuan's demeanor. Did I say something wrong? However, what followed from Master Zhishuan left Lin Fengxing utterly shocked, for he witnessed Master Zhishuan suddenly launch an attack against him. Master Zhishuan swiftly turned his palm, condensing a strand of true energy before forcefully pushing it toward Lin Fengxing. This fierce true energy surged toward Lin Fengxing with such speed that he was utterly unable to evade it. Lin Fengxing, with his limited strength, could not withstand this strike from Master Zhishuan. The overwhelming true energy instantly sent him flying, his body hurtling through the air. Bang! Lin Fengxing had not yet processed what happened when a sharp pain struck his chest. His body floated in the air before rapidly plummeting to the ground, landing with a heavy thud that stirred up clouds of dust. A mouthful of fresh blood erupted from Lin Fengxing's lips. He stared in disbelief at Master Zhishuan. How could Master Zhishuan have attacked him? What on earth was happening? Examine the injuries within your body, Master Zhishuan instructed calmly, ignoring Lin Fengxing's astonished expression. Huh? Lin Fengxing had expected Master Zhishuan to explain his sudden attack, but was taken aback by the unexpected request. At a loss for words, he eventually shut his eyes in pain. Master Zhishuan, you could at least have given me a warning. The meridians have sustained slight damage, Lin Fengxing reported after assessing his condition. But soon after, he couldn't help but widen his mouth, stammering, that droplet of true energy is repairing my damaged meridians. What? Master Zhishuan exclaimed in shock. How is that possible? Master Zhishuan, it has healed again, Lin Fengxing reported softly. Master Zhishuan stepped forward to carefully examine Lin Fengxing's body, his expression turning to one of astonishment as he fell silent. With his keen eyesight, Master Zhishuan could naturally discern whether Lin Fengxing had been injured. He initially intended to shake his head in denial regarding Lin Fengxing's earlier question about rapid recovery post-injury, but a sudden thought flashed through his mind, suggesting that perhaps this was not impossible. Although the idea seemed absurd, he couldn't help but test it out. Thus, he had abruptly attacked Lin Fengxing, though he had precisely controlled the force, ensuring that the true energy only caused minor harm. However, upon checking Lin Fengxing's condition, he found the latter's internal state to be remarkably fine, with no lingering signs of injury. This led him to question whether he had been too gentle. Beyond that, Master Zhishuan could find no other explanation for the changes occurring within Lin Fengxing. That strike had indeed injured Lin Fengxing, but how could the injury have healed so swiftly? Could it be that he had simply held back too much? Master Zhishuan muttered to himself, fully aware that the strike should have been enough to injure Lin Fengxing, yet he could not comprehend why there were no indications of injury within him. This was truly astonishing that he felt as though he were trapped in a dream. Yet Master Zhishuan found everything to be so vividly real. He gazed vacantly at Lin Fengxing, who appeared unfazed, with a look of confusion etched across his brow. Once more, he extended his palm, condensing another strand of true energy. Lin Fengxing, under Master Zhishuan's instruction, examined his internal state, realizing that Master Zhishuan was verifying whether his true energy could indeed heal itself after sustaining injury as he had claimed. What had begun as a casual inquiry had unexpectedly yielded confirmation. He relayed the results to Master Zhishuan, awaiting further explanation, only to see Master Zhishuan preparing to unleash true energy once again. Master Zhishuan, Lin Fengxing urgently called out, his eyes fixed intently on the true energy in Master Zhishuan's hands. Are you going to try again? Be careful. This time, the true energy will be twice as powerful as before. Master Zhishuan warned with a frown. He intended to ascertain whether he had held back too much. As this was the simplest method, to ensure safety, he amplified the true energy's power twofold. Before he could finish speaking, Master Zhishuan unleashed the true energy toward Lin Fengxing. Master Zhishuan's true energy struck him resolutely. Lin Fengxing let out a muffled groan, shutting his eyes and gritting his teeth to brace for the impending attack. He understood that evasion was futile. He wished to confirm whether he could indeed heal once more. Boom! Cough! Master Zhishuan's true energy struck Lin Fengxing fiercely, causing him to emit a grunt as his body was propelled backward. Crack! Ah! Lin Fengxing was sent flying approximately 3 zhang before crashing against a tree, the powerful impact eliciting a cry of agony from him. Slowly sliding down the trunk, Lin Fengxing ultimately collapsed to the ground. His right hand clutching his chest, his face contorted in evident pain. Observing this, Master Zhishuan felt a surge of anxiety, secretly reprimanding himself for being too forceful. If Lin Fengxing failed to heal this time, he would surely face dire consequences. How is it? Zhi Xianshi inquired with a hint of reluctance. Lin Fengxing clutched his chest, expressing his agony. It hurts terribly. Yet, no sooner had the words escaped his lips than his expression morphed into something peculiar. Casting a complex glance at Zhi Xianshi, "What's the matter?" Zhi Xianshi's gaze remained fixed on Lin Fengxing, keenly observing the shift in his demeanor. "Come on, speak up," Zhi Xianshi urged. Eager for an answer, momentarily forgetting he could simply approach to investigate. "You must promise not to strike me again, then I shall divulge," Lin Fengxing replied in an oddly whimsical tone. Zhi Xianshi paused, seemingly grasping something, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, "Do tell." "I no longer feel pain," Lin Fengxing declared, swiftly rising and concealing himself behind a tree, revealing only his head. His speed was entirely uncharacteristic of an injured individual. Yet, Zhi Xianshi remained oblivious to this, stunned by Lin Fengxing's revelation. The power of his strike was formidable. By all accounts, Lin Fengxing should have sustained serious injuries. Yet, he claimed to be free of pain. What had transpired within him? How could his self-healing ability be so remarkable? If this were true, as long as a blow was not fatal, given time, he could restore himself. Contemplating this, the typically composed Zhi Xianshi involuntarily twitched. Did this not imply he possessed an immortal body? Such a talent was indeed astonishing. Zhi Xianshi could not help but marvel, his tone betraying undeniable excitement and joy. Though he professed not to accept disciples, he had long regarded Lin Fengxing as his own. Learning of Lin Fengxing's extraordinary self-healing ability filled him with genuine delight. With such a gift, Lin Fengxing's future appeared radiant. His potential boundless, he envisioned a new star in the realm of martial arts gradually rising. In that moment, Zhi Xianshi once again praised the exceptional talent of Wu Wang Wuya. Believing this to be the tremendous benefit Wuya had mentioned, if this were not deemed substantial, what could possibly be greater? Chapter 57. True Qi, boundless and vast. Zhi Xianshi sighed in reflection. For such a gifted individual, I wonder if fate will allow me the privilege of witnessing him in person. Alas, let it unfold naturally, he mused, shaking his head with a wry smile. He pondered further. I can only wonder if this lad's body can self-repair when faced with severe injury. As this thought crossed his mind, Zhi Xianshi involuntarily glanced at Lin Fengxing, only to be taken aback to find him hiding behind the tree, gazing at him with a vigilant expression. This left Zhi Xianshi both amused and exasperated. "Boy, what are you hiding from? Come here. I wish to speak with you. If you promise not to hit me again, I shall come out," Lin Fengxing murmured from his concealed position. Gripping the tree trunk tightly, his eyes fixated on Zhi Xianshi's hands, as if any sudden movement would send him retreating. Zhi Xianshi chuckled, bemused. "What if I refuse to agree?" "If you do not agree, I shall remain hidden," Lin Fengxing muttered, recalling the unpleasant sting of being struck, reminiscent of his childhood when his father disciplined him for mischief. "Do you think I cannot reach you if you remain hidden?" Zhi Xianshi teased. "Moreover, isn't your internal injury supposed to heal automatically? A swift recovery post-injury should pose no threat to you." "But it hurt tremendously right after I was struck." Lin Fengxing rolled his eyes. "All right, come out that I have reached a conclusion. No further experimentation is required." "Really?" On hearing Zhi Xianshi's assertion, Lin Fengxing's face lit up, and he dashed out. "Zhi Xianshi, what exactly has transpired within me?" "Within you?" Zhi Xianshi pondered for a moment before continuing. "Based on the current situation, it appears that the true qi within you can autonomously and rapidly heal your injuries." "Autonomous healing?" Lin Fengxing was taken aback, fully aware of the immense advantages such an ability could bestow upon him. "Does this mean I need not worry about injuries in the future?" "It seems so," Zhi Xianshi nodded. Upon hearing Zhi Xianshi's affirmative response, Lin Fengxing leaped in exhilaration, brimming with excitement. Ji Xianshi watched with a smile as Lin Fengxing danced with glee. After a while, Lin Fengxing composed himself, suddenly struck by a thought. He scratched his head, questioning, Ji Xianshi, why does the true qi within me possess such miraculous capabilities? Boy, well done. In light of such a significant advantage, you still managed to ponder this question, Ji Xianshi acknowledged with a nod. However, the origin of this ability also perplexes me. If you wish to understand this matter, you may need to consult the esteemed Wu Ya, who created this set of techniques. I suspect your condition may be linked to Wu Ya's teachings. He mentioned that upon successfully condensing a vortex, one would gain a substantial benefit. I wonder if this benefit is what he referred to. Perhaps there are other advantages of this technique that you have yet to uncover. But since Wu Ya did not elaborate, I remain unaware. Ji Xianshi, you are also in the dark? Lin Fengxing's eyes widened in surprise. Indeed, Ji Xianshi replied with a shake of his head. Should you ever have the chance to meet Wu Ya, you may inquire about it. This is a question beyond my capacity to answer. Wu Ya, the martial king. How could I ever hope to find him? Lin Fengxing expressed his helplessness, having heard that even Ji Xianshi could not elucidate the situation. That shall depend on your fortune. However, Ji Xianshi's demeanor turned serious. You must keep the fact that your true qi can expedite your healing a secret. Do not let it slip. Otherwise, you may attract troubles of lesser consequence, but potentially life-threatening dangers as well. You must understand the principle of having treasure brings crime. Ji Xianshi, I understand. Lin Fengxing nodded earnestly. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled as if an idea had struck him. After surveying Ji Xianshi, he excitedly inquired, Ji Xianshi, do you think my true qi could aid in healing your wounds? I mean, if I were to use my true qi to assist you, could your injuries also recover swiftly? Ji Xianshi was taken aback, furrowing his brow in contemplation before slowly shaking his head, uncertainly stating, I believe that may not be very likely. Not very likely. So there is a possibility? Lin Fengxing exclaimed with enthusiasm. Ji Xianshi, let us try. It might indeed work. Hearing Lin Fengxing's suggestion, Ji Xianshi felt a stir of interest. After much deliberation, he ultimately shook his head, saying, perhaps it is best to refrain. Your true qi may differ from ours, and I doubt it would swiftly mend my injuries. Besides, given your current strength, you possess little true qi. Ji Xianshi, I have successfully condensed a vortex. I am now at the first level of qi training. Let us give it a try. It may truly be effective. Lin Fengxing was unwilling to concede, believing that since his true qi could rapidly repair his own meridians, it should also be capable of mending others. If he could indeed assist Ji Xianshi in alleviating his suffering, it would be worthwhile. Ji Xianshi regarded Lin Fengxing with a bemused expression, chuckling. With that meager amount of true qi, before he could finish speaking, he halted. His face contorted in shock as he stared at Lin Fengxing with disbelief. Lin Fengxing awaited Ji Xianshi's continuation, but the latter abruptly ceased, gazing at him with that incredulous expression. He blinked, then lowered his gaze to inspect his own body, finding nothing amiss. Ji Xianshi, what is the matter? At that moment, Ji Xianshi took a deep breath, seemingly striving to compose his exhilaration. He gradually seated himself and said, Boy, you have astonished me time and time again today. Upon hearing this, Lin Fengxing felt perplexed. Yet, he remained silent, knowing Ji Xianshi would continue. He also sat beside Ji Xianshi. Indeed, after a brief pause, Ji Xianshi resumed, Boy, have you not noticed anything unusual about yourself? Unusual? Lin Fengxing scrutinized his body again, even checking internally for any undiscovered injuries, yet found nothing amiss. Boy, Ji Xianshi remarked in awe, you need not search further. You have just broken through to the qi training stage, and thus you cannot perceive it. Ji Xianshi, what have I done? After a moment, Ji Xianshi declared seriously, your current strength is not merely at the first level of qi training, but rather at the second level. The second level of qi training? Lin Fengxing was momentarily taken aback, then queried in confusion, Ji Xianshi, are you implying that I have now reached the second level of qi training? Indeed, you are at the second level of qi training, Ji Xianshi confirmed emphatically. Master, I just successfully condensed my vortex. How could I possibly ascend to the second level of qi training in such a short span? Lin Fengxing questioned in bewilderment. Chapter 58. Second level of Qi training. Ji Xianshi let out a wry laugh, and his subsequent words left Lin Fengxing utterly speechless. You did not ascend in a short time. Rather, you leaped directly to the second level of Qi training upon condensing the vortex. Lin Fengxing stood there, at a loss for words. This was simply too incredulous. Was it not the case that one would begin at the first level of Qi training after successfully condensing a vortex? Why then was his cultivation at the second level? Although the distinction was slight, Lin Fengxing knew that transitioning from the first to the second level of Qi training typically required at least 6 months. In other words, he had unwittingly saved half a year's time. Confusion enveloped Lin Fengxing, and Ji Xianshi was equally puzzled. He was certain that Lin Fengxing's cultivation had not increased. For Lin Fengxing's aura had remained unchanged since condensing the vortex. In other words, Lin Fengxing indeed ascended directly to the second layer of Qi training after consolidating the cyclone. However, he had previously focused on Lin Fengxing's injuries and had not scrutinized the situation closely. The two remained silent, both perplexed by this sudden revelation. In the forest, apart from the gentle sound of flowing water and the occasional distant roar of beasts, there was no other sound. After a lengthy pause, Lin Fengxing broke the silence and inquired, Master Zhishuan, what could be the reason behind this? I cannot say for certain, Master Zhishuan replied with a wry smile. But I suspect that the peculiarity of your true energy and the elevation of your cultivation may be related to the heart technique of Senior Waya. If you wish to understand more, it seems only Senior Waya can provide answers. Only Senior Waya can elucidate this? Lin Fengxing murmured with a frown. There is no need for us to dwell on this matter. Master Zhishuan stated, we merely need to understand that it poses no harm to you. If you truly wish to ascertain the details, you may seek out Senior Waya on another day. For now, your focus should be on diligent cultivation to enhance your strength. Lin Fengxing nodded slowly and then asked, Master Zhishuan, now that I have reached the second layer of physical training, is my true energy more abundant than that of the first layer? Naturally, your true energy now surpasses that of the first layer by more than double, Master Zhishuan responded. Then let us see if my true energy can aid you in swiftly recovering from your injuries. Lin Fengxing said earnestly. Master Zhishuan was taken aback, gazing at Lin Fengxing with astonishment. Upon witnessing his earnest expression, a warm current surged within him, and his eyes involuntarily glistened with moisture. He quickly cleared his throat, adjusted his emotions, and then slowly shook his head. Seeing Master Zhishuan's refusal, Lin Fengxing urged, Master Zhishuan, you previously mentioned my lack of strength was due to my being at the first layer of Qi training. However, I have now ascended to the second layer, with true energy exceeding that of the first layer. We should give it a try. Perhaps it could indeed aid in your recovery. Observing Lin Fengxing's anxious demeanor, Master Zhishuan smiled with appreciation. He sighed deeply to calm the tumult within, saying, Child, healing others and self-healing are two entirely different matters. Healing another consumes a significant amount of true energy. Although you have now reached the second layer of Qi training, you are still far from being able to heal me. Master Zhishuan paused momentarily before continuing. My injuries are severe beyond your imagination. Even if your true energy could assist in my recovery, the amount you possess, even if entirely depleted, would be of no use to my condition. Therefore, let us set aside the matter of healing for now and revisit it when your strength has increased. Master Zhishuan, even if my assistance is limited, we should at least attempt it. Let us first observe how my true energy affects your injuries, Lin Fengxing insisted. There is no need. Try it when you are stronger. If we attempt it now and discover that your true energy can swiftly alleviate my injuries, yet you lack the ability to fully heal me, would that not only heighten my anxiety? Master Zhishuan chuckled. Then I can, Lin Fengxing began, but was interrupted by Master Zhishuan's stern expression. No more arguments. Just do as I say. Faced with Master Zhishuan's stern demeanor, Lin Fengxing could only reluctantly concede. Very well, I shall wait until my strength has increased to try again, Master Zhishuan nodded without expression. Let us first gather some wild fruits to satiate our hunger, and then we shall discuss methods to enhance your strength. Lin Fengxing agreed and turned to walk into the forest. Unbeknownst to him, as he turned away, Master Zhishuan's expression softened, revealing a smile of relief, with glistening tears shimmering in his eyes. Lin Fengxing was entirely unaware that the severity of the injuries Master Zhishuan spoke of was a falsehood. The reason for Master Zhishuan's deception was rooted in another purpose. At this moment, Lin Fengxing had just entered the Qi training stage, and his strength remained unstable. If he were to attempt healing Master Zhishuan now, his true energy would certainly be exhausted, which would be extremely detrimental for him. Depleting his true energy while his power had yet to solidify would lead to slow recovery, and he would be unable to enhance his strength for a prolonged period. Lin Fengxing had expended significant energy while consolidating the cyclone and was already quite hungry. Fortunately, the forest was abundant with wild fruits, and it was not long before the two returned to the waterfall with a bounty of fruits. Sitting down to feast heartily, after satisfying their hunger, Master Zhishuan smiled and asked, "Child, do you remember that I mentioned there are 2 sets of low-level martial techniques?" Lin Fengxing burped and replied, "Of course. One is the Destruction Fist, which requires reaching the 8th layer of physical training to learn. The other set can only be cultivated after entering the Qi training stage." "Huh? Qi training stage?" Lin Fengxing leaped up excitedly, asking, "Master Zhishuan, does that martial technique refer to one learned during the Qi training stage?" "Precisely, as long as you reach the Qi training stage, you may learn it. This means you now meet the requirements," Master Zhishuan said, gazing at Lin Fengxing with a smile, seemingly enjoying his current enthusiasm. "Really? That's fantastic," Lin Fengxing exclaimed with delight. "Master Zhishuan, what exactly is this martial technique?" "It is a set of footwork," Master Zhishuan replied. "Footwork?" Lin Fengxing murmured to himself. "Indeed," Master Zhishuan confirmed. "This set of footwork is called shadow following." "Shadow following?" Lin Fengxing repeated the name he had longed for. Master Zhishuan slowly rose and retrieved 3 red silk threads from his sleeve, handing them to Lin Fengxing while pointing to a massive tree about 100 paces away, instructing, "Tie one of these to that tree." Confused, Lin Fengxing took the silk threads, suppressing his curiosity, and ran to the tree to complete the task. "Now tie one there," Master Zhishuan commanded, pointing to the left, "and over there," he added. Following Master Zhishuan's instructions, Lin Fengxing tied the silk threads to the trees on both sides and then to a tree on the right. "Master Zhishuan, I have completed it," Lin Fengxing reported as he returned. Master Zhishuan inspected the 3 silk threads he had arranged, confirming that each was at least 100 paces away from him, and nodded with satisfaction. "Master Zhishuan, why are you tying silk threads to the trees?" Lin Fengxing could not help but ask. "Little one, allow me to demonstrate," Master Zhishuan replied with a mysterious smile. "Watch closely, and do not blink." As soon as he finished speaking, Master Zhishuan's figure swayed slightly, and he vanished from Lin Fengxing's sight. Chapter 59. Shadow following. Lin Fengxing was taken aback, just as he was about to search for him. A flash caught his eye, and Master Zhishuan appeared right in front of him. "Huh?" Lin Fengxing was once again stunned, rubbing his eyes to confirm that it was indeed Master Zhishuan standing before him, wondering if he was hallucinating. "Master Zhishuan, did you just move?" Lin Fengxing asked uncertainly. A smile crept onto Master Zhishuan's lips. "Of course, I moved a distance exceeding 100 zhang in that instant." "100 zhang? In just a moment?" Lin Fengxing gazed at Master Zhishuan in disbelief. "Little one, do not doubt it. Look at this," Master Zhishuan said, extending his hand, which had been hidden behind his back, to reveal the silk threads Lin Fengxing had just tied to the tree. Lin Fengxing gasped in astonishment, staring blankly at the threads in Master Zhishuan's hand. After a moment of shock, Lin Fengxing seemed to regain his senses and hurriedly glanced back at the trees, only to find no trace of the silk threads. "Master Zhishuan, the threads on that tree?" Lin Fengxing pointed toward the distant tree, stammering. "Indeed," Master Zhishuan smiled. "I took them down in that very instant." "Watch closely." With a swift motion, a gust of wind passed by, and Master Zhishuan vanished again. Lin Fengxing looked up to find Master Zhishuan standing 100 zhang away. "So fast," Lin Fengxing whispered in awe. Such speed surpassed the comprehension of an ordinary person. Just as Lin Fengxing marveled, Master Zhishuan returned to his side and said, "You can do it too, huh?" Lin Fengxing thought Master Zhishuan was joking. He looked up to meet his serious gaze. "What you just used was, indeed, it was that set of footwork, shadow following." Master Zhishuan interrupted him. Upon confirmation, Lin Fengxing's mouth fell open in astonishment, and he gazed at Master Zhishuan with excitement. Master Zhishuan chuckled at his reaction. "Do not be too thrilled. It will take time for you to reach such speed. First, remember the incantation. After saying this, as if by magic, a blue-covered book appeared before Lin Fengxing's eyes. He was utterly captivated by the book and eagerly began to flip through its pages. Master Zhishuan merely smiled and sat down to heal. The memorization of the incantation for this set of footwork would require time. The blue cover bore 4 bold black characters, shadow following. Upon seeing these characters, Lin Fengxing recalled the speed Master Zhishuan had just demonstrated, contemplating that he too might one day achieve such swiftness. A smile blossomed on his face. He hurriedly continued reading, turning to the next page, where a dense collection of small text awaited him. Lin Fengxing was deeply engrossed in the content, occasionally furrowing his brow as he encountered difficulties. Thus, he read for half an hour. When he finished, he turned his head thoughtfully. "Have you remembered?" Master Zhishuan suddenly asked. "I have remembered, though some parts remain unclear," Lin Fengxing replied. Master Zhishuan chuckled and said, "That is quite normal. With your current strength, you cannot fully comprehend these incantations. There is no need to fret. You will not understand at this stage. I will demonstrate once, and then you can learn by following me. Once you grasp it, the areas you do not understand will naturally become clear. However, this set of footwork consumes a considerable amount of true energy. With your current reserves, you can only sustain shadow following for half a quarter of an hour." "Only half a quarter of an hour?" Lin Fengxing murmured to himself. Slowly rising, Master Zhishuan addressed Lin Fengxing, saying, "Little one, observe closely. You may compare my footwork with the incantations in the book. Perhaps it will aid your understanding." Having spoken, Master Zhishuan once again set into motion, yet his pace by the waterfall was considerably slower than when he had been retrieving silk threads. Nevertheless, Lin Fengxing found himself dazzled, unable to discern which was the true Master Zhishuan. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Master Zhishuan stood calmly before him, while the previous phantoms had vanished without a trace. "Master Zhishuan, you are so swift that I cannot see clearly," Lin Fengxing furrowed his brow and remarked. "What you just witnessed was the realm of the 3rd layer of Qi training. Next, I shall demonstrate without using true energy. Watch attentively." Master Zhishuan retreated 2 steps and commenced his demonstration anew. As he refrained from utilizing true energy, his speed decreased significantly, allowing Lin Fengxing to observe each step with clarity. If one disregarded the peculiarity of the footwork, Master Zhishuan appeared to be merely strolling casually. After a quarter of an hour, Master Zhishuan halted and inquired, "Did you see it clearly?" Lin Fengxing nodded uncertainly, then began to imitate slowly. As dawn broke, a gossamer veil of mist enveloped the valley, rendering the scenery within 4 or 5 zhang hazy and enchanting, as though one were wandering on the brink of an ethereal realm. Roars of ferocious beasts, however, marred this idyllic scene, preventing it from being flawless. Under the morning light, it was the hour when birds and beasts sought their sustenance, and the forest echoed with the continuous roars of wildlife, each more formidable than the last, as if engaged in a silent contest. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Suddenly, delicate yet forceful footsteps interjected, their sound so faint that, without utmost concentration, they would have been nearly drowned out by the surging roars of the beasts. Following the source of the footsteps, a slender figure gradually emerged from the mist, stopping at the edge of the waterfall. After greedily inhaling several breaths of fresh air, the figure suddenly swayed, moving beside the waterfall with an extraordinary gait. Upon closer inspection, this footwork was none other than the shadow-like steps taught by Master Zhishuan. Strikingly, the figure executed this set of movements with remarkable fluidity and ease, though its speed did not match that of Master Zhishuan. It was sufficient for onlookers to clearly trace its path, providing delight to the spectators. This figure was none other than Lin Fengxing, who had been practicing the shadow-like steps for 16 days. Ever since Lin Fengxing successfully condensed the vortex, previous training had been rendered obsolete by Master Zhishuan. According to Master Zhishuan, Lin Fengxing's current prowess had diminished the effectiveness of those earlier exercises. However, when Lin Fengxing inquired about how to cultivate after reaching the Qi training phase, Master Zhishuan merely smiled mysteriously, withholding the method and instructing Lin Fengxing to first master this footwork. Thus, for the past several days, Lin Fengxing had devoted himself entirely to the practice of these steps. After witnessing Master Zhishuan's astonishing speed, His interest in the footwork deepened, which led to his earnest dedication and, ultimately, today's accomplishments. Wuxi was unclear how long he had been practicing when Lin Fengxing suddenly paused, adjusting his breath. He realized that practicing this set of steps was far more exhausting than he had anticipated. Gazing upward, he noticed that the sun had quietly risen, and with its arrival, the mist in the forest gradually dissipated, revealing a broader vista. Lin Fengxing patted his empty stomach and turned to the side. 7 or 8 zhang away, Master Zhishuan sat still, seemingly having awaited for quite some time. Lin Fengxing was uncertain if Master Zhishuan had remained there all night. When he awoke, Master Zhishuan was still engaged in healing. Noticing that Master Zhishuan had no intention of rising, Lin Fengxing glanced deeper into the forest, where wild fruits might alleviate his hunger. Chapter 60. Encountering wolves. Though Lin Fengxing was perplexed, an undercurrent of anxiety coursed through him, as he sensed that the atmosphere today was markedly different from usual. After a quarter of an hour, they arrived beneath a tree laden with wild fruits. Overcome by hunger, Lin Fengxing swiftly climbed the tree, plucking several fruits and tossing them down to Master Zhishuan before settling on a branch to indulge heartily. Just then, a low growl emanated from below, interrupting Lin Fengxing's feast. Curiously, he peered down, and the sight nearly caused him to topple from the tree, for he beheld 2 beasts beneath the fruit tree, their eyes gleaming with hunger. These beasts bore an uncanny resemblance to the wolf-like creatures he had encountered upon his arrival in the mountain forest. Later, he learned that these seemingly wolfish beasts were not ordinary. They were known as diamond wolves, notorious for their ferocity that surpassed that of typical wolves. Lin Fengxing clutched the branch tightly, fearing a misstep could send him tumbling down. His gaze darted around, seeking Master Zhishuan's position. Soon enough, he spotted Master Zhishuan standing 100 zhang away to his left, intently watching him. Master Zhishuan, there are beasts here, Lin Fengxing exclaimed urgently upon noticing him. These 2 beasts possess strength akin to yours. Handle it yourself. Master Zhishuan's voice floated in from the distance. What? Lin Fengxing gaped, taken aback by Master Zhishuan's response. Observing Master Zhishuan's composed demeanor, Lin Fengxing suddenly realized something amiss. The frequency of beastly roars today was unusually high, something he had rarely encountered before. Was Master Zhishuan orchestrating this? Lin Fengxing cast a bitter glance at Master Zhishuan, only to see him focused on consuming wild fruits. Seemingly indifferent to his plight, Lin Fengxing's suspicion was not unfounded. Master Zhishuan had deliberately lured these 2 beasts. Throughout their journey, Master Zhishuan had refrained from releasing true energy, emboldening the beasts to roar freely. Although Master Zhishuan did not exhibit true energy, the beasts could still sense the pressure emanating from him and dared not attack recklessly. Only when Master Zhishuan had distanced himself slightly from Lin Fengxing did the 2 eager diamond wolves leap into action. Though they could not resist the allure of a meal, they appeared to comprehend that they were not a match for Master Zhishuan, and thus, they instinctively redirected their focus toward Lin Fengxing. With a roar, the beasts below sent a shiver down Lin Fengxing's spine. Looking down, he saw their fierce gazes directed at him, their growls tinged with impatience. From their gaping jaws, Lin Fengxing discerned 2 rows of razor-sharp fangs. He swallowed hard, reassured slightly by the realization that they seemed incapable of climbing trees. However, the prospect of descending still filled him with trepidation. Even though Master Zhishuan had claimed that these 2 beasts were on par with him, they were still wild creatures, and there were 2 of them. Glancing once more at Master Zhishuan, who remained unbothered and unhelpful, Lin Fengxing reluctantly averted his gaze, as his eyes fell upon the wild fruits above him. A sudden idea sparked in his mind. A subtle smile crept across his lips as he plucked 2 wild fruits and hurled them toward the ground. One of the diamond wolves was struck by the fruit and let out a furious howl. The wild fruits Lin Fengxing had gathered were so peculiar that even Master Zhishuan could not name them. Their skins were a vibrant red, the size of a fist, and most notably, they were exceptionally hard. Using these fruits as projectiles against the diamond wolves proved to be surprisingly effective. Encouraged by the results, Lin Fengxing climbed 2 steps higher, positioning himself on an outstretched branch, and began to bombard the diamond wolves with wild fruits. The fruits fell like rain upon the beasts, eliciting their cries of pain. Lin Fengxing continued to hurl the fruits, The two diamond wolves exchanged low growls, as if deliberating, and then began to retreat slowly. Seeing this, Lin Fengxing felt a surge of joy, believing they had given up, his face breaking into a triumphant grin. Yet, the subsequent actions of the diamond wolves caused his smile to freeze, for they settled down at a distance of several dozen zhang, silently observing Lin Fengxing in the tree. Stunned, Lin Fengxing grabbed another wild fruit and threw it at them, but the distance was too great for it to land a hit. Frustrated, he shot a glance at the diamond wolves, understanding that should he descend, they would undoubtedly pounce on him in an instant. You must confront those two diamond wolves head-on. This will be the focus of your future training. Just as Lin Fengxing pondered his strategy, Master Zhishuan's voice suddenly resonated. Training through combat with beasts? Lin Fengxing's mouth twitched as he asked. After a moment of contemplation, he added, Master Zhishuan, could you drive one away, too? I fear that may not be possible. Master Zhishuan interjected decisively before Lin Fengxing could finish. If that's the case, I shall not descend from the tree, Lin Fengxing declared defiantly, still somewhat fearful of the two ferocious diamond wolves. Upon hearing Lin Fengxing's words, Master Zhishuan merely smiled faintly. With a flick of his hand, a wild fruit pit materialized in his palm. This was something he had intentionally left behind, and he had many more at his disposal. With a wave of his hand, the pit shot toward Lin Fengxing with remarkable stealth. Standing on the tree, Lin Fengxing could not see the pit due to the distance, but he observed Master Zhishuan's gesture. As he was engulfed in confusion, a sudden crack echoed through the air, followed by an unanticipated plunge downwards, accompanied by the branches he had been treading upon. The entire sequence unfolded within an instant. By the time Lin Fengxing regained his senses, he found himself sprawled upon the ground. With a muffled grunt, he quickly sprang to his feet, glancing to the side, his expression shifting to one of grave seriousness. There, two formidable wolverines glared at him with fierce intensity, charging towards him at an astonishing speed. As they approached, their excited howls filled the air, reverberating ominously. Under normal circumstances, such sounds would not be unfamiliar to Lin Fengxing. Yet in this moment, coupled with their menacing demeanor, they sent a shiver of trepidation down his spine. His gaze fixated on the two wolverines as he murmured to himself, "Stay calm. Remain composed." Upon closer inspection, beads of perspiration had begun to form on his brow. The wolverines moved with astonishing swiftness, leaping several feet in a single bound, closing the distance between them and Lin Fengxing in the blink of an eye. One of the wolverines launched itself towards him from approximately 10 feet away, its body resembling a bolt of lightning aimed directly at Lin Fengxing's face. In that split second, Lin Fengxing's expression grew tense, his gaze rising to meet the oncoming beast. Steadying himself, he clenched his right fist, poised for action. Meanwhile, Master Zhishuan, positioned several dozen feet away, locked his gaze onto the unfolding scene, a hint of anxiety etched upon his features. 5 feet, 3 feet. Just as the wolverine was about to pounce upon Lin Fengxing, he did not flinch or evade. Instead, he gritted his teeth, stepped forward, and unleashed a powerful punch towards the charging wolverine. The blow struck its mark with a resounding impact, and as the force of his punch met the wolverine, a sharp pain shot through Lin Fengxing's eye. In the next moment, he witnessed the wolverine being propelled backward, tumbling several feet away. The injured wolverine rolled on the ground for a few moments before regaining its footing, but Lin Fengxing had no time to spare, for the other wolverine had stealthily approached, its fangs bared, aiming for his calf. Chapter 61. The fierce battle. A jolt of alarm surged through Lin Fengxing as he felt a searing pain in his right hand. He dared not swing his fist again, nor did he have the time to do so. Instead, he swiftly executed a shadowy movement technique. With a whoosh, Lin Fengxing's figure vanished from sight, reappearing beside him. The wolverine, having missed its strike, paused in confusion, seemingly bewildered by the sudden disappearance of its target. Upon spotting Lin Fengxing in a new position, it displayed a flicker of uncertainty, glancing between him and the direction it had just attacked. Letting out a low growl but refraining from launching another offensive, instead circling cautiously around him, as if realizing that this opponent was not to be underestimated. The other wolverine also leaped into the fray. but its movements were noticeably unsteady, clearly suffering from the impact of Lin Fengxing's punch. This Wolverine too refrained from recklessly attacking, seemingly having learned from its companion's earlier folly, maintaining a cautious distance of about 10 feet as it circled around Lin Fengxing. After this brief skirmish, Lin Fengxing felt a surge of confidence. To him, these two ferocious beasts appeared less daunting than he had initially believed, and he felt assured in his ability to defend himself. Reflecting on his safety, he raised his right hand to inspect it, only to discover that it was stained crimson. He couldn't help but grimace, realizing that while his fist had struck a tree trunk without consequence, the Wolverine's hide was remarkably resilient. Hitting them was akin to striking solid rock. It was no wonder they were referred to as Wolverines. He mused quietly to himself. At this moment, Master Zhishuan also exhaled a sigh of relief, relaxing his grip on the fruit pit in his hand, squinting with keen interest as he observed the standoff between man and beast. Suddenly, the uninjured Wolverine let out a piercing howl and charged forward. While the one that had been struck by Lin Fengxing remained motionless across from him, it quickly became evident to Lin Fengxing what the two Wolverines intended. They had formed a pincer movement, attempting to trap him in between. "Trying to flank me, are you?" Lin Fengxing remarked with a roll of his eyes. "Quite cunning indeed." To keep both Wolverines within his line of sight, he stealthily stepped to the left, angling his body so that the beast's positions transitioned from front and back to side by side. However, at that very moment, both Wolverines began to circle him simultaneously, re-establishing their original pincer formation. In that instant, Lin Fengxing caught a glimpse of one Wolverine leaping through the air, its claws extended, hurtling towards him. Realizing the gravity of the impending strike, he had no time to hesitate. He released the Wolverine he had been holding and hurled it away with all his might. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Master Zhishuan's brow furrowed involuntarily from a distance. As Lin Fengxing relinquished his grip, a surge of excruciating pain washed over him. Glancing down, he saw the Wolverine's sharp claws had snagged his arm. Cursing his own oversight, he quickly attempted to withdraw his arm, but it was already too late as he threw the Wolverine aside. Its claws left deep, bloody gashes along his arm, causing him to stagger backward. His gaze returning to the battlefield. The other Wolverine, witnessing its companion being thrown, let out a terrified roar, yet, suspended in midair, it could do nothing but watch helplessly as it drew closer to Lin Fengxing. The force with which Lin Fengxing had thrown the Wolverine was considerable, and as the other Wolverine lunged at him with full force, the two collided violently in midair. A thunderous crash resonated, followed by the wails of both beasts as they plummeted to the ground, the air thick with their anguished cries. However, Lin Fengxing had no time to spare. Gritting his teeth, he focused on the wounds adorning his arms. The Wolverine's tough hide and sharp claws had left his arms drenched in blood, with 5 deep gashes visible, blood flowing freely as he winced in pain while examining his injuries. His expression shifted abruptly, and he vanished from his position. With a resounding crash, the moment he reappeared elsewhere, he turned to see a Wolverine had taken his place, its limbs firmly gripping the ground. The thwarted Wolverine let out an enraged roar, locking onto Lin Fengxing's new position before charging at him once more, utterly incensed. Lin Fengxing quickly scanned his surroundings, noticing that the previously injured Wolverine was now limping and observing from a distance. He felt a slight sense of relief, concluding that it was likely no longer capable of attacking. Turning back to face the oncoming Wolverine, Lin Fengxing's gaze sharpened, a gust of wind stirring beneath his feet as he braced himself for confrontation. He too had been provoked in the blink of an eye. Man and beast surged forward, closing the distance to mere inches. The Wolverine, seeing Lin Fengxing standing his ground, let out an excited howl, baring its teeth as it lunged for his thigh at breakneck speed. Seemingly poised to strike, Lin Fengxing smirked, his expression fierce as he seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful punch to the Wolverine's head. The impact resonated, causing the Wolverine to yelp in pain, yet Lin Fengxing did not relent. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed a flurry of punches, targeting its head relentlessly. After 4 consecutive blows, Lin Fengxing's face contorted in agony as he glanced down to find the wolverine had sunk its claws deep into his thigh muscle during its struggle. Shocked, he feared further harm, gritting his teeth as he firmly grasped the wolverine's claw and wrenched it free. With a hiss of pain, Lin Fengxing's expression hardened, and with both hands, he gripped the wolverine's paw and hoisted it upwards. Intending to slam it to the ground, at this moment, the wolverine, dazed from Lin Fengxing's punches, was easily lifted. Yet just as Lin Fengxing was about to throw the wolverine down, a tremendous force collided with him from behind. Pain shot through his back as he let out a muffled grunt, sent flying several yards away. Upon landing, disregarding his injuries, Lin Fengxing quickly sprang to his feet, dodging to the side. Just as he leaped up, a wolverine pounced towards him. When Lin Fengxing focused, his expression shifted to one of disbelief. The assailant was none other than the previously limping wolverine, now full of vitality, its injured leg showing no signs of having been harmed. Staring at the wolverine, Lin Fengxing found himself both amused and exasperated. The earlier anger dissipated as he chuckled. You certainly know how to put on a show. It dawned on him that this wolverine had been strategizing since he had struck it, feigning injury before pretending to limp in order to deceive him, waiting for the opportune moment to launch a surprise attack. It seemed that, in a moment of desperation, it had opted to collide with him rather than bite. Reflecting on this, Lin Fengxing felt a twinge of apprehension. Had the wolverine chosen to strike at his throat instead of rushing him, he might have been in grave danger. He marveled at the cunning of these two beasts. A moment's inattention could lead to significant peril. Unable to contain himself, he chuckled, finding humor in the clever tactics employed by the wild creatures. Suddenly, he became vigilant, scanning his surroundings before feeling a bit more at ease. He observed another wolf crouching in the distance, showing no intention to attack, its mouth incessantly dripping with fresh blood, evidently a result of the severe blow he had dealt it earlier. Lin Fengxing let out a bitter laugh and murmured to himself, "Surely this time, it cannot be a ruse." He surreptitiously glanced at his swollen right hand, which resembled two fists in size and was grotesquely red and inflamed. He thought to himself that the cost of this encounter was indeed exorbitant. Now, this hand was rendered incapable of further combat. A howl erupted from the formidable wolf as it lunged at Lin Fengxing once more. He shook his head and effortlessly sidestepped its attack. Yet, the beast, driven by madness, turned and lunged again after its initial failure. Lin Fengxing dodged once more, and the wolf pursued him relentlessly, repeating this frantic dance. This predicament left Lin Fengxing in a state of utter frustration. With his right hand incapacitated and causing him excruciating pain with the slightest touch, he dared not engage the wolf in close combat, relying solely on his left hand while continuously fleeing. The relentless beast, however, remained obstinate, trailing him without relent. Chapter 62. Not too dire. Although the wolf's agility did not match Lin Fengxing's, its speed in pursuit was equally formidable. Had Lin Fengxing not executed a series of clever evasive maneuvers in moments of crisis, he would likely have been caught long ago. The wolf howled again, missing its target, and let out a furious roar that sent shivers down Lin Fengxing's spine. From the creature's furious expression, he discerned the intensity of its wrath, particularly in its eyes, which seemed to blaze with fury, fixated on him. If a gaze could inflict harm, Lin Fengxing would surely have succumbed to grievous injury by now. At that moment, Lin Fengxing was utterly exhausted. He had been running for nearly half an hour, his strength depleted, in addition to his physical fatigue. His arm was bleeding, and his thigh bore the marks of another wolf's claws. Enduring the pain of his injuries, he fled, wishing he could negotiate with the formidable wolf, requesting that it allow its wounded companion to rest for a day, giving him a chance to tend to his wounds, so both parties could recuperate and resume their battle the following day. However, the wolf seemed disinclined to negotiate, howling once more before lunging at him again. Lin Fengxing groaned in agony, his body swaying as he continued to flee, though his speed was noticeably diminished. Strangely, the wolf's velocity showed no signs of slowing. Rather, it appeared to intensify. In this contest of speed, Lin Fengxing's situation grew increasingly perilous. Suddenly, the wolf propelled itself with its hind legs, darting towards him like an arrow. Hearing the rush of air, Lin Fengxing glanced back, nearly collapsing in fright as he saw the wolf lunging toward him, its gaping maw mere inches away, as if it would snap at him in the next instant. He attempted to retreat, but found himself immobilized, opting instead to fixate on the advancing wolf with an unsettling calmness, as if the attack were not directed at him. Just as the wolf was about to sink its teeth into him, a sharp crack resonated through the air, and he witnessed the wolf's face contort in agony before it collapsed, only to be flung into the air by an unseen force, landing heavily near another wounded wolf. The agonizing howl that followed marked the first time this beast expressed its suffering, rising to gaze in terror toward a certain direction, where the enigmatic Ji Xian was located. It was evident that this was the handiwork of Ji Xian. A faint smile graced Lin Fengxing's lips. He had anticipated Ji Xian's intervention, thus choosing to relinquish his struggle when escape seemed futile. Observing the wolf's pitiful state, Lin Fengxing couldn't help but chuckle. Despite his arduous battle and numerous wounds, he had failed to elicit such a mournful cry from them, while Ji Xian's casual strike had instilled fear in the beasts, rendering them incapable of resistance. A twinge of envy welled up within Lin Fengxing. Suddenly, a gentle breeze brushed past him, and upon looking up, he found Ji Xian standing before him. Ji Xian cast a sidelong glance at him, casually surveying his injuries before remarking, "Not too dire." Lin Fengxing was left speechless. Was this truly not too dire? Ji Xian, I am in pain and still bleeding, he lamented, raising his blood-stained arm, his face contorted in distress. Ji Xian chuckled lightly and said, "Let us go." "And what about them?" Lin Fengxing inquired, gesturing toward the two wolves. "Do you wish to eradicate them entirely?" "Go ahead," Ji Xian replied, dismissing Lin Fengxing and drifting toward the direction of the waterfall. Lin Fengxing's lips twitched as he hurried to follow. Glancing back at the two wolves, he noted that they appeared relieved. Upon seeing Ji Xian depart, they hurriedly fled at that moment. Lin Fengxing observed that the wolf, which had pretended to be lame, now truly limped away, causing him to burst into laughter. "Ji Xian, did you injure that wolf's leg?" he asked, still chuckling. After a prolonged silence with no response from Ji Xian, he turned back to find him absent from view. Scanning the surroundings, he discovered Ji Xian crouched in a thicket, seemingly searching for something. "Ji Xian, what is it?" Lin Fengxing approached and asked. "Searching for medicinal herbs." Ji Xian replied without looking up. "Medicinal herbs? For what purpose?" Lin Fengxing inquired, puzzled. Ji Xian remained silent, plucking a vine from the ground and handing it to Lin Fengxing. "Eat this." With a look of confusion, Lin Fengxing accepted the herb and began to chew. After just a couple of bites, his face contorted in distaste, and he was about to spit it out when Ji Xian interjected. "If you wish for the blood on your hand to continue flowing, then feel free to expel it." Reluctantly, Lin Fengxing swallowed the herb. Miraculously, upon doing so, he noticed that the bleeding from his arm had ceased. "Ji Xian, what kind of herb is this? It's remarkably effective," he exclaimed. "This is called Ziyu Tong. It can swiftly stem bleeding," Ji Xian explained. "I encountered many reclusive masters while searching for formations, including skilled physicians, from whom I learned this, Ziyu Tong. This herb is excellent. Let us gather more for future use," Lin Fengxing suggested, though his expression turned pained once more. "It's just so bitter. I still taste the bitterness in my mouth. Though this herb is not rare, we cannot store it. Once removed from the soil for a quarter of an hour, it wilts and dies, losing its efficacy," Ji Xian clarified. "Ah? Is there no solution?" Lin Fengxing asked, taken aback. "Of course there is a solution. And that is a physician," Ji Xian replied. "A physician can harvest Ziyu Tang and extract its essence before it wilts, crafting pills for easier storage." "A physician?" Lin Fengxing mused aloud. Ji Xian glanced at him and said, "Come, you will have opportunities to meet physicians in the future. However, I have discovered an issue concerning you." "What is it?" Lin Fengxing asked, scrutinizing himself with curiosity. Ji Xian smiled gently and remarked, "I have noticed that the true energy within you seems to have no effect on your external injuries." Lin Fengxing was taken aback, pondering this realization. Indeed, his wounded arm had shown no signs of improvement. He furrowed his brow, casting a suspicious glance at Ji Xian. "Ji Xian, you wouldn't have intentionally let those two wolves injure me to test whether my true energy could heal external wounds," Would you? Ji burst into hearty laughter, walking as he spoke. That was indeed part of my intent, but I did not anticipate you would confront those two wolves directly. Foolish wolves? Lin Fengxing rolled his eyes in exasperation. Ji, they were quite cunning. I fell right into their trap. That is merely their instinct. It is not inaccurate to deem them foolish. If they were truly intelligent, they would not have revealed themselves. They were well aware of my presence, yet could not restrain themselves from emerging. Was that not self-sabotage? Ji explained. Do you realize? While you battled them, numerous formidable beasts, equivalent to the 6th and 7th layers of Qi training, were observing from the sidelines. Chapter 63. The audience. Lin Fengxing was taken aback, incredulity washing over him. Really? I had no inkling of this. Ji regarded him with disdain. Those beasts possess strength comparable to that of humans at the 6th and 7th layers of Qi training. Do you truly believe your 2nd layer of Qi training would enable you to detect their presence? Embarrassed, Lin Fengxing chuckled awkwardly before asking, then why did they not intervene? The stronger the being, the keener their sense of danger. Even without releasing my true energy, they could still sense the potential for danger. Uncertain whether the threat was real, they chose to merely observe. Had those two wolves succeeded in killing you while I remained inactive, they would have emerged to partake in the spoils. Ji elaborated. He continued, once I intervened, the observing beasts fled without hesitation. They confirmed that danger indeed existed and dared not linger for even a moment. This illustrates the disparity in strength among the beasts. The two wolves, lacking sufficient power, acted recklessly. A chill ran down Lin Fengxing's spine. Had he known there was such an audience, he would have fled long ago. Daring not to confront those two wolves, however, after assessing Lin Fengxing, Ji commented, following your recent encounter, I have gained a more accurate assessment of your strength. Huh? Lin Fengxing queried, puzzled. Ji, did you not say my strength was at the 2nd layer of Qi training? Ji shot him a sidelong glance. Exasperated, I forgot to mention. According to the training methods of the esteemed Wu, when one employs his mental techniques to condense a vortex, that vortex will be relatively larger, allowing for a greater capacity of true energy than the average person. Lin Fengxing's eyes lit up with understanding, eagerly nodding. I recall now, Ji. How does my strength compare to that of an ordinary person? Based on your performance just now, your true energy has not yet reached even double that of an ordinary individual. If there truly exists a doubling of capability, you would effortlessly vanquish those two wolves, and they would be unable to inflict any harm upon you. Master Ji, I fail to comprehend, Lin Fengxing inquired. In comparison to others, is my true energy abundant or scarce? It is abundant, Master Ji affirmed with certainty. As it stands, it is merely a slight excess. Just a slight excess? Lin Fengxing furrowed his brows. When, then, shall I attain double the capacity of an ordinary individual? Master Ji shrugged, stating, I am uncertain. I have not practiced this particular technique myself. Lin Fengxing, exasperated, rolled his eyes. Very well, let it unfold naturally. Master Ji regarded him with approval, remarking, You are injured. Take half a day to rest. Or would you prefer to return home? Rest? Indeed, your hands and feet are wounded. It is unwise to continue training. However, there is no need for concern about scars. After consuming the purple jade vine, these wounds will leave no trace. Lin Fengxing had initially worried about this issue. But upon hearing the efficacy of the purple jade vine, he felt a surge of relief within. After all, no one desires unsightly scars upon their arms. Still, you need to return home. It seems you have not done so in quite some time. Master Ji inquired. Though Lin Fengxing possessed the strength of the Qi training stage, he was still unable to traverse the forest alone. If he wished to return to Donglu town, Master Ji would have to escort him beyond the mountains. It has been nearly half a year since I last returned home. I wonder if Xiao Rong has broken through to the 5th layer of the body training stage. Lin Fengxing mused quietly, gazing toward the direction of Donglu town. If my father knew I had reached the 2nd layer of Qi training, I cannot imagine his joy. They remain unaware of my breakthrough to the Qi training stage. Do they not? Then let us depart, Master Ji declared. From Lin Fengxing's words, he could discern a strong desire to return home. Yet, to his surprise, Lin Fengxing slowly shook his head. Let us wait a few days before returning. Lin Fengxing stated, his gaze drifting to his own arm. Although Lin Fengxing's gesture appeared casual, Master Ji Xian noticed it nonetheless. He regarded Lin Fengxing thoughtfully, as if grasping something profound, and nodded lightly. Very well. You may arrange the remaining time as you see fit. I shall attend to my injuries. With that, Master Ji Xian moved to sit beside the waterfall, commencing his healing process. Lin Fengxing was momentarily taken aback. Lifting his gaze to behold the tumultuous cascade of water, unbeknownst to them, they had returned to the waterfall's vicinity. He smirked, suddenly feeling a sense of aimlessness. Since arriving in this forest, he had never experienced such leisure. He had been preoccupied with various training sessions daily, and now that he found himself idle, he was at a loss for what to do. After wandering beside the waterfall for a while, unable to devise any activity, he resolved to retreat into the cave and take a nap. Perhaps due to his overwhelming fatigue, Lin Fengxing quickly succumbed to slumber, sleeping deeply and soundly. Previously, after completing his daily training, he would be utterly exhausted, collapsing into sleep within moments. Each day began early with continued training, never allowing for a lazy morning, let alone daytime rest. However, on this day, Lin Fengxing finally indulged in a restful nap. Meanwhile, seated beside the waterfall, Master Ji Xian suddenly opened his eyes, casting a glance into the cave, offering a faint smile before closing his eyes once more to continue his healing. Although Lin Fengxing did not explicitly state why he hesitated to return home, Master Ji Xian inferred the reason from his behavior. He did not wish to return home in a wounded state, causing concern for his family. Thus, Master Ji Xian chose to honor his wishes. Yet, unbeknownst to both, the Lin family was facing an unprecedented crisis at that very moment. After the morning meal, Lin Yuntian continued his routine inspection of the marketplace. Although the threat posed by the Su family had dissipated, no longer capable of inflicting harm upon the Lin family, Lin Yuntian maintained the habit of leisurely strolling through the market. Today, the Su family lay shrouded in silence. Since the day of the rupture with the Su family, over a year had elapsed. Throughout this protracted period, the doors of the Su family had scarcely been opened, with all affairs managed by their third son, Su Yuxian, as for Su Shanhe. It seemed he had vanished from the public eye since that day. To this day, that chapter of history remains a topic of conversation in leisurely moments. A year ago, the Su family had somehow gathered 200,000 gold coins, and on that day, it was Su Shanhe himself who delivered the coins to Lin Yuntian. That scene remained vividly etched in Lin Yuntian's memory. The solitary, desolate figure was one he would likely remember forever. Lin Yuntian recalled that it was on the morning of the 8th day of their 10-day agreement. He had a long-standing habit of rising early, preferring to practice in an open field at dawn, savoring the unique ambience. He often remarked that the sensations experienced in open spaces were vastly different from those in enclosed environments. In the open air, one's senses became acutely heightened, and both body and mind felt remarkably liberated, as if in harmony with nature. On that particular day, Lin Yuntian opened the door to the Lin family estate and spotted a figure standing motionless before him. Having been dampened by the morning dew, the figure appeared to have been waiting for quite some time. The instant the door swung open, the figure slowly raised its head, their eyes meeting. Lin Yuntian was momentarily stunned, while Su Shanhe's expression remained devoid of emotion, exuding an air of tranquility. Regaining his composure, Lin Yuntian regarded Su Shanhe with meaningful intent, gently closing the door behind him, moving to stand beside him, and suggestively proposing, "Shall we take a walk together?" With that, he led the way toward Misty Peak, and Su Shanhe silently followed in his wake. The two walked in silence, the sky still dark, the streets devoid of life. Their figures trailed one after the other, gradually reaching the city gate. Lin Yuntian halted, and Su Shanhe paused a short distance away. Chapter 64. Conversation. They faced the lush, verdant fields, remaining mute, surrounded only by the sounds of insects and birds, tranquil and harmonious. After a brief moment, Lin Yuntian suddenly spoke. "I find great enjoyment in this tranquility." Su Shanhe offered no response. He understood the tranquility Lin Yuntian spoke of, having once cherished such feelings himself, though he could not recall the last time he had experienced them. "The serenity is intoxicating," Lin Yuntian continued, gazing at the birds flitting through the sky. "At times, I envy those birds. Their lives appear so free and unfettered. Su Shanhe cast a glance at Lin Yuntian, quickly extending his hand. Without any visible motion, the bird swiftly returned to him, landing in his palm. Fluttering and struggling yet unable to escape. Do you believe it is free now? Su Shanhe inquired calmly. How can you know whether it is free when you are not it? When faced with a stronger foe? It can only yield helplessly. The weak cannot savor freedom. They must tread carefully to avoid becoming prey. With that, he gently released the bird, stating that only the strong possess the privilege of freedom. Lin Yuntian smiled lightly, refraining from rebuttal. He was well aware of Su Shanhe's temperament and preferred not to dwell excessively on this topic. He turned to meet Su Shanhe's gaze, asking, "How many years has it been since we last conversed in such a calm manner?" Su Shanhe was taken aback, attempting to decipher Lin Yuntian's intent from his eyes, yet he found himself at a loss. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Nearly 30 years. 30 years, Lin Yuntian echoed, reflecting on the swift passage of time. Recalling the days when we trained and frolicked together feels as if it were just yesterday. A fleeting glimmer of nostalgia flickered in Su Shanhe's eyes. Accompanied by a faint smile that quickly faded, he closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and after a long while, reopened them, calmly pushing a pouch of coins toward Lin Yuntian. "Here are 200,000 gold coins. Take them." Lin Yuntian regarded the heavy pouch before him, glanced at Su Shanhe, accepted it without uttering a word. "I have one more request," Su Shanhe suddenly said. Lin Yuntian looked at him in surprise. Fully aware of Su Shanhe's proud nature, to hear him utter the word request was indeed a rarity. Speak your mind. If Su Shanhe were to look at Lin Yuntian, he would acknowledge that this matter arose from my actions. I was defeated, and thus it is only natural that you should compensate. Should you deem this compensation insufficient, I hope you can spare the younger generation of the Su family." Lin Yuntian was taken aback, then shook his head with a bitter smile. "Su Shanhe, all these years, I believed you understood me. It seems you do not. Or perhaps you merely feign ignorance. Donglu Town is your root, and it is mine as well. Let it remain as it is. If Donglu Town were to consist solely of the Lin family, would it still be the Donglu Town we hold dear?" Su Shanhe gazed deeply at him, and after a moment of silence, he slowly replied, "For decades, you have not changed at all. Perhaps that is where change ends." He abruptly halted, a bitter smile escaping him as he turned to return to the city. That figure appeared particularly desolate in Lin Yuntian's eyes. Had I been the one to lose that day, perhaps I would be in a far more pitiful state. A thought crossed Lin Yuntian's mind as he walked along the street. He chuckled softly, dismissing such thoughts, and just as he was about to depart, he noticed a familiar figure approaching him slowly. The silhouette was not unfamiliar to him. Clad in a pitch-black cloak, the figure's arms were crossed over his chest. Moving with deliberate and steady steps, his head bowed as if deep in contemplation. His cautious gait made each step seem particularly heavy, as if he were not merely walking but measuring the very ground beneath him. However, Lin Yuntian interpreted the scene differently. Though the figure moved slowly, it was far from aimless. Each step seemed to bear an immense weight. As the individual drew nearer, Lin Yuntian felt his heart race. Suddenly, the figure in black seemed to sense something, halting in his tracks and slowly raising his head, his gaze directed toward Lin Yuntian. In that moment, Lin Yuntian immediately recognized the distinctive white brows. His heart pounding uncontrollably. It is indeed him, Lin Yuntian silently mused. What brings him back to this place? The figure clad in black was none other than the enigmatic visitor with white eyebrows who had sought the wisdom of the esteemed Master Zhishuan on that fateful day. Lin Yuntian observed that the corner of the black-clad man's mouth seemed to twitch slightly, evoking a semblance of a cold smile. Or perhaps it was merely an illusion, fleeting and elusive, rendering it difficult to discern its authenticity. With alacrity, Lin Yuntian stepped forward, a broad smile adorning his face. "Sir, it has been far too long." The black-clad man regarded him with indifference, inquiring, "Do you remember me?" "Vividly," Lin Yuntian replied. "Since your last visit to Donglu Town nearly 2 years ago, I have consistently recalled your instructions and have remained vigilant for any news of an injured elder. Regrettably, I have yet to uncover any leads." "You are commendable," the black-clad man remarked with a calm demeanor. You flatter me, Lin Yuntian replied casually. Might I inquire if you have found that elder? The black-clad man's gaze sharpened, his voice chillingly cold. Some questions are best left unasked. A shiver coursed through Lin Yuntian as he felt the weight of that icy stare. He quickly responded, I misspoke. I beg your pardon. Yet internally, he remained on high alert, realizing that in the 2 years since their last encounter, the black-clad man's prowess had evidently surged to a formidable level. Lin Yuntian speculated furtively about the purpose of the black-clad man's visit. Could it be that news of Master Zhishuan had leaked? He asked with a tremor of anxiety, May I ask what brings you to Donglu Town? Merely passing through, the black-clad man replied nonchalantly, pausing slightly before adding, and I would like to request a small favor. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuntian's emotions oscillated like a roller coaster. He had just relaxed only to feel tension rise once more. Pray tell, he said, anxious about how he could possibly assist this formidable individual. The black-clad man's gaze scrutinized Lin Yuntian for a moment before he spoke slowly, 1 million gold coins. Lin Yuntian's lips twitched involuntarily as he stammered. What do you mean? 1 million gold coins will purchase the lives of all in Donglu Town, the black-clad man stated coldly. All lives? Lin Yuntian exclaimed in shock. We of Donglu Town have not wronged you. Why such a demand? The black-clad man burst into laughter. Lin Yuntian frowned but dared not interrupt. Because I am stronger than you, the black-clad man asserted with unwavering conviction. That reason suffices. Itia loss for words. Lin Yuntian understood that the black-clad man possessed the capability to obliterate Donglu Town with ease. I cannot possibly amass 1 million gold coins. Lin Yuntian hesitated to admit. 2 paths lie before you. Choose one, either pay the sum or surrender your life, the black-clad man declared resolutely, dismissing any notion of negotiation. But, before Lin Yuntian could finish, the black-clad man unleashed a powerful surge of energy. Forcing him back, "Do not waste my time. It is either gold or annihilation." The black-clad man's tone turned severe. Lin Yuntian steadied himself, his complexion paling. I shall gather 1 million gold coins as swiftly as I can. But you must guarantee that once I deliver the gold, no harm will come to anyone. The black-clad man executed a swift motion, sending Lin Yuntian staggering back several steps. Do not discuss terms with me. The black-clad man said, his expression darkening with anger. If you disagree, let us settle this now. Lin Yuntian raised his head, fearlessly locking eyes with the black-clad man, aware that this was their final opportunity for negotiation. The black-clad man's expression was grave as they held each other's gaze for a moment, before finally speaking. You have 1 hour to prepare the gold. Should the time elapse without the coins in my possession, I will cleanse the town in blood. 1 hour. The gold will be procured, Lin Yuntian declared, turning to leave, only to find himself surrounded by a fearful crowd, all eyes fixed upon the black-clad man. Lin Yuntian called out to the onlookers, Everyone, return home. Do not venture outside today. Remember, do not go anywhere. The crowd looked at Lin Yuntian with concern, clearly having overheard the chilling exchange. Chapter 65. Seeking help. The man known as Black Hawk earned his moniker due to his distinctive white eyebrows. A name long forgotten even by himself. 2 years prior, Black Hawk had accepted a mission to locate an injured elder, armed with only a portrait of the man. The task came with specific instructions to incinerate the portrait after viewing it, ensuring no leaks of the elder's likeness. The reward for this mission was substantial, rumored to be a legendary spiritual artifact. Upon hearing of this, Black Hawk found it hard to believe, excitement coursing through him and depriving him of sleep for several days. Once his fervor settled, he embarked on the quest to find the elder, driven solely by the desire to obtain that fabled artifact. Though he had never laid eyes on a spiritual artifact, he was well aware that the organization to which he belonged had the means to possess such a treasure. The organization was shrouded in mystery, to the extent that even at his level, he could not ascertain its name. His standing within the organization was at the lowest tier, and rumors suggested that many with abilities similar to his roamed the continent. Searching for one individual in such a vast world was akin to seeking a needle in a haystack. After months of fruitless searches, Black Hawk's enthusiasm waned, yet his desire for the artifact remained insatiable, almost driving him to madness. As he continued his search, Traversing various regions and gathering information, he found himself with nothing to show for his efforts. 2 years had slipped by, and still, there was no word of the elder. Resigned to reality, he accepted that the artifact was likely beyond his reach. Reluctant to see 2 years of effort wasted, Black Hawk then contemplated the small towns he had passed through, where the strongest individuals barely qualified as mid-tier practitioners, and there was a dearth of martial skills. Spurred by this thought, he resolved to seize the opportunity to extract wealth from the townsfolk. He opted for a direct approach, demanding gold coins. Despite his prowess having reached the late stage of a mid-tier practitioner, his financial resources were meager, his total assets falling short of 1 million gold coins. With a plan in place, Black Hawk swiftly moved to a town governed by a mid-tier practitioner, demanding an exorbitant 2 million gold coins. Cunning and resourceful, he meticulously researched each target before executing his plan, gathering information on the town's leader, its history, and its profitability. With sufficient knowledge in hand, he would propose an amount that could bankrupt the entire town. Leveraging his formidable strength, the town lord had no choice but to scour the entire community to amass the 2 million gold coins. Black Hawk easily secured the funds and subsequently employed the same tactic to plunder 6 or 7 other towns, amassing a total of 7 million gold coins. This wealth brought him immense satisfaction. Had he relied solely on his own efforts, it would have taken him 5 or 6 years to accumulate such a sum. With this newfound fortune, he could finally acquire mid-tier martial skills. Somewhat alleviating his disappointment over the lost artifact point one day, he arrived in Donglu town, and through a mere stroll down the streets, he quickly grasped the town's situation. A conflict between the two prominent families, the Lin and the Su, had left the Su family in defeat, suffering significant economic losses, leading them to retreat behind closed doors. Black Hawk's interest was piqued at that moment. He sensed a gaze lingering on him and looked up to find Lin Yuntian observing him. A cold smirk crossed Black Hawk's lips, his disdain palpable, as he assessed Lin Yuntian's strength to be merely that of a beginner in the mid-tier 0.1 million. Lin Yuntian gasped in shock within the family hall. Realizing that the Lin family's resources could not possibly cover such an exorbitant amount, hastily returning home, he conferred with his younger brother Lin Yunxiao, who had been recuperating for nearly a year following a grievous injury inflicted by Su Yuxuan's fiery palm. Faced with the family's meager 90,000 gold coins, Lin Yuntian resolved to do whatever it took to raise the million, to safeguard his own life and that of Donglu town. Lin Yunxiao suggested seeking assistance from the Su family, but Lin Yuntian understood that their situation was scarcely better than their own. Amidst the debate and urgency, Lin Yuntian insisted that Lin Yunxiao act swiftly, leading Lin Yunxiao to propose seeking the aid of Feng Xing. Lin Yunxiao was not well acquainted with the name Master Zhishuan, but he was aware that Lin Fengxing had once formed a connection with a mysterious individual. This was the information Lin Yuntian had divulged. On the day Lin Yuntian acquired the Destruction Fist, he had summoned several brothers to recount the tale. However, for various reasons, Lin Yuntian refrained from revealing the identity of Master Zhishuan and did not mention that he was the very target sought by the black-clad man. He merely stated that Lin Fengxing had fortuitously encountered a sage during his training in the mountains, who for reasons unknown, took a liking to Lin Fengxing and chose to guide him in his cultivation. Lin Yuntian further informed them that the martial skills Lin Fengxing employed were taught by this mysterious sage, who preferred to remain hidden, thus instructing Lin Yunxiao and the others to maintain a unified narrative, claiming that the martial skills were brought back from outside. Upon hearing Lin Yuntian's explanation, Lin Yunxiao and the others finally understood the origins of Lin Fengxing's martial skills, feeling a sense of relief. Had Lin Fengxing not fortuitously encountered that sage, the Lin family might have already fallen into dire straits. Though they were filled with curiosity about the mysterious sage behind Lin Fengxing, Lin Yuntian sternly warned them against further inquiries into the matter, emphasizing that this secret must not be disclosed under any circumstances. This revelation astonished Lin Yunxiao and the others, making them aware that something unusual likely lurked beneath the surface. However, they needed only to know that this enigmatic sage posed no threat to them. As Lin Yunxiao reached the doorway, he suddenly recalled the mysterious sage and turned to Lin Yuntian with a question. Of course, his intent was not to retrieve Lin Fengxing, but rather to enlist the help of the sage behind him. Lin Yuntian understood Lin Yunxiao's implication but shook his head solemnly, indicating that such an endeavor was unfeasible. Seeing Lin Yunxiao hesitate, Lin Yuntian continued, "Do not inquire further. It is impossible. Focus on gathering funds. If 1,000,000 gold coins can resolve this matter, I shall be satisfied." "But brother, could that black-clad man have other ulterior motives?" Sighing softly, Lin Yuntian mused, "I hope my worries are unfounded. Do not ask any more questions. Go gather the funds." Though Lin Yunxiao was perplexed, he understood that Lin Yuntian must have his reasons. He hastily stepped out of the door. Just as Lin Yuntian had mentioned, time was of the essence. Lin Yunxiao initially believed that the streets would be rather desolate, but upon stepping outside, he discovered that people were still bustling about. Each individual appeared exceedingly anxious, as though they had urgent matters to attend to. When they caught sight of Lin Yunxiao, they merely nodded in passing. The situation seemed somewhat amiss. As Lin Yunxiao walked, he pondered where all these hurried souls were headed. Though his mind was filled with questions, he had no time to dwell on them. He urgently needed to gather a substantial sum of over 100,000 gold coins at the market. However, upon his arrival at the market, the sight before him left him utterly astonished. He realized that the hurried pedestrians were all flocking towards the market stalls. They moved quietly, and the entire street exuded an eerie calm. In the center of the street, a figure clad in black sat in silent meditation, his striking white eyebrows unforgettable. Lin Yunxiao entered the nearest apothecary and found that the hurried individuals were independently purchasing their goods. They took items according to the marked prices, leaving behind gold coins before hastily departing. Chapter 66. Friendship. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yunxiao felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He nodded thoughtfully, yet remained silent. The people, upon seeing Lin Yunxiao, merely offered slight nods before swiftly continuing on their way. Just as Lin Yunxiao contemplated collecting the gold coins from the market, an elderly man with white hair approached, carrying a heavy bag. "Second master, I anticipated your arrival, so I had the staff gather the gold coins before you came." The elderly man stated. "Uncle Lin, how much is here?" Lin Yunxiao inquired. "There are 200,000 gold coins. Thanks to everyone's assistance, we wouldn't have managed to gather even 50,000 otherwise." Lin Yunxiao nodded, glancing at the hurried crowd again. "What about them?" The elderly man sighed. "Everyone is aware of the situation. They originally came to deliver gold coins, but since you didn't express your stance, I dared not accept. That's why they acted this way. Is this amount sufficient?" "Quite enough, Uncle Lin," Lin Yunxiao affirmed. After a moment's thought, he added, "Uncle Lin, let us close all the shops. No business today." The elderly man was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped Lin Yunxiao's intention and promptly left. Lin Yuntian gazed at the 200,000 gold coins in his hand, rendered speechless by astonishment. After Lin Yunxiao recounted the events, he fell into silence. After a long while, he sighed deeply. "You all stay at home. I will deliver these gold coins." Lin Yunxiao grew anxious, insisting on accompanying him. In his heart, Lin Yuntian's safety was more important than his own life. Despite the likelihood that this endeavor was not fraught with peril, he remained resolute in his decision. Lin Yuntian looked at the determined Lin Yunxiao and ultimately acquiesced to his request. The two exchanged a smile, the bond of brotherhood palpable between them. "Let us go," Lin Yuntian said. The sky was a brilliant blue, the sun shining brightly, and the surroundings were so tranquil that not a single cloud could be seen. Yet, the streets were devoid of any life. The stillness chilling to the bone. This eerie calm was starkly out of sync with the environment, making Lin Yuntian feel rather uneasy. As they walked along the empty streets, an inexplicable sense of oppression weighed heavily on Lin Yuntian's heart, as if a great burden pressed down upon him, quickening his breath. Looking back at Lin Yunxiao, they exchanged smiles, which seemed to alleviate the pressure in Lin Yuntian's heart, lightening his mood considerably. Before long, they re-entered the bustling market. Lin Yuntian noticed that, apart from the figure in black, there were dozens of others standing at a distance. As they saw Lin Yuntian approach, they instinctively gathered around him. Yet none spoke a word. Observing this, Lin Yuntian furrowed his brow. He realized that the strength of these individuals surpassed that of ordinary warriors, a rarity in Donglu Town, in this resource-scarce town lacking in guidance. Achieving the rank of warrior was a dream for many in such a small place. Few could reach this level. Most remained stuck in the qi refinement stage, with even more unable to cross the threshold due to a lack of foundational techniques. Faced with this gathering of individuals, Lin Yuntian parted his lips to speak but ultimately refrained. He understood that this was not a moment for words. These people had not assembled without reason. Lin Yuntian gently gestured for them to remain in place while he approached the figure in black. Lin Yunxiao wished to follow but was halted by a resolute glance from Lin Yuntian. "Sir," Lin Yuntian said, stopping about 10 feet from the figure in black, "I have gathered 100,000 gold coins." The figure, known as Black Hawk, remained in silent meditation until Lin Yuntian spoke, at which point he slowly opened his eyes. Lazily glancing at him, his gaze eventually landing on the large bag Lin Yuntian held. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuntian placed the bag into Black Hawk's hands. The transfer of gold coins was met with a mere light appraisal from Black Hawk, who nodded in acceptance. Lin Yuntian found this exchange somewhat surprising, soon feeling a fleeting pang of envy. Though the feeling dissipated quickly, he contemplated saying something but ultimately chose silence, simply observing Black Hawk. From a distance, Lin Yunxiao watched as Lin Yuntian stood before the figure in black, his heart suddenly gripped by anxiety, longing to call out to Lin Yuntian to step back, but the words caught in his throat. The atmosphere in the market grew increasingly tense. Black Hawk remained silent, Lin Yuntian likewise, and the others held their tongues. After a prolonged silence, Black Hawk finally spoke. "You must be wondering why I have yet to depart." Lin Yuntian did not respond directly, stating instead, "Sir, the gold has been delivered as promised. I hope you will honor your word." "Word?" Black Hawk feigned surprise. "What word?" Lin Yuntian's anger flared, but considering the other's prowess, he suppressed his fury. "You promised to leave immediately upon receiving the gold, without harming a single blade of grass here. Now, I ask you to uphold your promise." "Oh," Black Hawk pretended to comprehend, sizing up Lin Yuntian. And suddenly, he lunged at Lin Yuntian. "Elder brother!" Lin Yunxiao exclaimed. Lin Yuntian reacted swiftly, unleashing the fifth form of the Annihilation Fist to meet Black Hawk. With a resounding thud, Black Hawk was sent staggering back several paces. Lin Yunxiao and the other warriors were left agape. Lin Yuntian remained rooted in place, clearly aware that Black Hawk's actions were a mere test, and Lin Yuntian's martial prowess vastly exceeded his expectations. Regaining his footing, Black Hawk wore a satisfied smile, a low-grade superior martial technique, truly an unexpected gain. Lin Yuntian shut his eyes in anguish. As he had suspected, Black Hawk was indeed testing him. Having heard of the Lin family's martial arts, the confirmation of their level would not go unexploited. "Hand over this set of martial arts, and I may spare your lives," Black Hawk stated with a smile, his tone leisurely as he articulated each word. To him, acquiring this martial arts technique seemed straightforward. Considering Lin Yuntian was merely a novice third-tier warrior, did he dare not comply? However, to Black Hawk's surprise, Lin Yuntian slowly shook his head, questioning, "Your words are hard to believe." Black Hawk's expression darkened, his tone turning cold. "Do you understand the consequences of this? Do you wish to see the entire city perish because of you?" Lin Yuntian lowered his head, a look of anguish crossing his face before he shook his head once more. At this moment, the dozens of individuals behind Lin Yuntian exchanged glances, subtly dispersing around them. They had discerned Lin Yuntian's determination to no longer trust the figure in black. It seemed inevitable that a battle, devoid of suspense, would soon ensue. Black Hawk observed these movements without comment. In his eyes, those individuals were merely trying to survive. If he truly desired their lives, they would have nowhere to flee to this moment. Black Hawk was solely focused on that advanced martial technique. Once acquired, his combat prowess would double. Lin Yunxiao was entirely fixated on Lin Yuntian, his face a canvas of anger and worry, oblivious to the developments behind him. Even if he were aware, he could do nothing to alter the course. Those warriors remaining here would provide no assistance, merely adding to the casualties. As for Lin Yuntian, he had grown despondent, too preoccupied to consider anything else. Chapter 67. The promise: all you need to do is give me that martial technique, and I promise to leave immediately, without delay, Black Hawk asserted with unwavering conviction. Yet to his astonishment, Lin Yuntian continued to resolutely shake his head. "Your promise holds no value to me," I will not relinquish this martial technique, even at the cost of my life, Lin Yuntian replied, his gaze steady as he regarded Black Hawk. At this moment, Lin Yuntian was remarkably composed, his heart at peace. He no longer harbored any expectations of the figure in black. Even if he surrendered the martial technique, there was no guarantee that Black Hawk would keep his word and depart. Negotiating promises with such a greedy individual was akin to debating with a madman. There would be no fruitful outcome. Additionally, there was another reason Lin Yuntian remained silent. This martial technique was tied to the secret of the Zhixian master. Through Lin Fengxing, Lin Yuntian had gained complete clarity on the Zhixian master's past. The master had once used this set of fist techniques to defeat Qin Tian. Should this annihilation fist fall into Black Hawk's hands, it would effectively expose the Zhixian master's whereabouts. This would place the Zhixian master in an extremely perilous situation. Perhaps Black Hawk himself lacked the qualifications to comprehend the connection between this martial technique and Qin Tian. But who could guarantee that a more formidable and mysterious power behind him would not uncover it? If discovered, the Zhixian master would stand no chance. Should the Zhixian master's whereabouts be leaked? Considering the connection between the Lin family and the master, Donglu town would likely face catastrophe. Thus, Lin Yuntian could not take such a risk as long as he refrained from handing over the annihilation fist. Perhaps the Zhixian master and Donglu town could remain safe. Black Hawk might not truly resort to slaughtering the city. Surrender the destruction fist, and only then will the annihilation of Donglu town be assured. If you refuse, there remains a glimmer of hope for the town's survival. Thus, no matter the circumstances, Lin Yuntian would never relinquish this martial art. You are courting your own demise, Black Hawk said, his expression darkening. I shall grant you one more opportunity. Hand over the martial arts, and I shall spare your life. Lin Yuntian let out a cold laugh and chose silence. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. Black Hawk continued, his rage ignited. I refuse to believe that the Lin family has but one practitioner of this martial art. His fury was palpable. He had never encountered such defiance from a mere novice martial artist in the previous cities. As his words fell, Black Hawk began to channel his energy, swiftly forming a spherical orb of true energy between his hands. The orb spun rapidly, unleashing a formidable force that swept through the marketplace, causing the hair of several bystanders to flutter wildly. Feeling the immense pressure emanating from Black Hawk, Lin Yuntian's countenance grew increasingly grave, his hands clenched, palms slick with sweat. Elder brother, Lin Yunxiao shouted, his eyes reddened as he beheld the swelling true energy orb in Black Hawk's grasp. The overwhelming power seemed to exude the very essence of death. He knew that should this energy strike Lin Yuntian, even if he survived, he would undoubtedly be gravely injured. Lin Yuntian did not turn around. But Black Hawk cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yunxiao, pausing momentarily in thought before abruptly retracting his energy and turning to Lin Yunxiao, asking, "Do you wish for him to live?" Lin Yunxiao was taken aback. And after confirming that Black Hawk was indeed addressing him, he nodded, of course. However, Lin Yuntian did not relax his vigilance despite Black Hawk's withdrawal of energy. Instead, he furrowed his brow. He understood that this cloaked figure must have ulterior motives. "Hand over that martial art, and I shall spare his life," Black Hawk declared, pointing at Lin Yuntian, then pausing to add, "and yours as well indeed." A bitter smile crept across Lin Yuntian's face. He thought to himself that today, it seemed, the two brothers might truly meet their end here. Lin Yunxiao stared at Black Hawk, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. In truth, he would not hesitate to exchange this martial art for Lin Yuntian's life. Even his own life would be a mere trifle. Yet, it appeared that there were secrets behind this martial art that he did not comprehend. Although Lin Yuntian had not spoken of it, Lin Yunxiao could vaguely sense some of its implications. He also understood that Lin Yuntian's silence must stem from profound reasons. However, if they did not surrender the martial art now, it was possible that neither would survive. Was this secret truly more vital than their very lives? Elder brother, Lin Yunxiao cast a questioning look at Lin Yuntian. Lin Yuntian gazed back at Lin Yunxiao and slowly shook his head. Though words were left unspoken, Lin Yunxiao understood. That secret was indeed more significant than their lives. Lin Yunxiao managed a sorrowful smile, nodding even as his eyes reddened. It was not fear that caused this, but rather an unwillingness to part ways. "Have you made your decision?" Black Hawk queried coldly. Lin Yunxiao fell silent. "Very well," Black Hawk replied with a chilling sneer, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "In that case, I shall send you on your way." Before he could finish his sentence, he lunged toward Lin Yunxiao. In that moment, as Black Hawk advanced, Lin Yuntian rushed forward in terror, hurrying to intercept Black Hawk. Seeing Lin Yuntian charge toward him, Black Hawk sneered. "Since you wish to go first, I shall escort you on your journey." He sidestepped, his right palm imbued with lethal true energy, striking forcefully toward Lin Yuntian's chest. As Lin Yuntian witnessed Black Hawk's attack aimed at him, he inwardly sighed with relief. If the opponent were to directly strike Lin Yunxiao, the latter would surely meet a grim fate. Although he understood that both he and Lin Yunxiao might struggle to escape alive, he could not bear the thought of witnessing his brother's demise before his own. Confronted with Black Hawk's sharp energy, Lin Yuntian remained undaunted, his expression resolute as he clenched his fists and unleashed the fifth stance of the Destruction Fist. Striking vehemently at Black Hawk's chest, he allowed Black Hawk's deadly strike to approach his vital points without flinching. Black Hawk's murderous intent was resolute, although the technique he utilized was of a lower grade. The force behind his full strike was not something Lin Yuntian could easily withstand. Should that palm connect, Lin Yuntian would undoubtedly perish, for their strengths were vastly disparate. Yet, Lin Yuntian chose a path of life and death. Even if Black Hawk could slay him with a single blow, he knew that in that same instant, he would inflict a grievous wound upon Black Hawk. Though Lin Yuntian was merely a novice among third-tier warriors, the martial art he wielded was of superior quality. Even if it could not deliver a fatal blow, it was sufficient to injure Black Hawk. Black Hawk, however, would not pay the price of injury to take Lin Yuntian's life. He could easily end Lin Yuntian's existence in the next round of attacks. Thus, Black Hawk swiftly transformed his palm into a claw, seizing Lin Yuntian's fist. A surge of potent true energy erupted from his palm, rushing toward Lin Yuntian's fist. Had Black Hawk's strength remained at the mid-tier of third-tier warriors, he might not have dared to grasp Lin Yuntian's fist so directly, for the power of Lin Yuntian's martial technique was formidable. Should he rashly grasp Lin Yuntian's fist, it could lead to mutual destruction. However, at this moment, Black Hawk had reached the late stage of the third-tier warrior realm, and he regarded Lin Yuntian with indifference. Had Lin Yuntian possessed strength at the mid-tier of third-tier warriors, Black Hawk would have exercised caution. Moreover, with that superior martial technique, even if Black Hawk could kill Lin Yuntian, he would incur a significant cost. Lin Yuntian pressed forth with a resolve to face death, hoping to inflict some suffering upon this dark-clad figure before his demise. He felt the claw of the dark figure poised to strike at his heart. He was taken aback when the opponent suddenly transformed their grip, tightly capturing his fist, rendering him immobile, as if his strength had vanished into the void without a trace. Then, an overwhelming force surged from the dark figure's palm. One so potent that Lin Yuntian felt as though he were being crushed beneath a mountain, nearly gasping for breath. The pressure escalated until he felt as though he might be crushed into a pulp. "Get away!" Black Hawk suddenly bellowed, releasing his grip, unleashing an even more powerful wave of true energy that cascaded over Lin Yuntian. With a cough, Lin Yuntian spat forth a mouthful of blood, his body struck as if by a heavy hammer, sliding rapidly backward and leaving a long trail upon the ground, until he finally crashed to the earth some 6 or 7 zhang away. Chapter 68. The exchange. At the moment Lin Yuntian expelled blood, Black Hawk deftly waved his other hand, skillfully blocking the splattering blood to prevent it from staining himself. "Elder brother," Lin Yunxiao called out anxiously, rushing toward Lin Yuntian. He had intended to assist, but found himself immobilized before Black Hawk's overwhelming power. Only now could he move freely. Cough, cough. Lin Yuntian struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze icy as he stared at Black Hawk, remaining silent. "Elder brother, are you all right?" Lin Yunxiao approached to support Lin Yuntian, his expression filled with concern. Lin Yuntian shook his head, remaining wordless. With a flick of his wrist, Black Hawk conjured the spherical orb of true energy once more. "Surrender your martial arts," Absolutely not, Lin Yuntian replied coldly. Very well, Black Hawk said with a chilling tone. Then you shall die. No sooner had he spoken than the true energy in his palms surged toward Lin Yuntian. However, at that moment, a hurried voice called out from afar, "Stop!" Black Hawk paused, glancing toward the source of the voice. Two figures rapidly approached. Black Hawk squinted, flipping his palm, causing the energy orb in his grasp to dissipate. Lin Yunxiao, too, turned to observe the approaching figures. Upon recognizing them, he was momentarily stunned before glancing back at Lin Yuntian, noting the same look of surprise upon his brother's face. Elder brother, Lin Yuntian gestured for him to remain silent. The newcomers were none other than Su Shanhe and Su Yuxian. In mere moments, the two arrived at Lin Yuntian's side. Su Shanhe noticed the blood lingering at the corner of Lin Yuntian's mouth and frowned slightly. He turned to Black Hawk and said, "Sir, is it truly necessary to resort to violence over financial matters? Is it merely because he could not gather 1,000,000 gold coins? I can offer you 100,000. Is that sufficient?" As he spoke, Su Shanhe sent a pouch of gold coins toward Black Hawk with his true energy. Since his defeat to the Lin family, Su Shanhe had secluded himself, dedicating himself to his training and entrusting family affairs entirely to Su Yuxuan. News of the black-clad figure demanding 1,000,000 gold coins from Lin Yuntian had spread like wildfire in Donglu town, and upon learning this, Su Yuxuan immediately informed Su Shanhe. Upon hearing of the black-clad figure's threats against Lin Yuntian, stating that if the gold was not gathered, the lives of the entire town would be forfeit, Su Shanhe could no longer remain idle. He instructed Su Yuxuan to quickly gather all the family's gold coins and deliver them to the Lin residents. However, the Su family's gold was concentrated in the marketplace, requiring some time to consolidate. By the time they had gathered the coins, an hour had already passed. Su Shanhe hurriedly brought Su Yuxuan to the Lin residence's marketplace. Anxious that Lin Yuntian might not be able to amass the gold, thus inciting the wrath of the black-clad figure. He had intended to take Su Yuxuan with him, but since Su Yuxuan had yet to recover from the injuries inflicted by Lin Yuntian, he had to abandon that plan. To his dismay, before he could reach the Lin residence's marketplace, he discovered that the black-clad figure was about to strike Lin Yuntian down. Alarmed, he shouted to intervene. Upon getting closer, he saw that Lin Yuntian had already been injured by the black-clad figure, naturally deducing that it was due to Lin Yuntian's failure to gather the gold that had provoked the black-clad figure's violent intent. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he handed over the 100,000 gold coins he had brought, a sum that constituted the entirety of the Su family's wealth. His gaze fixed upon the floating pouch of coins. A satisfied smile crept across the face of Black Hawk. Then, casting a glance at Su Shanhe, he inquired, "What would you feel if I told you that he has managed to amass 1,000,000 gold coins?" For a moment, Su Shanhe was taken aback, glancing back at Lin Yuntian, who shook his head in resignation. Doubts arose within him. If he had indeed gathered such a fortune, why would the gentleman still wish to harm him? "Because he possesses something I require," Black Hawk elucidated with a mocking smile. For him, taking Lin Yuntian's life would be a trivial task, yet he was far more intrigued by the purpose of Su Shanhe's visit. To his astonishment, Su Shanhe had offered an additional 100,000 gold coins. Despite the unclear circumstances, "He possesses something you desire?" Su Shanhe queried, casting a puzzled glance at Lin Yuntian. "What is it?" "Martial arts techniques, a superior level of low-tier martial skill," Black Hawk replied. "If you can persuade him to relinquish that technique, I shall spare you and allow you to leave this place at once. Otherwise, I will transform this locale into a desolate wasteland." Su Shanhe's eyes sharpened with anger as he demanded, "You only mentioned 1,000,000 gold coins before, never mentioning martial techniques. Since you have accepted the gold, why do you now go back on your word? How can we trust you again?" Black Hawk smiled faintly, unperturbed, and replied coolly, "You lack the authority to question me. I surpass you in strength, as well as him. And all of you combined. Therefore, the rules of this game are dictated by me. You need only obey my commands. What you must contemplate now is not whether to trust me, but how to compel him to surrender the martial skill." He pointed at Lin Yuntian, his tone resolute. "Should he refuse, death awaits you all." Fury raged within Su Shanhe, yet he suppressed it, inhaling deeply as he lowered his head in contemplation. I shall grant you a quarter of an hour. Within that time, if you can extract the martial skill from him, you will live. Otherwise, only death shall remain. Black Hawk said coldly. Su Shanha's body trembled, slowly raising his head to glare at Black Hawk, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing across his face. However, he was acutely aware of the disparity between himself and Black Hawk, refraining from any rash actions. After a moment, he turned to Lin Yuntian and asked, "Have you truly gathered 1,000,000 gold coins?" Lin Yuntian was momentarily stunned by the question, and after a brief hesitation, he nodded slightly. Observing this, Su Shanha pondered deeply, then inquired, "Your martial skill could save our lives. And even the residents of East Deer Town, is that correct?" "Indeed," Lin Yuntian countered. "Do you genuinely believe so?" he pressed, fixing his gaze upon Su Shanha. Su Shanha opened his mouth, intending to respond, yet the weight of Lin Yuntian's stare rendered him speechless. After a pause, he finally said, "If you surrender it, we might at least have a chance of survival." "I will not hand it over," Lin Yuntian replied. "You must understand, East Deer Town is not solely your home. You cannot bear to witness its destruction. I wish for its preservation more than anyone," Lin Yuntian asserted. "Then relinquish the martial skill to him. I will not surrender it, even at the cost of my life." "Is that martial skill more valuable than your own life?" Lin Yuntian asked, his gaze laden with significance. "Without that martial skill, I may have perished long ago," Lin Yuntian countered. Su Shanha understood that Lin Yuntian referred to past events. Yet he had no time to delve into that now. He continued, "You have already fully mastered this martial skill. Keeping it is futile. Why not just part with it? To refuse is death, and to comply is also death. Do you not trust him? Even if I do not trust him, even if he intends to kill us after obtaining the martial skill, perhaps he would leave afterward. That way, at least our descendants might be spared." Su Shanha retorted bitterly. Lin Yuntian slowly shook his head. "Even if I were to surrender the martial skill, East Deer Town would still face calamity." Su Shanha failed to grasp the depth of Lin Yuntian's meaning, believing him to be merely distrustful of Black Hawk. Meanwhile, Lin Yuntian had no intention of providing an explanation. "You, Su Shanha, are being unreasonable. If the martial skill were his, he would hand it over without hesitation, as it would be better than our current predicament." "Martial skill? Your own?" Su Shanha's eyes lit up, turning to Lin Yuntian. "If you give me the martial skill, I shall give you mine in return." "How does that sound?" He fixed his gaze intently on Lin Yuntian, fearful of a second rejection. However, Lin Yuntian merely regarded him with surprise and shook his head without a moment's hesitation. Despair washed over Su Shanha as he slapped his forehead and closed his eyes in anguish. "Have you reached a decision?" Black Hawk's icy voice rang out once more. Su Shanha opened his eyes, harboring a glimmer of hope as he looked to Lin Yuntian, but the latter's calm demeanor extinguished that last flicker of optimism. Grinding his teeth, Su Shanha stepped forward and proposed, "Sir, what if I were to give you my martial skill?" "It seems you have failed to persuade him," Black Hawk replied, shaking his head. "You must be Su Shanha, the head of the Su family. If your martial skill is merely low tier, it holds no allure for me. In that case, I shall take my leave of you." Just as Black Hawk was about to act, he suddenly seemed to sense something, furrowing his brow and turning to look behind him. Chapter 69. Overreaching in an instant, Black Hawk's eyes narrowed, and a smirk of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth. Yet, the smile vanished almost as quickly, replaced by an expression of inscrutable complexity. Meanwhile, Lin Yunxiao and Su Shanha exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a heavy demeanor, a mix of seriousness, surprise, and joy etched upon them. Behind Black Hawk, a throng of individuals rapidly approached. The leaders of this group seemed somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, they were among the few who had just departed. Behind them, a crowd surged like a tidal wave, stretching endlessly as far as the eye could see, the street entirely occupied. Soon after, a large number of figures suddenly surrounded Lin Yuntian, approaching silently and without a sound, their footsteps almost imperceptible. These individuals converged from all directions, halting 3 paces away from Lin Yuntian and forming a menacing encirclement, their eyes filled with animosity directed at Black Hawk. All of them shared a common trait. They were formidable martial artists. Lin Yuntian surveyed his surroundings, noting that the street was packed to the brim, seemingly filled with every available martial artist from East Deer Town, with more continually joining the throng. Could it be that all the martial artists of East Deer Town have arrived? Lin Yuntian mused internally, realizing that there could be 5,000 to 6,000 of them. Yet, what was their true purpose for being here, brother? What are these people's intentions? Lin Yunxiao inquired, gazing at the densely packed crowd. I cannot say, Lin Yuntian replied. They have come for one of two reasons. Either to coerce me into surrendering the martial skill to protect East Deer Town, or to aid us in confronting this cloaked individual. Regardless, their aim is to defend East Deer Town. After a moment's reflection, Lin Yuntian quietly instructed Lin Yunxiao, regardless of their intentions, the situation is bound to become chaotic. You must remember, if an opportunity arises, you must flee this place. Brother, Lin Yunxiao began, his face reddening, but was interrupted by Lin Yuntian. You must allow me to finish, Lin Yuntian insisted firmly. I cannot relinquish the destruction fist. I suspect that every martial artist capable of combat in East Deer Town has gathered here. If they have come to force me to surrender the martial skill, I will stall for time and create confusion. You must take that chance to escape, though it will be fraught with difficulty. You must attempt it. Lin Yuntian halted the protests of Lin Yunxiao and continued. If they do not trust the cloaked man and seek to challenge him, then your escape will be much simpler. Once you have fled, take Xiao Rong and the others with you to find Fengxing. It will be relatively safe there. The journey to the deep mountains will take at least 2 hours. And I will do my utmost to delay things. As long as you reach Fengxing, even if the cloaked man pursues you, you will not be in danger. Brother, I do not wish to leave. Lin Yunxiao said, his eyes reddening. You must go, Lin Yuntian insisted in a low voice. Ensure the safe withdrawal of Xiao Rong and the others. As long as you reunite with Fengxing, there may still be time to return. And perhaps save some people. Brother, be quiet, Lin Yuntian said sternly. He then turned to Su Shanhe and asked a middle-aged man beside him, Wang Hong, what do you intend to do? Since Lin Yuntian frequently visited the marketplace, he recognized a few individuals, Wang Hong being one of them. Hearing Lin Yuntian's inquiry, Wang Hong promptly replied, this cloaked man is insatiable. Having collected 1 million gold coins, he remains unsatisfied. He cannot be trusted, and we have come to assist. Though my strength is limited, I have spread the news of the cloaked man's intent to destroy East Deer Town, rallying all martial artists to come. You would be safer remaining at home. Your presence here may lead to your demise, Lin Yuntian replied wryly. No, East Deer Town is our home. At this moment, we must stand firm. With so many of us here, how could we fear just one? Wang Hong declared. In any case, we cannot allow him to destroy this city. Lin Yuntian gently shook his head, opting not to elaborate further. 5,000 to 6,000 martial artists against a mid-tier third-rate practitioner could easily overwhelm him, even if it was merely a distraction. Yet, should they allow him to escape, the consequences would be dire. He exchanged a glance with Su Shanhe, their eyes locking in silent understanding. What do you think? Lin Yuntian inquired. We cannot allow him to escape this encirclement. Su Shanhe replied resolutely. Once he breaks free, we will be powerless to prevent him from annihilating Donglu Town. Given the circumstances, Su Shanhe found himself without alternatives. He understood that even if Lin Yuntian relinquished his martial arts, it would not guarantee the safety of Donglu Town. Lin Yuntian nodded, his sharp gaze fixed on Su Shanhe. Here, only the two of us can restrain him. I will give it my all, Su Shanhe stated calmly. Lin Yuntian smiled faintly, a surge of camaraderie for a fellow hero swelling within him. After a brief contemplation, he whispered, take the younger generation of the Su family to the south gate, to leave a spark for Donglu Town. We may have no future. Su Shanhe was momentarily taken aback, then looked at Lin Yuntian with excitement. Lin Yuntian nodded solemnly, and after a moment of reflection, Su Shanhe quietly instructed Su Jingxian, amidst the chaos, take Su Feifei and the others to the south gate, and follow the arrangements of the Lin family, though not return. Do as I say. Su Jingxian stared at Su Shanhe in astonishment, eventually nodding after a brief pause. Although Su Shanhe was unaware of Lin Yuntian's reasoning, He understood Lin Yunqian's character and knew he would not speak without purpose. Su Shanhe realized they had no absolute confidence in restraining the man in black. Should he escape, Donglu Town would face catastrophic retribution. At this moment, his greatest concern was for the younger members of the Su family. Younger brother, take the Su family's children. Let our kin care for them. Perhaps you are the only survivors of Donglu Town. Live well, and protect those children, Lin Yuntian softly instructed Lin Yunxiao. Lin Yunxiao absorbed the words, nodding somberly, left speechless. Lin Yuntian gave Lin Yunxiao a firm pat on the shoulder, softly saying, "It's entrusted to you. I will lead them out of the city." Lin Yunxiao replied quietly, his voice tinged with sorrow. At that moment, the Black Hawk spoke. "Humph, do you think a few thousand martial artists can stop me? Such folly, akin to an ant shaking a tree, utterly delusional." Initially, the Black Hawk regarded the throng of martial artists with disdain. However, as the crowd swelled beyond his expectations, that contempt swiftly dissipated, replaced by a grim countenance. The disparity between martial artists and third-rate masters was glaringly apparent. Faced with the approaching thousands, if the Black Hawk aimed to annihilate them all, he would undoubtedly exhaust his true energy. Once his true energy was depleted, he would become a powerless tiger, ripe for slaughter. Nevertheless, if the Black Hawk resolved to retreat, not even these thousands of martial artists plus 2 third-rate early masters could impede him. Once he broke free, he could lay waste to the city at will to vent his pent-up rage. Regardless, he would not relinquish that set of martial skills. Chapter 70. The disparity in power for the Black Hawk. Slaughter and destruction were mere child's play. With profit at stake, he would not hesitate. From the hostile gazes of the surrounding crowd, he discerned their animosity, yet to him, their attempts to obstruct him were simply ants attempting to shake a tree. Utterly misguided. Misguided. I shall see who truly underestimates their own capabilities. Dare you remain in contest with us, old man? A middle-aged man shouted from behind. The Black Hawk frowned slightly, then relaxed, a smile crossing his face as he turned to survey the surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze on the middle-aged man. "Are you speaking to me? Indeed, old man, do you dare to accept my challenge?" The middle-aged man glared furiously. "Since you seek death, I shall oblige," the Black Hawk replied with a broad smile. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the middle-aged man's expression contorted, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he collapsed, lifeless. A ripple of shock swept through the crowd, witnessing the Black Hawk's casual act of taking a life. The martial artists gaped in fury, fists clenched, the atmosphere charged with tension. Lin Yuntian and Su Shanhe, taken aback by the Black Hawk's sudden aggression, exchanged serious glances. In that instant, both launched their attacks against the Black Hawk. As they moved, the surrounding figures quickly converged. Combat was imminent. The Black Hawk surveyed the swiftly approaching figures, a cold sneer escaping his lips as he thrust his hands outward. An invisible force radiating outward. The gap in strength between martial artists and third-rate masters became starkly evident. Those advancing towards the Black Hawk suddenly spat blood and were sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. These individuals, like the middle-aged man before, fell motionless. A new wave surged toward the Black Hawk, faces contorted with deeper fury. Lin Yuntian's fingers clenched tightly, palms slick with sweat, yet he refrained from acting hastily. He remained still, as did Su Shanhe, both fixated on the Black Hawk. Facing this new wave of attackers, surprise flickered across the Black Hawk's face. He had anticipated that his ferocious assault would instill fear. Yet it only ignited their fury, intensifying their onslaught. Should this relentless barrage continue, the Black Hawk might be overwhelmed. Contemplating this, the Black Hawk felt the urge to withdraw, casting a derisive glance at the approaching figures before soaring into the air. The ground was densely packed with bodies, leaving the only escape route above. As a third-rate master, he possessed the ability to fly. However, at the moment the Black Hawk leaped, Lin Yuntian and Su Shanhe also sprang into action. Lin Yuntian leapt from the ground, swiftly closing in on the Black Hawk. Su Shanhe dashed forward, eyes unwaveringly fixed on the airborne Black Hawk. The three figures launched into motion almost simultaneously. The thousands of martial artists below could only gaze up at the Black Hawk, unable to take flight. The Black Hawk hovered above, surveying the crowd, a cold smile on his lips, ready to depart, when suddenly he sensed the wind behind him and instinctively countered. The sound of fists colliding filled the air. The Black Hawk staggered slightly, glancing back to see Lin Yuntian plummeting from the sky, yet quickly rebounding as the Black Hawk attempted to flee. He felt a sudden tightening around his legs. He turned to find Su Shanhe had somehow climbed up. Gripping his legs tightly, enraged, the Black Hawk summoned his true energy, striking downwards with a force akin to lightning aimed at Su Shanhe. Su Shanhe's complexion paled, and he urgently released his grip, narrowly evading the blow. The true energy grazed past him, crashing into the ground with a deafening roar. After dodging the attack, Su Shanhe did not hesitate, once more seizing the Black Hawk's legs, and forcefully threw himself upwards. The Black Hawk plummeted, while Su Shanhe ascended rapidly. Observing this, the Black Hawk slammed downwards with a palm, halting his descent mere feet from the ground. In midair, Su Shanhe twisted and adjusted his position, a fierce expression crossing his face as he unleashed a dual palm strike toward the Black Hawk. The Black Hawk looked up, a cold sneer escaping his lips. He brought his hands together, rapidly condensing his formidable true energy into a sphere. Just as he was about to hurl it at Su Shanhe, a sudden shift in his gaze caught his attention, and he turned to the side. Lin Yuntian was attacking from the left. At this moment, Su Shanhe and Lin Yuntian converged from above and below, flanking the Black Hawk. If the Black Hawk directed his true energy at Su Shanhe, he would bear the brunt of Lin Yuntian's strike. Conversely, if he targeted Lin Yuntian, he would face Su Shanhe's palm attack. In such a brief span, he could not possibly form another true energy sphere. The two were now merely a yard away from the Black Hawk, time pressing. The Black Hawk snorted derisively, parting his hands, and the true energy sphere astonishingly split into two. He swiftly struck out. One palm aimed upward, the other directed at Lin Yuntian. The three figures collided in midair, producing a cacophony of sound. The immense force left the nearby martial artists struggling to breathe, yet they remained transfixed on the spectacle above. The two figures, one ascending and the other descending, moved with unimaginable speed. Suddenly, they witnessed a dark shadow plummeting from the sky, growing larger. With a resounding thud, Lin Yuntian crashed to the ground, sliding several yards before coming to a halt. Leaving a long trail in the earth as soon as he stopped, he pushed against the ground, struggling to rise. However, the moment he exerted himself, a wave of excruciating pain coursed through him. His head, barely lifted from the ground, collided back down with a resounding thud, rendering him utterly powerless. Simultaneously, he felt a tumult within his chest, as if his internal organs were shifting. With a cough, Lin Yuntian tasted blood, spewing forth a crimson spray that stained the dust at his lips. Before Lin Yuntian could recover from the agonizing pain, a muffled sound reached his ears. Struggling, he lifted his gaze. A few yards away, a cloud of dust swirled. As the dust settled, a figure slowly emerged before Lin Yuntian's eyes. Without needing to guess, he knew it was Su Shanhe at that moment. Su Shanhe appeared disheveled, a pained expression etched on his face, his body marred with flecks of blood. His right hand lay limply to the side, seemingly broken. Sensing Lin Yuntian's gaze, Su Shanhe turned toward him, and upon realizing Lin Yuntian's condition was scarcely better than his own, a trace of a tragic smile flickered in his eyes. The two exchanged a glance, seemingly recalling something, before simultaneously turning to another direction. There stood the Black Hawk, firmly planted on the ground, effortlessly sending those who dared approach him flying with a single palm strike. The Black Hawk had been forced down from the air by Lin Yuntian and Su Shanhe. Yet the outcome was starkly different. Lin Yuntian and Su Shanhe were now incapacitated, while the Black Hawk continued to thrive, ruthlessly dispatching those who dared to advance. This exemplifies the disparity in strength. The gap between a mediocre expert's initial and later stages is exceedingly vast. Were it not for Black Hawk's reservations, eliminating Lin Yuntian and Su Shanhe would merely be a matter of an instant. However, at this moment, he must consider the thousands of watchful martial artists on the ground. Yet, even so, Black Hawk's patience has been utterly exhausted. Rage, a torrent of fury, surges within him, and being forced into a corner by a throng of martial artists fills him with profound humiliation. With a mighty roar, a substantial surge of true energy erupts from Black Hawk's hands, sending a batch of close-range martial artists reeling, spewing blood. Before the first group collapses and the next can advance, Black Hawk effortlessly leaps, momentarily suspended in midair. Hovering above, he surveys the enraged martial artists below and, in a fit of rage, sneers. "Very well. You wish to protect this city? Then today, I shall first lay waste to it before claiming your lives. I want you to witness its destruction at my hands. You wish to safeguard it, do you? I shall relish watching how you attempt to do so." Upon finishing his taunt, Black Hawk raises his hand and gestures toward a building below. At that moment, Lin Yuntian and Su Shanhe feel a tremor in their hearts, instinctively wanting to rise, but both fail, their bodies too battered to move. While the majority of the martial artists remain uninjured, their insufficient strength prevents them from flying, leaving them trembling with rage as they watch Black Hawk wreak havoc before their very eyes. Black Hawk's casual wave conceals a profound reservoir of true energy. Wielding immense destructive power in the face of such might, the building crumbles like decayed wood, collapsing with a thunderous crash. Chapter 71. Decisive action. As one building collapses, Black Hawk swiftly targets another, striking it with ferocious force. His palm strikes out, and before retracting, another blow follows. In the blink of an eye, he unleashes dozens of strikes. His true energy surges forth like a tidal wave, mercilessly bombarding the structures below. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, splinters scatter through the air, the scent of earth and wood filling the atmosphere. This all transpires in mere moments, leaving many spectators still reeling from shock as the ground around them is reduced to rubble. No! Soon after, cries of indignation and agony echo throughout the skies. Some martial artists, quick to react, rush to the collapsed buildings to rescue those trapped beneath the debris. Black Hawk, suspended in the void, listens to their shouts. A satisfied nod accompanying the chaos below, he smiles at the crowd, saying, "You wish to protect this city? Do you see? This is merely the beginning. I assure you, this city is destined to become a ghost town." With that, he disregards the furious multitude below, letting out a hearty laugh as he soars forward. He has declared his intent to destroy this city. This is just the start. Next, he aims to transform it into a desolate wasteland. Lin Yuntian lies helplessly on the ground, exchanging a glance with Su Shanhe, both recognizing the depths of despair and unwillingness reflected in each other's eyes. At East Deer Town, at the southern gate, Lin Rong, Lin Ming, Lin Hai, and several younger members of the Lin family huddle together, their faces etched with terror as they gaze at Lin Yunxiao, resembling frightened animals. They remain oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Having been hastily led away from their home by Lin Yunxiao's face is ashen, anxiety radiating from him as he paces restlessly, glancing around intermittently. Suddenly, he strides forward, his gaze fixed intently on the city gate. Upon noticing this, Lin Rong and the others instinctively turn their heads in that direction, yet see nothing. Just moments later, a red figure flashes from the gate, followed by several youths, with Su Jingxian bringing up the rear. Upon seeing them, Lin Rong and the others widen their eyes in astonishment, casting bewildered glances at Lin Yunxiao. Lin Yunxiao steps forward, addressing Su Jingxian. "Are we all here?" Su Jingxian nods affirmatively, saying, "Yes, good," Lin Yunxiao replies, signaling Lin Ming and the others to approach. Once the group gathers, Lin Yunxiao solemnly states, "I must inform you all that a formidable enemy has arrived in East Deer Town, one who may slaughter everyone in the city. Therefore, you must leave and seek safety. Father, where shall we go? What about uncle and mother?" The first to react is Lin Ming, his voice tinged with a hint of tears as he questions Lin Yunxiao. Nearby, Su Feifei's eyes widen in disbelief as she turns to Su Jingxian. "Third uncle." Su Jingxian merely nods slightly, indicating that Lin Yunxiao speaks the truth. "Do not worry about your uncle. Your mother is currently being looked after by your third and fifth uncles." Lin Yunxiao reassures the younger Lin family members. "Now, you must find Feng Xing. He is in the mountains. You must locate him. Once you do, inform him that the man in black has returned. Then, follow his instructions and stay safe. Do you understand?" At this point, Lin Yunxiao's voice catches in his throat. He is uncertain if this farewell will lead to a reunion. Lin Ming asks in a panic. Father, aren't you coming with us? However, Lin Yunxiao does not respond to Lin Ming's query. Instead, he turns to Su Jingxian, bowing slightly. I entrust these young ones to you. Please take them into the mountains and ensure you find Lin Fengxing. Su Jingxian shakes his head, addressing Su Feifei. From this moment forth, you must heed your Uncle Wang's commands. Upon finishing, he turns back to Lin Yunxiao and declares, I never intended to leave East Deer Town. I am merely following my elder brother's orders to bring these youngsters here. What happens next is your responsibility. They are in your hands. With that, he darts forward, his figure swiftly disappearing into the city. Third uncle. The younger members of the Su family call out in alarm. Lin Yunxiao manages to utter a single word, Lu, before Su Jingxian has already entered the city. Lin Yunxiao's brow furrows deeply as he paces restlessly. Anxiety gnawing at him, boom. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberates through the city, startling everyone. Lin Yunxiao glances nervously toward the city, then surveys the younger members of the Lin family before his gaze settles on Su Feifei. He stares at her for a long moment. Finally resolute, he steps forward and says, Su family niece, among these young ones, you possess the greatest strength, having reached the 10th level of body refinement. Therefore, I entrust you to take care of them on this journey. Time is of the essence. We must depart. Before Su Feifei can respond, Lin Ming cries out, Father, won't you come with us? Among the younger members, aside from Su Feifei, the rest are frightened to tears by the explosion. Su Feifei, now 19, is the eldest among them and possesses a steadier demeanor. However, even she pales slightly upon hearing the thunderous sound. Lin Yunxiao turns his gaze toward the city, striving to conceal his reddened eyes. His voice low as he states, Your uncle remains in the city. I must go find him. But, go! Lin Yunxiao barks. Quickly, find Fengxing and inform him of this matter. He may have a plan, Su Feifei. Being the eldest, understands the urgency in Lin Yunxiao's words. Without hesitation, she instructs the group to move and leads Lin Ming and the others swiftly toward Misty Peak. Although Lin Ming and the others are reluctant, they dare not disobey Lin Yunxiao's commands. Once they have distanced themselves, Lin Yunxiao turns back, silent tears streaming down his face. He casts a lingering glance at their retreating figures before swiftly turning to hasten into the city. Su Feifei, being the eldest, immediately takes charge upon hearing Lin Yunxiao's resolute decision, rallying everyone to set forth, leading Lin Ming and the others rapidly toward Misty Peak. Despite their heavy hearts, they dare not defy Lin Yunxiao's orders. Only after their figures fade from view does Lin Yunxiao slowly turn back, tears silently falling, filled with an overwhelming sense of longing as he casts one last glance in their direction. Then, he hastily pivots and races toward the city. Chapter 72. The Man in Black. A resounding explosion shatters the silence, followed by a furious roar echoing through the forest. Deep within the dense woods, Lin Fengxing unleashes a punch, successfully repelling a third-level qi-cultivating beast. The creature bellows in rage, charging toward him once more. At this moment, Lin Fengxing glances sideways, a knowing smile spreading across his face as he swiftly employs the shadow-following technique. Darting in another direction, the beast can only roar futilely behind him. Curiously, the beast only howls at Lin Fengxing's retreating figure, unwilling to close the distance, and after a moment, it begrudgingly retreats in an instant. Lin Fengxing appears beneath a giant tree not far from a waterfall, turning to see the beast angrily vanish from his sight. This is part of Lin Fengxing's regular training, but unlike yesterday, he has ventured into the woods alone today, per the instructions of Master Zhishuan. Master Zhishuan once remarked that with Lin Fengxing's exceptional shadow-following skill, the beasts in the woods would find it difficult to pursue him. Even if he could not defeat them, he could always retreat unscathed. Despite this, Lin Fengxing is cautious not to delve too deeply into the forest, choosing instead to practice near the waterfall. In truth, he need not actively seek out challenges. He merely had to step into the forest, and fierce beasts would inevitably emerge to confront him. However, after engaging in a few exchanges, a solitary beast would often transform into a frenzied pack. At that juncture, Lin Fengxing could only opt for retreat, not yet arrogant enough to face a multitude of beasts simultaneously. Initially, these predators would pursue him relentlessly, yet as they approached the waterfall, they would suddenly tremble in fear and hastily flee. After several such encounters, the beasts no longer dared to approach within a mile of the waterfall. Ultimately, they would not even chase him when they saw Lin Fengxing escape. Instead, they could only watch him depart with anger and resentment. Once Lin Fengxing confirmed that the beasts feared the vicinity of the waterfall, his courage gradually swelled. He understood that all of this was part of Master Zhishuan's intricate design. In this safe haven, Lin Fengxing would not flinch even when faced with beasts far stronger than himself. At present, his shadow-like presence had reached a state of perfection. As long as he did not confront the beasts head-on, he was unafraid of harm. Nevertheless, when facing a singular opponent, should the adversary's strength not exceed the 5th level of Qi refinement, Lin Fengxing would choose to engage directly, for he knew that only through such confrontations could he grow. Simple evasion could not foster any enhancement in strength. Thus, whenever Lin Fengxing spotted a solitary beast, he would swiftly take action while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Should any beast approach, he would retreat to safety and seek another opponent. In the span of merely half a day, the beasts of the forest could find no peace owing to his presence. Hence, each time Lin Fengxing ventured out of the safe zone, he would soon be besieged by a pack of beasts. Over the course of half a day, he lost count of how many times he had narrowly escaped. Consequently, a common scene would unfold in the forest. A figure dashing towards the waterfall, pursued by a few enraged beasts. Once they dispersed, that figure would stealthily slip away. Just moments ago, upon sighting 2 formidable beasts, Lin Fengxing promptly retreated. This time, he chose not to continue hunting but instead gazed upward at the sky. Where the crimson sun hung high, he approached the waterfall and spoke to Master Zhishuan, who was tending to his injuries. Master Zhishuan, I wish to return to Donglu town now. The efficacy of the purple jade vine was astonishing. Within a single day, the scars on Lin Fengxing's arm had completely healed, leaving no trace. Master Zhishuan opened his eyes, rose, and said, "Let us go." With that, he led the way out of the mountain. Lin Fengxing felt a surge of joy within him and followed closely behind. Although he had grown accustomed to the solitude of being away from home over nearly 2 years, his longing for family had intensified. In the stillness of the night, memories of his hometown would flood his mind, igniting a yearning to soar back. His father would never have anticipated that he had reached the 2nd level of Qi refinement. As Lin Fengxing walked, he pondered what expression his father would wear upon seeing him. At noon, the forest lay silent save for the sound of cicadas. The chorus of cicadas, rising and falling, was, to Lin Fengxing, a most delightful melody. It seemed Master Zhishuan sensed Lin Fengxing's urgency, quickening his pace, forcing Lin Fengxing to exert himself to keep up. In less than an hour, the two reached the edge of the dense forest. Just 10 more miles would take them out of the mountainous region, allowing Lin Fengxing to return home alone. However, at that moment, Master Zhishuan suddenly halted, listening intently, then swiftly glanced back at Lin Fengxing. Before Lin Fengxing could react, Master Zhishuan seized him, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. When they reappeared, Master Zhishuan had brought Lin Fengxing to the outskirts of the deep mountains. There, a beast was confronting a group of people, drooling and emitting low growls. Among the opposing group were a girl in red and 2 young men, appearing weary from a fierce battle yet still standing guard. Behind them, a cluster of terrified children, some still sobbing. In the distance, 2 young men were on the lookout for any threats. Upon Master Zhishuan's arrival, the beast trembled, collapsing to the ground in submission. The group comprised the younger generation from the Lin and Su families, who had not anticipated encountering such a ferocious creature upon entering the mountain's edge. Even with the combined efforts of Su Feifei, Su Jiaming, and Lin Ming, they could not overcome it and instead were injured by its claws. Nevertheless, they stood their ground, determined to protect the other younger ones. At that moment, all attention was focused on the beast, and when it suddenly crouched down, they were momentarily stunned. It was Lin Rong who, with keen eyes, first spotted Lin Fengxing behind Master Zhishuan, tears streaming down his face as he cried out, "Brother!" With Lin Rong's exclamation, Su Feifei and the others also caught sight of Lin Fengxing and Master Zhishuan, their excitement evident as their tense bodies finally relaxed. Lin Fengxing, taken aback by the sight of Lin Rong in tears, was astonished. He surveyed the familiar faces around him. Lin Ming, Lin Hai, and even his little cousin Wang Xian, all of whom were weeping profusely. To his utter surprise, even members of the Su family were present: Su Jiaming, Su Zitao, and Su Feng. Once rivals who would clash swords at the slightest provocation, they now sat together. What on earth was happening? What had transpired? How could Lin Rong and the others be here alongside the Su family? Countless questions flooded Lin Fengxing's mind. Master Zhishuan stood beside him, equally perplexed as he observed the group of young people. However, as Lin Fengxing noticed the wounds on Lin Ming and Su Jiaming, a realization dawned upon him. He turned to face the trembling beast ahead and understood why Master Zhishuan had hurriedly brought him here. He had sensed something amiss from 10 miles away. Witnessing the bloodstains on Lin Ming and the terrified expressions on Lin Rong and the others ignited a blaze of fury within Lin Fengxing. In an instant, he summoned the second form of the Destruction Fist and struck fiercely at the beast's head. The creature, already intimidated by Master Zhishuan's presence, cowered on the ground, unable to move, and was powerless to evade Lin Fengxing's incoming fist. With a resounding thud, the beast, at the first level of qi refinement, did not even have the chance to emit a cry before meeting its demise. After dispatching the beast, Lin Fengxing hurried over to Lin Ming, concern etched on his face as he asked, "Little Ming, are you all right? How did you—" "Brother, something has happened. Father wants you to know that the man in black has returned," Lin Ming quickly replied, collapsing in exhaustion from the toll the beast had taken on him. The man in black? Lin Fengxing was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing in confusion. Chapter 73. Stop. However, upon hearing the name, Master Zhishuan's expression changed dramatically. He instantly appeared before Su Jiaming, urgently inquiring, "What is his purpose here?" Su Jiaming stared in disbelief at the beast slain by Lin Fengxing's punch. Realizing that this very creature had kept them trapped for nearly half an hour, he, along with Su Feifei and Lin Ming, could only engage it in battle, never anticipating it would be so easily defeated. He remained dazed as Master Zhishuan questioned him. Turning to Su Feifei, although she too was astonished by Lin Fengxing's strength, she maintained her composure and simply regarded him with curiosity. When Master Zhishuan looked at her, she quickly responded, "The man in black claims he wants to destroy Donglu town." Upon hearing Su Feifei's words, Lin Fengxing felt a resounding thud in his mind, plunging him into a state of disbelief. After what felt like an eternity, he finally regained his composure, staring incredulously at Su Feifei. "What did you just say?" "The man in black intends to obliterate Donglu town and mentioned killing everyone in the city. Your second uncle sent us into the mountains to find you, instructing that once we located you, we would follow your lead," Su Feifei explained, her words capturing Master Zhishuan's attention. "To kill everyone in the city?" Lin Fengxing's heart raced with terror as he rushed to Lin Rong, anxiously asking, "What about father?" "Father is still in the city," Lin Rong sobbed in response. "When we left, mother was still at home. Your second uncle escorted us out of the city before returning, saying he was going to find father." "Children, do not panic," Master Zhishuan soothed the frantic Lin Fengxing, then turned to Su Feifei, asking, "Why is the man in black doing this?" "Unclear." Su Feifei shook her head. "We were suddenly brought out by our third uncle. Oh, by the way, it seemed we heard a loud noise coming from the city when we arrived." "A loud noise?" Lin Fengxing was once again taken aback, casting a hurried glance towards Donglu town, murmuring, "Father?" Suddenly, Lin Fengxing turned and knelt before Master Zhishuan, his forehead touching the ground, remaining silent. "Child, speak up," Master Zhishuan urged with a furrowed brow. After sharing over 2 years together, he understood Lin Fengxing's character well. He realized that Lin Fengxing sought help but found it difficult to voice his needs.